Baseball hit sharply, and that one through the drawn-in infield, a base hit. One run is in. Here comes Lowe. He scores. Duran delivers a two-run single to right. And the Rangers with an offensive explosion today.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. The Giants lose a finale against the Texas Rangers, but the job was done. They won the series, and they go 3-3 on a 6-game road trip. By the way, some people may not have watched it because it was hard to find. The game was on Roku TV. Roku TV. So some of you had trouble finding the damn game. Well, it was a very forgettable game. The game was basically over in the first inning. 3 runs, Texas steals home, blah, blah, blah. Keaton Winn return does not go well, but the Giants again, they win 2-3 as we say good morning here on a Monday, my favorite day of the week here on the Morning Roast. And shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line, as well as our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to go into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. Shasky, Spinoni, Lubman, good morning. Good morning to everybody out there. Again, the Giants lose that one. They're a 500 team right now. We'll get into it. Some of the long-term stuff. Celtics, they beat the Mavericks to go up 2-0 in the NBA Finals. Carlos Alcaraz was the French Open. A lot going on in the sports world. What up, Shasky?
What's up? Yeah, there is a lot going on. The Roku thing. I'm not even trying to be some person that I get it. I'm on Apple Plus, YouTube TV, Comcast. I've got everything basically, Peacock and all the different things. Roku. First off, I didn't know what Roku was, and then that's when you know you're old. That's number one. Number
they
two,
have the Roku TVs.
What?
The Roku TVs, I guess. I had one of those.
Oh, so you had one? See, I didn't even know.
I didn't have it yesterday, but I had one before, so I had to pirate the game. Yeah,
well, I had to download and log in, and it by the time I tapped in, game felt over, 5th, 6th inning. But point being is that it's like, come on, man, what are we doing here? What's going on? And again, this is another misstep by baseball. Now, I understand the NFL is different. In the NFL, we're going to seek it out, whether it's Amazon Prime or whatever. The Roku thing came out of left field. And the fact that we didn't hear any promotion about it leading up to it was, I think, the part that caught me off guard. I'm not going to cry and complain, but sports is coming to Netflix, but we all have Netflix.
Right.
I would love to know how many people are truly signing up for Roku just to watch a baseball game.
A Texas Rangers Giants game. At that on a Sunday morning. Nathan Eovaldi, Keaton Winn.
I did the old, here's my fake email so you don't spam me with emails, just so I get the free 7-day login.
I streamed it illegally. Found a little stream, was watching it, and then listened to half of it because I was like, all right, enough watching. This is too much. I'm getting all these pop-ups here and there. But they had the baby blue uniforms on, the Texas Rangers, which I really like. But the Giants, look, both teams are shorthanded. No Seager for the Rangers, but the Giants got a plethora of injuries as well. And they pitch well in Texas. They do. Friday and Saturday, big-time wins for the Giants. 3-1 on Saturday. You win there Friday to win the series, to win the first game of the series. Overall, you get some great contributions from Wilmer Flores. But I guess the guy to talk about when it comes to positives, when it comes to this lineup, is Aiyuk Ramos.
Fantastic.
What a revelation. Guy's been red hot. Now, Sunday, he goes 0 for 4. But, boy, the numbers have been staggering as he went into that game, just blistering the baseball. Now, people are talking All-Star. Now, I'm going to say pause a little bit because we got a little ways to go for the All-Star game. But overall, Aiyuk Ramos, man, stay hot.
Yeah, 2 weeks doesn't make an All-Star. I mean, we need to relax a little. That being said, think about where we were a week ago, right? We got our teeth kicked in by the New York Yankees, and it just felt like their fans took over the stadium. Ironically, the Dodgers fans took over their stadium, and it felt like their homegrown guys just kicked our teeth in. And then they made trades for certain guys like Juan Soto, who you've been, flirting with the last couple of years, and you never seem to snag him. But seeing Ramos do what he's doing right now, 11 for his 20. This is going into Sunday. Right. 11 for 26, 4 homers, 10 RBIs, 6 walks, only 7 strikeouts, and then playing center field, which I know he came up a center fielder, but he hasn't really played center field for the last 3 years in the minor leagues. So I was a little, skeptical seeing him play center field, big leagues. I don't know. the Giants defense, and we'll get to the team stats overall, haven't been great. He looked fine in center field. Now, it's a small sample, only got a couple of balls over the weekend. But to me, putting him in the leadoff spot and then having him produce the way that he did, Saturday's game was all about him. I mean, the drive early in the game, the home run early in the game, I mean, he helped put them away and gave the Giants an opportunity as the bullpen holds it down. Ramos has been outstanding. And to me, it's not just what the at-bats look like, because he's hitting with runners in scoring position. He's working counts. He isn't striking out, over the top. To me, it's his whole aura in the batter's box, Bonte. He looks like a completely different guy.
Well, I thought Saturday, and I'm going to give credit to Austin Slater. I know that's not a popular thing around these parts, and I'm going to duck for tomatoes and duck for other objects as I credit Austin Slater here. Saturday, Austin Slater set the tone. Now, I get some tweets. Oh, man, anybody could have stood in the box and drew that walk. Haney wasn't around the zone. Well, you do set the tone with the walk. You get on base for Ramos, and he makes things happen. Then when they do hit when Ramos hits the 2-run home run, another good at-bat by Austin Slater. So you get production from the 1-2 spots in your lineup, the leadoff and the number 2 hole. And I like Ramos in this 2 spot. And leadoff, I'm not mad at him either. He's not a prototypical leadoff hitter, but in the 2 hole, I really, really like his production. He's seeing the ball well. He's getting deep into counts, I should say. Driving up that pitch count from pitchers. He's seeing the ball. He's hitting the other way. He's hitting for power. Yes. I just love everything about him right now. Now, again, too early for all-star stuff, but that's a constant. One of the young guys popping right now, having a big 2-week stretch. But we saw this from Matos, and now he's in Sacramento. So I'm going to hold the horses here. This one looks a little more legit. It does. But I'm still going to, hold my breath here as we saw Luis Matos go down to Sacramento after a 2-week stretch and win an NL Player of the Week. Well,
and I think part of, and there's a variety of reasons, but part of why Matos got sent down, they put him in the leadoff spot, and he just got overwhelmed. I mean, he was swinging at everything, and I don't think right now this roster has a leadoff guy. And we could talk about cleanup, and I don't think they have a traditional cleanup either, but one of the things that's plagued them over the last couple of years is not having a consistent, legitimate leadoff hitter. And when you're a leadoff hitter, at least what I'm looking for in a leadoff hitter, can you work the count? Can you swing with 2 strikes? Can you fight it off? Your job as a leadoff hitter is to not just set the table and get on base. That's the obvious. It's to allow other people in the lineup to see the repertoire of that particular pitcher that you're going up against that day. If you can have a 5, 6, 7 pitch at bat to start the game, A, you're working that guy. That's number one. And B, you're allowing everyone else in that lineup to see what a guy has. Hey, let's see his breaking ball. Let's see where his secondary and third pitches are. Like, those are the things that I'm looking for a leadoff hitter. And so as you bring up Ramos, I'm saying, like, I like him in the 2 hole. They had him in the leadoff spot. I don't love it, but they don't have a leadoff guy right now, B. Like,
they don't have a lot of options there, and that's the problem with Jung-Hoo Lee being out and finding a leadoff hitter. Look, there's so many holes in this lineup, so many holes in this rotation, but out for the most part, you get a great bullpen game Saturday. Spencer Howard, stand up. Spencer Howard, who had that on their bingo card? Only allowed 1 run in the bullpen. Bullpen did their thing. They did their thing Friday when I thought Logan Webb, look, he was dealing. What was he at? 92, 94 pitches? I would have trotted him back out there for the 8th inning. Hey, leave the bullpen alone. You already got a lot of usage, and we're not even in the mid-June yet. And he took the ball from Logan Webb. It did bother me a little bit because he's a bulldog. I thought he could have got the 8th inning, but you go to the pin. Rogers, Doval shut it down Friday night. You win 5-2. All right, cool. We could nitpick about Logan Webb not going out there for the 8th inning, but I thought that was a big, big boy start. So you're able to preserve the bullpen at most there. Look, the pin is fine, but there's so many little things here where I'm looking at the league as a whole. And the problem with having that third wild card is that everybody's in it.
Yeah, I know.
So now I don't know who's going to be buying. Now I don't know who's going to be selling. The Mets are in it. I mean, the Blue Jays are in it.
It's basically the Rockies and the Marlins feel like the only 2 teams that aren't in it in the National League.
And then in the American League, there's the White Sox.
Yes. Ooh, they finally snapped their streak.
They're so damn bad.
They're so bad.
Luis Roberts batting 188, by the way. Luis Robert Jr. batting 188.
So back to Logan Webb, because I do want to get to the team as a whole. We're about 65, 70 games in. Logan Webb Friday night, and it's very difficult to quantify, but you could tell he had the best stuff he's had in a while. The ball was biting on both sides. He was hitting all of his corners. He just looked like he had that late life movement that is that's the norm for him when he's rolling. Right now, he leads Major League Baseball. Now, Glasnow's right next to him, Tyler Glasnow. And you know how this season goes. You gotta get to the end. But right now, both guys, 86 innings pitched, basically leading baseball. Logan Webb is in the amount of innings pitched. He's a real throwback player. And when I think about what the whole league is right now, it's so many arm injuries across the board. Why? Guys are throwing max velo, and we'll get to Keaton Winn in a second. And everything's about maxing out. And how many times can I max out for 100 pitches? And I look at Logan Webb, and to your point, he's not a guy that maxes out. I did want to see him go another inning or two. Now, that's just the old school baseball guy in me. And I'm with you. Weren't you thinking, like, don't take him out? Because I'm looking at the dugout for the Rangers, and I'm saying, you know what they want? You to hand the ball to someone else right now.
No, I'm with you there. And I'm just the thought process of you've used your bullpen the second most in Major League Baseball. I mean, let's not go to we don't need to use the phone today in the dugout. Logan Webb's dealing. Let's put the phone down. Let's not dial up the bullpen's number and say, hey, Tyler Rogers, go heat up. Camilo Doval, go heat up. This is Logan Webb's game. Let him go out there and win it. The Rangers don't want to see anybody else.
No.
So, look, you were able to get away with it in the win. You improved to 5-10 when Logan Webb starts. It was a much-needed start for him. The Giants ended up winning 3 in a row after winning Saturday's game. But then now you got Keaton Winn. So now you got to figure out with the starting rotation who's who. Like, because I don't know if you could get an arm right now because everybody's looking for an arm.
Bonte, I've been going down some of the, just like the rabbit hole of the numbers right now. I don't think Giants fans want to hear it about Kyle Harrison because he's so young. Like, I do want to be, realistic. It's a big start for him. And we've said that probably 4 or 5 times in a row. But B, like, if you just look at the top 40 in terms of worst in baseball for starters, ERA, earned runs, hits, walks. Harrison's leading a lot of these categories, and he needs a big start here. It seems like, and I would say that he's actually pitched better than what that data tells you because, dude, he's given up a lot of hits. He's given up a lot of walks. It's not good right now. It's just not we could cape up and say, hey, he's 22. He's a young guy. It's his first time, in the big, like all those things are real. And I'm being graceful, but B, he's got to pitch better. And it sucks because this goes back to having holes in the rotation. Now you're asking a 22-year-old in his first full season, hey, here's the ball. I need you to go 6.
Yeah.
It's just really difficult.
Well, he's got to do that. And Arizona they took it to the Padres yesterday after getting smoked Saturday night. The Padres, the D-backs had a bullpen game yesterday, I believe, against the San Diego Padres down at Petco Park. Look, Kyle Harrison, there's no doubt you need 6. You need to limit the damage when it comes to walks and hits and just strike out some guys. He does not look electric right now. Maybe he's hitting the rookie wall right now in June. He hasn't pitched this many. That's the problem here moving forward with the rotation. I hear people who want to say, we need a starter, which is sad because it kind of reminds you of the Niners and the defensive line problem. The Niners had traded for defensive linemen, whether it's Randy Gregory or Chase Young, to help Nick Bosa, and it still wasn't enough. You signed Javon Hargraves in the offseason. It still wasn't enough. Now look at the starting rotation with the Giants. You pay Blake Snell. You trade for Robbie Ray. You're waiting on Alex Cobb. All right, you wait on you signed Jordan Hicks. Now I worry about him with his inning allocation. Where's he going to be at? Is he going to be in the bullpen for the last 3 months? Where's he going to be at with his right arm when it comes in July, August as a starting pitcher? He's never done this before, folks. Never done it before. Blake Snell, we have no idea where he's going to be at. Keaton Winn, he was treating the opposite direction before he got hurt, and you see what he did yesterday, just didn't have it. I'm not sure he's going to have it all season long. Maybe he's a candidate to go to the bullpen. How many arms can I go by?
B, like Keaton Winn, 3.18 ERA in his first 6 starts. Now, his last 4, before the injury and after the injury, he's 0-4 with a 17 ERA. He's given up 24 earned runs over just 12 innings. And his velocity, this is a guy who was a quote-unquote high velo guy. He was like high 90s. Now he's down to mid-90s. He says in the postgame that, I didn't really trust my arm to go max out, and I'm a max out guy. Is he not ready?
Well, if he's not ready to go, then he doesn't need to pitch.
But
that's just unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
But B, I think they don't have any arms.
That's unacceptable.
I think they're running out. And like, I'm looking at baseball just as a whole, and I'm saying to myself, like, every team in baseball now saying, hey, we probably need 11 starters to get through the year. 12, maybe 13 starters. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
And there's not enough.
No, and so like
starting pitchers like offensive linemen in football, you just can't have enough.
Not enough. And like Keaton Winn right now, I think he's right now he's teetering. I think the guy might go back on the DL at some point. If you're telling me in the post game, I didn't trust my arm to go full out, like that's not good. And the results weren't good, obviously. And that was, you hit the first guy of the game.
Yeah, that was embarrassing.
And I don't care if you're in Little League or high school, college, or the pros.
That was embarrassing.
You hit the first guy of the game.
I mean,
on
that's
the
what
first
you do.
pitch. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
No, I don't think I've ever seen it either. I've never seen that before.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
As I was going
First
back and forth,
pitch of the game?
look, I got that on, right? And I'm streaming that one on my phone, or excuse me, the laptop, and I got Alcaraz on the screen. And then I was like, oh, it's going to be a long day. When I saw that, I was like, this game might be over in a heartbeat.
Like,
and next thing you know, Wyatt Langford gets a single. They still home. Garcia stills home. Not sure what Patrick Bailey was on that play. The wherewithal. You got to pay
it's
attention.
a first and third. That is Little League. First and third situations.
The whole inning was Little League.
It just...
But you know what?
Sorry, it frustrates me.
No, Bo, yesterday's game, I'm not going to lie to you. Even though they gave up the 3 spot in the first inning, they gave up 2 in it was 5-0 after the second inning, and I was like, all right, you got the job done. You won the series. You won 2 out of 3. But when I saw that lineup trotted out before the game, and I saw Ramos, Bailey, Flores in the 3 spot, Conforto 4th, Estrada 5th, and then I looked at the bottom, I see Yaz, Wisely, Schmidt, and Brooks. I said, oh, this is going to be a long day. This is going to be a long day. Like, you telling me Soler can't play yesterday?
Poor guy, Trenton Brooks. I mean, he's not a big league.
Jorge Soler should be able to be in this lineup every single day. I pay him to be in the lineup every single day. You had the day off on Thursday. All right? So don't tell me that he's tired. You had the day off on Thursday. You can't give me that thump in the middle of the lineup. That's what I paid him for.
And it's not like your legs are tired. You're not playing defense.
No,
and
you're
certainly not running around the bases if you look at his stats. The guy's got to get to first base before he can start running. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being realistic here.
He can't play yesterday? Like, Jorge Soler can't suit up, so anyway, he doesn't play. You look at the bottom of the lineup now. Yaz did hit you the solo home run.
Yeah,
but whatever.
Yeah, Yaz has been fine. Yaz is a low 200 hitter who's going to step into one every now and then. Like him and Slater, everyone's triggered, and I get it. But you're getting the Ramos. Like I'm getting Ramos, so I'm not going to lose my mind over Yaz and Slater
right now.
Yeah, no, he's
the one guy who's popping outside of Patrick Bailey,
no doubt. But like the reality is Conforto's got to wake up. Conforto, I think, is 2 for 22 since returning from an injury.
He had a hat trick yesterday, 3 strikeouts.
He just doesn't look right. There's a lot to look at when you're looking at the offense and the pitching that leaves a lot to be desired. They're a middle-of-the-pack hitting team, just as a whole, when it comes to batting average, home runs, OPS, like whatever numbers you want to throw, middle of the pack. You look at their pitching as a whole, Bonte pitching, they are bottom 3rd in just about every single category. That's starters and bullpen. And there are some alarming trends right now. Like Brett Wisely was red hot. Now he's 2 for his last 19 in June.
Now he might be going back to Sacramento his last 7 days, batting 182. 182 his last 7 days. Some of these averages over the last 7. Now Casey Smith's batting 286, but look at Estrada, 227. Look at Yaz, 222.
Well, what about Bailey?
Look at Bailey,
Bailey's
188.
4 for 23.
Yeah, Bailey over his last 7 days batting 188.
Nobody wants to admit that. Like I'm worried about Bailey's bat.
Yeah, no doubt. Soler in his last 7 days batting 174. He's got the one solo jack. So Ramos has been red hot over his last 7. Hell, going to this Sunday's game, he had 39 at bats, batting 410. The OPS is over 1,000. The RBI is 13, 8 walks, 4 jacks. I mean, you got to get hot at some point. So it makes it difficult for a president of baseball operations, Farhad Zaidi, to figure out what the hell you need. You need a little bit of everything. And guess what? The entire league is saying the same thing.
I know.
We need a little bit of everything. So what do you do moving forward here? I think, at least for now, Shasky, over the next couple of weeks, guys just got to play better. Forget talking. I was thinking about making a case for Vlad Jr. today and maybe making a trade. But when you really discuss this team ad nauseum and you break it down in depth, they need a little bit of everything.
Well, I think that one thing is inarguable at this point. They've miscalculated their pitching staff. as a whole. You were relying on Tristan Breck, who'd never logged 150 innings. And I like Tristan, but he hurt. And you can say, well, injuries you can't account for. Yes, you can in baseball now. We know it. You're going to lose 2 or 3 starters no matter what team you are in baseball. Keaton Winn and Tristan Beck, and you're relying on Harrison, who's never logged more than 100 and something innings. And Jordan Hicks.
Jordan Hicks is about to eclipse a career high.
He's
going to eclipse a career high this week.
He's top 30 right now in Major League Baseball starters for innings logged. Right, so you've already squeezed the lemon on him. You know what I mean? And
it's not even July.
So again, you're relying on Cobb. We'll continue talking.
All right, that's coming up. Brought to you by Robert Half.
Hey, yo, it's Zuski, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
I thought Zucci Man was Big X a plug. Texas. Some weird things going on down there in Texas. I'm not going to comment on that, but they do get a win, prevent a sweep.
What does that even mean?
Just going to keep it moving. 2-3, Giants take down to Texas, but they go 3-3 on this road trip, so they've got 3-3 on a homestand. They've got 3-3 on a road trip. Right now, the Giants, they're 32-34. They're the definition of a 500 baseball team. How can they separate themselves from being more than just a 500 baseball team? Well, obviously, you're going to say they got to pitch better. Bullpen has to be better. Lineup has to. Everything has to be just a little bit better. But right now, they're the definition of a 500 team. Now, if you're into these things and said, hey, right now it's June 10th, and guess what? The Giants are tied for the last wild card spot.
Come on.
Do you want the cheerleader, Bonte? Do you want the pessimistic Bonte?
Well,
what do you want here?
I just think it's a little premature. Like, I don't know. The wild card talk, like that's something you think about mid-July, as we approach the deadline. I just think that talking about wild card,
I agree.
A week after Memorial Day just feels a little ridiculous.
I agree.
Maybe that's just me. I don't know. But here's what I would say about your point about they're just an average team. Offensively, and I'm just going to read off some of their numbers as a team, and you tell me what your summary is once I get to it. 11th in batting average as a team. 19th in
home. Just Major League Baseball, National League, right?
Baseball.
Yeah, Major League Baseball.
Major League Baseball. There's 30 teams in Major League Baseball. 11th in batting average, 19th in home runs, 13th in RBIs, 15th in runs, dead last in stolen bases, and by a wide margin, the Tigers are 5 ahead of them. 10th in OBP, 16th in slugging. They strike out the 20th most, or they strike out the 10th most. 10th in walks, 14th in OPS, 17th in doubles. They're essentially right in the middle in all of the offensive categories. They're not top 10 in anything. And the only thing that they're at the bottom of is stolen bases, which I think we all can kind of see.
No speed. Now, when it comes to pitching.
Oh, I've got it all
right here. When it comes to pitching. TBRA.
25th.
25th in the league with the 4.43 ERA. I mean, it is just, you're not going to win many games like that. You're just not. You're not. And you look at your whip. You look at how many runners you're allowing on base. They're 26th in whip with a 1.34 whip. Walks, hits per inning. You're 26th in the league when it comes to that stat.
And if you didn't have some decent defense at the corner, you've given up the 3rd most hits in baseball. Mm-hmm. And you also couple that with the 5th most errors in baseball. And if you look at up the middle defense, whether it's, the catcher spot or shortstop, 68 stolen bases. That's second to last in the amount of you've given up that many. Mm-hmm. That's not good. You have a fielding percentage that's 20th. Yep. So you're looking at a team that teams put the ball in play against you. They're going to get a lot of hits. And you're not fielding it well. You're not holding runners on, and you're giving up a ton of stolen bases. You're just giving a lot of free 90s up.
So again, that's the definition of a mediocre baseball team. It's the definition of a team that's not even 500. They're 2 games below 500. So then what do you need? What do you need? Now, hitting-wise, you're in the middle of the pack. Maybe you get hot, you become a top 10 team offensively. Maybe that could be the case because you got a lot of guys who are having down years. Jorge Soler's having a down year. But pitching-wise, when you invest all these resources into pitching, when you get Blake Snell, when you get Jordan Hicks, you bring up Kyle Harrison, who's now in his first big league season. You got these bullpen arms. I just that has been a major disappointment. I thought the pitching would carry the Giants up until the trade deadline. It's been the complete opposite. It's been, I'm just embarrassed by the way they pitched. Their run differential is on the wrong side. It's not green, it's red. That means you're giving up a lot more runs than just scored. And then just everything across the board. Like, no more speed. You're one of the slowest teams in the league when it comes to stolen bases. Your athleticism, you're a middle of the pack team when it comes to athleticism. It's kind of disappointing when you think about the pitching numbers. That's been the most disappointing aspect of this team to start the season.
Well, and I think one of the hallmarks of what people who defend the Farhan regime is like, hey, they've done a really good job with pitching. And
sure,
my retort has always been like, are you sure about that? You've been watching as closely as I have? Because they've been a middle of the pack to bottom third pitching team almost the entirety of his tenure.
Yep.
And I look at it, and what is a common denominator year after year? Well, they take a lot of flyers on random 5th, 6th starters who stay hurt or they stay ineffective. Like you were talking about Howard, the guy the other day.
Spencer Howard.
Yeah, he went 4 1/3 or 4 2/3 or whatever it was. If you had Spencer Howard on your bingo card to be spot starting for you in the middle of June, you're deeper than me because I read all the articles. I know all of the AAA and AA arm, and I had no idea who this guy was until a couple of weeks ago.
Well, it feels like just a matter of time before things go awry for Spencer Howard. It feels poor guy. Like he was pitching. I don't want to put that on him, but you look at the lifetime numbers, which is why the lifetime numbers gets me a little. I become a little more optimistic about Blake Snell, but you know what? Who knows? Who knows? And that's my thing when it comes to trades or whatnot, because I don't think it's early enough to not discuss trades. I don't think it's too early to discuss trades. And when you think about trades, whether it's Vlad Jr., or Pete Alonso, or Bo Bichette, the fact is that the Giants need a little bit of everything. They need a bullpen arm. They need another starter. They need another bat or two. And guess what? You don't think the Cubs are looking for that? You don't think the Reds may be looking for that? You don't think the Brewers are looking for that? Hell, the Dodgers may say, we don't have enough. And they just won 2 or 3 at Yankee Stadium. They may say, we don't have enough. The Cardinals may say, you know what? We need to go all in right now. We need to hit the windows closing on Arenado and Paul Goldschmidt and the rest of our bunch. The Diamondbacks they may say, we want to make a return trip to the World Series. We got to go all in until Corbin Carroll gets his act right. So that's the problem with being the mediocre team. But they don't have an identity, right? That's what I'm saying. Not only are they mediocre, like it's one thing if you're a mediocre team and you're like, hey, look, we've got multiple ace pitchers, but the rest of our rotation isn't great. We have a slugger in the middle. We have a bunch of slap hitters. I just look at them. They're kind of like just a faceless, generic, mediocre team with very little pitching who boots the ball around. That's not selling on anyone on anything. So like I've come to the realization they just need to shake this up. They need to shake what up? They need to figure out what direction they want to go in as an organization. So when you say shake it up though, and they're bringing in the Astros today, the Astros going to start without Altuve company. They're 6 games under 500, 13-18 on the road. When you say shake it up, what do they need to shake up? I think they need to put together a package with a lot of their prospects that we've gotten an opportunity to see, whether they're desirable or not, and they need to swing a deal for somebody who can be a legitimate 3 or 4 hitter in the lineup who has either a year left of arbitration or is going to be reaching free agency in the next couple of years, and you need to dangle that guy with a $200 million contract, and you need to start somewhere. You need to plant your flag in the ground, and you need to say, this is the direction that we're going to go in. This is going to be one of the many pieces we're going to build around. In the same way that the Warriors overpaid for David Lee, they're just kind of like, here, we're planting our flag in the ground. We need a guy that we can build around. He might have some flaws, but this is the guy we're going to hang our hat on, and we're going to do what we can to build around him. And so to me... So is that guy Vlad Jr.? I'm open to Vlad Jr. I'm even open to Bo Bichette, who boots the ball a little at defense and has not been hitting lefties at all this year. I mean, he's horrific against lefties this year. But I think they need to do something bold here. And they just need to figure out this faceless, nameless direction that they've been in, where they won't commit to anyone for more than a year or two. It's not a product that's bringing people to the table. It's just not. So I can make the case for Vlad Jr., right? Who in his last 28 days batting .323, on base percentage .414. Now he's not hitting with the power that we're all accustomed to seeing. You know, he's not even in the top 50 when it comes to slugging and OPS. He's not. But when it comes to batting average, he's batting .292 on a season, 18th in the American League. All right, he's 14th in hits with 73. He's 10th in walks. All right, 10th in the league when it comes to drawing walks. So he has a good eye, which is something that Farhan likes, right? Everybody told me Farhan values guys who walk. Yeah. Whereas OBP is 9th in the American League. All right, but he only has 7 home runs and 30 RBIs. But I could build around a guy like that. And I'd be willing, like, here's my thing when it comes to the farm system. Bryce Eldridge, what everybody's talking about in single A, He may be in AA at some point, and, dare I say, if you do make a playoff appearance this season, why not bring him up just to have him on the bench, have him in the dugout? He may be the only guy that I'm willing not to trade, all right? Because I'm always major league talent over prospects all day long. And if Luis Matos has no home here, if, I don't know, Wizenhut has no home here, and he's not doing anything, and there's a bunch of Marco Luciano, if you have no plans for him, I'm trading everybody. I need to get that bad. Everybody's on the table.
Let me take it a step further. And I've been very hesitant to write this guy off. And I'm not writing him off. I'm just saying to myself, Kyle Harrison is a great example. Kyle Harrison's at least a year or two away. And that's being generous.
Would you be willing to put him in a package and
I
get another
probably
play?
would.
Wow.
Yeah, I probably would. And the reason why is I view it very similar to the Zach Wheeler thing. By the time he figures it out at the big league level, that could be multiple years down the road. And everybody's lost their minds over the Zach Wheeler-Beltran deal many years ago. Zach Wheeler did not really pop till 2015? That trade was made in 2011. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if it takes that long for Kyle Harrison to figure it out. Heck, he might not ever figure it out.
Yeah, he might not.
That's the other element. But right now, I don't want to get rid of a homegrown guy who's a lefty, who's from the area. He's still only 22 years old. But I'm looking at him, I'm saying, dude, he might not be till 24, 25 to where he really figures it out.
And if you're Farhan,
you don't miss that break, bro.
And if you're Farhan Zaidi, do you have time to wait?
But
do you have time to wait?
That's kind of
your job may be on the line.
I'm now coming around to that.
All right, we're going to talk more about this. Plus, we got a lot of Klay and Draymond news. Oh boy, I do think we can talk some basketball today. I really do. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking, no compromises.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? At Abundant Life Weight Loss, we know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Our weight loss program.
in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
All right, Larry June, what's happening? Oh, 650 Bubble text line. There are $5 tickets for tonight and Tuesday games. $4 for Wednesday. Attendance fall off the cliff. I don't know about that, but hey, the Astros are in town. Wow, Altuve, Yordan Alvarez.
There's been $5 tickets all year because I get emails every day, depending on the matchups. But there's been $5 tickets essentially throughout the year. That's not exclusive to right now.
All right, is that a bad thing? Good thing?
They have 40,000 seats to fill.
Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, whatever. I don't know. At times, I feel like we make a big deal about attendance, and
hey, we should be applauding them for having $5 tickets. Get your ass in the yard.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
in
this era where everyone's charging you, I mean, freaking Roku's trying to charge me just to watch a Giants game.
It's Roku, the Roku game.
It's cheaper to probably go.
I had no idea. I was looking for the game. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Where's Roku at? Where's Roku? Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Well, we had to stream it. Giants lose, though. It was a forgettable game. Carlos Alcaraz, though, French Open, he's got 3 majors. 3 majors now. He's won. Youngest player to win on each surface. Clay court, hard courts, and grass. Youngest player to ever do so. Pretty impressive.
0-7 match, Alcaraz. Chrono sur 12, 6-3, 2-6, 5-7, 6-1, 6-2.
By the way, in the French Open final, there was one controversial point where it looked like Alcaraz double faulted.
No, didn't look like he did.
He did. And I've never seen the judge on the court, in the middle of the court. I've never seen that. They call it the judge or linesman, umpire.
Yeah, the head umpire.
The head
judge,
umpire,
yes.
yep.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like the arrogance of the French to think that they don't need instant replay. But the Americans, the Australians, and the English, you can have your silly instant replay, but we use our eyes here in France. Give me a break. It's a joke. A major championship that doesn't have instant replay? Get off your high horse. It's disgusting.
Spadonia, big fan of the French.
He loves it.
Can't wait till we kick their ass in the Olympics this year.
In our own home. Their own home. Speaking of Olympics, real quick. Anybody outraged about Caitlin Clark not making the women's basketball team for the USA? She's a rookie. I'm not sure who she's going to replace in the guard spot. She's going to replace Chelsea Gray, Kelsey Plum, Sabrina Ionescu. I mean, who's she going to replace? She's a rookie. She's going to have plenty of opportunities to play for the USA women's basketball team. She'll probably end up winning 3 gold medals. Are we going to get outraged by everything Caitlin Clark doesn't get? Like, honestly, did anybody think, oh, but now I can make a case that Brittany Griner doesn't deserve a spot because she hasn't played much basketball in the last year and a half or whatnot? I could maybe find a replacement there. But Caitlin Clark, come on. Why are we outraged by every little thing about her?
Well, the Caitlin Clark discourse is jumping the shark for me.
Oh, it's jumped the shark. Oh, it jumped the shark. The shark hasn't where's the shark at? Where's the shark? Is it 80 feet deep? Is it 100 feet deep?
This is how much I care about Kyrie not being on the USA team.
Right.
And that's about the same amount as I care. As I pinch my 2 fingers together, my thumb and my index finger, that's about how much I care about Caitlin Clark being on the team. You earn it. I mean, come on. Everyone needs to take a chill pill.
It's kind of wild.
Also, another thing to consider, I mean, she just got done with her season on April 7th in college, immediately gets drafted, immediately into the WNBA season. Like, she's played a ton of basketball over the last, year or so. Like, give her some time to just take some time off.
Yeah.
Well, and also, the international competition is nothing close to the WNBA. Like, the U.S. women's team smashes the rest of the world. It's not like in the men's side where they've gotten closer.
Right.
Like we've struggled against Spain in the past and France in the past, teams like that. And now you got the Slovenias, all the Serbia, stuff like that. Like it's not on that level anymore. Like for the women, they dominate everything. So for her to stay in the WNBA, it's probably better for her overall anyways.
Yeah, I'm with you. So just some sports stuff, some sports shenanigans. We got the NBA finals. We can touch on that in just a second, but we can stick with Giants baseball if you want, because I'm I'm not sure what Farhan's going to do at this deadline. It's too early to. They're a 500 team. The entire league is 500. And that's where, when it comes to talking trades, it's probably not appropriate for this period of time, Shasky, because everybody's in it. Like, just look at the American League. Look at the American League. All right, you got the Royals in a wild card spot. The Twins are in it. The Red Sox, the Tigers, the Blue Jays, the Rangers. That's when it comes to the Blue Jays and Bo Bichette and Vlad Jr. They're 32 and 33. They're 2 games out of the 3rd wild card spot. So maybe they're thinking, boy, if we could just get hot, maybe we'll just get rolling. I just, there's everybody who may have this false sense of being in it for that 3rd wild card spot.
You're not wrong on that. But I don't view the Giants as a team that's making an acquisition for a rental for this season. Like, this season is not about just this year and making the playoffs. And on some level, for Farhan's job, I know people believe that it's about making the playoffs this year, and like that's an achievement. I view this as a big picture deal. The Giants need to make a move for the big picture because they need to make a move to shake up what their ethos is as an organization. So I don't care if they jump the line here, even if they overpay for a couple of extra prospects in any deal that they have. This is about a long-term deal. This isn't about, being good in August. This is about finding the person that you can anchor a lineup with for multiple seasons who you want to give a couple $100 million to. This is about getting someone in here so they can get a 2-month stretch in Oracle Park before you hit the offseason and say, hey, do you like our fans? Do you like our organization? Could you see yourself signing a 6 or 7 year extension here? Like, this is bigger than this season. That's the way I would view it. And I'm not mad at anyone who's like, you got to get a guy for this year. You got to get this guy, for the next couple of months. I'm looking at making an acquisition that could shake up what my team looks like moving forward. Mm-hmm. Right? And then if I have a little more clarity now, maybe when I hit the deadline, there are other options for this year that can help you out simultaneously. Like, this is a multi-pronged thing right now.
No, I'm with you. And I don't know what you need to zero in on. It'd be nice if just your in-house pitching staff got better. Just throw strikes. Don't walk guys. Don't give up hits. And the Giants have done that. Outside of Logan Webb, there's been a lot of inconsistencies. All right, Logan Webb and Jordan Hicks. Jordan Hicks, I'm going to give him his credit. Jordan Hicks has been solid. Very solid. But I worry about Jordan Hicks. I've been saying this for a few weeks now. He's about to eclipse his career high in innings pitched in the season. We're not even in July yet.
It's kind of incredible.
Is his arm stretched out? Because the last time out against Arizona, he started getting tagged. He didn't last to the 4th inning. All right? So that's one thing that I'm worried about here. So Jordan Hicks. So I know I got Logan Webb as my ace. Mm-hmm. Kyle Harrison, what are you getting out of him? Jordan Hicks, what are you going to get out of him? Keaton Winn, I saw what you got out of him. And then every 5th start, you're probably going to go bullpenning right now. So you're going to start at Eric Miller. You're going to start at Ryan Walker. You're going to have a game full of bullpen arms. So then that's going to tax them on top of picking up guys who only pitched through the 5th inning in Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison. So now you need 12 outs on those days. You got your bullpen game in which you need 27 outs. God forbid Logan Webb gets touched up. And then you got a Blake Snell issue. Is Blake Snell going to come back and be able to give you 6? Well, he's a 5-and-dive guy. And then where's Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb going to be? So do you go out there and get more pitching when everybody in the league, the Braves are looking for pitching. The Padres need another arm, all right? The Dodgers may be looking for another arm. Who the hell knows what they want? The Orioles, the Royals, the Yankees. You get what I'm saying here? You're going to be in competition with a lot of teams to try to get said moves. This is not a good position to be in. Being just good enough to say, hey, we're tied for the 3rd wild card. This is worst case scenario for the Giants, Shasky.
Yeah, but I think you're making a good point. Like with Baltimore, for example, right? They're not a team that's looking for a center of the lineup guy.
Nope.
They're looking for, reworking the edges, adding another starting pitcher, adding to their bullpen. I look at where the Giants are at, and they're just in a totally different spot. So I don't think they're trading for similar players as some of those teams that you're mentioning. San Diego's not trading for a middle of the order guy. Like, that's where the Giants are at. And I think that they need to get hyper aggressive here and they need to do something bold. And I step back and I look and I ask myself, like, what's the most bold move Farhan's done? Hiring Gabe Kapler?
Boy.
No, I think that's one of them.
That is probably the most bold move.
Yeah, I don't think that's good enough. And when I look at like some of the great moves that the other two organizations in this market have done, and a lot of them haven't worked out. The Giants have not done anything bold. The Niners, bold. Hey, we're going to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo in the midst of an 0-9 season. We're going to trade for him. We're going to give him a monster contract. We're going to swing bold. We're going to sign Richard Sherman. We're going to do some bold things. I look at the Golden State Warriors trading, and this is years ago, so a lot of people forgot, but trading Monte Ellis was a very bold thing. Mm-hmm. I look at the Sabian tenure. When he first came in, first thing he did, we're trading away Matt Williams. Even before that, before they signed Barry Bonds, they traded away Kevin Mitchell. Sometimes you have to give up something that you really, really like in order to just shake it up a little, because you're going nowhere with what you have. And I look at being a middle of the order team when it comes to their offense and a bottom third team in terms of pitching. Maybe you have to surrender a couple of these young guys that we've been hearing about that we like, just to do something to shake it up and plant your flag down in the ground and say, you know what? We're trying to change who we are, and we need to kind of hit the reset button. And we've been stacking prospects forever. We've seen some of them, and they might, come to fruition somewhere else down the line. But we need a more proven commodity to come out of the oven right now.
Well, a proven commodity to me is Vlad Jr. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who was in the Bay Area. They just played the Oakland A's, and you saw Bo Bichette, you saw Varsho. Varsho's got some speed, by the way. Big steal at third base late in the game for the Blue Jays as they get one against Oakland. But Vlad Jr., if you go to baseballsavant.com, right, and I know a lot of you analytic geeks, which, analytics, sabermetrics, all this stuff. Well, look at his analytics, sabermetrics, whatever you want to call it. He's above average in nearly every category, right? Nearly every category. Now, his whiff rate is league average, but everything else is great. There's a lot of red as opposed to blue. A lot of red on baseballsavant.com. Now, the power numbers are down, but he's still hitting 292. He's 10th in the league in walks. He's 25 years old. If you had that middle of the lineup everyday thumper, I think it lengthens your lineup. Now, all of a sudden, Matt Chapman, because I'm seeing here a text, Chris Bryant trade is the only one I could think of, and even that wasn't bold. You gave up a low-level prospect, and the Cubs were moving him regardless. For a rental. He was going to be a free agent. For that. He gets credit, but it wasn't the boldest. But you had to make that move. Was it a bold move?
Well, you gave up 107.
Right. You gave up nothing, though, for Chris Bryant.
Your thing on Vladdy, I think...
So just get in the middle of the order lineup. Like, how is Soler not playing yesterday?
Well, I think...
How is he not playing yesterday as a DH?
I think Melvin has been very, and rightfully, unsatisfied with him. I mean, Bunty, he had the bases loaded multiple times in the last week and can't deliver. He's right now, he's in the belt zone. And the reason why I call him in the belt zone, he's good for a home run, up 7, down 7. But when I have runners in scoring position in a tight game, it feels like he can't deliver right now.
Right. No, well, that's a problem.
So I look at Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who you're referencing, and he's just a good example. 25 years old. He's got 137 career home runs. When you gave A-Rod that mega deal, I'm talking about the Yankees and the Rangers, part of the selling point was this is a guy who has the potential to be a 400, 500 home run guy, and you'll be able to reap the benefits of that when they're in their 30s. Part of the selling point of Albert Pujols when he went to the Angels, hey, maybe he gets to 600 home runs, and you'd be able to profit off that. If I'm looking at a 25-year-old guy who already has 137 home runs, all right, that's almost as many as Posey in his entire career, all right? You're looking at somebody who has 400 to 500 home run potential. So if you give him a 10-year deal, that is a guy that you could plop in the lineup and reap the benefits of selling that to your audience for the next decade. That matters to me. When you put a number 3 or 4 hitter of his magnitude, now when I have a Matt Chapman or a Jorge Soler or even a Michael Conforto, those guys fit better around a center of the order guy. He could play first base. He can DH. I think this is another selling point that the NL didn't have in their back pocket 4 years ago. Having the DH, it makes me feel more bold handing out a decade-long contract, knowing that if there are some leg injuries and he can't play defensively, I could plop him in the DH spot and be able to manage him through 150 games throughout the year. This is a guy right now, and I know you're going through all the advanced numbers. Right now, he's not hitting lefties well. Well, last year he hit 285 against lefties.
Right.
If that comes back to fruition, you're looking at a guy who's going to be a mega force. And I think that he fits perfectly in what they want to do. The guy needs a change of scenery. Bring him to the Bay.
Well, my case for him is all those things, right? He's going to hit lefties better at some point. At some point, he will get hot. And over the last month, he's been scorching hot. Scorching hot. Now, the power numbers haven't delivered, but when I look at this ballpark and what we talked about with this ballpark, why do you need a 50 home run guy? Go gap to gap. Go gap to gap. This guy could go gap to gap. This guy will make this yard look small, but he could also take advantage of all the alleys. He could take advantage of right center, left center. He could go Oppo Taco, may hit a bomb to right field over to Levi's landing here. So what does it take to get a Vlad Jr.? I don't care. The only untouchable to me is Eldridge. And hell, Bryce Eldridge, I don't even know how good he is.
Well, in the right deal.
If you really press me on it, there's not one untouchable in this farm system. That's how I operate.
Well,
and I get how people want to say you want to hold on to something and he's homegrown, and I get it with Eldridge. I get it. But personally, I'm in the train of I don't give a damn about any of these prospects. Give me major league proven talent any day of the week. And can a guy like Vlad separate you from the pack? Now, you may need a little more. You need Blake Snell to be better. You need the bullpen to be better. You need bullpen's arms to be better. But I thought that was a Farhad specialty, to find bullpen arms. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I would say this when it comes to the bullpen. The lefty Rogers hasn't given up a run since May 13th, and he's only given up 2 runs since the start of May. So he's been a lot better the last month and a half. Ryan Walker's been really good. Camilo Doval's been okay. I judge him on a higher scale. And then Taylor Rogers has been really good. So some of your bullpen arms have been pitching a hell of a lot better. It's the Luke Jacksons of the world. Luke Jackson, 19 games this year.
Oh, he's been awful.
18 innings, 19 hits, 10 walks, 12 runs.
He's been awful.
For $6.5 million.
He's been awful.
Just so bad. That's a middle infielder.
Awful.
$6.5 million is like a veteran. You can get a Tim Anderson, who hasn't been great, but I'm just saying, like, Luke Jackson's been horrific. So, yeah, they do need to get more pitching. And I heard this article maybe about a week ago, and nobody made anything of it. Camilo Doval was offered a $50 million extension, and he kind of like scoffed at it. I'm going to be honest with you. I like Camilo Doval a lot. I do. I think he's another guy who's a work in progress. Closers, $50 million extensions. How many years was that for?
Was it a 4-year deal? Was it 3? Was it 2? I don't know if they were giving up $25 million a year. I'm not sure how many years that was, because I kind of saw it as like, that's interesting. Look, for the right closer, I'd be willing to pay that money. For the right closer. He's got to be nails. He's got to be shut down, locked down. You know what I'm saying? You watch a Klay Holmes yesterday, I don't even think the Yankees would do it. But he's shutting down things in the 9th inning. Now, he did allow a couple singles with 2 outs, but then he struck out Mookie Betts in the game. Helsley for the Cardinals has been dynamic. Munoz for the Mariners has been dynamic. I know where you're getting to, where he's not untouchable, but I'm also not moving him because let's be real, Doval is one of your better bullpen arms. You trade him, who's locking down the 9th inning?
Well, but I think it goes to speak about big picture. Like, when we talk about timelines and value and what you can get back, he's a guy that would net you back a ton. And I know people don't want to hear that. They're like, he's untradeable.
What do you think you really get?
I think every team in baseball is looking for a right-handed bullpen arm.
What are you getting for him?
I bet you get somebody's top 5 prospect.
For Camilo Doval?
I do think you do, yes. He's under team control for multiple years, and he's going to hit up arbitration after that. I think that he's actually very desirable.
Top 5 prospect for a closer?
Yes, because he's under team control. He's not a guy that's hitting free agency.
Time for the legal.
Love it. What you got? Oh, wait, legal. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. What's the particulars, Love it in the contract?
Yeah, just you guys talking about the Doval thing. So at first it was reported the extension was for $50 million. Then Susan Slusser updated the report saying that $50 million was not accurate. The offer to Doval was, quote, closer to what an extension for a pre-arb reliever would have been, although the specific terms of the offer are not clear. So there's an extension offered. It's unclear what the money and the years actually look like.
I just look at the smart teams in baseball. They move off of guys at the appropriate times. When I look at the Milwaukee Brewers, who have been a really smart organization with a very small payroll, they moved off of Hader at the perfect time. The absolute perfect time.
But Hader was there for a long time.
No question. But it just felt like a great deal for them just to move off him when he did. I love Doval. But like here's a hypothetical, right, B? You tell me that you can go get Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and they're saying, yeah, we want X prospects and blah, blah, and we also want Doval. I'm not saying no to that deal. I'm doing that deal. I need a hitter so bad.
I'm not saying no to that deal at all, but I'm also creating another hole in my bullpen.
Which I acknowledge.
Now I make my bullpen that is already weak a lot weaker.
I can't deny
So who
that.
the hell is closing the game in the ninth inning? Randy Rodriguez? Are you kidding me?
Well, no, it would
You
be...
want to put that kid in that spot?
It would be...
Tyler Rogers? Oh my gosh.
Bonte.
Oh my gosh.
It'd be closer.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Closer by committee? Yeah,
what's he got?
now you're creating another problem.
Yeah, but what's he got, 10 saves this year?
Doval, but he's your best bullpen
No,
guy.
I'm not saying that he isn't. I'm just saying, like, big picture, I need a guy to play 150 games in the middle of this order, and a guy like Doval.
I do need Vlad.
A guy like Doval is not untouchable when we're having these conversations, when we're talking about value, and I look at where the team's at in terms of, like, their life cycle.
Look,
these are the conversations that I believe Farhan should be having.
You can't go, I mean, Doval will probably be part of the framework for a deal for Vlad Jr. if you went that route. But I have a hard time believing Doval by himself is getting you back a top 5 prospect. I have a hard time believing that.
I think teams are very desperate when they feel like this is their window, and I look at Baltimore, for example, as a team that has a zillion top prospects, and they're like, this is our window now before we have to start paying everyone.
Like you think Baltimore's giving away Jackson Holiday for Camilo Duval?
Maybe not Jackson Holiday, but they've got multiple middle infielders in there.
Norby's good, too. Westbrook's good. I mean, I don't even think you're getting Colton Cowser for Camilo Duval. All right, more coming up, brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing digital deals for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack.
Roast on 95.7 The Game. You better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Same old Klay to me. Good morning, everybody. Shasky Bonte here on the roast. Same old Klay to me. It's good to be with you. NBA Finals, Celtics up 2-0, and I'm looking at PJ Washington. Did score 17, but they're taking away that corner three. 1 of 5 from the three-point line. Not a lot of airspace. And Kyrie Irving having trouble, difficulties gaining separation. Get blown by whether it's Drew Holiday, Jaylen Brown, Derek White. Kyrie Irving has been handcuffed in this series so far. He's got to make an adjustment. They're taking away his dribble drive penetration, taking away the alley-oops. Right now, the Mavericks down 0-2. I find it hard, very difficult to see the Mavericks waiting for the next 5 games. I don't see it. I don't see it.
It's an interesting concept. We've talked a lot about the Warriors and their inability to guard at the point of attack, right? That's what we talk about, whether it's a high pick and roll or just staying in front of someone. And I think this series has indicated 2 things to me. Number one is a 5-out offense where everyone is a threat to some degree from the outside is very dangerous. And it reminds me a lot of what the Warriors had in their closing lineups for the longest time. The second part is blowing by someone and forcing the helper in a there's 5 defenders, right? So forcing a helper to come over and actually help creates the 4-on-3 every single time. And you're seeing Dallas closing out, hands up, wide open shot after wide open shot. I don't know what the stats are going to be for the second game, but I was seeing all the stats floating around for game 1, and I felt very similar after watching game 2. 36 stand, catch and shoots wide open for Boston to 12 for Dallas in game 1. And it felt like that continued, even though Boston missed a ton of shots in game 2. And then seeing the way their 2 stars in Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, just seeing them do a lot of the little things. Tatum, what do you have, 11 assists last night?
12 assists.
12 assists.
18, 12, and 9.
And then his defense on the bigs and being able to shift, rotate at 6'10", his length. Man, there's just... I think Boston's going to win this one going away.
Dallas, at the point of attack, they're making Luka guard, they're making Kyrie guard, and they just can't guard at that point. Even Derek White's getting picked on there. And so when you break down Luka, you get him in the action, and you get him isolated on the Brown or Tatum. He can't stay in front of these guys. So to your point, breaking down defense, play a 4-on-3, now you're dribble driving, kicking out the wide open threes, where on the flip side, Boston's not allowing you to dribble drive because at the point of attack, Drew Holiday is handcuffing dudes. And when you get that production from him offensively, 11 of 14, 26 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists, Boston's playing team basketball. Derek White has come a long way. He was the weak link in the 2022 NBA Finals against the Golden State Warriors. Now he's scoring 18 and playing very good defense. And again, he made one of the All-NBA defensive teams. Derek White. Jaylen Brown, we know what type of defender he is. So at the point of attack, they're keeping Kyrie out of the paint. They're forcing him into tough fadeaways. And therefore, the airspace for P.J. Washington, Derek White, and at times Luka, and the alley-oop threat for Gafford and Lively has been completely taken away in this series. Lively's been MIA. Boston's done a good job defensively. So that's the biggest thing. Perimeter defenders, point of attack defense. If you could keep a team from dribble driving, penetrating, and setting up wide open threes, P.J. Washington was wide open the entire OKC series and the entire Minnesota series. He's not open to this series from 3.
You know, another element, and this is going to kind of get more cliche-y, if you will, old school sports. It does feel like home court, home field, home stadium advantage is at like the lowest it's ever been. Meaning it feels like the road teams now can go into a lot of venues and just... And find a way to win games.
In all sports.
Exactly. Whether it's Mahomes on the road for multiple times. It just feels like it. And that game 3, game 4, when I went to Boston Garden, and we could talk about other venues, and I know there's others. Philadelphia Stadium is another one for football. It is such an old school, raucous environment, and it just feels different. And I'm not trying to like suck up to the Boston fans, but I will acknowledge when I see quote unquote a real one, that stadium still has that old school vibe. You walk in, it's got the banners, it feels old school.
And you walk upstairs because it's upstairs in the gym. And so you got the ice underneath, but you go upstairs and like you said, all the banners, and it's got that old, and the games start late.
Exactly.
So they're all liquored up, and they're ready to roll.
It is. And then you get into the stadium, okay, and you sit down, and I'll just give that upper bowl credit. It's crazy. When Draymond in Game 3 and Game 4, when Draymond was getting booed by them, it was a Draymond sucks chant. And, you hear this sometimes like a chant. Every single time he touched the ball, the whole 18, 20,000 people that were there, little old ladies are screaming Draymond sucks. I mean, they were swearing and going crazy. And to say that didn't affect Draymond is just false. He said it.
He admitted it.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm watching what they're doing to Kyrie, and on a sports old school level, God, I respect the hell out of it. And I know the Boston crowd, there's a lot that we can have umbrage with that I don't think is right in 2024 or just in any era. But the way that they're chanting Kyrie sucks, just as a sports fan, I think it's getting to Kyrie.
Well, he's 13-37 overall in the series. 13-37. He's yet to hit a three-point shot. He's 0-for-8 from the three-point line so far in the series, just 8 assists. He's got 5 turnovers, just 28 points. And he's got to come along for the ride with Luka Doncic. If Kyrie is going to give this type of production offensively, again, credit Boston. Drew Holiday, Jaylen Brown, Derek White, even at times Jason Tatum. They have longer, athletic, and they're being physical with them, and he's not able to get to his spots. They're all over Kyrie Irving. Then they're taking away the airspace for the three-point shooter. So not only are they keeping Kyrie in front of them, and he's unable to gain separation against these long, athletic defenders, it's taking away the airspace. So what now, P.J. Washington can't catch and shoot. He's not open. Can't catch and shoot. You got to put the ball down and dribble. Derek White, Derek Jones, you're not able to catch and shoot on the three-point line. You got to take some shots. At times, Boston said, hey, you can go ahead and shoot it. We'll allow you to shoot it as opposed to Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving. And more importantly, they're taking away the alley-oop threat that we saw all playoffs with Dallas, whether it's against the Clippers, whether it's against OKC, last round against Minnesota. Gafford and Lively were living at the rim, catching lobs over and over and over again. Porzingis, his impact at the rim, blocking shots against Gafford. Jaylen Brown and Derek White tag teaming out P.J. Washington on a fast break, both blocking the shot. Now, I know ESPN afterwards was saying this should have been a foul. P.J. was pushing it back. But you know what? That's playoff basketball. That's physicality. I didn't see much there. So
I didn't think it was a foul.
I didn't see much there. So you're able to do that against Kyrie Irving. And, yeah, sure, he is rattled. He needs against Dallas, and he needs to figure out his game. Because right now he hasn't hit a 3 in the series. And if he's not going to hit a 3, now Dallas did play better, losing by 7. I do believe they'll get game 3. But Boston splits this series is over to me. It's over. And then Tatum and Brown get their championship, and they do it the right way by playing team basketball and going through the process here. Now, adding Drew Holiday, who looks like a modern-day guard, and Scottie Pippen, as he looked like some modern-day Scottie Pippen at the guard spot. I mean, it's unbelievable what he's doing defensively. And you think, damn, Milwaukee, you really gave him up for Damian Lillard? How bad does that trade look?
It does not look good, but Dame Lillard, again, is a guy that everybody obsesses over the offense. And again, I'm probably more of a Dame hater than others, even though I still acknowledge how great he is as a scorer. I don't think he makes others better. I don't think he's the greatest facilitator, and I definitely don't think he plays any defense. And it just feels like for all the ripping of Steph's defense that people do, no one ever talks about Dame's defensive deficiencies.
Oh, we do.
And it bugs me. Here's the thing about Boston, though, that I find interesting when I look at the Warriors. We've talked so much about the finances of the Warriors. You can't have this many people making this amount of money because the league does not want you to. They've made it extremely difficult to keep a team that's highly expensive and top-heavy. They got a guy making almost $60 million. They got a guy making $34 in Drew Holiday. A guy making $33 in Tatum, and his contract's up at the end of next year. Porzingis making $30 million. They got 4 $30 million plus players on their team. So if there ever were going to win one, it's right now. Yep. Because at some point, they're going to have to move off of some of these guys to get under that luxury tax. Otherwise, they're going to be in some very, very deep financial situations.
But you know what? They have Holiday locked up. They have Brown locked up. They'll lock up Tatum. And it's going to be easier to find guys to play alongside those guys. When you have your picks, when you have 2 great players like that, plus Drew Holiday, where you got, look, the perimeter defense with Brown, Tatum, and Holiday, that is amazing. So you're going to get that, all right? Horford's going to retire at some point. You figure out what to do with Porzingis. Boston will be in a position for the next 5 years to compete for championships. Hell, it feels like throughout Tatum and Brown's career, they've been in position to try to win championships. They just come up short. So I do believe building around those two young players will be a lot easier for the Boston Celtics. And that owner, whoever that owner is out there in Boston, they're not afraid to go dip into the tax if they have
no doubt.
to.
But Bonte, like when you pay a guy 57, he's going to make 60 next year, Jaylen Brown. And if you give Tatum something close to that, I mean, you're boom, two players, you're right at the
right
start of where the salary cap starts. You know what I mean?
Right
so yes, you could conceivably continue going down that avenue.
Whit Grusbeck is the owner, by the way, of the Boston Celtics.
But all I'm saying is like they make it very restrictive in terms of what you can trade and how you get rid of it. So having two guys at $60 million, it's tough. I mean, the Warriors are having a difficult time with it, and they got one guy making 55 and one guy making 43, and he's coming off the books in Klay Thompson.
And if they need to, Boston, they'll dump it to the tax, and they'll figure out how to keep that core together and figure out when you have this opportunity, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, this is a good problem. I'm not making this a bad thing. No, I'm just saying that if they're ever going to win one, now is the time to strike.
No doubt. They're striking.
Yes.
They're 2 games away from winning their second championship since 1986, their first championship since Kevin Garnett, Ray Allen. They had a cool graphic yesterday. I don't know if you saw that.
Which one?
Cool montage of where they showed how many championships the Celtics had from the beginning of time till 1986. And they had them all in the boat in the river. And it was Bird, it was Casey Jones, Red Auerbach, and Kevin McHale. Then they showed the title drought. One title since 1986, and it was just Ray Allen, KG, Doc Rivers,
James Posey,
and Paul Pierce in this little boat, right? They showed them in the boat, and they were just going around the stream, but they were very decrepit boat.
Did Rondo get any love?
Rondo did not get any love. He should get some love. I love Rajon Rondo. He's tough.
So they were all on the boat.
They're on the boat, and then they showed another one of those animated montages. Then they finally showed Tatum, Joe Mazzulla, Jaylen Brown, Drew Holiday. They're all on the boat, like, hey, maybe we'll get that ring. It was pretty cool.
No Porzingis, huh?
No Porzingis. Even though he's been big.
Well, he left that game late.
We'll see what happens with Kristaps Porzingis. He said he's going to give it a go. But the finals thing, real quick, going to commercial, they always show the cool pictures of the champions of yesteryear. There's great photos of like Willis Reed against Wilt Chamberlain when the New York Knicks in 1970 won a championship. And Willis Reed is actually playing basketball with the gold chain on.
Oh.
He's got the gold chain on, the gold rope playing against Wilt. Then they show Frazier and Wilt, Willis Reed and Bradley. They show all these guys in the bathtub celebrating. I don't know, I'm a sucker for all that stuff. But what I'm not a sucker for is the Klay Thompson rhetoric right now. Klay Thompson stuff is, he's getting hot. It's getting hot as free agency gets closer and closer and closer. This is the anniversary of Game 4 of the NBA Finals, that Game 4 in Boston, when Steph Curry went crazy for 43 points and 13 rebounds, and the Warriors rallied from a 7-point fourth quarter deficit, down 97-90. Klay hit a big shot. Wiggins hit a big shot. Curry was doing his thing. Key offensive rebounds by Cavan Looney. But on the Plus Minus podcast with Anthony Slater, Marcus Thompson, and Tim Kawakami, little nuggets are coming out about Klay Thompson. And are we ready for this? I feel like we've braced for it. I've already mentally kind of moved on. Whether or not Klay's going to be here or not next season, we shall see. But I've moved on thinking that Klay's going to be gone. You got another report yesterday about the Orlando Magic going in on Klay and Paul George. But here's Marcus Thompson on how he says it doesn't look good for Klay Thompson being back in a Warrior uniform.
His situation remains very unsettled behind the scenes. Like, I mean, I wrote about it last week.
It's going to depend. I don't think it looks good for him coming back. I think he's going to get a bunch of money thrown at him. And I know it's crazy.
Shorter term deal, like balloon payment.
I know. Oh no, man. Teams are out here desperate. We watched 4 teams in the playoffs could not score. They just could not score. And here's a hired gun. I think somebody's going to offer him a bunch of money. Then Klay's got to decide: do I take the money or do I?
And what that number is?
Yeah.
Is it going to? Are they offering him 30? Or are they offering him?
I think he can get it. I think he can get it.
Now, Marcus Thompson thinks he can get it. I've been saying all season he could get it. If somebody's going to be desperate for that shooting, talking to people around the league all season long, they value Klay shooting. But that's Marcus Thompson saying it doesn't look good for Klay coming back. Now, what's your thoughts on that in just a second? Here is what's interesting to me. Listen to Tim Kawakami on what Klay was pissed about. Now, I know Willard Dibbs broke this down to nauseam Friday afternoon, but here it is in case everybody missed it over the weekend. More in the Plus Minus podcast, Anthony Slater, Tim Kawakami, Marcus Thompson, something Klay was pissed at, and maybe he hasn't gotten over.
it's fair if Klay's
Well,
like
he was pissed at him at the end of the season. There's no question. He was pissed at them at the end of the season. And
by the way, not very happy with upper management's dealing with his extension talks.
It's the whole thing.
Or non-dealing, I should say.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. And I think he took offense when Draymond, not at Draymond, but that Draymond said, hey, look, they signed him to a 4-year, $180 million deal when he tore his ACL. And, Klay didn't love that. And it's like, hey, what were they going to do?
What were they going to do? Can you imagine if they did
that was probably his most, like, he had a very interesting exit interview for several reasons, but that was probably the answer that was most, like, revealing.
He had that
people should go back and listen to it if they want.
Just laugh, like, can you imagine?
Yeah, like, oh yeah, what? I just tore my ACL trying to win my fourth title.
Yes, and he's right. It just was a very interesting moment. And that Draymond's the one who brought up. No one said, "Hey, Draymond, the fact that they gave Klay all this money after he's tore ACL." No, like Draymond brought it up himself. So interesting stuff. And again, I've heard it's not as pissy right now. It doesn't mean they're going to do a deal. I just think they've had some understanding.
They've had time.
Yeah. It's just he was pissed. Klay was pissed.
Now, Klay was pissed. And from my dealings with NBA players over the years, football players, baseball players, there's an unwritten rule. You don't speak on another man's money in those circles. You don't talk contracts. You don't bring up contracts. You don't talk about what's in the man's pockets or in his bank account. So if Klay's pissed about that, it doesn't surprise me because pissed at Draymond for that, because in all my dailies and going to the locker rooms and hearing unwritten rules and talking to players off the record. And this is not just over the last 4 years. This is what I've been doing the last decade and hearing from players. And even in our business, radio hosts, we don't walk around, hey, Guru, how much do you make? Hey, Shasky, how much you making? What's your contract look like? That's off limits.
Most settings in the workplace, it's a taboo topic to talk about how much people are making.
Yeah, so
most settings.
Well, I think it should be all settings. You don't talk about what other people make. You just don't. It's like you just don't do it. So I could see why maybe Klay was a little pissy at that. I was like, why are you bringing up my money? What if they didn't say, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, you just don't go there.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate. Well, let's get to the Draymond aspect first, because there's also the bite that you played at the beginning of him being frustrated at management. So let me get this straight. Draymond, who already alienated Kevin Durant, who already alienated Jordan Poole, now is alienating Klay Thompson. Interesting.
Well, I don't know if he's alienating Klay Thompson. I wouldn't go that far. But Klay was a little like, bringing up my money. Why are you bringing up my money?
Again, Draymond.
So I wouldn't say alienating, but he was ticked off.
Well, whatever word we want to use to describe it, but Draymond involved in some way of ticking someone off. And wow, shocker. Now, the part about Klay, the reality is, and this is just how I feel, and people can disagree, I just feel like Klay's been angry a lot for the last 2 years. Angry at himself, angry at his play, angry at the fans, angry at management over the contract talks, angry at, other players around the league, whether it be Devin Booker, angry at the role that he has, angry at the shot selection that people were frustrated with him and they had to sit down with him multiple times 2 years ago, and frustrated with the role he had this year. I just feel like he's frustrated in general. And I get it. Like I do. I understand. Like he's at a very difficult spot in his career and it's playing out in the public eye. And I'm trying to be empathetic on that on some level. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know what he wants. Does he just want to stay with the Warriors at all costs? Does he want top dollar? Does he want respect?
It's respect. I think it's respect.
I think that they've been respectful.
Well, they have been respectful.
They brought him back after not playing for 2 years and put him right into the starting lineup, and they tried to acquiesce him, and they did everything they could to try to make him feel good. It's not their job to make him feel happy every day.
Well, number one, I don't think that's the case, that he was annoyed every single day. Number one, I think he was very happy. He helped you win a fourth championship. He helped you win a fourth championship. Number two with Klay Thompson, it's a respect thing, because when you're homegrown, and you're putting up his, like, especially last season. Like, think about 2 seasons ago when they lose to the LA Lakers in Game 6. Wiggins left the team for 2 months. He was very inconsistent on the court. Very consistent on the court. But Klay got a lot of the rhetoric. Klay got a lot of the talk. Klay got a lot of the blame from the fans or from whatever. And so when you get offered a 2-year, $48 million deal, then you're hearing that, hey, we want the big three to retire and want to wear Warrior uniforms forever. And you get a 2-year deal or 2-year offer, and you look at Draymond Green and you look at, it's not even the money, it's the length of the year, the length of the contract. Wait, I'm getting 2 years, but these guys get 3 years and a player option? Yeah, it's a respect thing. It's a respect thing. And now that you're a free agent, and maybe he realizes that he maybe needs to adjust his game, and maybe this situation isn't the best for him. I would say he wasn't happy, but a lot of things didn't go his way. But by the way, everybody bitched and moaned about Klay Thompson coming off the bench. One of the things that doesn't get talked about enough is that he did go to the bench. And he went to the bench, and he played very well, and you didn't hear a peep out of him. Actually, you heard a young man who matured when he came off the bench. What did he tell Fitzpatrick over? Oh, he told us this on the postgame show, too. You know, coming off the bench is actually good for me. I can see how the game is flowing. I can see what I need to do to kind of interject myself and come in and help the team. He came off the bench and played a lot better. So, I don't know. Like, I thought the young man kind of sat back, was happy, realized that, hey, I'm going to come off the bench and help this team win and get my 30 minutes. What else do you want from me? What else do you want?
I just, look, these guys all talk about how it's a business and you can't talk about what other people are making, yet they want their contracts to align with each other. Like, there's a lot of double talk. And I honestly do see both sides of the conversation. But the reality is like, if you guys are all going to say it's a business, and then get offended when business is being conducted, I don't know, man. I don't think you can have your cake and eat it too. And this to me, just the writing's on the wall, and it feels like the timing is right for all parties to just kind of go in their separate ways. There's too much emotions and there's too much anger. It feels like a relationship.
I don't think there's any anger. I think the anger is just maybe some annoyance. But you look at the offense. Like, let's just talk basketball.
You feel disrespected by the amount of years.
Let's just talk basketball for a second.
By the amount of numbers.
Let's talk basketball for a second. Is this situation in terms of a basketball team and the way the Warriors play the best basketball situation for Klay Thompson? All the movement, read and react. If you're playing with non-scorers, that's going to restrict the airspace of Klay Thompson. It's going to restrict the airspace of Stephen Curry. Maybe Klay sees that, saying, I don't always get the best shot opportunities here because we're not able to break people off the dribble. We're not the most athletic team. Maybe I need to go somewhere where they have more athleticism, more star power, more guys who can create wide open shots for me. Just from a basketball standpoint, is it the best situation for Klay Thompson? Strictly basketball, just in terms of running up and down the court, playing defense, playing offense in this system that Steve Kerr employs, the motion offense with read and react. I ask, is this the best system for Klay Thompson moving forward?
I mean, where he gets to shoot 20 times a game? Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
He shoot 20 times a game last year.
What was 17?
16. And then when he came off the bench, 15 times.
I think it's a pretty good system for him. I think he's also going to get... How many of
those shots were wide open? How many shots were contested? You know, how many times did you have to see... Klay Thompson last year averaged 14.7 shots per game.
Okay.
And that went down to probably like 12 once he came off the bench.
15 shots a game is still really good. I think. Maybe he wants more. I don't know. I think he works in a lot of systems.
How many of those shots were good, though? You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's also his discernment.
But that's also, when I'm looking at Klay Thompson, the way he ages, and the reason why I asked if it's the best system for him, because you're running around off multiple screens. Well, I realize he doesn't have the same legs that he had before the injuries. So that's a lot of movement. That's a lot of movement offensively. Then how does it translate defensively? Where's your legs at? Well, we saw with Steph Curry's legs, offensively and defensively, Curry was gassed by the end of the season. Those legs were damn near dead. You know what I'm saying? Like, he needed a day off.
So then you don't think it makes basketball sense to bring him back? That's what you're saying?
I think basketball-wise, it may be best for both parties to move on. And this is why I say that, too. Draymond Green basically acknowledged something on his latest podcast. He acknowledged something. And the Warriors as a whole may need to adjust. And maybe Klay Thompson doesn't fit to this new offense or this adjustment. During a recent episode of the Draymond Green Show, Golden State veteran champion provided his thoughts on another way the team can improve over the offseason. The outspoken forward believes this team needs to change its approach to get things back on track. Green said, it changes, and we're adjusting to that change, which is great. I think Steve Kerr is doing an incredible job where he's becoming more open to Jonathan Kuminga having the ball more, or Kuminga being in the pick and roll, running some ISOs for Kuminga. It takes some time to adjust to that when you've had the level of success we've had doing what we've done. So there, right there, from Draymond Green, he's admitting and acknowledging that there could be a tweak in the system, that we'll see more uses for a player like Jonathan Kuminga, more pick and roll, and more ISOs. Where does Klay fit in that in this offense? For the amount of money that he may want and the amount of years that he may want, with the decision that you're going to have to make on Jonathan Kuminga in the next year or two, whether it's $30 million a year or whatnot, plus you still got Moses Moody. So I'm not sure the system, you could maximize Klay Thompson's usage in this system anymore. Now, you say 15 shots, but how many of your shots were good? How many shots were quality? You get what I'm saying?
No, I do, but I've watched him bring the ball up the court, not pass to anyone, and just chuck up a bad shot, or take a heat check after he hasn't touched it for 3 or 4 possessions. So, it goes both ways. I just think everybody's kind of saying the same thing without saying it, which is like, Klay's a role player at this point, and that's not a bad thing, or that's not some diminishing comment. It's just it is what he is right now, and we could talk about how much is a role player worth, and on each team, what is what does role player even mean, right? On some level, the ninth man is a role player, but you could be a very, very good role-playing starter, and you could be a very, very good...
I don't think Klay Thompson's a ninth man. I think maybe a sixth man.
I'm trying to define the role. He could be a sixth man, he could be a fifth man, fourth man, whatever, but I just think he's a role player, and I don't know if he stays here, he views himself as a role player. I think when he stays here, he views himself rightfully as a pillar.
He's one of the made men.
Exactly. And so I think that there's this emotional barrier that is very difficult for the player and the team to kind of pound through, where your role evolves. I just think it's very difficult.
Well, there's a couple things here. One, bringing the ball up the floor. Klay should never be bringing the ball up the floor. Sometimes we get that in the offense when you don't know what the hell you're doing. But Klay Thompson's not that guy, and I think he needs to go to a team where they have shot creators for him. When it comes to Klay Thompson, and I'm looking at him, so in the 18-game stretch where he didn't start, there's 4 starts within his 18-game stretch. He basically came off the bench. He averaged 14 shots a game, averaged 18 points, shot 44%, and he shot 42% from 3. I mean, those are some great numbers. There's a lot of NBA teams that will take those numbers. But what I'm focused on here as we move forward, and Klay may move forward, he may move on, and I think that a change of scenery is best for both parties. I'm not comfortable with seeing the Warriors pay Klay Thompson $30 million a year, $25 million a year at this point, because that's basically saying running it back with a 10th place team. I don't think you could do that. But if Klay Thompson decides to move on, fine. My interest here is in what Draymond Green said. I think we're adjusted to change. I think Steve Kerr's doing an incredible job where he's becoming more open to Jonathan Kuminga having the ball more, or Kuminga being in the pick and roll, running some ISOs for Kuminga. It takes some time to adjust to that when you've had the level of success that we've had doing what we've done. And now I ask the question, 888-957-9570, how are we feeling about Kuminga getting more usage, having the ball more, play more pick and roll, play more isolation? I've heard from a lot of you out there. You want Steve Kerr to adjust your system. You want Steve Kerr to run more pick and roll, high ball screens. Maybe that's what Jonathan Kuminga and Stephen Curry. Are we willing to deal with that? Because there's going to be growing pains with that. And then if you do that, now we get to see if Kuminga's worth that $30 million per season. Now you get to make an educated, logical decision on whether or not you want to extend Jonathan Kuminga. But right there, Draymond Green admitting that Steve Kerr's doing everything he can to implement Jonathan Kuminga more in this offense. Is Kuminga ready for that? And are we good with that as a fan base? We want to see the youngsters with the Giants, right? Ramos, Matos, and everybody else. Want to see the youngsters with the Niners. Now you get to see a youngster who's going to be in the elevated role, Jonathan Kuminga.
I think you can run some of that stuff in certain times of the game. I don't think he's ready. For this team to be a playoff team and be an impactful team, man. I mean, how many times have I watched Kuminga triple into someone and crash? Doesn't mean he can't grow. But the players around him, and this goes back to the Klay Thompson thing, the players around him really matter. If Draymond's on the floor with him while he's doing that, whoever's guarding Draymond's going to sag off. As we talked about help the helper and all that stuff with the Boston conversation, Just imagine you have 5 defenders, and if you're not defending Draymond Green on the outside, the second Kuminga puts the ball on the floor, what is the guy guarding Draymond going to do? He's going to run over and double Kuminga. So unless Kuminga is going to take a quantum leap forward as a passer and in discernment, and I hope he does, call me a little skeptical, I think we're in for a big growth period. Like, you're going to see a very steep learning curve. You don't just all of a sudden become, and again, this is like the top end of it, like a Luka Doncic, where, hey, I'm going to run high pick and roll, and I'm going to destroy you from three-point land, mid-range. I could go to the rim because I'm bigger and stronger, and I could pass the ball. Like, there's many freeway exits from where Kuminga is currently, or at least what I saw last year, and where the best players in the league who do that high pick and roll stuff. I think at times, second unit, running elements of it, I got to see what it looks like.
All right, here's Draymond Green on making.
I feel like a hater bringing that. Like,
yeah, you do sound like a hater. Here's Draymond Green on making the adjustments.
Like, we changing, bro. Like you said, we getting older. Like, we are not the same basketball team that we were in 2019. Or even in 2022, for that matter. Like, it changes, you know what I'm saying? And I think, we're adjusting to that change, which is great. Like, I think Steve is doing an incredible job of where he's becoming more open to, like, Jonathan Kuminga having the ball more, and, like, Kuminga being in the pick and roll, and, like, running some ISOs for Kuminga, whereas, it takes some time to adjust to that when you've had the level of success that we've had.
So that's Draymond Green alongside Danny Green, the Green Show, the Draymond Green Show, but Danny Green sat in on it. He's a champion as well, as Draymond Green explained where the Warriors are at. So I look at Jonathan Kuminga's last 41 games, right? 41 games played. You say maybe he can't take the Luka jump. Nobody asked him to be Luka. But you see what he did in the last 41 games, right? And this is just raw data. And then you look at the eye test, and it tells you that he was impactful this season, where he averaged 19 points. He shot 55% from the floor. He shot 35.5% from three. And his free throws, he shot 79% from the free throw line. And you saw the little 10-foot midi that he always had in the post-up game, whether it's the mid-block, down on the paint. He can hit the little fadeaway right there in the paint. He'll dunk on your head. He's got the mid-range jumper. I think defensively he could take another step as a on-ball defender and being good. Off the ball, he may get lost at times. He needs to work it out. But on the ball, on-ball defender, in which Klay was so good at, in which Wiggins was so good at a couple seasons ago, I think Kuminga could be so good as a two-way player, as an on-the-ball defender. Offensively, it's not the worst thing in the world to have JK say, hey, clear it out, let me go to the rack and draw a foul. I think he can take that next step. The guy averaged 19 points a game over his last 41. If he gets the usage that he got during that stretch, who's to say JK can't give you 22, 23 points per game with high efficiency and more rebounding? He gave you 5.5 rebounds in just 29 minutes. Well, right? So I think he can take a jump. Jordan Poole took a jump. Why not JK? Jordan Poole took a massive jump during that championship season.
No, he took. I mean, to average 20 in the league is really impressive. I mean, to make a 6-7 point jump up, to go to 22, 23, he'd be like the most improved player in the league. He'd be at least on a very short list.
Maxey
right?
did it.
Yeah.
And I take away those.
He had the ball.
Like, I know he averaged 16 points per game overall.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at when he sat there and went to the media after the Denver Nuggets game, in which he didn't play the last 18 minutes. And he was seeing sporadic playing time, where there was 16 minutes a game, 18 minutes a game. Once he, wasn't playing at crunch time.
I mean, let's go to the closeout game.
Once he took that step, JK became a different player. Damn near averaged 20.
No, I understand, but like they need to make moves to free up playing time for him, because like I go back to that play-in game, and I'm saying like he had like a 3-minute stretch in the second quarter where he scored the 3 buckets in a row or whatever it was. He barely played, it felt like, until the game was decided.
Well,
so like they need to clear spots for him to play.
Well, that's where Klay Thompson moving on. There's going to be usage opportunities once Klay moves on. Because it sounds like Klay will move on. And how are we feeling about that? 888-957-9570. Are we ready for that as a fan base? Are we ready for this? See, I bet you we'll get a lot of calls saying, yes, it's time for Klay to move on. He doesn't want to accept the role. And I'll fight you back saying, well, he did accept the role. All these guys, JK, the two guys we're talking about right now, JK and Klay Thompson, felt like they accepted the roles last season.
What role is that?
Klay Thompson's accepted his role coming off the bench.
No, but what's the role? Not just coming off. What is
coming
the role?
off the bench and being shot discernment. Klay Thompson came off the bench, became a team player, and averaged 19 points a game off the bench.
He didn't. I get the sense that doesn't satisfy him.
Well, he said that he had perspective. We heard multiple post-game interviews with Klay Thompson where he sat there and he said, I had a conversation with Steve. I was wrong. I cursed out the coaching staff. I wasn't happy. But boy, I see how life could be easier coming off the bench. I could see how the game flows better coming off the bench. Now I can find my time. And I know with the second unit, I'm going to be able to get more shots where in the first unit, you could get Andrew Wiggins going. You get JK going. You get other guys going without me having to touch the ball. Now I come in with the second unit, whether it's with Chris Paul, Brandon Pajewski, Moses Moody, TJD. And don't forget about the rapport he had with TJD, the little two-man game between Klay Thompson and TJD. He accepted that role. He accepted that role. JK, his role. He got an elevated role, which he accepted. Now, coming off the bench when he was hurt, that killed all his rhythm at the end of the season. I'm going to throw that away. It was messed up. The timing of the injury, when he got hurt, and guys playing better. So that's the role. Klay accepted that role. Can we admit that?
Yeah.
Why is it hard?
He
ended up doing it, but he ended up doing it. I don't care how he did it. I don't care how he listened.
But Bonte,
there's roles at the radio station where I reluctantly accepted those roles.
Yeah, but you end up
doing it.
Yeah, but you didn't have a pending free agency where it feels like that's left a sour taste in his mouth.
I did in one role I had here at the station. I had a contract coming up where I had to accept the role.
I'm talking about Klay Thompson. I'm saying he reluctantly accepted it, and now I think.
But he did though.
It sounds to me. I mean, I'm just listening to Slater and Thompson and TK are saying, Tim Kawakami, and it just feels like that's left a sour taste in his mouth. Not just that. Everything.
Everything.
It's everything.
And there's probably more we don't know about behind the scenes, and that's just one tea leaf. That's just one tea leaf of what Tim Kawakami didn't just come out and say that. Again, I'll play it again. Here's what Klay Thompson was a little irate about at the end of the season on the Plus Minus podcast. Marcus Thompson, Tim Kawakami, Anthony Slater.
It's fair if Klay's
he was pissed at him at the end of the season. There's no question. He was pissed at them at the end of the season. And
by the way, not very happy with upper management's dealing with his extension talks.
It's the whole thing.
Or non-dealing, I should say.
Yeah,
almost.
it's the whole thing. And I think he took offense when Draymond, not at Draymond, but that Draymond said, hey, look, if they signed him to a 4-year, $180 million deal when he tore his ACL. And, Klay didn't love that. And it's like, hey, what were they going to do?
What were they going to do? Can you imagine if they did
that was probably his most, he had a very interesting exit interview for several reasons, but that was probably the answer that was most, revealing.
He had that
People should go back and listen to it if they want.
Just laugh, can you imagine?
What? I just, tore my ACL trying to win my, fourth title.
Yes. And he's right. It just was a very interesting moment. And that Draymond's the one who brought it up. No one said, hey, Draymond, the fact that they gave Klay all this money after he's tore ACL. No, Draymond brought it up himself. So interesting stuff. And again, I've heard it's not as pissy right now. It doesn't mean they're going to do a deal. I just think they've had some understanding.
They've had time.
Yeah. It's just he was pissed. Klay was pissed.
That's the latest from Kawakami. We'll get to Samita and Los Gatos on the other side. 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, where you at? As we talk a little basketball here, we'll go back to baseball at some point. Giants win 2 or 3 in Texas, but they're a 500 team. What is there to be excited about right now when it comes to the Giants? What do they need? But in the meantime, let's get to the injury report. Oh, boy, the Houston Astros are in town. They're banged up right now. Who's not banged up in the game of baseball? Milwaukee wounded his third baseman, Alex Bregman, who's having a very, very subpar season. The perennial all-star on Sunday, he was hit by a pitch by Chandler Rome for the L.A. Angels, forcing Bregman out of the game. Initial x-rays came back clean after the game, but this is the second time in the past week he has taken a pitch off his left head, so he insists he's good to go this week. But we'll see if he suits up tonight against the Giants as they begin a 3-game set at Oracle Park. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Incursion, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, you ready for Klay to move on? Yay or nay? That's coming up on the roast.
Shop premium protein at Whole Foods Market. Get 50% off no antibiotics ever air-chilled bone-in split chicken breasts.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there on a Monday morning. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers, all the overnight dancers, teachers, cops. I know a lot of summer vacations are starting for a lot of you students. So congratulations again through another semester. All the graduates over the weekend. A lot of graduations. Congrats to all the graduates as we get rolling here on the morning roast. We got Samita in Los Gatos talking Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson obviously is going to be an unrestricted free agent. We've known this all season long, but we're getting closer and closer to it as we're almost midway through June. NBA Finals are going on with the Celtics up 2 games to zip on the Dallas Mavericks. But what is going on with the Golden State Warriors? What is going on? Well, Marcus Thompson on the Plus Minus podcast says, doesn't look good for Klay coming back in a Warriors uniform.
His situation remains very unsettled behind the scenes. I wrote about it last week.
It's going to depend.
I don't think it looks good for him coming back. I think he's going to get a bunch of money thrown at him. And I know it's crazy.
Shorter term deal, like balloon payment.
I know. Oh, no, man. Teams are out here desperate. We watched 4 teams in the playoffs could not score. They just could not score. And here's a hired gun. I think somebody's going to offer him a bunch of money. Then Klay's got to decide, do I take the money or do I?
And what that number is. Is it going to? Are they offering him 30 or are they offering him?
I think he can get it. I think he can get it.
What do you think is, if we were ranking them, because it's never one thing, but like respect, money, spot on the team, as in like starter or whatever the role is or whatever, winning, like what's his algorithm for signing?
I don't know. I can't get into his head, but my guess would be it's probably the length of the deal. If he got offered a 2-year, $48 million deal after watching Draymond in the same offseason get a 3-year deal with the player option at 4 and then knowing that Andrew Wiggins is signed for the next 3 years, I think it's the respect and the deal, the length of the deal. I think that's probably ticks him off. The money, I think he'd stay at 25, 23 if the years were right.
So it's the amount of years, and because of the respect. Okay, well, I had
to guess,
okay,
I'm not inside Klay's head. I don't talk to his agent. I don't know where he's at with that. But if I had to guess, that would be my guess.
Interesting. So man, this has got a Frank Gore like feel to it, and the reason why I bring Frank Gore up is like the Niners never could keep Frank Gore without reverting back to him being the starter and getting the bulk of the touches. And I feel like with the Warriors and all of the emotion and the equity that he has earned, he's earned all these things, Klay Thompson. He's earned all the feeling of what he feels like he's accomplished because he has, the respect that he feels that he's due because he has earned those things, all that stuff. But it feels like for the organization to be able to turn the page and free up Kuminga being the let's just say hypothetically, the number 2 playmaker for this team, or the number 2 in the pecking order or the hierarchy, to be able to play even like, let's say, a random Moses Moody at the 2 guard spot, not worry about the emotions of Klay Thompson. It just feels like you keep bringing all parties. I feel like for the Warriors to grow, they might have to take a small step back in terms of 3-point shooting production and just shot making on the outside, but to be able to free up the hierarchy of the team and the power dynamic of the team. I mean, even Draymond is referencing like, we won a certain way for so long, and like you just keep reverting back to what worked. And I get it. I get why you would feel that way, but like we've got to evolve, guys. Like just organization, team, players, everyone, coach. We got to move forward. Look at what's in the finals right now.
And so I think they will move forward. My gut is if I had to place a bet, my bet would be that Klay Thompson would be a member of the Golden State Warriors next season. Just that would be my bet.
I don't think Warrior fans are, as a whole, I don't think they might feel like, oh, we're ready to have it happen. I don't think that they're ready just right now.
Are you ready?
What?
Are you ready for that?
I mean, we do this every day, and I'm just, again, feeling it out. Like, honestly, I don't think I'm going to I don't think I'm going to like Klay on another team, Draymond's still here. That doesn't sit well with me. All the stuff Draymond's done, Draymond gets to stick around. And the sticking point is the fourth year because Dre got a player option and Klay didn't, and like that's getting really into the minutia. It's just very simple to me.
It is what it is. It's out there.
Yeah, but
it's out there.
That doesn't. I'm telling you, it doesn't sit well with me.
And then Klay Thompson said that Draymond brought up the money, and I know this from just my experience of covering professional sports and being in locker rooms and having a lot of off the record conversations, which. At one point, you're like, damn, I wish it was on the record. I could explain to the public. But off the record's off the record, which means I'm keeping my mouth shut. Ain't no snitching coming from Bonte Hill at all. But off the record, you do not bring up somebody else's money. You do not bring up somebody else's contract. I've heard this from multiple players, retired, present, doesn't matter. You do not bring up their money. Hell, here at 95.7 Game, have I ever asked you how much money you're making on your contract? No. It's off limits. It's out of bounds. You don't do that. I'm sorry. You just don't do it. And Klay was pissed off that. So I do understand. Let's get to Samita and Los Gatos, then we'll get to Rob and San Bruno.
Before you do that, just real quickly, isn't it also, though, a catch-22 to say that your sticking point is the amount of years, even though we don't talk about the money, for then you to be frustrated that someone else has an extra year or two on their deal and then how does that not line up?
It's respecting. It's like, wait, you're going to offer me 2? And I know all these guys, like, do you really want me to retire as a Golden State Warrior? You're giving me a 2-year deal where everybody else is lined up for 3.
But who says 4? Who says that you can't get another year or 2 or whatever?
It's not guaranteed.
No,
it's not guaranteed.
But like all these,
it's not guaranteed.
But like they just said, common fans, like, dude, you guys have made hundreds of millions of dollars.
But this ain't common fans. This is.
But that's where they say to themselves, I get what you're saying, but like. That's where the confidence. Like, well, wait a minute. If you want to play,
you can't put ourselves in that situation. They play in a different world. They're playing with monopoly money. You can't do that. We're not in that category.
I've watched Adonis Haslam stay with the Heat for years on 1-year deals. I've watched other guys do it.
Adonis Haslam was a coach.
No,
he didn't play.
Well, this year,
he didn't play at all
for like 7 years.
Like he didn't play at all.
But
Klay Thompson's much more of a productive player than Udonis Haslam.
But I don't understand.
He's going to impact winning so much more than Udonis Haslam.
But just because you get a 2-year deal doesn't mean you can't get another 1-year deal or another 2-year deal or
maybe
whatever.
Maybe he doesn't want that. Maybe he wants the long-term stability. Some players want long-term stability. You can't fault him for that. After having a season, he led the league in May threes. Shot 41%. There's other teams that would die for that. Let's get to Samita and Los Gatos. Samita, what's happening?
Hey guys, good morning.
Morning.
I just wanted to, say that Shasky said something earlier that I think I totally agree with, where he's like, everybody keeps saying it's a business, but then, you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. So for the Warriors, it is a business. You got to put your money where the money can make you win. And my question is, we're talking about Klay and everything he's done for us. What did he do in the playoffs this year, in the postseason this year? He scored 0 points.
Well, they all sucked.
Right? So,
they all sucked, Samita. It wasn't just Klay. They all sucked.
It was 2 straight playoffs. Like the playoffs against the Kings and Lakers weren't great either.
The King, come on. He wasn't the only one.
He wasn't the only one, but we're talking about his contract, right? So, yeah, right. He wasn't the only one. No, we're not talking about trading Steph. We're talking about Klay. And let's say at the end of the day, we have to admit he's not the player he used to be.
Hold on, Samita. How come Klay gets all this? This is what bothers me. A made man like Klay Thompson, okay, he doesn't have a great playoff series against the LA Lakers. The last 3 games, he's stunk, and he doesn't have a great game against Sacramento, scores 0 points. Where the hell is that vitriol for Andrew Wiggins, who's got a 4-year deal for $25 million? Where's that vitriol for Draymond Green? He wasn't good against the LA Lakers either. He wasn't. They allowed him to shoot shots. He wouldn't shoot them. So that's when we gave Klay all the vitriol, but what about the other guys?
No one cares about Wiggins.
Nobody cares about Wiggins. He's making $100 million.
I know, but that's my point. We're ready to throw him out in a second. Get in there, Samita.
Warrior.
He's got a 4-year deal.
Yeah,
we don't care about Wiggins. And he's making $100 million. No. We don't care about him.
No, we do. If you ask me, he's the very first person who should go.
All right. That settles out.
I'm not a Wiggins fan in terms of what he's provided to the team in the last couple of years and all of his off-court issues. I just don't think he's consistent enough. He's brilliant in stretches, and then he's just like a no-show. So if you're asking me if it's a trade-off between Wiggins and Klay, I think Wiggins is the one that is definitely the one that's the person who should go first. But if we're talking about Klay and you're talking about paying him $30 million a year to be a Warrior, no. I don't know. I don't know that makes sense.
Samita, I'm with you there. I'm not, as a Warrior fan, I would feel very It's not my money. It's Lacob's money, first of all. So I don't care who's spending what, because I'm not spending a dime. But I would feel very uncomfortable as a fan knowing that they gave Klay Thompson $30 million a year. I don't know how that makes you better when you just finished in 10th place and it restricts you from signing other players. So I think we're all on board with that. I'm in the boat of, I think it's best for all parties to move on. I do. I think Klay needs to change the scenery. I think the Warriors need to evolve in the way they play. And maybe that makes that you have to make uncomfortable decisions. Let Klay walk. Maybe the decision they need to make to get better. I'm okay with that. I am very okay with that. But let's not act like Klay's the only one who struggled in these playoff games. Come on. He's a byproduct, and it's alarming when he does it because his shots mean something, and we know what he means to this organization and his fan base.
Too.
But all of them, but they all don't play. I mean, they're all terrible.
Kevin Huerter got him early in the series, and then Keegan was going at him, and then the Lakers series, he got stuff. But it's not just the playoffs; like it's the body of work. He's not the same defender, and I think part of what, as we talk about, like the Warriors being better when he plays a chunk of minutes alongside Steph Curry, you're at a disadvantage defensively because Steph's also not a great defender, and so you couple them together, and I think it makes things very difficult. I'm watching teams, Dallas and Boston, in the finals right now, and the key to them being really good is, yes, you have the deficient Kyrie defensively and the deficient Luka. They couple that with three really long defenders around him with a guy at the rim who can block shots. I look at Boston and they've got, I'd say, 5 really good defenders out there at times, 4 sometimes, but 5 at times. And so, they're working with more than what the Warriors have had. And so because of the other roster guys on the team, like you're going to have Draymond out there, you're going to have Steph out there. Steph's a poor defender. It's tough when you're coupling Klay and Steph out there. If he's not shooting, he's not bringing enough to the table to stay on the floor alongside Steph.
But his gravity, if he's not shooting, I think his gravity does provide spacing for others because teams are still face guarding Klay Thompson as if he is the Klay Thompson from 2019 and beyond. So I do think, he adds a little more than shooting. His presence on the floor tells you that he's still guarded as one of the top shooters in this league. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? The disrespect to Klay Thompson is unreal, and the thing is, this the first time you hearing about Draymond hating on Klay Thompson. He always talking about somebody's money, whether that's Kevin Durant, whether that's Jordan Poole. He always speaking on somebody's money. That's the problem. This league is still about shooting. It's not about big men. The problem with the Warriors ain't Klay Thompson, it's Draymond Green. You got a big man, he paying all his money. He can't even consistently get you 10 points a game, easy points. He's struggling. So, getting rid of Klay don't make no sense. I watched Luka get shook all day last night. Shook. Couldn't guard nobody. And y'all talking about defense. There's no defense being played in the league. Only defense is a bucket. Can you get a bucket? That's the best defense in the league. Missing with this, it's like the 80s and the 90s. I feel like we use this defense to try to critique a player that we not really feeling.
Hey Rob, real quick, Rob, to your point, Rob, Minnesota had the best defense in the league. What happened in the last 5 games against Denver and then 5 games against Dallas? Defense got torched, right? It was about getting buckets at the end of the day. It was about getting buckets.
Yeah, Gobert couldn't get a bucket. Gobert couldn't get a bucket. At the end of the day, even the Boston series, right now, it's about how many buckets can you score. And that's what it's about. It ain't about no D, just not the 90s. It's over. We ain't both up nose, elbow. It's about pure buckets, and nobody gets bitches like Klay when he's hot. If the Warriors want to really win, you keep Steph and Klay together. You get rid of the person that is Draymond and get you a big that can score, that can make it easier for Klay and Steph instead of dudes running around all them damn screens all goddamn game long. You're not the same young cats no more. Like, stop doing that. It's over. You can still utilize your shooting, but get a big man who score. Quit using Draymond as he's 0-4 Rasheed Wallace. He's not that no more. The problem is Draymond. Draymond has too much say-so in his organization for a guy who want to get you. It's time. It's time for him to go. Klay Thompson's been the man here. Klay Thompson saved this franchise. If it wasn't for Klay Thompson, y'all don't get Kevin Durant. Remember that. So Klay Thompson really saved this franchise. So I don't want to hear the Klay slang. I'm tired of it. Disrespectful. It just shows this fan. Some of these Golden State fan base, I'm gonna say it. Most of outside of the OGs, most of them old Laker fans, Kobe, Shaq fans, anyway. So you know what I'm saying? So they don't really know. They don't really know about the Warriors. They just out here just bandwagoning, and it's very disrespectful.
I know. Rob, I disagree with you because look, like
there's a lot of disrespectful people when it comes to Klay. Like we just think that he brings shooting to the table. His gravity
but it's
just
also
gets
like
ignored.
this isn't baseball where you can just have a $400 million payroll.
No,
like
we're not saying that.
There's a difficulty here, and like at some point, everyone comes to the end of their career, or at least their spot with a team because of a variety of reasons: poor play, their desires, new management. It could be whatever, decline in play, and you still see yourself as something else. Like I love Frank Gore. I use Frank Gore as a great example. I think Frank Gore's a legend. He's one of my favorite 49ers of all time. It was time to go, and I love Frank, and it hurt me that he played for a zillion other teams after he left the Niners, but it was probably the right decision.
Well, it was time to go, and let's not be mistaken. That team was an expansion team anyway, so everybody was gone. Like the Niners went through a dark, dark period once all those guys moved on. I mean, it was ugly out here.
I know, but you can't afford everyone.
The Warriors are still
forever.
But see, the Warriors are not. They're in a different situation than the Niners were with Frank Gore. They didn't have a Steph Curry type on their team.
No.
They didn't have a Draymond Green type on their team. They didn't have a young ascending Jonathan Kuminga on their team. They had Colin Kaepernick and a bunch of who's. And then Navarro Bowman, who was compromised coming off of Achilles tendon.
It's not about the exact comp. It's about the symbolism.
No, I hear the symbolism. But, Klay Thompson is still a serviceable player. I would say he's more serviceable than Frank Gore was at this point of his career. But I don't want to get misconstrued here. I'm okay with the Warriors moving off of Klay Thompson because of economic value. And if you are adjusting your style of play, maybe the style of play is not best suited for Klay Thompson. Now, here's back on April 19th. It was Klay. Tim Kawakami brought up that Klay was not happy about Draymond bringing up his money. Here's the exact quote from Draymond Green, April 19th, when he spoke about the organization and possibly moving on from Klay Thompson.
I don't think there's any scenario where Klay leaves and that's the best decision for this team and organization. But what I don't doubt is if Joe or Mike or anybody felt that it was best that this team moved forward without Klay, that wouldn't be the decision they make because they believe that. They've shown nothing but respect, loyalty, love, trust to us. So I got no reason to go into it like, oh man, they're not going to do right by Klay. They did right by me. They've done right by Steph. They've done right by all of us. Klay tore his ACL. They paid him $160 million. So I have no reason to think that our ownership group aren't going to take care of us the way we've taken care of this organization. Like I said, ultimately that decision will be Klay's, but I don't look at it like, oh man, they're going to only do what's. There's a lot of organizations that will only do what's best for the organization. This ain't one of them.
Oops. I'm just blown away at how much equity they've allowed Draymond Green to have over the last couple of years after everything that he's done. I mean, the more you hear that quote, I totally understand from Klay Thompson's perspective how that could be perceived as like, and I know Draymond didn't mean it this way, but the way it could be received is, he hurt himself and they gave him a sympathy contract. Like that's the way he could. I could feel that if I was Klay Thompson, I would have felt like that was the way it was said. And I don't think that that's fair at all.
No, but if you're Klay Thompson, you say, well, I tore my ACL. I got the bag because we thought, hey, just a torn ACL. I'll come back. I'll be ready to roll. And he was ready to roll. DeLon Wright was in that workout in which Klay Thompson tore his Achilles tendon. All right, DeLon Wright. By the way, City College, San Francisco, longtime NBA player, little brother of Darrell Wright. DeLon was there. There's a couple other guys there. And they say Klay was looking like the Klay of 2019, 2018, 2017. They said the guy was cooking. Guy was moving around. Guy was going to have a monster year. Tears his Achilles. So the Warriors paid for the guy coming out there torn ACL. I don't think they would have gave a guy $160 million if he had the ACL and the Achilles. You get what I'm saying? So whether it was a sympathy, what were you going to do? Let Klay Thompson walk at that point?
No, everyone. I remember doing shows at that time. Everyone was like a no-brainer.
No-brainer.
Yeah.
No-brainer.
So,
you give him the money.
But the way Draymond said it is like, he just shouldn't have. It drives me crazy because, like, at least with Klay, we can talk a lot about the majority is about basketball. It's always Draymond talking. Like, is he a part of the ownership group? He talks like he is. And I don't understand how he has created so much power in the organization. I don't get it. Like, if Steph had this kind of power, I think we would all be like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's Steph Curry. Like, Draymond, you've been a big hindrance. You've been very impactful, and you've been extremely successful. You've also been very negligent, both physically and verbally, over a 5-year period. And I just don't understand why he has so much to say about everything, and yet it never seems like he's ever accepting culpability on his own actions. Yeah, it drives me crazy, quite honestly.
Well, here's the other thing about the Dafty, because there's two things. It's two things. One, Klay's ticked off about that, and he may move on. And we may be getting closer and closer and closer to that. And as we get closer and closer to that, I wonder how Dub Nation feels, because it's funny, man. I went to a funeral. Shout out to Grandma Essie, who passed away, but it was a celebration of her life. 89 years young. She lived a long, great life. But, you go to these celebrations. Obviously, we work in this business, Shasky, and all the questions. So what's going to happen to the Warriors? Give me the inside information.
Do you know anything?
So I just play boo-boo the fools. Like, I don't know anything. I don't know anything. And if I did know something, I wouldn't tell you. Because I will swear it off the record stuff. I don't do that. I don't play that game. I'm not going to compromise relationships for intel to appease people and make myself look good. Not going to do that. Not going to do that at all. But a lot of people was like, boy, they need to bring Klay back. They need to bring Klay. What are they going to do with Klay? What are they going to do with Klay? It's $1 million question. Like, I think the number one priority is Andrew Wiggins and figuring out what the hell you're going to do with him. But in the Warrior fans' mind, they're worried about the homegrown talent. And what do you do with Klay Thompson? And what is he going to do? And who's going to be after him? Because shooting is valued. Look at the Boston Celtics playing 5-out, launching all those threes. Look at Dallas. They love to shoot the three. And the big equalizer is a three-point shot. Kyrie can't hit a three. Boston can. Minnesota, they lacked three-point shooting when it came down to it down the stretch. They lacked shooting when it came down to it down the stretch. So they lost that series. They lost that series against Dallas because of offensive execution or the lack of offensive execution down the stretch. So I think Klay does have a lot of value. I know Klay does have a lot of value, but is it on this basketball team? I'm okay with moving on from Klay Thompson. I'll say that right now. Bonte Hill, I'm okay with moving on from Draymond Green because I am intrigued with the evolution of his offense that Draymond Green did speak about, which is maybe involving more Jonathan Kuminga.
Like, we changing, bro. Like you said, we getting older. Like, we are not the same basketball team that we were in 2019 or even in 2022 for that matter. Like, it changes, you know what I'm saying? And I think, we're adjusting to that change, which is great. Like Steve, I think Steve is doing an incredible job of where he's becoming more open to like Jonathan Kuminga having the ball more and like Kuminga being in the pick and roll and like running some ISOs for Kuminga. Whereas, it takes some time to adjust to that when you've had the level of success that we've had.
So are we cool with that? 888-957-9570. Are we ready for JK to have more usage? And then we got the Klay conversation. All that coming up. Plus, we'll get back into baseball. A lot going on around the Bay Area here on the Morning Roast. We'll do it all on the other side. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle.
Christian Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasta.
Welcome back to the morning roast here on a Monday morning. We're just chilling. Summer vibes today. Giants win 2-3 in Texas. They lose yesterday. Keaton Winn was awful. Giants, 2 games under 500 here. They got to get going against the Houston Astros as they're back home. 3-3 road trip. I guess you can't complain about that. You go 500. Definition of a 500 team, right? 32-34. The Giants are 2 games under 500. We'll get back to them. We're talking some Klay Thompson. We're talking some dubs. Jonathan Kuminga, 888-957-9570. Your feelings on Klay and JK. Draymond says, hey, maybe we're evolving. Steve Kerr's evolving, and we're going to maybe use Jonathan Kuminga more. How do you feel about that? JK, a youngster, an elevated role. Can he handle it? Where do the Warriors, do they become better by doing that? But 2 years ago, today, maybe the moment of Steph Curry's career, the moment. Game 4 in Boston. Stephen Curry goes 43 points, 7 of 14 from the three-point line, 8 of 9 from the free throws, 14 of 26 overall. He grabs 10 rebounds. He drops 4 assists. Andrew Wiggins was 17 points, 16 rebounds. Klay, who we've been speaking about, 18 points, 7 of 17, 4 of 10 from the three-point line, 2 rebounds for Klay. Draymond Green with 2 points, but 9 rebounds, 8 assists. Cavan Looney with a monster day off the bench. Game 4 in Boston transpired 2 years ago today with the big-time fourth quarter where they outscored Boston 28-19. Some big-time memories. How about the heat check before the end of the first quarter? This is what set the tone.
Brown on the switch now. Screen by Wiggins. Curry gets over. Curry fires. Heat check freak confirmed. It's good for Curry.
And then he looks into the crowd. He's like, I'm here. Remember that scowl into the TD Garden, letting them know that, hey, this is my night.
At the end of the first quarter, I don't know if the television broadcast showed it, but the in-house Jumbotron showed all the luminaries of Boston right after that to try to fire the crowd back up. And there was Paul Pierce and Dave Portnoy from Barstool. It was like a who's who.
Boston luminary Dave Portnoj.
He is? He was wearing that stupid Draymond shirt.
He ain't no luminary, man. When I think of Boston luminaries, I think of Dave Portnoy from Boston Sports.
You don't think that he's pretty popular?
I mean, he's popular, but when I think of Boston luminaries, Carl Yastrzemski, Ted Williams, Wade Boggs, Roger Clemens, David Ortiz, Manny Ramirez, Pedro Martinez. Who's my closer? Jonathan Papelbon, Jason Varitek, Tom Brady. I think of a lot of Boston luminaries. Dave Portnoy does not come up. But continue. I'm nitpicking.
He does, but regardless, that's what they did right after that. And then,
well, you listen to all players right there. He is not a player. So
no, but he got a huge pop.
Exactly.
I'm just being real.
I guess Mark Wahlberg would be the other comp there. If we're doing like people comps for Boston,
exactly,
not players.
But where's Portnoy? Really? I guess. Go ahead, continue.
It was just like the crowd was like super quiet after that shot, and then they tried to get everybody hyped up, and like it was insane. The way I read it, and we can remember it however we remember it. They sat Draymond, and that's when they went on their run in the second half. And then Draymond checked back in late in the game. I believe had a strip in the final couple minutes, but he was not good in that game. And they went to Looney, and I thought it was the best thing they could do. Looney played so well.
Well, you know what is funny? Draymond did. He ended up playing 7 minutes and 44 seconds in that fourth quarter.
That many?
5 rebounds, 3 assists. He made some big-time plays down the stretch, actually. So he only sat 4 minutes in that fourth quarter. So I do think the whole benching has been a bit overblown when it comes to Draymond Green in that fourth quarter. He played 7 minutes, 44 seconds. Now, Andrew Wiggins was really good with 6 rebounds and 4 points. Steph was obviously Steph. But Klay Thompson, 3 of 4 from the floor, 2 of 3 from 3, 8 points for Klay, 10 points for Stephen Curry. They survived in Boston. They shut down Jason Tatum with 1 of 5. In that fourth quarter, Jaylen Brown was 3 of 7. But then we got some highlights here. How about this one? Derek White draped all over him. How about Steph with the 3?
Looney catches on the right sideline. Feeds Wiggins. Bumped by Tatum. Gets the ball to Curry. Curry shoots with White behind him and hit it. White was draped over him from behind, and he hit it.
Oh, how about the pull-up 3 later on in the third quarter, making 71-70?
Curry down the right sideline, waiting Guarded by White. Off a screen by Looney. Curry fires away. The three ball's good. Top of the key with White making contact. It's a 1-point game. The Warriors are not going away.
He wasn't really open, but he's got such a quick release.
27 for Curry.
How about JB fired up there? Jim Barnett. What up, JB? Tim Roy the call, of course. And then here it is. Klay Thompson in the fourth quarter to give the Warriors the lead for good.
Here comes Curry, the front court. Curry drifting. All eyes on number 30. Bounce pass to Thompson. Fires away. Bang! Thompson, top of the key with a three. The Warriors lead by 1.
Warriors lead by 1, and here's Curry's clutch triple.
Curry up the floor. Warriors have numbers if they hurry. Ball to Draymond. Draymond looks for a wing. Nobody moving. Curry back cuts on White. Takes the jumper. Got it! Curry for 3. Warriors have doubled their advantage. A 10-0 run, and the Celtics want time with 1:42 to go.
The signature game for Stephen Curry in his finals career. He finally gets his finals MVP. That was game 4 to even the series at 2 games apiece on a Friday night in Boston. And then the Warriors came back home. Game 5, they win it at Chase Center. Wiggins had a monster night in that game. Steph Curry, he struggled from the three-point line in Game 5, and then, of course, Game 6, they shut the door and smoked Boston to win their 4th championship in 9 years. But Game 4, that transpired 2 years ago today in TD Garden in Boston. Boy, when's the next moment we're ready to see? It feels like it was so long ago, man, Game 4.
If you'd have told me that was a decade ago, I might have believed you.
Probably.
God, that was such a long time ago.
2 years ago today in Boston.
That's the greatest game in Curry's career. That's going to be remembered.
The signature game?
25 years from now, right?
Yep. I would think so.
Yeah. To me, it is. That's the seminal moment in Curry's career. It feel like it validated everything from prior, the unanimous MVP, the back-to-back MVPs, validated all the championships, everything. It's sad that it had to come to that for a lot of people, but the reality is that like that's what it is. You do it against that team in that stage with your roster being what it was, in a hallowed ground against a blue blood organization. What I kept hearing from the Boston fans was that's the closest we've seen since Larry Bird. Yep. Someone play like that in that fashion on that stage.
In that venue, on that floor, with all the history, with all the banners. I just remember that entire day doing the show. And we're a little down and out. We have Mary Babers Green on, Mama Day, Draymond's mother. She was on, I think, the day before. And we're just down and out. We were like, damn, down 2-1. What's going to happen Friday night? And then Mully comes on. And Willie just says, hey, good morning, Roasters. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Ponte. The Warriors will win today. And we walked out that studio thinking, hey, we were going to win. I started talking trash to every Boston fan I saw. Hey, you know you're losing tonight, right? Shasky's like, dude, stop. We're eating king crab legs and everything. As I'm eating up the crab meat, I'm looking at every Celtic fan saying, you know you're losing tonight, right?
I really wish I could have seen that.
No, seriously.
As that server comes and like, here's your food. Oh, cool. You guys going to lose tonight.
Yeah, I was like, you're losing tonight. You're losing. And so I had to talk myself into being confident. I tricked my mind. And even then, in the fourth quarter, they're down 97-90. You got a big bucket from Wiggins, a big bucket from Klay, big buckets from Curry. You even up the series on the way to another championship.
Did Jordan Poole play, a couple minutes in that fourth quarter?
He played 8 minutes and 50 seconds. 4 points, 2 of 4 from the floor. He didn't kill you. He played 8 minutes and 50 seconds.
He hit a shot before the end of a quarter?
That was Game 5.
Game 5,
right?
Okay.
In the third quarter, he hit it for
that was the one he hit.
Okay. Another one, I think, in Game 2 as well. Jordan Poole had some moments in that series. Oh, people would, if you had to guess, Jordan Poole played 8 minutes and 50 seconds.
I don't think most
in that game.
I barely remember it, so I don't think most
people. How about this in the fourth quarter?
Damian
played
Lee.
4 minutes and 28 seconds in the fourth quarter of that game.
Damian Lee. Otto Porter.
Nemanja Bjelica.
That's right, the Bjelica moments.
Otto Porter didn't play in the fourth quarter
at
that
all.
Game. In Game 4.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Wiggins played 11 minutes, 26 seconds.
Who fell off harder?
Klay played.
Wiggins or Poole?
Oh, boy.
No, I'm serious.
Well, Poole's last 6 weeks of the season was really good.
Okay.
So,
it's how like who fell off since that Game 4? Is that what you meant, Shasky?
Who has dropped off farther from where they were at the end of that finals?
Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins, not even close. There were some people whispering in the media that Wiggins could get a finals MVP vote. He was the best two-way player in that series.
So you're up in the media area, and people are whispering about giving Wiggins the MVP vote.
I mean, not literal.
Let's not give it to Steph
It was
again.
Kendrick Perkins.
It was
It was yeah.
Fonte, I can't whisper because I'm Kendrick.
Carry the hell on.
Carry the hell on.
You know, I'm telling you. Wiggins is falling off harder. Jordan Poole's going to be all right.
It's good. I don't know. Jordan Poole seems pretty down bad right now, but I guess he does have more runway to kind of get it back on track.
You go look at his last 6 weeks. He found his game, man. It's like being in what's the movie Space Jam, man. He got his powers back the last 6 weeks.
He got the special stuff.
Special stuff. Well, nobody watching, but you look at his last 6 weeks. It's like, okay, Jordan Poole, I can hang my hat on this. Going into the all season with confidence. That's all you want after the way his year started.
Serious?
I'm serious. I'm dead serious. Played 8 minutes and 50 seconds in that fourth quarter. Andrew Wiggins played 11 minutes and 26 seconds. Klay Thompson in that fourth quarter in Game 4 played 10 minutes and 53 seconds.
Think about where we were after that championship. Like, we did this, and none of the young guys really did much. Like, for the most part. Like, that's what we were thinking. Like, Kuminga, Moody. We got Wiseman coming back. Remember, he was, like, working out.
I was jacked up
you
about
know?
the future.
Like, they got Time Lord. We got Wiseman. No, I'm serious.
The vibes are great. The vibes are great.
The parallel paths were working.
We got Jordan Poole.
This is James Wiseman.
Oh, God. We got Jordan Poole. Like, we're good to go. Like, everything's going. Clay's going to have a whole
It's
full
JP
year.
with the Golden State Warriors.
He's going to have a whole year off-season workout, and just like everything cratered in.
Yeah. And now we're talking about moving off of Killer Klay.
I really thought they could go back-to-back.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go back-to-back.
Life comes at you fast.
Well, training camp happened.
Adam, it's too much.
It was deeper than that, but yeah, training camp did happen.
Training camp set off.
Well, I mean, working out in the off season, guys just.
Oh, Klay?
I mean, there's a lot. It wasn't just
Klay,
one
but
thing.
I understand why Klay didn't do 5-on-5 in the offseason. He did not work out. He didn't do 5-on-5. And I get why. Rehab for 2.5 years. He won a championship. I understand it.
But it did also like contribute to the beginning of the season.
I mean, there's a lot of things that contributed to the beginning of the season.
No, I don't.
Let's go to your favorite. Let's go to your favorite caller. Your favorite caller. Brian and Paula also, who I did not know was a tennis fan. I did not know BPA loved tennis. So if you're calling in to talk French Open, I'm all ears. If you're calling in to talk Klay BPA, I may use dumb button on you.
So that means I have to talk about tennis right now? I don't think a lot of people want to talk about tennis.
No. We can talk Alcaraz.
I'm a Federer guy, so there's not much to talk about other than he's retired. But I think I don't actually know what happened with Draymond and Klay. So I was trying to got up this morning and didn't get a chance to do a deep dive into whatever Draymond said. But yeah, I think if somebody's going to give Klay $30 million a year, buy. You just can't pay him that. And he doesn't deserve it, right? Based on his play, right? And I think 8 for 50 in his last 3 elimination games and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think anyone's going to give him $30 million a year, by the way. But like, if somebody does, obviously thank you for all you've done. But post-injury Klay, in my opinion, has been more focused on getting his shots, getting his bag. And, the Warriors are not at a stage now where you can prioritize, sort of who a player used to be. And he is not that player anymore on either end of the floor. And at 2-20, sure, okay. And if somebody's going to blow that out of the water,
wait. You said 2 years, $20 million overall, or 2 for $20 million per?
Yes, 2 and 40. Sorry, right? And that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard the Warriors are willing to offer, 2 and 40, 2 and 48. But somebody's going to give Klay 2 and 60.
BPA, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, because I'm with you. I would have a hard time with my money paying Klay Thompson $30 million per year. I'll say that. And I'm the biggest Klay apologist. I'd have a very hard time doing that. But if you're Klay Thompson and you see Andrew Wiggins making 25 and Draymond making 25, your ego's not going to accept $20 million.
Yeah, but that's
and you feel like you've had more impact. That is the problem. Wiggins has not been impactful. Yeah. Wiggins has had 2 very subpar seasons. Klay Thompson led the league and made threes and shot 41% one year, and then came off the bench like everybody wanted and shot 43% from 3. And you want me to take less than Andrew Wiggins?
Well, I mean, that doesn't look like a great contract now, right? It's the same that Jordan Poole's didn't. And I think they're looking to trade Wiggins. So, I think that's reflective of what the Warriors think of that, right? But if it's just about, comparing your future contract to bad contracts already given to other people, the Warriors can't live in that world. Sorry. It's in this CBA era, nobody, other than a team that's just insane, but paying $30 million a year to a fourth option level player is insane. And so, if somebody wants to be insane, so be it. And I don't think he's going to get $30 million, by the way. And I don't think Orlando would be.
What do you think he gets?
I think he gets somewhere around 2 and 45, something like that.
Yeah.
Which, as I've been told, the war.
Thanks for the call, BPA. I wonder. I'm gonna stop you right there, BPA. Say if he got 2 for 45, he ends up accepting 2 for 45
from somewhere else.
From somewhere else. How irate will Warrior fans be? Number one, and number two, I think it says a lot about maybe the inner workings of the Golden State Warriors for him to say, "Yeah, I'm not taking your 2 for 48. I'm taking 2 for 45 somewhere else." That would be, whoa. People will be doing deep dives into what really went on with the Golden State Warriors the last 2 years.
Sure.
If he took 245 from a team where you're homegrown and you grew up in and you're comfortable in and you got everything out here in the Bay Area, you don't take 2 for 48. You take 2 for 45 somewhere else? Whoa. That'd be shocking.
Well, what if I said to you that the place that's giving him the less money is giving him a guaranteed starter role with as many minutes as he wants? Because, I do think that that's a part of the equation that we don't know.
You think he wants to be a starter at this point?
Absolutely. I think that all that matters. Yes. I think a big part of the Klay conversation is his own self-worth, what he believes he is. I think that's a big part. I think more than most of the players on the team right now, psychologically, there's a lot to navigate with Klay Thompson. Honestly, I truly believe that.
Honestly, don't believe he cares if he starts anymore. I think he got over that this past season. I think he got over that when he came off the bench and he's reluctantly.
So he's going to take a 2 for 45. In this hypothetical. You think he's taking a money elsewhere to be a sixth man?
What if he just says, "I got a better chance to win elsewhere"?
Again,
as a sixth man,
what's the role?
As a sixth man, I got a better chance to win elsewhere than here.
I have a hard time. It could happen. I have a hard time seeing him go somewhere without a guaranteed starting spot. I think he still views himself that way.
Maybe.
And I get why he would want to view himself that way. You don't want to relinquish anything. But I don't think if the money is comparable, I think the role is going to matter significantly to him. And I'm just spitballing here.
I think if you guaranteed him 30 minutes a game, I think he'd be fine. By the way, you hear this too. Speaking of contracts and money and roles. So the Niners just paid Christian McCaffrey $19 million per new money. You just paid Juwan Jennings, who got his tender. Do you know who else is looking for a new contract? And I'm not talking about Brandon Aiyuk. You know who else is looking for new money? Trent Williams.
I was going to say Brandon Staley. I don't know.
Trent Williams.
Oh, my God.
Trent Williams, who just got paid?
Trent Williams, who just got paid. Trent Williams maybe wants an extension. Jeremy Fowler was talking about this over the weekend about Trent Williams. He's got 3 years left on his deal. But there are some whispers around some in the industry that he may want a new deal eventually.
How many left?
He's got 3 years left. He's due $22 million in cash. Still a best left tackle, 35 years old. Still playing at a high level, although the Super Bowl, had us all scratching our heads. Extending Trent Williams? Is that what we're going to right now? We're going to extend Trent Williams after all this?
And he's had ankle injuries to end almost every season, too.
Come on, man.
He's too old.
So, the 49ers should rename themselves the San Francisco Extensions. Everyone wants an extension, and I get it. Everyone does. Not only does Aiyuk want an extension, now you're telling me Trent Williams, who just got extended, or I guess it's re-signed in free agency. You got Aaron Banks, who wants one next year at some point. Hufanga, who's going to be a free. I do that just every time. Who's going to be a free agent? Greenlaw, who is going to be a free agent. Charvarius Ward is already talking extension. He's set to be a free agent. Diamond Lenore, your other starting corner, he's set to be a free agent. The 49er extensions. I mean, they should just be rebranded. It should just be a giant bag with a quill pen. Sign on the dotted line.
He's going to be 36 on July 19th this year. That's a good thing, though, if he wants an extension, because the rumblings were this was going to be his last year, everyone kind of thought. Everyone was kind of saying, you know what, I don't know. This is our championship window, right? Our star left tackle, Trent Williams. If we don't win it all this year, he's going to move on. Well, now it's looking like he wants to stay here for a while. Isn't that good?
And I think it frees up cap. Frees up some short-term cap relief. So
it is funny, though, is it not?
I mean, hey, get your money, man. Get your money. I will never, ever hate on a player wanting to get his money. I can't do it. And being a father now and living in the Bay Area and having big boy bills, I don't blame anybody for selfishly wanting to get their money. The hell with that. Go get your bag. If you got to be selfish about it, be selfish about it. Like, in this situation, if Odyssey said they had a certain budget, and Joe Shashley out there was like, well, I got to get my bag. I got to get mine. I don't care about any other. I would not hate on that. Go get your bag, player. Go get your money. It's the price of doing business. It's the price of having a plethora of stars.
I might draw the line at this one. I love you, Trent. You just got paid. I mean, come on. We're acting like it'd be one thing if he's making $5 million and he's the best left tackle in the game. Like, I believe he's still making top 3 money at the position.
I mean, I think he still is like the best left tackle in the game statistically.
No, I know, but he's also compensated as such.
Well, he wants more.
Want more. Hey, how about this?
Are they in a position to tell him no? That's the other thing.
Probably not.
Leverage-wise, you want me to hold out? You really want me to hold out?
How's Brock going to look?
Yeah, we saw how Brock looked.
Really
17, 17, 17. That was a 3-game losing streak without Trent Williams.
Mm-hmm.
We saw how Brock looked. We started making excuses that he couldn't throw in the rain. And we started praying, boy, please no rain. Please no rain. Brock can't throw in the rain. Please no rain. On top of Trent Williams not blocking and not being available. We saw how that looked.
Everyone knows he's good. I'm fatigued with the extension talk. God darn it. I mean, the Niners have so many good players and everyone wants to get paid. It's a byproduct of how successful they are. But, I mean, geez Louise.
You love talking money. I love talking money, too.
Really quick, over the next couple of years, Trent Williams set to make a base salary of $20 million next year, $22.5 in 2025, and then in 2026, his age 38 season, he is due to make $32.2 million.
Woo!
So that's his numbers over the next 3 years when, he'll be 36, 37, and 38 playing not just one of the most demanding positions in football, but one of the most demanding positions in all professional sports.
There you go. Protecting the blind side. Protect the blind
side. Like, if you extend what? Is he saying, extend me into my 40s? Like, he's be 41 years old, still blocking Brock's blind side? Can he do that?
Jason Peters has been doing it forever.
Yes.
Just saying.
Yes. Big Trent, he loves playing under Kyle Shanahan, too. Loves this offense. You see him hugging Nick Bosa last week in mandatory minicamp. And that's one thing. Trent Williams has never come to minicamps. He was out there in Santa Clara.
Yeah, because he's like,
Big Texas.
You see how McCaffrey went about it? If I just show up, I'll get broken off. But it is fun. We could laugh a little. I know you're making your point about everyone get paid. I get what you're saying. But come on. I mean, geez Louise. Everybody wants it. Literally, Charvarius Ward's talking about it. Diamond Lenore's being asked about it, which is the media's job. Great. Drake Greenlaw, we were questioning whether he might be a cap casualty cuts because of the Achilles injury. Hufanga is also a guy who's like, I don't know, the final year of my contract. Aaron Banks could get extended. Aiyuk's talking money. We're talking already about Deebo Samuel. It's just great. Like, the whole entire team has got their hand out.
Welcome to life in the NFL.
That's true.
Life in the NFL where you could be hurt on any given play.
Who is not asking for an extension?
Right now, Brock Purdy.
He can't. He literally can't.
Deebo Samuel right now is asking for. I am happy with Brock Purdy. If Deebo Samuel asked, what if Deebo walked in and said, hey, I would like to get extended too? What did you guys say to that? What did you guys say to that?
I'm drawing the line at Ricky Pearsall. If Ricky Pearsall comes in and says
Jake Moody,
he has to get Jake Moody. I mean, you want to talk about the storyline that wouldn't go away last year.
This is a good point, though.
Kicked the longest field goal for 5 minutes in Super Bowl history.
This is a great point, though, for the 650. Our boy Oscar DPA, who could be our Doobie Award winner for Xfinity Mobile Texter of the Year. If the Niners weren't offering players extensions, that would mean they've been bombing the draft. This means they've been drafting well.
I just said that. I was like, this is a byproduct of how successful they've been.
Suffering from success.
Exactly. Like it's just a good, but it is almost like, oh my God, everybody wants to get extended?
Trent Williams 510. Trent did say, since he's come to San Francisco, he's found a fountain of youth. So there it is.
Is Balco still around? What's going on here?
Well,
he is. Look, the reality is this. The reality is this. Joe Staley was an amazing left tackle. I would argue that in our lifetime, Trent Williams has been, and we've had some really good ones. Harris Barton, it was an awesome left tackle.
Steve Wallace.
He was the right tackle, but yes, like
he played a little left sometimes.
Originally drafted to stop Lawrence Taylor, but I'm telling you, he has been the best left tackle in 49er in my lifetime, the last 40 years at the position. There's no doubt about it. He's the gold standard. He's amazing. Athleticism, power, strength, just the full package. There's no doubt about it. He's the perfect fit for what they want to do. I'm just laughing at it like, my goodness. I mean, everybody wants an extension.
Hey.
Business is booming.
Business is booming big time here. So Trent Williams wants more money. Klay Thompson's going to want some money elsewhere. And evolving. Again, 888-957-9570. We get back to the Giants and something Mike Bassick said last Friday about the San Francisco Giants. Okay, Draymond Green, how does this make Warrior fans? We always say we want
Can I ask you a question about the Niners?
Go ahead.
Before we switch, because I know you want to switch. I know. How much of these guys wanting money is the fact that the Niners haven't won a title yet?
No idea. I don't think that matters much at all.
You don't think that if they won a title, more people would be like, I'm just going to... Not that they're not going to want to get paid.
If they won a title, they'd all want to get paid more. We're champions now.
You think that?
Take care of me. That's how I would think. I don't think it has anything to do whether or not they won a title. You're just looking at your shelf life in the NFL, your opportunity to get paid. How many opportunities do you get to get paid? That's how I look at it. You don't have a big window to get paid. You don't get leverage.
You don't think more would be on board for, taking a slight haircut if they knew they were going to get, back to back or because I do feel like the Chiefs have that and the Warriors had this where it's like, hey, either you're down to get titles or you're down to get paid. It's one or the other.
Well, first of all, who's taking the pay cuts in Kansas City? Is it Kelsey or Mahomes?
Mahomes just took one.
Yeah, but he's also getting all that money. He's getting $500 million.
I know, but he did just
he's getting $500 million. You can restructure, turn it into guaranteed money. He's getting every single cent. Believe that.
Well,
Mahomes is getting $500 million for the Kansas City Chiefs. It's a little easier when you're the quarterback and you're getting all this money. You could work with other things knowing that, hey, this makes my life better and I'm going to make this money up because a lot of that money gets turned into guaranteed money.
So you think the Super Bowl or the lack of title is non-relevant in the equation of asking for more money?
I personally don't see any correlation there, but I could be wrong.
It just seems for me like these guys are asking for, like, we've won a Super Bowl money when they haven't won anything yet. I don't know. That's just how I look at it.
No. It's getting my money because I'm looking around the league seeing where other players are getting paid at these same positions. And I'm saying to myself, wait a minute. These players aren't winning. These players aren't going to the playoffs. They're not playing for NFC championship games, nor are they playing for Super Bowls. We are. So compensate us like that. That's how I see it. And then again, in the NFL, not for long, where you can be cut on any given day and not getting all that money, you got to strike while the iron's hot. You do in the NFL. So I don't blame anybody for wanting extensions, wanting new money, and I'm not sure how much it has to do with rings or lack of rings. I don't know how big of a deal it is if you haven't won. If they did win, would people be taking haircuts? Like, so for example, Travis Ward, if they did win the Super Bowl, he'd probably want to get paid now. Probably want to get paid now, right?
Yeah.
Extend it now.
Yeah. But I do think they're on just on a small level. Like, yes, everyone wants to make the most they possibly can. But if you can have legacy attached to also making a lot of money, I think a lot of people are willing to sacrifice just a little. Not a lot. We're not talking $10 million. I'm not talking but a little. Yeah, a little. I mean, even KD did that.
What did he give away? $1 or $2 million?
But that's what we're talking about. Right. Like right now, Trent Williams is set to be this year, the average salary, he's at fourth most in the league at left tackle. Penei Sewell is at $28 million. Tunsil, $25. Thomas 23, Trent 23. He's like $1 million or $2 million off of AAV for that particular contract, right? So like, hey, multiple time Super Bowl champion, Trent Williams. Are you willing to take a little bit less so that we can have one more offensive lineman?
In this hypothetical, Odyssey has a certain cap, right? But you want to get paid. And they're saying, hey, we got to pay Bonte too.
But if I get the next best, and I love you, Sam, if I get the best producer in the country for, and I take a little less and I get the best staff around, like I can hire one more person to be back there, that would be something I would consider. Absolutely.
Yeah, I would not. If I was in a position to get paid and we know we had a cap.
Yeah.
And I know that you're getting, and they got to pay you, I'm getting what I got to do to get mine for my family.
I get that.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not sacrificing.
But we're not asking like
dollars.
you're taking half your salary. We're saying, let's say you get 100%, but of that 100%, if you take 97%, okay, and then you could spread some of that wealth to help the show out totality wise, I would do that.
See, I feel like I could make up that 3% with the show.
Okay.
And figure out a way to overcompensate for that 3%.
I appreciate you being honest.
I'm not giving up that.
I appreciate you being honest.
In that aspect, players too, when they're talking about Brandon Aiyuk, they understand this is a business, and Aiyuk may not ever have an opportunity to get a big-time deal as the one he's going to get right now, whether it's from the 49ers or anybody else. You might not get that opportunity ever again. So you got to cash in. You got to cash in and do what you need to do for you and yourself. Because at the end of the day, nobody else is going to look out for you. If you get hurt and you don't get that contract, it's people going to start donating. Hey, Trent Williams, here's $1 million, Aiyuk. I know you didn't get your big bag, but here's a little $1 million. I'm going to help you out here. Nobody's doing that.
Well, I just look at it from like our normal work-life levels, like $10,000 raise, right? Let's say you're making the average person's making $100,000. $10,000 is a lot proportionately to your salary. But once you do divide it by 52, divide by like 60% because how much you're actually taking home, it's really only like $100 and something bucks a week. You know what I mean? It's really not that big of a life-altering thing. Now scale that up to make it $25 million. $1 million less really isn't changing. I mean, it's just not. It's not changing their lives.
Time for the legal.
I prefer film on mic.
Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal.
Sorry, Goo. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FMNHU1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Our boy KC, Sactal KC. What up, KC? Kitty Caraway? Mike Brown's back. He just texts us. Mahomes will never see the end of that contract he's on. They will restructure and do some gymnastics with the wording and the headlines for the rest of his career, but I don't think there's a chance in hell he gets $500 million. So I would disagree with that. I think Head City's going to take care of Mahomes no matter what.
Well, he'll get $500 million somehow, some way because of the TV deals and how they're going to rework they just got Apple to just sign in big time money with the NFL. So it looks like the salary cap's going to grow another 10%. It's already at like 240 or whatever, 250. So add another 25 million to it. Now you're at 250. Add another 10% the year after that. Now you're at almost 300 million. Like, I don't know, inflation and where this thing's going, they're probably going to make a lot of money.
Yeah, he's going to get that money. He's going to get that money. Kansas City's not messing around. They'll turn the guarantees. They'll turn the base salary into guarantees. I wonder how much he's already seen in that contract.
And the other part of, like, for an athlete.
Real quick, but when you're Mahomes, it's easier to take that pay cut when you're the highest paid player on the team.
Of course it is. But I do also believe that it's a very difficult thing to quantify. But I look at someone like Festus Ezeli being a champion, right? And I'm not trying to count Festus, but you're a champion forever, right? And so there is a cachet that you can roll over into other aspects of your life, even if you're not in your particular sport, of being a champion. And so someone like Trent Williams going to the Hall of Fame no matter what, right? He is. He's made generational money no matter what. And a mill here, a mill there, is it really going to change his legacy for his family? I'm saying him winning multiple championships, that would. It would add, not only is he going to the Hall of Fame, now he's got the cachet and he can spiral off of that. And then, like I call it, the Yankee factor. Now in your post-playing career, you come back and you are champion former 49er Trent Williams, who's also in the Hall of Fame. I do think those things, like, I don't know what the quantification is. I don't know how you even do the multiplying, but I guarantee you that's profitable for them.
Maybe. We got some news here. Mike Silver, according to Mike Silver, the 49ers' latest contract offer to Brandon Aiyuk is reportedly in the $26 million per year range, according to Mike Silver.
$26 million AAV. See, to me, now you're in the ballpark.
Is that overpaying for Brandon Aiyuk? How we feel about that?
I think it's just right.
I think it's just right. 888-957-9570.
I like that.
Michael Silver just reporting that the Niners' latest offer to Brandon Aiyuk is $26 million per season. Now, what's the guarantee look like? What's the signing bonus look like? There's a lot there. But $26 million per season, is that too much for Brandon Aiyuk? Is that enough for Brandon Aiyuk? That's the latest from Michael Silver. 888-957-9570. People laughing at me because I said I wouldn't take a pay cut.
That's okay. Teach their own.
I'm just telling you. And a lot of players think like that. They're like, sure, yeah, I want that guy to get his money, but it's not going to come from me. And they don't think like that. Oh, man, $1 million. Blah, 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 blah. Losing $1 million. You know, $1 million put your kid through college and everything like that.
You're talking about, like, going from, like, let's say Brock Purdy making $600,000 to like $40 million. Like, yeah, wow. Like, oh my God. I mean, Trent Williams, they gave him a $113 million contract. I mean, it's not like he's broke. I do think we could be a little reasonable here. It's like when, like, the CFO, like, I'm taking a pay cut of 4%. It's like, well, yeah, you've been making $6 million bonuses for the last 5 years.
Can't be counting people's monies, man. Can't be pocket watching. That's what Klay Thompson's ticked off right now about.
Yeah, but he's pocket watching the amount of years.
No, yeah, he wants the years.
Got.
He wants stability. He wants stability. It's like, hey, you want me here to retire with Steph and Draymond, but I'm getting 2 years. These guys got 4-year deals. Pay cuts. Who would take a pay cut at 95-7 a game?
I think a lot of people did during the pandemic.
Well, pandemic, we had no choice.
I mean, you
you had no choice. You get cut or take a pay cut. But are you willing to give money off to, hey, you know what? New contract, hey, leave 5% off the top. Maybe go hire another producer, another digital reporter. The hell with that. Go figure that out somewhere else.
I mean, this happens with unions all the time. I mean, this is part of the negotiation process. Is like, we can pay you X, and then we'll take away this particular. I mean, you see this with right now with Major League Baseball and the Players Association. Like, you're constantly using certain things as leverage. Like, that's why they're not bringing the K-zone or whatever it is, the automatic strike system, in, because they want to use that as a negotiation tactic. We'll take a little bit off this. We'll give you that. I mean, this is how contract negotiations work.
Brandon Aiyuk, latest contract offer, reportedly in the $26 million per year range, according to Michael Silver. Is that appropriate?
I think it sounds just right. What do you think?
It's not Justin Jefferson money, but it's closer to
he's not Justin Jefferson.
Devontae Smith, Amon-Ra St. Brown, the next tier down. It's less than it's less than Amon-Ra St. Brown's $28 million per year contract, but it's not bad. It's not bad at all.
I think it's a very fair deal, and that sounds. I mean, that to me, if that's true, and Aiyuk still is rejecting it, I guess the question then becomes, what is the guaranteed number that he's balking at? Because, you know, it's all about the guarantees.
It's all about the sign-in bonus. It's all about the sign-in bonus, where the agents want the big, fat, flashy headline to say their player got this. It's the highest paid this. It's the highest paid that. 888-957-9570. Brendan Aiyuk. I saw a tweet from BoxCav, man. I'm just going to read it about this report. BoxCav. He tweeted, if Mike Broads is reporting this, you can be sure as heck bank on this being 100% inaccurate. No, that's not fair. Mike Silver's been hitting it on. He's been right a couple times. I know our big good friend Benjamin Albright called him Mike Silver because he never finishes in first. But Mike Bronze is a funny one.
This would be a little bit more, $3 million or whatever more, give or take, if that's the accurate number, than Devontae Smith, who signed a 3 for $75 million on April 15th. And I think we keep going back to like him and Devontae are very comparable, right?
Very comparable. Just as productive with 70 less targets than Devontae Smith. All right, more on this coming up on the other side, brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing.
Listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Adam? What up, Roasters? Ladies and gentlemen, good morning on Monday here at 95.7 The Game. Hopefully, we don't know who the winner is yet for the Steph Curry autographed jersey, huh? Get that detail to you at some point this week. 888-957-9570. We got a lot going on here. Mike Bassick joined us last Friday, said the Giants are just another team. Right now, they look like just another team in the National League. In the middle of the pack right now, tied for the third wild card spot, 32-34. Where you at with the Giants? Where you at with the Warriors? We got some more Warriors sound coming up to you in just a second here. Draymond Green, is at the center of it all. And, of course, Brendan Aiyuk, Mike Silver reporting that the Niners did offer Brendan Aiyuk, $26 million per season. That sounds solid. But what is the guarantee? What's the signing bonus for Brendan Aiyuk?
$26 million. If it is AAV, $26 million. We don't know the guarantees. That would put him basically 8th in the NFL at the wide receiver position. The only people higher paid than him would be Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams, Jalen Waddle, Tyreek, Amon-Ra St. Brown, A.J. Brown, and Justin Jefferson. I think that's if that's the number and the guarantees are comparable to what Devontae and Nico Collins got, which is over $72 million. If that's what it is, I think that is exactly what his value is. I think it's a fair deal. I'm sure he would want more. I understand that, but I think that's a great deal, and I think that's what his value is.
It'll be 9th or 10th once CeeDee Lamb gets his money. So he'll still be a top 10 paid wide receiver, and I'm okay with that. I'm not sure what Aiyuk's goals are, but top 10 paid wide receiver, top 10, I'm not mad at that. Seems like, but again, what's the signing bonus? What's the guarantees? Let's go to Skills and Vallejo. Skills pays the bills. Long time no talk, Skills. What's happening?
Hey, what's up, Bonte and Chasky? I pay the bills, but just not always on time. That's the problem.
Don't we all?
We all have that problem. I want to comment on the Aiyuk situation, and I'm not faulting the guy for wanting to get paid. I wish just from the outside looking in. I've been watching football 30 years. I've seen a lot of guys get bad injuries out of the blue who never did get the opportunity to get those big deals. And he's playing that wide receiver position. He's seen guys. He's seen Jordan Reed suffer injuries. He sees Samuel all the time get hurt all the time, frequently, not all the time, but frequently enough to where you should say, hey, this is a risk for me. $26 million versus $30 million. I mean, come on. I personally wish he would just take the deal and stay with the Niners, and maybe down the road we'll revisit things later on down the road. And as for Trent Williams, he's got some people in his ear. I don't know who he's owing money to, who he's supporting financially. He just got, could you imagine Travis Kelce? He just got paid like a few months ago. Now he's going to go into camp. He's going to want new money. Mahomes, what if he went into camp want new money? I mean, Trent's great, but you're already getting paid, bro. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. I do believe that there's a fine line with fans, man. And if this number is accurate, or even if the Niners put this out there to save face, to me, I do think that this will be the one that lands on the fans' lap, and they'll be like, come on, man. This is in the ballpark. It's not a disrespectful figure. It's right where you're about, ranked. This is what is a fair deal. You had the great elite season, and if 2 years from now this is an outdated contract, fine, we'll tear it up and we'll redo it, which is what the Niners have done with a couple different players. So I think this is a really fair market value deal, and I understand Aiyuk's camp wanting to get every single dollar and all that, but we're trying to win a Super Bowl. It's not like we're paying you bottom 10 money. We're paying you top 10 money. You're going to get the ball. We're all in to win now. Let's go. You riding or not? Get in the car.
Sounds good. And I think $26 million per year is fair. But I'm also not going to sit up here and tell a player what they should take and just sacrifice whatever they need to make. I get there in a different stratosphere. They're going to make a lot more money than we'll ever see. $26 million. I'll be lucky to see $1 million in my life. Very fortunate to see $1 million. And I highly doubt that's going to happen. $26 million is a lot. But they'll also say, like, hey, let's sacrifice this and that for the betterment of the team. Again, these players, they know it's a business. They have to look out for themselves. and what may be deemed to be greedy from our perspective, in those inner circles in that locker room, got to do what you got to do to get paid and cash in on the NFL where their owners are making a ton of money, and they're making a ton of money off of revenue. This league is making billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars baked on the back of these players. Based on these players.
I hate hearing that argument. It's divided as a player. There's the NFLPA, and then there's the owners, and they divide the money up in the CBA. That's how they determine it. So whether the owners are making millions and billions of dollars, which of course they are,
and they will cut you in a heartbeat.
That's what every business owner in America is trying to do.
So why do we get on the player for not wanting to handle their business? We're asking the player to say, "Hey," we're asking the player to say, "Hey, leave a little up." Hey, leave a little for somebody else. Let's not take everything because we want to win the championships as a team, blah, 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 blah.
No, it's literally we can't afford everyone. And that's why.
Well, they can afford Aiyuk right now.
Well, that's why they're giving him a $26 million deal.
Well,
and they're
that's
saying,
what we know. I mean, but we don't even know. Yeah, we don't even know if that's legit or not.
I'm working off of that being accurate. So let's just say, because Michael's silver is pretty reputable. So I'm working on that being accurate. To me, that's a really fair deal. And it's like, hey, man, look. We'd love to have you. We value you as a top 10 wide receiver. We think your usage is going to go up. I mean, heck, we're dangling the other wide receiver that we were talking about. McCaffrey got his, a little bit of an extension here. Everybody's on board. We're going to pay the quarterback down the road. We want you to be a part of this team. We want to win a Super Bowl right now. All right. This is what we can offer you right now. We think it's fair. It's in the market of where we value you. We value you as a top 8 player in the league at the position. We're going to pay you as such. And if things change 2 years down the road, we'll figure it out. That's the NFL. I mean, they do it all the time. Eric Armstead, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk, these guys have all renegotiated their deals. Trent Williams is renegotiating now 2 years later.
But what's wrong with the player betting on themselves saying, and it may not be true, may not be accurate, but what about the player? And I'm taking the other side here. What about the player just saying, hey, I'm better than all these guys. And if he used me like all these guys, I would show you that I would produce a lot more than these guys. I feel like I'm better than 8. I should be top 5. Now, maybe you could say on the front end, hey, Brandon Aiyuk's delusional. You're not a top 5 wide receiver. But who the hell are we to tell the player that he's not a top 5 player? He may think that he's a top 5 player. And they'll bring up the stat sheet from last year saying, look, when you open up the field a little bit more and you allow Brock Purdy to throw the ball, look at what I did.
Yeah, but I would say to him that the 7 guys ahead of him, at least 6 of them, have a resume of 3 years or more of that production.
Right, but
and that's the difference between him and them.
But you could say that if I got those opportunities in those previous 3 years, my stat sheet would look just like theirs. And despite Devontae Smith getting his money, you look at the production from Devontae Smith and Brandon Aiyuk for the last 3 years. Brandon Aiyuk has put up similar numbers, if not the same amount of stats.
But you're giving him more than Devontae.
Less opportunities.
But you're giving him more than Devontae.
Waddle, $28 million per year, 76 guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? Aiyuk's going to say, well, Waddle gets hurt all the time.
Well, but
Waddle's a one-trick pony.
But I don't sign you based off of another contract. Like, for example, right when the Deshaun Watson contract was handed out at quarterback, that we thought, it's going to reshape everything. No,
because it was structured differently. Because
that's what I would say in this case. Like, just because Jalen Waddle got whatever he got, I'm viewing you as a top 8 player at the position. Here, we can afford this amount right now. We'll give you the guaranteed money. Let's go. Let's win a Super Bowl. Get down, dude. Let's do this.
No, and I think he would do that. But I also understand the argument for him not to do that, saying, I'm better than Waddle. I'm better than him. And who the hell am I to tell Aiyuk that he's not better than Waddle? Who the hell am I to tell Aiyuk that, hey, you're not a top 5 wide receiver? If you got those same opportunities, you would be top 5. You would produce as much. That's why his agent's not taking that stance. His agent wouldn't do his job if he wasn't taking that stance. Now, $26 million per year, I believe that if it is $26 million per year, depending on what the guarantees look like, he'll take the deal at some point. And again, I'm not even tripping off of Brandon Aiyuk right now anyway, because training camp is 2 months away. All right? Month and a half, whatever it is. So once we get to training camp and he's not there, that's when Vontae Hill will say, and even then during training camp. And the whole way through Bosa, I was like, dude, just show up the week before. Now, I was expecting Bosa to be in better shape and not use excuses as, oh, well, I missed training camp, so I'm experimenting with moves, and I'm not. No. I'm not here for that. So your ass better be ready. But if Aiyuk believes that, then who the hell am I to say his agent wouldn't be doing his job if they didn't take that stance?
No, I get it. I'm just saying, like, dude, like, it's a really fair deal, and it's pretty straightforward. You want to stay with one of the best organizations in football? You want to keep playing in the playoffs, right? Do you want to have those opportunities? Then you stay here, you take the $26 million. If you're all about taking top dollar, well, I'm sorry, I got Aaron Banks, Hufanga, Greenlaw, Travarius Ward, Lenore, all these guys I got to take care of on top of Trent Williams. So, like, I think this is a pretty straightforward. Like, we're giving you a number that's respectful.
We got to see what the guarantees and the signing bonus
that's like. Sure, but I'm taking it on face value. Let's say it's $26 million.
Look at the guarantees of those wide receivers and the signing bonuses. What does it look like?
Well, it's not like they're offering him $2 million in guarantees. They're probably offering him over 72. Yeah, which if they're going 26 AAV, my guess is that it's going to be higher than Nico Collins, who got like 73 million in guarantees, and it's probably going to be just a little above Devontae.
There you go. Now, if the guarantees look like that, then I think we have a deal. This could also be true too, which is why I'm taking this Michael Silver report with a grain of salt. 415 Xfinity Mobile text line. You guys might be missing the point. The Niners leaked the numbers to get the public on their side. There is a PR element to this aspect. The Niners want to look like a first-class organization, and they have been, and they've been able to, and I think they have been first-class. They've taken care of their players. I got no issues with Jed York and the guarantee money he spent. Look at all the guarantees on Nick Bosa, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, all that stuff. But there is an element to where you could get out in front and say, hey, we did this. We offered, we did our job. There is an element to that. I'm not saying it's true, but I'd be a fool to think that there's not that. We've seen organizations do this before, especially in the NFL.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I look at the Niners and where they're at. They've been so damn successful. I don't think they even need to worry about PR and all that. Like, to a degree, yes, but like,
I'm just saying I wouldn't put that past. I wouldn't put it past them, even though I do believe the Niners are first class. And again, like I just said,
but that's like something like the Raiders would have done 10 years ago when they didn't have any money. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think the Niners have so much money, and it's just about how they want to spend it, right? And I believe that if they're offering 26 and that's reported, I bet they are offering 26. I think they've earned the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to go with it at face value, because of how they've treated pretty much every single person. And I think that this is another part of this is like, come on, you get in here. Let's go. Like, everyone's here. Let's go. Let's do this. And Trent Williams showed up, and he wants a new contract. So I'm sure they want everyone. Well, you show up and you get
hurt on the field, then what are we saying?
Well, there's a whole thing.
You can't show up on the field without a new deal.
Debo did that. He showed up,
but he held in. He
but why can't Aiyuk do that?
He practiced on a little baby field,
and he is guaranteed $14 million.
He practiced on a little baby field. You know what I'm saying? He practiced on the baby field to do what he had to do. But if you come in and you hold in and you get hurt, then what? That's an element nobody wants to talk about. Go out there on the practice field, you're running around. Who the hell knows what could happen? Non-contact injuries in the NFL happen all the time.
Debo was not. He was standing there in a t-shirt and shorts. He wasn't practicing with the team. He just stood there with a giant chain.
Held in.
I know, but Aiyuk could do the same thing.
He did some little laps on it, but what if he doesn't? Maybe he does. He was like, nah, the hell with that. I don't have to come in if I don't want to.
Well, I think that's part of being part of a bigger culture, right? This is a team that's been knocking on the door. I know, and I think he regrets it.
And he got his money.
And I think the team learned their lesson, and I think the player regrets it, and that's why he's involved in all the off-field stuff this year.
He also getting a check for coming. So
for sure.
We can go in a couple different ways here. We got about 20 minutes left. Let's do this for 10, then we'll get back to the Giants. I want to get back to the Giants for in about 10 minutes here. But I do want to play this Looney sound, because Looney and Draymond were on a podcast after Game 2 yesterday. And we don't talk about Cavan Looney as we were revisiting Game 4 and how impactful Cavan Looney was in Game 4 of those NBA Finals. And he was impactful against the Memphis Grizzlies when he grabbed 25 rebounds. Unbelievable game in that elimination game against the Memphis Grizzlies when the Warriors had over 70 rebounds. What's his future look like for the Golden State Warriors? Where's Loon Dog at?
What's next for you? Do you want to be with the Warriors? Do you see like it didn't finish great for me this year? Like what is it for you?
Well, the ball isn't in my court. I don't have full control over my destiny, so I kind of gotta play the waiting game, control what I can control. Now, I've been here my whole career. I don't know nothing else. So, you always want to finish what you started and be somewhere for the whole career, but I'm been in this business long enough. I know that's not realistic. So I'm preparing myself for whatever. My family's out here. The Bay's been great to me. They treat me like family. I grew up here, so I haven't really thought about too far. I'm trying to see what they're going to do first before I really, push the envelope, see what I want to do.
So Looney's on the books for $8 million next season, and he's an unrestricted free agent after next season, in which he'll be 28 this year, be 29 heading into unrestricted free agency. More on that real quick, Shasky. I'm trying to be a different player next year. What if he's a different player next year, whether it's to the Warriors or anybody else?
No, I've been working hard, and I feel like I'm be a different player next year, and that's always the goal. I feel like I conquered my old role, so now I got to figure out my new role and take that next step. So that's what I've been focusing on. I'm trying to focus on my game, and usually when you focus on your game and you put in the work, things always work out for me. So, like I said, the ball ain't in my court. I've been a Warrior for life. Even whatever happens, I'm always going to be a Warrior for life. And so I'm really just waiting to see what our organization going to do.
Cavan Looney, your thoughts?
He has a $3 million buyout too, I believe, this year. From the various reports, I don't know what they're going to do. Like, I think he does bring value for a variety of things: on court, off court, leadership. I think he's just a great presence to have on a team.
Love Looney.
He had a tough year on the court. It's like kind of sucked because we all like him, and I think like ideally you'd love to keep him. But I think he's now almost in that Udonis Haslem role. It's like you keep him more as like a coach, vet presence.
I think he has more value than Haslem at this point of his career. I think Looney can still rebound. I think he's still a good presence defensively. His IQ is still high. I think he can help out a championship team. There's no doubt in my. Now, is he a 15, 20 minute? To me, it's a 20-minute player. 20-minute player per game.
Yeah, I think he's a third center.
I think he could be a second center. I think he could be your backup center on a really good team. I think he knows where to be, moves his feet well. I want him to shoot the mid-range jumper more. I think he has that in his arsenal, but for whatever reason, doesn't shoot it. Maybe it's because Steve Kerr doesn't want him to shoot it. I have no idea. But I think Looney can hit that mid-range jumper. I think he knows where to be. He's a trusted agent. I think there's a lot of value there, especially at that price point. We want to talk about bargains and value and contracts. $8 million for Cavan Looney, it's not bad. Not bad at all. Now, where does he fit in on this team? Where's going to have a lot of moving parts? Maybe he doesn't fit in on this team, and he acknowledged that. Like, I don't know where the future holds. I don't hold the keys to this operation, but I do think he has value around this league. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I'm looking at like the Gafford-Lively combination and the athleticism that those two guys have. Not everyone's going to be able to replicate that. It will have to be a very specific spot. I think here, having TJD and Looney, you're still really undersized. So I don't know if I necessarily love him staying and being the backup center. I wish you had a more bouncier, springier, longer, more athletic center in front of him. Then maybe you can keep him. I don't know, B. Like, I don't know. I love the guy. I want to have guys like him on my team. I just don't know how he makes you dramatically better on the floor.
You need more guys around him, no doubt about it.
I don't know.
He's a serviceable bot. Look, on this team, there's going to be a lot of moving parts, man. As the Warriors try to evolve and get better.
Like
I don't know, but also he's got $8 million, so he's got a bargain of a contract. So I don't know what you're going to get by moving him.
Well, no, you could buy him out.
Or buy him out and just let him go. I don't know.
Looney on like an OKC, for example, where he's like your veteran presence. You bring him off the bench in certain situations with spaced shooting and specific, guys that get into the cup and attack the rim. I think he could be a useful player on a young team like that.
On the championship team, I think he could be a useful player. Like, what if he's backing up Joel Embiid in Philadelphia?
Oh, that would be, yeah. I mean,
what if he's down in Orlando? Denver, backing up Nikola Jokic. Very nice fit. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of. So we're talking about championship teams that can use this piece, and he knows where to be and his pick and roll defense. One thing that we learned about Cavan Looney, especially during that Houston series back in 2018, Cavan Looney could switch out on the guard, on the perimeter.
Yeah, but he doesn't move like that.
He doesn't move like that right now, but I think if he gets into better shape, he can move like that. He can be sluggish. He was a little sluggish. But for the most part, even going back to the Lakers series and the championship season, Cavan Looney switching out on the pick and roll is like, damn, he's not just barbecue chicken. The guy actually defends, actually gets his arms up. He's still relatively young. Now, you can say he's an old 28, but I think there's some value with Cavan Looney. I really do. In just terms of just people, if he does move on, damn, I'm going to miss the guy.
Yeah,
I'm going to miss the guy, and I'm going to miss his parents. They're great, great people. No, they listen to the show. They watch every damn post game. His mom used to get on me at times. Love his mom. Love Looney. Good dude. He's a good dude that you want in your organization. So if he does get moved, that locker room's going to take a hit. And they needed Cavan Looney in that locker room, especially after what happened 2 seasons ago with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. Cavan Looney was a vital cog to getting that locker room right. Or at least making it so it doesn't just turn over and just, you know what I'm saying?
I do.
It become chaotic.
It's it's unfortunate. He's a guy I just want to keep around as long as you can, just for the vibes and what he represents. But the problem, again, going back to the coach is going to play him a lot more, whether he's physically right or not. And I just don't think he moves like he did. And it does feel like the league is kind of evolving so rapidly that the more grounded players like him are very specific in how you can use him. Like second, third unit type overlapping minutes. You can't play him for long stretches. I don't know. God, he was so useful for the Warriors, but it just feels like the league has evolved so quickly. For example, he's not going out on the perimeter and guarding Kristaps Porzingis, and the way he's shooting.
If he's right, I think he could. If he's right, I think he could.
No.
I think he's good if he's right. No, it's not ideal. You want him in the paint. But he's not the worst defender out there. I mean, the guy used to be a guard. I think he can get back to that. I think he will. I think this break for Cavan Looney, not playing deep into June, not playing deep into May, I think this break for him is going to do. He didn't play a lot last season, especially in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
I think he saved some mileage, some wear and tear on his legs. Is he a 16-game player or regular season player? 510 said he's a playoff contender. Regular season, But a 16-game player, Looney is that.
That I agree with.
And I do think his legs were preserved, so I think you'll get a Springer Looney. Now, how springy does it look? I'm not talking about Aaron Gordon springy.
Come on.
But I do think you'll get a better Looney next season for whatever team he plays on. So that's what Cavan Looney on the Draymond Green show yesterday after game number 2. There was another cut, Draymond Green. I know the boss man is efforting that Spadoni with Draymond Green, but I don't think we have it. Good. Nope, don't have it. Nope. But we do have this. Mike Bassett. Now, the Giants did go win 2 or 3 against Texas, and some Giants fans will maybe say, who cares what Mike Bassett has to say about the Giants? But he said this on Friday. I want to get back into this.
They're just another team. They're just a team in Major League Baseball that's going to play around 500. Maybe they're 5 games below at the end of the year. Maybe they're 5 games over. I think that would be honestly a good year for San Francisco. But they're just one of those teams. They're going to win some games. There's some talent there. They're not a bad team. They're not going to be in the bottom 5 or probably not even the bottom 10 of baseball teams at the end of the year. But they're not really a threat in baseball.
All right. Mike Bassett, in case you don't know, gave up 756 against Barry Bonds, 105.3 The Fan. Also a color analyst for the Texas Rangers on Bally Sports. He joined us on Friday. He's our good friend. Mike Bassett saying the Giants are just another team. Just another team. And they're 2 games under 500. And yeah, I agree with them. They're just another team right now. Now, how do they become a team that is just not another team? How do they become a team that can actually compete for big stakes and not just a third wild card? Because half the league, most of the league, outside of the Marlins and the Rockies, are battling for the third wild card spot. Hell, the Mets are in the race, for crying out loud. And we're just calling them New York Mets a couple weeks ago. They're in the damn race. The Pirates are in the race. The Reds are in the race. The Cubs are in the race. Cardinals are in the race. Diamondbacks are in the race. Everybody's in the damn race.
Well, it starts with pitching. And so you got Eric Getty, who's walked 1,000 people for Houston going up tonight against Kyle Harrison. And Kyle Harrison, just looking at the numbers, he's given up a lot of hits, a lot of walks. And I'm just going league-wide right now. I know he's 22. This is a big start for him. And I feel like we've said that 3 or 4 starts in a row. And then you got Blanco versus Hicks. Blanco's been excellent for Houston. Hicks has been excellent for the Giants. And then in Game 3, you got Valdez, who's an excellent pitcher, against Logan Webb. So to me, the pitching has got to get right. And you need, from these 3 starters, you got to be able to go a full 5 every single one of them.
At least 5. Can I get 6? Can I get 6?
I mean, Logan will go 6, but
can I get 6?
To me, it starts with starting pitching. You have 2 guys under a 3 ERA right now, and that's Hicks and Webb, and that's salvaging your entire ERA for your whole team. They've thrown a lot of innings. Logan Webb, most in baseball right now, and you're going up against the weakest of the 3 starters you're going to face against Houston tonight in Arrighetti. So tonight's the one for me that I'm circling Harrison, and I'm saying, like, young man, we cannot fall behind 3-0. You cannot be, missing in the strike zone early and falling behind in counts and then giving in. Your fastball's not good enough. You need to attack people today. And I don't care if he's trying to get into the 16 rod. Just exhaust the tank early. Stop trying to dance around and save some of the velo. Just go with your bread and butter. You got to get some breaking balls in for strikes early in counts. Like, I really want to see how crisp he is in this start.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Kyle Harrison. I'm just looking at the bullpen usage for the Giants as you were spitballing with Kyle Harrison, because I agree with all those things, and I just haven't seen it with him. What's that it? Like I was watching Stone with the Dodgers Saturday against the Yankees. I was like, damn, Gavin Stone.
5th round pick.
And look, he gave up a lot of hits in that game, but boy, you see the changeup, you see the fastball, you're like, okay, this guy's got some junk.
He's working multiple pitches.
This guy's got it, and he's got a lineup to back him. So it makes it a little easier to pitch.
Yeah, and they defend better than we do.
High stress innings, they're fine because they got Mookie and Shohei. Even though Shohei's struggling right now and Freddie Freeman, I mean, they're fine. The Dodgers will be fine. I don't see it from Kyle Harrison, not yet. And he's a local guy, so I'm rooting for him out of De La Salle. I know his family's here, and they're all happy that he's a homegrown product, and they get to watch their kid pitch in his own backyard. But I need to see it. So 6 innings, is that a lot to ask? How many times are we going to see Ryan Walker? How many times are we going to see Luke Jackson? How many times are we going to see Miller? Like, and look, they're pitching fine. Most of it, like Luke Jackson's not pitching fine, but Ryan Walker's been good.
Ryan Walker's been really good.
Ryan Walker's been good.
The Rodgerses.
They've been really good
last month.
But look at all these games played. Tyler Rogers, 34. Ryan Walker, 33.
Yeah, it's more
Eric
than half.
Miller, 31. Taylor Rogers, 37. Even Camilo Duvall's pitched in 26 games. Then you get to Sean Jelly. How much staying power does he have? Spencer Howard. How's he going to feel? I got to get more than 5 innings out of these guys. You're going to go we're getting into last season's territory where by the end of the year, you had 2 starting pitchers. Right now, you have Logan Webb, Jordan Hicks, Kyle Harrison. Then you go on bullpen game because I can't trust Keaton Winn right now. You see Keaton Winn give up 5 runs in 2 innings last night. Blake Snell hasn't gone 5 at all this season. We don't know where Robbie Ray is. Don't know where Alex Cobb is. And Jordan Hicks, by the way, this is what's scary about it. Now, if I knew that Jordan Hicks would get slotted to the bullpen at some point this season, I'll feel good about it. But Jordan Hicks is about to eclipse a career high in innings pitched for a season. All right? His career high in innings pitched was with St. Louis his rookie season. He pitched 77 2/3 of an inning his rookie season, Jordan Hicks. Since then, 28, 10, 61, 41, 24. Now he's had 67 innings. So 2 more starts. If he goes at least 5, he's going to eclipse his career high in innings pitched. We haven't even got to July yet. So what happens with him?
I don't know.
So are they just another team right now? Yes, they're just another team right now.
They're a team that doesn't play good defense, 5th most errors. They're a team that has the 28th best, batting average against, meaning they're not good, meaning the other team is hitting their pitching. Their ERA is very low in terms of the rankings. They're like 28th or whatever in ERA. They're not high in any pitching category. They're not pitching well. And that was something I thought they would hang their hat on. Offensively, they're right in the middle of the pack of a lot of things, between like 11 and 18 on just about everything. The reality is that they don't have enough starting pitching, and the Blake Snell signing has not only has it been really bad, and I was clamoring for it, I wanted them to get him, but man, it's gone so bad because he's not even in the rotation. It has depleted your entire bullpen and the other available arms, and then you don't have any arms in AAA ready to go. I mean, they might end up starting like 13 or 14 different guys this year.
Wow. Just another team. And they have a top 10 payroll. And they're middle of the pack in terms of hitting. they're in the bottom 5 in terms of pitching. But they $200 million. As we talk money all day long and contract extensions and money and payroll, as we've done with the Niners and Warriors all day long, 10th in payroll.
If I said to you,
and this is what you're producing in mid-June.
If I said to you, like, Warriors roster, you can have anyone you want. How many guys do you think? How many guys every single team want in the league? Steph Curry, right?
Yep.
Who else?
Jonathan Kuminga.
I think so too. I think every team, like, I'm not saying that they trade the world for him, but would they want?
I think the Warriors have a lot of players that the league would want, including Draymond Green. Because he brings a lot of value to your
TJD?
team. TJD gives you some value.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many. Yeah, TJD
Pajewski
does.
as a backup? I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. I look at the 49ers. I mean, just look at their roster. There's McCaffrey, Trent. Like, there's a million guys everyone will want. If I open the Giants roster up and I said, you can have anyone you want of the 26-man roster, Logan Webb, Camilo, Chapman probably. Who else? I think Bailey, half the league would
You hear
want.
that silence?
Yeah.
You hear that silence? Not many players that people want on the Giants, which is why these prospects that I don't know about, including Eldridge, even though he's teared it up in AAA or single A, everybody's on the table. In term, you want to just be? Do you want to just be another team, as Mike Bassick said from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas? You want to just be another team, or do you want to compete with the big boys? Because whenever I hear today with Bonte, we're tied for the third wild card. Is that what the goal is? Just be the third wild card? Or is the goal is to compete for big stakes? Is the goal to win championships? What is the goal?
The goal is to be relevant, and right now they just feel very afterthoughty.
Afterthoughty?
Am I wrong?
Thoughty. Dots. They are just another team, man. We're excited about Ramos, and Ramos has had a great 2-week stretch, and I'm here at All-Star, and I'm like, whoa, pump the brakes a little bit.
If Kyle Harrison wasn't from De La Salle and a local kid, I think that there would be a lot more fervor over the performance the last couple of weeks.
I don't like saying this at all.
We're all rooting for him.
But if Vlad Jr. is on the table, or Bo Bichette's on the table, or Pete Alonso's on the table, and they ask for Kyle Harrison, is he preventing you from making that deal?
Probably not. But
is Kyle Harrison untouchable for a player of that stature?
After seeing him for a little while, I think he'll be good in a couple years. I do. I think he's going to be good in a couple years. But here's a great example, and I see the text from the 415. You're telling Harrison not to use his bread and butter, which is his fastball. I don't think his fastball is that great. He can't locate it. Number one, yes, it is his bread and butter, but that's it's a mid-90s fastball. I was told it was a high 90s fastball, and in today's era, mid-90s fastballs are nothing special.
Yeah, I was told he was a can't-miss prospect.
And so what I'm getting at is, when you are a guy with a mid-90s fastball in today's game, if you can't get a breaking ball over early in a count for a strike, that fastball becomes negated, and that fastball becomes very predictable. And then now you're leaning on something that isn't necessarily a weapon. Everyone in baseball can hit 97. What do you think they do at 94?
Yeah, tee it up. To the bleachers.
There's a reason why he's got the most walks and the most hits on the staff right now. It's because
they're tagging that 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
Fall behind and counts, and he's either walking you or he's coming in with a very mediocre fastball.
And his breaking stuff ain't there yet.
No,
so is Kyle Harrison?
He's a way away.
Look, I hope the family.
And I like him.
I hope the family's not listening.
I think he's a work in progress.
I hope the family's not listening. I promise you. I don't want to do this, but is Kyle Harrison going to prevent? If the Blue Jays ask for Kyle Harrison. If, the Mets ask for Kyle Harrison.
I don't think I'm doing it for Pete Alonso. Let's go fast five.
I'm for Pete Alonso, I'd move Kyle Harrison, believe it or not. And I think Kyle Harrison could be a good pitcher. But I do it for Pete Alonso.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about Pete Alonso. The more I see him, he's got a huge hole in his swing. He does hit for power, don't get me wrong, but he's just a low 220s hitter. He's 30-something years old. I don't know. I could see where I would be intoxicated with him for a short contract. I just don't think that that's what he's commanding. I think he's going to get grossly overpaid, and someone's going to regret that. I wouldn't do it for him. I do it for someone who's 25 or 26. I wouldn't do it for a 31-year-old.
Well, he's 29 years old right now.
29. Okay, I thought he was 31.
29 years old. Before this season, he hit 40 and 46 home runs. Now, he batted 271 in 1 year, batted 217. He's a lifetime 250 hitter. Lifetime 250 hitter.
Which is above league average.
And I'm looking at the Baseball Savant. I love this Baseball Savant site. I couldn't believe it. When I first discovered it, I was like, wow, I really like this because it lets you know above average, league average. There's a lot of things where he's league average. Kyle Harrison for Pete Alonso, I do it straight up.
Yeah,
that's my final thought.
I
hope Kyle Harrison pitches 7 today. Yeah. I hope he pitches 7 today. But for Kyle Harrison, I'm trading him straight up for Pete Alonso. Give me that big thumper in the middle of the lineup, and I'll go from there.
Sammy, what you got, bud?
Just going back to Klay Thompson, it's just, I think it's so easy right now to say we want him to go, but when it does come, like, it's going to be really hard to actually see it happen. It's going to be tough when it happens, and I'm not looking forward to it, but it is kind of necessary.
My final thoughts, shout out Darren Waller retiring after 9 seasons in the NFL. I know he's been kind of a punchline as of late with his rap videos and not being able to stay on the field. But this is a guy who overcame drug addiction, has done a lot of good work in the Bay Area in Las Vegas. And you know what? He got to the top of his craft, and he was one of the best, if not the best, tight end for a 2-year stretch.
That's well said. Spadoni, Darren Waller retiring from the game of football with the New York Giants saying bye-bye. That's it for us. Fun show. Evan Giddings, Derek the Guru Johnson next right here on 95.7 The Game. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
Once upon a time in a...
What is going on, Bay Area? Happy Monday to you out there. Everyone around the Bay, west, east, north, south. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. A lot happened this weekend, Goo, which is why I am so happy on a bright and sunny Monday morning to be looking at you right across from here at 95.7.
Yeah,
What's
it's a
up,
beautiful
man?
day. Had a great weekend except yesterday. But other than that, I'm right here ready to go.
Yesterday?
Locked and loaded. So the wife didn't communicate to me that Sunday was going to be dedicated to cleaning the garage out.
Shout out the Sabbath.
And the garage, ours, is just like 2 houses worth of it's Fred Sanford and Son, just junk. And it took the whole day. We got done right before the finals. I quit at 4:54. Like, it's time for the game. ABC.
It wasn't just that game, Goo. I mean, there was a ton of stuff. I know on Friday, we had some fun after the show. Both of us went our separate ways.
Yeah.
You were in the city. I was out in the town.
You
Saturday,
saw a walk-off.
I did. I saw a
You
walk-off
and Carter.
home run on Friday night. Saw Bill Burr with a lot of 95.7 The Game family on Saturday night.
How was that?
Oh, it was
He's
magical.
incredible.
It was unbelievable. It was 90 uninterrupted minutes of just laughing my ass off.
Did you have a cocktail? Or is that a mandate?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
yeah.
you were ready.
1 or 2.
I'm sure he was.
Oh, no, he was.
Remember
he
told
was
Diaz, you can't get anything past this guy. Dipper.
Yeah, I saw Willard there with the lovely Christy. Saw our guy Ken Luttrell and his wife, Mark Grandy, Lucas Alexander were all there. It was a good time.
Yeah.
It was a family event. And I did break my toe, however, on Sunday, so that was how my Sunday was spent.
Hold on. I'm the 50-year-old of this show. I still hoop.
Oh, it was tough.
No broken digits. How did that happen?
I was playing volleyball. Yeah, I was playing volleyball
In
on
the
Golden Gate
sand?
Park. No, on the dirt. And right now, it doesn't feel too good. But, Goo, let me tell you who also stubbed their toe this weekend.
Go ahead.
Who stubbed their toe this weekend was the San Francisco 49ers. And I think that's where I want to start today.
Oh.
Because there's been a lot of breadcrumbs and kind of, I don't know, just a trail of things that have irked me a little bit.
I love it.
At the end of last week, and at the beginning of this week, it's been now reported that Brandon Aiyuk officially has a number next to his name. $26 million is the number that the San Francisco 49ers have reportedly floated his way in regards to a contract offer. Last week, it was Christian McCaffrey getting his record-setting deal. And, of course, the last 2 offseasons, Nick Bosa, Deebo Samuel. And then I also heard over the weekend from ESPN's Jeremy Fowler that Trent Williams, there are whispers, quote, whispers of him wanting a new deal, despite being 36, 37, 3 years left on his current contract, including this season. It seems like everybody in San Francisco is trying to get paid, Goo. And the guy that we've all been wondering about now officially has a dollar sign next to his digits. Not broken, but it's Brandon Aiyuk and it's $26 million.
Now, is that from his camp, or that's what the Niners are saying? This is what we're willing to go.
Apparently, reportedly, $26 million per year is the offer that Brandon Aiyuk and his camp have kind of heard or seen or been received by the 49ers.
So that would be $1 million over Devontae Smith and right beneath Cooper Kupp.
Right beneath Cooper Kupp, but also beneath Amon-Ra St. Brown. Who, of course, got paid this offseason. Justin Jefferson reset the market.
Man, did he?
Getting $35 million a year, 110 guaranteed, 88 at signing, all the rest. But Amon-Ra St. Brown, that has been the, I guess, receiver that a lot of people have put into the Brandon Aiyuk conversation.
Gotcha.
Because
he's at 30, Evan.
He is 30 per year. And right now, I know that there's a lot of, conversation about how much is, guaranteed money worth, how much you get at signing. But the fact remains, the AAV right now, Amon-Ra St. Brown is 30, Devontae Smith is 25. And the 49ers reportedly just told us, in my opinion, Goo, that they see Brandon Aiyuk as being closer to Devontae Smith than Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Man, and I'm going to tell you, Evan, on this lovely Monday, I don't think that gets it done. And the reason I don't think it gets it done is I'm going Beyonce. Put a ring on it. If that was a number that Brandon Aiyuk and his camp were okay with, we would have heard news during this wide receiver boom, right? But I'll tell you this. Last week doing the shows, Evan, and people said, Goo, you're false starting, you're jumping the gun. There's nothing to worry about here because when Deebo and Bosa got their deals, it was further down the road. It wasn't in June. But, Evan, I'm going off of the IG post by Brandon Aiyuk, the tweet to Mike Tomlin, we look alike. There's been some stuff that people in the back can laugh and say it's nothing, but there's some signals. And if 26 was enough, Evan, it would be done. But I honestly believe the drafting of Ricky Pearsall is symbolic of the team saying, we're not going to cave, Brandon. This is our number. And you wonder, is it chump change that would piss Brandon Aiyuk off to where, okay, what if he wanted 28 or 30, Evan? I mean, where do you draw the line? But this is not good for a team that is getting ready to pay Brock Purdy after this season, however many M's. It could be 50, 40. I'm just throwing numbers out there. You're telling me number 11 could possibly be in another uniform or a holdout? That is a distraction I don't want for the Niners coming off a Super Bowl loss. So I don't know where this thing is headed. And then you talk about Trent Williams, who's just being a Jedi, because how many years do we really think he has left? But if you told me, if I'm John Lynch, that my guy, Trent Williams, arguably one of the best left tackles in the game, wants a new contract, that's where I'm like, oh, we can't go week 1 hosting the Jets Monday Night Football without him watching Purdy's blind side. So that's that, how do I dare say it? That's that McCaffrey type leverage to me. If that gets louder and it's real, what if he were to get done before Brandon?
That would be an absolute slap in the face, I believe, especially for a player with 3 years left. Ooh. But look, Goo, and by the way, Matt Simons will be back tomorrow.
Steiny!
Couldn't get a flight out apparently of Philadelphia, so he's going to be back tomorrow.
When did that break?
He told us beforehand. He had some trouble with United or Delta. I don't know, whichever ones. But Steiny's going to be back tomorrow. Yeah. We all miss him. That's Guru. My name is Evan Giddings, filling in for Steiny today. And that's why I think this conversation is fascinating, Goo, in regards to Aiyuk, because eventually the Niners are going to have to draw a line in the sand. And it feels like more than Deebo Samuel or Nick Bosa each of the last 2 off seasons that these contract negotiations are becoming, in my opinion, more contentious. And you and I fought on this a little bit before the show. The reason for me is I never felt like Deebo Samuel was not going to be a 49er. I always felt like he was too important coming off his all-star season, first-team All-Pro, and they were going to pay him.
And that was pre-McCaffrey.
Pre-McCaffrey, yeah, it was Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, right.
I mean, Deebo Samuel was the man. Last offseason, it was Nick Bosa. He was coming out the DPOY. Everyone knew, at least I felt like he was going to get paid. It was just a matter of when. I never felt like Nick Bosa was not going to be wearing the scarlet and gold.
I'm with you there.
The more and more information that leaks out, along with who the 49ers are showing us that they value, I do believe it's a possibility that Brandon Aiyuk is not playing for the 49ers this year. I feel more strongly about that and him than I felt about either Deebo Samuel or Nick Bosa.
Man, I feel that, Evan.
It is as close to a coin flip, I feel like, right now as the 49ers have been in any of their recent contract negotiations.
No doubt about it. And I'll tell you this, partner. If he's not on the field or he's no longer part of the 49ers offense, there's no way in hell, no shade at Ricky Pearsall, or if it were Lynn Swann, their first-round pick in the draft, there's no way anybody could tell me offensively without Aiyuk that they are a better team than they were last year. And a team trying to avenge another Super Bowl loss, Evan, that's not how I pictured it. And maybe the Niners are that 26 that they're offering, maybe they're poking him in the chest, sending him that message, Evan, because you just said it was a slap in the face. Maybe it's a reality of this, we like you, but we don't love you, Brandon. And if you're not with us, the show and the ship is going to go in the right direction. They have to feel that way.
I think they do love him, but the question is, do they love him more than the guys who are in front of him? I could make a case that Trent Williams, even at age 37, is more important than Brandon Aiyuk.
I got my hand raised. I'm with you.
Christian McCaffrey, I think, is a more important piece of this offense than Brandon Aiyuk is. That doesn't mean that Aiyuk isn't a damn good football player and doesn't deserve to be paid. But when I hear the reports of the 49ers floating $26 million per year at Brandon Aiyuk, which, as you laid out, Goo, is just above Devontae Smith and, of course, below Amon-Ra St. Brown, that is telling me what the 49ers think of him. And it might just be them penny pinching. It might just be them playing hardball. But that's an offer that, if it is true, if that report is factual, you can't take that back. If you're Brandon Aiyuk and you see what they think of you financially speaking, in terms of money, I might take offense to that.
Man, and in this new era of social media, you can say I'm wrong, Evan. I'm going to lay it on you. I do think respect is your contract. It speaks volumes, just the news and everything surrounding it. When we see the scroll at the bottom of the TV that Evan Giddings signed for such and such, I think that means something. And again, I said it and I'll die on this hill. I believe Brandon Aiyuk feels like he is more talented than they use him. But for him to continue to be who he's been and not be a problem, pay me. And I feel like part of that, the M's is pay me because I know I'm not going to put up St. Brown numbers or A.J. Brown or Justin Jefferson. And I'll ask you, Evan, is June 10th, do you think this is a distraction on June 10th? I do. I thought it was. This is not good. And it started with Mike Silvers of the world. Everything that went down during draft night, it affected my experience because I didn't know if Goodell, if Debo was going to be traded or Aiyuk. It's just continuing. I feel like it's not getting better.
Well, and that's why I think that there's a lot of wrinkles that weren't present in the Bosa and the Samuel negotiations because we're talking about leverage right now. I think the 49ers have all the leverage because of what you just laid out. Because they took a wide receiver in the first round. Because they don't use Brandon Aiyuk like Amon-Ra St. Brown is used in Detroit. Because there are other pieces to this that are perhaps more important than Brandon on a given day. Brandon Aiyuk, again, he's their, I think, prototypical receiver.
Yeah.
You know, he's their number one. But this ain't a couple of years ago where if you didn't have Debo Samuel, that train wasn't going anywhere. Last year, if you didn't have Nick Bosa on that team, that defense, which under Steve Wilkes or under whoever, it wasn't going nowhere.
I was kind of built for this.
He was built for this. And to take the words out of Steve Wilkes' mouth, I think the 49ers are built to basically survive Brandon Aiyuk. Yeah. Like, this is a team that is built, if he's not there next year, I don't think that they're operating at the optimal offensive level that they were a year ago. But they're built to survive Brandon Aiyuk, just like they're built to, in a year, potentially survive not having Debo Samuel or George Kittle or whoever else they might have to move off of. I don't think they're built right now to survive a Christian McCaffrey absence. And I definitely don't think they're built to survive a Trent Williams absence.
You know what? I love all of it. And at the end of the day, Evan, just think about it. The Niners used a first-round pick in this window we talk about, because it's open, but you got to cash quick and soon. You think they were in a position to give Ricky Pearsall a red shirt or whoever that first, like, they had to know or feel some type of way to draft at Brandon Aiyuk's position, a position of strength that I thought was for the 49ers. And lo and behold, we haven't even mentioned Juwan Jennings' deal. So, Evan, they must feel or know something to where what you just said hit me. We can survive life without Aiyuk. And I'm just blown away because one of the best, I believe, attributes of Brock Purdy is what's between his ears and how quick he reads it. But, Evan, if they go down this road of hardball per se, shout out to Giants, and something happened and he's in another uniform, I can't wait to watch this because I'll really feel more confident about maybe the Niners have had their best chance to get it done and they didn't. But offensively, no, you can't tell me you got better offensively, Evan. That's just, now you can show me.
Agree.
But I'm just, oh my gosh, who saw this coming? And maybe they did, the org.
And that's, again, why I'm reading the actions of the franchise. And that's why I do think that this is big. A lot of people might be listening and saying, Evan, get off this. It's June. They don't negotiate until July anyways. But we heard TJ Houshmandzadeh, his wide receiver coach, Aiyuk's head coach, last week on Willard and Dibbs saying if they had offered him Amon-Ra St. Brown money, he'd be in the building by now.
Wow. That's love, Evan. What do you need? What do you want? We want you. Let's go. And that has not happened. And real quick here, you brought up TJ. When he said he's not, he let us know that Brandon's not happy the longer this continues to go on. So
how could he be happy? Wow, seriously, like, how could he be happy seeing this offseason unfold and seeing, again, the wide receivers that are coming off the board and getting paid. It started with Smith. A.J. Brown got a new deal. He was under contract.
Smith got a new one.
Devontae Smith, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Justin Jefferson.
Still, they're about to, you would think, get their bag, per se.
I just feel like if the 49ers really believed that Brandon Aiyuk was a $30 million receiver, he would have his deal. That's just what I believe. And maybe they are penny pinching. This is from the Xfinity mobile text line for the 650. What's another $4 million per year if he wants 30? Well, the 49ers are apparently saying that's a big $4 million. And I don't think it's just about the money. It could be about the salary cap, and they're trying to figure out how they can fit players under certain. I do think in regards to Aiyuk, it is a reflection of what they believe he is. The money is a reflection of how good of a wide receiver the 49ers believe that Aiyuk is. And they believe that he's a damn good receiver. They just don't think he's as good as Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's what I hear when I hear the offer. That is, again, it's a $4 million gap. It's closer to Devontae Smith than it is to Amon-Ra. And a lot of people believe that Aiyuk could be as good if he was featured the way that St. Brown is.
And that would eat me alive, Evan, working at an entity where you feel like you can do more, but you're not given the opportunity. And let me just give you some game here, Evan. Back in the day, there was an R&B group called Timex Social Club. They had one hit. They had a one-hit wonder. It was, look at all these rumors. Let me add this. What if the Niners were really in on Justin Jefferson? If I'm Brandon Aiyuk and his team, and again, it's rumors, but if they were actually in on that would have been the end of him, basically. So, Evan, I'm just following Dick Tracy, all the little tea leaves and nuggets or clues. Everything right now is what it seems like the organization is saying, we like you, but we don't love you, buddy.
Well, and that's what I'm curious, fans out there that are listening, how are you rating these tea leaves right now? 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. It's reported that Brandon Aiyuk has received an offer of $26 million per year from the San Francisco 49ers. Is that good enough for him? Is that good enough for you? Because I think you're right, Gu, that just the first offer isn't anything necessarily to take offense to.
All right.
I mean, you might think that they're telling you that, you're this or you're that, but it's not just the contract. It is who's being paid ahead of you. It also is who just got paid ahead of you and Christian McCaffrey, who was already under contract.
Yeah.
It's Trent Williams whispering about a new deal when he's got 3 years left. If he becomes a priority to the 49ers, that might be something that I take offense to. I think right now, it's just a culmination of these breadcrumbs that have been trickled across the offseason that have me feeling like I think that Brandon Aiyuk will be a 49er last year. But I feel less confident in that than I did Nick Bosa, who held out almost into week 1 of last season, and Deebo Samuel, who, to your point before the show, asked for a freaking trade. I just feel like these negotiations are far more contentious than either of their prior two.
Yeah, and I'm musically inclined here early in the morning. Too Short had a great line, get in where you fit in. And I think the Niners are sending that message to Brandon Aiyuk. You're not more important than McCaffrey. We all understand that. No shade. But, Evan, I got to say this. The thing that could just really, to me, make me feel like Aiyuk is done is if we see big Trent Williams get a deal before Brandon Aiyuk. That, to me, would really be like, okay, from a Brandon Aiyuk perspective, and you could say wide receivers are divas, that would be like, how the hell did this happen? I would feel less important or less of a priority. And some could say, toughen up. You're going to get your deal, but 26 M's, if that was enough, you would think we would have news and the Niners would be focused on, the Jets and training camp that's coming up. And what I don't like about all this from a Niner standpoint, Evan, is in 2019, they had a different quarterback and they had a different cast of characters, but none of these problems money wasn't going to be a problem. Jay-Z, money was not going to be a thing. And now all of a sudden it is. And if it costs you Brandon Aiyuk before week 1, guys like me just feel like on paper going into that game against the Jets until I see otherwise, you guys, the offense is taking a step back. And that would mean the team is taking a step back.
And I don't think the rest of the team is mad at Aiyuk for doing what he's doing. Or Brandon Aiyuk is necessarily mad at the other players for getting their money. That's all business. But if I'm Aiyuk and I see McCaffrey get paid, I hear about Williams wanting a new deal, I see Juwan Jennings get $10 million guaranteed over 2 years.
Small but early.
And I see the team select a first-round wide receiver. Now, at first, I might be saying, well, it's going to be real great to run with Pearsall, both ASU guys. We know each other. I can't wait. Great pick, John. And then, after a couple months, well, maybe you start to think, well, was he there to replace me?
I'm not laughing.
Is he there to replace Debo?
Man,
is he there to replace Juwan Jennings? All of these things are so fluid, and that's why I just don't see this contract coming to a close anytime soon. And I feel like, again, yes, it's not the Niners' way to get things done at the start, but if they really wanted to, if he was the priority, Goo, I feel like that number of 26 would either be higher or it would be an ink. And so, again, 888-957-9570 is the number. I feel like this is a big story. Brandon Aiyuk is a big part of the San Francisco 49ers, and we finally have a reported number to his name. This is from the 415. BA is the third or fourth option on our offense. Devontae Smith is the number 2 on the Eagles. $26 million is more than fair. Is $26 million fair? I think Brandon Aiyuk has every right to try and get more.
I do think it's fair.
26?
Yeah, for me, for Brandon, and how they utilize you. That's just me speaking on that man's money. But when I look at the receivers and where it's slotted, I don't think that's a slap in the face at all. And then you think about what he's getting paid now, which, that's a raise. But in this era, Evan, of, Evan's getting 30 and Carter's getting 31, I think that means something. And I do wonder if it's going to cost Aiyuk his tenure as a Niner if we find out 26 does not suffice.
Well, Jalen Waddle's got 28 and a quarter. So if you're Brandon Aiyuk, you feel like I'm at least a number 1 on my team. I might not be the number 1 option. Jalen Waddle's the number 2, behind Tyreek Hill.
How about Kupp?
Cooper Kupp?
I don't think Aiyuk is better than Cooper Kupp. Or he's in a system that features, it's, now we got Luka Puka
Nakua, yeah.
What did LeBron say?
I think that's part of it too. Is the Niners are saying, dude, you're not getting 150 targets a year. We can't pay you like you're getting 150 targets a year.
And wouldn't that make sense though, as an organization, if they know it could be Evan Giddings at wideout, or we're just not going to use you like that. That's not how we're built.
And then this is also for the 415 and the Xfinity mobile text line. People already jumping to, well, what could we get potentially for Brandon Aiyuk in a trade? There's been reports about linking him to the Steelers, or I just saw a mock trade earlier this morning about him to the Chargers, who need a number 1 wide receiver and have a lot of draft assets. Yeah, again, I think that it's less about Brandon Aiyuk right now being traded than it is how the Niners see him. Do they value him? Because if the ball is in a particular court, I don't think it's in Aiyuk's court. I feel like this is going to be contentious and has been contentious because Aiyuk doesn't have the leverage that a Bosa had, that a Debo had, even a couple of years ago that a Kittle or a Warner had. I don't think that Brandon Aiyuk right now is in a position to ask or to get the $30 million that he reportedly wants.
No doubt, Evan. And I could hear our partner Steiny answer this question real quick before the break. I'm going to throw it at you. Do you think, you heard me, do you think 26 is fair for Brandon Aiyuk? Like I do.
I think 28 is probably where I would lean. Right. And maybe that's his camp right now. And again, we're splitting hairs. We're talking about $2 million, but we're also talking about $2 million per year.
For a team a damn good team that a lot have picked to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl again.
I mean, it also might be the only bag that Brandon Aiyuk gets. Man. I mean, Deebo Samuel's looking at the tail end of his deal. I think that every player has the right to maximize their first big payday, and Brandon Aiyuk is trying to do that right now, and it sounds like the 49ers are telling him that might be too much. But what are you reading from the tea leaves right now in regards to Brandon Aiyuk? 888-957 9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz or Driller Guru Johnson. A reminder to download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Also, that segment was brought to you by Liberty Mutual.
Hi, we're Comparing Insurance Agency. Never heard.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. You were just asking me like the best one-liner from Bill Burr on Saturday.
He's a bad dude.
I got to say, because he went after a few members of the crowd. One of them was wearing a Shaquille O'Neal jersey. Spadoni liked this one. It wasn't even about the fact that he was a Lakers fan, but that he kept making it about that he was wearing a Lakers jersey. Like he was just in gold.
In Warrior Country.
Yeah, exactly. There's a couple Celtics jerseys out there. Bill Burr's not a big NBA fan, so he thought it was funny. He's like, yeah, I don't really care. Like Kevin Garnett is dead to me, basically. But someone screamed early in the show, I love you, Bill. I love you. And he just goes, you don't love me. You love the idea of me. Now sit down and watch the show.
That's really good. He's got a delivery second to none, man.
Oh, it was incredible.
Glad you had a good time.
He was fantastic. Sounds like you had a great weekend, too. I was out at betting on the ponies. Carter was as well on Saturday. I was out there Saturday.
Golden Gate Fields is closing, and 8 of my friends, lack of communication, sent text, pictures, photos. You were there.
Yeah,
Why
on
didn't
Saturday.
you say anything, bud?
Shout out to our guy, Patty St. Baddies. The final horse I bet on at Golden Gate Fields came home with the dub.
Come on, Evan.
It was a late kick. My guy, God, I forget what his name was, the rider. Dude, they're like 123 pounds, these riders, by the way. They're like
I couldn't
5
be
feet
a
tall.
jockey, the poor horse. Oh, boy.
They're absolute beasts. Dude, so they,
Russell
before,
Bays.
promise we're going to get back to the Niners in a second, but the horse they'll kind of like show them around. If you go down into like the lower depths of Golden Gate Fields, you can go and actually see the horses as they're bringing them out. And so you can see like how, I don't know, like kind of like the demeanor of them, right? If they got something weird going on in their eyes. So Patty St. Baddies was lined up next to this horse. So I swear it was on some sort of narcotic. Like, I mean, they're all jacked up. They're on horse tranquilizer and all the rest. Oh, yeah. And this horse is right next to Patty St. Baddy, looking him right in the eye and kind of like nudging him, kicking him. And I'm like, that horse is going to be a problem.
And you bet?
We had to bet on him.
Couple hundred, a little more. That's Steiny and me.
Little less.
Okay,
a little less.
I want to know.
It wasn't payday on Friday, but I didn't use it that much. Speaking of paydays, Brandon Aiyuk is trying to get his this summer from the San Francisco 49ers, and it was reported over the weekend that he has received an annual offer of $26 million per year. We're discussing just kind of all the angles of it because to me, Goop, like the question that I have for the 49ers is essentially where you draw the line. Like they've been giving out contracts to players that deserve them. Obviously, going back to Kittle, I mean, even Jimmy Garoppolo, for crying out loud, I think it was the largest quarterback contract at the time when they gave it to him. Warner's been paid. Juszczyk is the highest paid fullback in the league. Trent Williams at one point was the highest paid tackle in the league. Christian McCaffrey just got a record-setting deal. Deebo Samuel got his money. Nick Bosa was the highest non-paid quarterback up until Justin Jefferson reset that this summer. But where does Brandon Aiyuk fit? And where do the Niners draw the line in regards to the cash that they can't just continue to keep throwing around?
Man, it is. This is something. And I'll tell you this. You said something profound during the break. You know, I just follow, again, going back to Brandon Aiyuk's girlfriend's Instagram post and his lack of usage in the Super Bowl, the brother talking about it might be the last game at Levi's. And you see, you know, the running back, not cut the line, but it is cut the line if you're Brandon Aiyuk and you feel like that happened and you feel slighted. But what you said during the break is, Evan, if Brandon Aiyuk mentally is checked out and wants out of here, he could not only, let's just say he went to L.A. with Justin Herbert.
Oh, the Chargers,
could you imagine the targets? And he probably could get closer to 30 if he didn't get the Steph Curry number. So he would get the best of both worlds. And now that just has me thinking, if I'm Brandon Aiyuk doing whatever he's doing this Monday morning, or even since the season ended, like maybe, Guru, don't feel bad for me if they trade me. Maybe that's why I'm signaling and trying to send the subliminals of how I'm really feeling. And, TJ Houshmandzadeh joined Willard and Dibbs talking about, the longer this goes on, the more upset he gets. Like, just think about that for all the people in the back that say, oh, we'll just do this in July and August is fine. Not if a guy's just, getting pissed off by the day.
Well, and this was TJ Houshmandzadeh last week with Willard and Dibbs talking about the contract that he believes Aiyuk wants. and potentially deserves.
Amon-Ra? That's who I would compare him to. Amon-Ra St. Brown. If the Niners are willing to give him that type of contract, guaranteed, that just shows you they're not willing to give him that type of contract.
I agree.
Wow.
And I don't think that Brandon Aiyuk is as good as Amon-Ra St. Brown, but he has every right to ask for that kind of money. Now, it seems like the 49ers, and that's where, again, we're talking about a few $1 million, but I think on the spectrum, right, if Devontae Smith is 25 per year and Amon-Ra St. Brown is 30 per year, well, if the report is true that the Niners have offered him 26 per year, they're telling us and telling him that he is closer to a number 2 than a number 1.
No doubt. How can you not see that on the chessboard? And then also, you recited everybody that got paid, rightfully so, but the last Niner to where I think the bottle stopped spinning and did get paid, I'm going back to DeForest Buckner. Like, Aiyuk would be the first Niner, Evan, that was in line, ready to get his food, and they said, the kitchen's closed. If this happens, and he doesn't get paid.
And we know that ended up being the wrong move.
Man.
It ended up hurting the 49ers.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Armstead not even here.
I mean, these are just the things that I've kind of been reading in regards to the breadcrumbs this summer since the Niners unfortunately lost in the Super Bowl, which is, Brandon Aiyuk wanting his money. The report of $26 million comes on the heels of Christian McCaffrey getting his extension, getting $20 million guaranteed.
Pay me.
Juwan Jennings signing his new contract, a 2-year deal, an extension. The 49ers drafting a wide receiver in the first round, Ricky Pearsall, who appears to be doing pretty well. Trent Williams, whispers of him, according to Jeremy Fowler of ESPN this weekend, wanting a new deal. And then, of course, what we also heard from Matt Barrows on Friday of The Athletic Goo, that there's no indication that the 49ers are willing to excuse Brandon Aiyuk's absence. And right now, it looks like they're going to fine him for not being there last week.
And that was the one. We went to the cafeteria, had lunch, broke bread, a little liquid too.
Mm-hmm.
But that was the one that stayed with me. And I know it's early. That was a report. But Evan, just the fact that could be put in print or there's a soundbite to where a reporter that covered, this is his job, and he covers the team, and he said it the way he said it, it almost feels like there's not a double standard, but there is, you're not important to us like a McCaffrey. You're not as important to us as a Nick Bosa. You may believe that, but we don't. And Evan, I can't wait to see how this thing plays out, but I asked you earlier if you thought 26 was fair. You said 28. I get it, but this is a distraction, and nobody can sell me on Goo. This is good for a team that's trying to revenge a Super Bowl loss. That's what's just like, wow. And if the baby's delivered, the trade baby, and he's no longer a part of your team, I just think you're lesser on the offensive side of the ball.
You are. Well, and that's kind of the predicament. I mean, that is the one piece of leverage I think that Aiyuk does have, is there's no doubt that if he's not there next year, they're not as prolific of an offense. I mean, it'd be like, let's take like the NBA Finals. The Boston Celtics have, just embarrassment of riches.
Brad Stevens MVP. Go ahead.
He might be first in line. If they took Derek White off that team, they're not as good. But they could probably survive and win a lot of basketball games without Derek White.
Are you serious?
I agree.
That's
true. I think they could.
I'm with you. D. White's a baller, but I'm with you.
I think in regards to the pecking, it's Tatum, Brown, Holiday,
Porzingis,
and White.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't even have Porzingis in the cakewalk through the playoffs up until the finals. So I think Brandon Aiyuk is more important to the 49ers offense than, say, maybe Porzingis is. But that's kind of the point, though. It's like the Boston Celtics have been so dominant, and they're a 64-win team because they have way too many people to throw at you on both ends of the floor.
Man.
The 49ers offense operates at a level that we haven't seen since 1994, at least last year, in part because Brandon Aiyuk gives them something, a different dynamic, a different thread of the offense that isn't there if he's not around.
No doubt about it. And you got me thinking when you use the Derek White comp. Evan, if you told me right now, D, pick your pin up and give me your top 5 receivers, Tyreek Hill would be a part of that.
100%.
And for you to tell me the Chiefs have won 2 Super Bowls, and it was a tad bit more difficult offensively. Your identity was different. A lot of people didn't believe in, the fireworks that were not the Chiefs offense for so much of last season. They would win 2 Super Bowls without him. Okay, I don't know if you have a Patrick Mahomes here and Brock Purdy, but Kyle must feel like Andy or the Chiefs and the Hunts in regard to, the show's going to go on and it's going to go on and we're going to make beautiful music and climb the mountaintop, because that's what the Chiefs did without Tyreek Hill. I just don't have the confidence in the Niners without Brandon Aiyuk and what that would mean for Brock Purdy, who Matt Barrows also let us know, Evan, if you're into this, Ricky Pearsall, your number 1 hotshot rookie wide receiver, he's been getting more reps with your starting quarterback because Aiyuk is not around.
Wow, dude. And if he really is that guy,
nice,
then they might be able to hold and kind of tread water without him. That's why the pick to me was a little more confusing at the time than it appears now, because Ricky Pearsall looks like the ultimate safety net at this point. The ultimate safety net for, one, if you had traded either Aiyuk or Deebo Samuel on draft night.
Right.
2, if you decide to trade or move off of one of them in the future, this summer or next. And 3, if you couldn't come to terms with Juwan Jennings and you needed a third wide receiver. So Ricky Pearsall would plug any one of those potential holes or emergencies for the 49ers. And now it looks like he's also a reason that they have leverage. Like, I don't think, if, for example, if the report is true that they offered him $26 per year, and Aiyuk gets that offer, his agent gets that offer, and he says, I'm not budging for anything less than 28. The Niners can say, well, that's cool, because we're not budging for anything less than 26. Like, there isn't enough for me right now.
Man.
There isn't enough ammunition that Aiyuk has to combat what the Niners are showing us that they value, are showing us how they see him. And they still love it. I mean, $26 million ain't chump change. But they're telling him and telling us, I believe, that he is what he put on Twitter at the beginning of this offseason, the fourth option. The fourth option in a run-first offense. Brandon Aiyuk has uttered those words through social media. And he's laid these little breadcrumbs of, I'm not taking this or I'm not giving into that.
Or I'm not sharing. I shouldn't have to share my... Well, you are right now, buddy.
Well, let me ask you this. Yeah. Should Christian McCaffrey have to share?
I don't think in the Navy 30 years is rank, and he shouldn't have to.
If
the way this offense is ran is Christian McCaffrey centric, he shouldn't have to, Evan.
If Trent Williams does want a restructuring to his deal, should he have to share?
Give me that blank paper, Trent, and we'll give me the number, and we'll oblige.
And the reason why Trent Williams may or may not be disgruntled with his current contract is because he's currently the 4th highest paid tackle in football.
Right.
He's an 11-time All-Pro. This guy might be one of the, if not the best left tackles in the history of football. So right now, he's also someone that I believe has more leverage than Brandon Aiyuk.
Man, Evan.
He can hold retirement over the San Francisco 49ers. He can say, if you don't pay me, I can literally walk away.
Try replacing me.
And there's one thing that the Niners have not been drafting very high in regards to the 1st and 2nd round picks. It's offensive linemen.
Yeah.
They haven't spent money or invested assets in the offensive line the way that they've invested in their skill position players, or specifically their defense. And the Niners also might be saying, look, Aiyuk, we want to pay you this. We want to keep you, but we want to keep you at this number. And you asking for an extra $4 million might be the difference in a future negotiation with another player we also want to keep. And so I think Aiyuk wants to be in San Francisco. Like you were running the trade hypothetical for, say, like with the Chargers.
Yeah.
Or if there's another team, I don't know.
Steelers.
Baltimore. Yeah, Steelers, Baltimore. I'm sure he'd be featured a lot more in those offenses than he is here in San Francisco in regards to target volume. But how much does he want to win?
Man, and I think we're going to find out, Evan.
Because I think that where is best for him, for that goal, is unquestionably San Francisco.
No doubt about it. But again, it's styles, it's self-production or thresholds that he has, on a personal standpoint. And Evan, I'm just keeping it real. These guys know what's going on. They know what others are doing. And I always talk about just worry about what's going on in your house. But at the end of the day, numbers don't lie. And I'm looking at Aiyuk, just in the Super Bowl, he had 6 targets, 3 for 49 yards is what he caught. I never looked at him or Debo like you had a bad Super Bowl. I was just like, why was it quiet on the set? And we talked to Matt Barrows about it and Larry, and he was talking about, tip your cap to the Chiefs defense. Bottom line, Evan, is this needs to get resolved, I think, sooner than later. And if it doesn't, that will let us know why Ricky Pearsall's name was called on draft night, not given a red shirt to a first-round pick when we don't know how open or closed this window is. It's Operation Get Back. But for them to do what I thought was, okay, Jennings might not be here, but for them to, you just talked about it, sign Jennings and you still go get a receiver, how can that not be a possible replacement for BA if this doesn't get fixed?
It could plug any one of these holes in what didn't appear to be a sinking ship at the beginning of the offseason. And now you're looking around and you're wondering, well, why'd they make that move? Or why'd they pay this guy first? Or why'd they go out and draft that player? There's just a lot of things that I believe are interesting and frankly revealing about where the 49ers are at in regards to their, quote, number one focus this offseason was inking Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, that's all anyone talked about at the end of the season, going into the offseason. What do the Niners need to do? Well, obviously, they need to remain competitive. They'll address this in the draft. They'll address that. They might make a couple signings here and there. Leonard Floyd, for example. They're going to kind of trim the hedges. I mean, they were in an overtime game in the Super Bowl. They're not that far away, but that's also predicated on keeping Brandon Aiyuk in the fold. And it just feels to me, and I'll ask this again, 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Of the last 3 big negotiations that the 49ers have had, Deebo Samuel 2 summers ago, Nick Bosa last summer, does this feel more tense? Does it feel more contentious than those other 2 negotiations? Brandon Aiyuk. Because I feel like it does. And I feel like it does because unlike those other 2, I do think that there is a possibility that Brandon Aiyuk is not a 49er this season. I never felt like Deebo was not going to be a Niner. I never felt like Nick Bosa was not going to be a Niner. It was just a matter of when those deals were going to get done. Brandon Aiyuk, I do think there is a possibility that he's not on the team this upcoming season. I hope it's not the case, but there appears to be a long distance or distance in general between the team and the player.
And I didn't see that, Evan. I didn't see it coming. I just knew. I knew 100% in my heart that Brandon Aiyuk was going to be here. We got the Deebo sound of him saying, I know what time it is. And you wonder if no Aiyuk, what this does for or solidify Deebo's future. Because I feel like if there's no Aiyuk, Deebo's going to be here for multiple years. When I went into this season thinking Deebo, and he kind of alluded to it, I know what time it is. This might be my last hoorah with the 49ers, the red and gold. But this is interesting. We'll see, what happens. And I'll say this. The last time I referred to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame event I went to with Bonte, the great John Taylor wanted to see, and he says he talks to Kyle, more of 85 in the passing game. He's put up numbers. I just think Kittle can do more if allowed, but you do wonder if Kyle's went to the lab and, a guy like me is just sitting there talking about, well, is Ricky Pearsall to replace possible Brandon Aiyuk's production? But what if it's team-wide? What if it was half of Pearsall and more targets or more utilization for George Kittle in the passing game? Kyle could be like, you know what, John? We can get past this. We can make that up. And right now, it just feels that way that the org is saying, hey, this is as far as we're willing to go. And if it costs you and we got to break up, so be it.
Well, I think this is an interesting point from the 510, the Xfinity Mobile text line. Evan, they drafted 2 wide receivers as insurance. The Christian McCaffrey and Juwan Jennings extensions went because they weren't asking for more than they're worth. So Brandon Aiyuk, it sounds like, according to the 510, is asking for more than he's worth. And that's been the whole discussion this offseason of how much he is worth. I think that's where he's trying to figure out where he fits in. Shout out to Too Short, like you said earlier, Goo. Get in where you fit in. Well, where does he fit in? Because
I think he knows they don't feel like that's where he fits in at that cost.
But isn't that a problem? Like you're not on the same page with your team?
It's a big problem, and I think it's why nothing has been done. You know what I mean? There's a gap. And shout out Denham. Yeah, that's my old story back in the day.
Spadona giving you a 2 back there. Definitely, that's a 3 on a Monday.
Thank you.
That's not bad off the top. But TJ Houshmandzadeh also had something interesting, I thought, on Willard and Dibs last week, which is about the length of time. Because they didn't sign Debo until July. It took until almost week 1 with Bosa. Well, what about Aiyuk?
It's disheartening, man, because as a player, you just want to get what you feel you've earned. That's all it is. And when you feel you're worth this and they're offering you that, obviously that's the case because that's why he hadn't shown up yet. It's disheartening. And then it starts to make you angry. I went through this as a player. It starts to make you angry. And so hopefully this can be resolved sooner than later because the longer this goes on, it's just a lot of animosity on the player side. It just pisses you off. And when you get paid, you're happy about it, but you're still kind of angry about damn, they really don't think I'm that good.
Or they don't think you're Amon-Ra St. Brown level good.
Wow.
But during the cut, Carter got my ear. I thought you had something really interesting. Carter, would you like to share what went through your mind listening to that?
Yeah, I was just saying that I think that maybe because the Niners are so loaded with offensive weapons, he might not be worth more than $26 million to the 49ers, but he might easily be worth $30 million to another team, as we were speaking at the break, to the Chargers. Who knows?
And if you think that, Carter, and Evan said 26 wouldn't suffice, he knows that. And for the people thinking we're chasing the smoke and driving by the fire, Evan, that was on the text line. That's a friend. That's a mentor to Brandon Aiyuk. He led that soundbite with, it's disheartening. Like right now, that's how Brandon Aiyuk has to be feeling. It's not, I'll go on vacation, Cabo, chill. It's all good. We'll get to it, Goo. It's disheartening. And Larry asked me this, hit me like a bag of bricks Friday, Evan. He said, Goo, you got an agent? I told him no, but I always thought the agent was the buffer. So if you did ended up getting the money at a later date, who's the animosity towards? Would it be, you know what I mean? If you got your chicken and you got your number, I would just ask TJ, well, why would there be any animosity? Because it was a little lengthy? Well, let me tell you when Bosa came to right before week 1. I can tell you when Debo got his. This is how the Niners do business. So on that front, just from a calendar perspective, I feel like there's nothing to see here, but he's speaking for Brandon. Brandon's speaking for him on IG. I don't want to share. I kind of didn't. I'm like, you ain't Trent or McCaffrey to put that up because I feel like it didn't resonate with the org. And then for him to say, TJ to say disheartening, I feel like that's coming from the horse's mouth.
It could be. And I think right now, if you're Aiyuk, you're also trying to figure out, all right, how long is this thing going to go? Because it might go as long as Debo, might go as long as Bosa, might get done shorter. I just feel like, and I do agree with Houshmandzadeh that if they wanted to give Brandon Aiyuk an Amon-Ra St. Brown contract, that he would be at minicamp, or would have been at minicamp last week.
Wow.
That they wouldn't be in a position to figure out whether or not they were going to find him or not. But how are you reading the tea leaves of Brandon Aiyuk after a report that he received $26 million per year? That's the offer on the table right now, reportedly from the San Francisco 49ers. There's also whispers that Trent Williams might want to rework his deal. Does he become more of an instant priority? Is 26 a fair value for Brandon Aiyuk? Is it too much? Is it too few? Is it not enough for Aiyuk? That's what we're trying to figure out right now on 95.7 The Game as we continue on. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. And what's coming up on the game? I'm actually going to give you a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair. You can listen in at 12:30 to win a 4-pack of Alameda County Fair tickets. That's coming up. All presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises, and also sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No, we're all right. We're all right.
No, we're not. Tell them what
Everything's okay.
happened.
Everything's all right.
Tell
Had a
them what
minor
happened.
scare. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. That's good as always.
I just sent you $20 to your. I ain't did it yet, but I will to your Cash
You'll
App.
have to send me $20.
Tell them what happened. I told Carter and Spadoni.
All right, so everyone knows during the commercial break, we'll come out, we huddle up, we talk as family, sometimes for better or for worse. But we're walking in the hall.
Fat boy had to go get his hot chips and 7-Up.
Well, I wasn't going to say that.
Back.
I was going to put you on
I'm
blast
coming back.
for getting the hot chips.
And you're going to do what you do.
I'm going to get some coffee, so I have my mug. There's a little bit of coffee left kind of out of the bottom of the mug. So as we're walking out, a great segment, great hour. I don't know.
I'm feeling good. That made me dap you.
It's a sunny day on a Monday. Yeah, reaches for the dap. I give Goo the elbow because I'm wearing a white sweater.
Oh, it's clean.
Just got it.
What kind?
Nike.
Who's on it?
Oh,
yeah. It's clean.
EE. No, the Golden State Valkyries.
It is dope as hell.
Just got it. Fresh out of the package.
That
honestly,
hurt.
this weekend.
Just got it hurt. But I'm going to send you the money and you put that bad boy in the cleaners. That's on me.
Yeah, so we bump, knuck to elbow. Goo hits it a little too hard. Coffee flies everywhere. And now I got brown stains.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Right. I'm out. I'm sending you the money. Put that bad boy in the cleaners. See, I got you.
No, I do need it though. It's like this thing's like Coke White.
I just wish you wouldn't have hit me knowing you had a little smidgen of coffee in there. But I was feeling love. I needed the dab.
It takes two to tango. That's on me. Okay. I shouldn't have gone. I should have just said nope. Can't give you a dab. But come on, I love you, man. We also love Steiny. He's gonna be back tomorrow. Don't worry about that. But what we're getting into now, it wasn't as contentious as our knucks outside, but you know the contentious, I think, negotiation right now that's going on with Brandon Aiyuk. And I don't know about you, Goo, but I think this is an interesting point from the Xfinity Mobile text line from the 510. The problem is the Jalen Waddle contract. So BA and Devontae Smith have more catches and receiving yards, even more games played in the last two seasons. They're on par, but Waddle was overpaid by Miami.
Okay, but Miami doesn't feel like the organization, they overpaid him.
True.
You feel what I'm saying?
Fair point.
I get that. And at the end of the day, Evan, I guess I'm asking you how special, and the listeners, or how good is one Brandon Aiyuk? Is he a difference maker? Because I think so. And if you tell me he's not on the team, I don't think they can get back to the Super Bowl. Do you feel the same way? And my last thing, I mentioned his stats in the Super Bowl. Was that on him? Because I think he's getting a lot of strays. Or was it on Shanahan getting him more involved?
It also could have been on Purdy not having a spectacular game. I don't think Purdy was bad in the Super Bowl, especially for a guy in there for his first time. But was he all time? Was he as good as he needed to beat Mahomes? Obviously not, because the other team had thread 6 more points.
Man, this is crazy, man.
But I think so. You mentioned Aiyuk being the difference. The more and more I've thought about it, like we were running this by a few of our listeners on Saturday, and
I tuned you in. You guys did a great job.
I appreciate it. I don't know. I think the Niners, they're not as good without Brandon Aiyuk. There's no doubt about that.
Nobody will convince me otherwise, Evan.
Can they win a Super Bowl without Brandon Aiyuk?
They haven't won one with him. Why you think?
Well, and that's why I would like to say no.
Okay.
But could they get back to that region? Could they get back to the NFC Championship game or even the Super Bowl without Aiyuk? I'm starting to feel a little more towards yes. And the reason is not necessarily because of the Niners. It's because of the NFC.
Wow.
It's because I'm looking around and I'm wondering, and that might also be what Brandon Aiyuk is looking around and wondering at. Okay, how much is my value, to Carter's point, to the Niners? Is it at 26? But my value to another team could be $30 million.
There's that, man.
A lot of people believe that he's just as effective as CeeDee Lamb.
Yes.
Brought to you by Echo Pest Control.
Yeah.
I mean, if Brandon Aiyuk got 150 targets a year, he might be putting up 1,500 yards.
Evan, I think he's special, man. And I hated when his name was announced. I was like, who? What are you? Come on. But what about this caveat? The Justin Jefferson courtship, possibly by the Niners. Is that sending Aiyuk a message that's what we deem top dollar? Why were shouldn't they be looking at Aiyuk? Okay, hey, we don't got Justin Jefferson, we don't got Jerry Rice, but we got our Chris Carter, our Michael Irvin. But for them, if this is true, what message does that send Aiyuk? If they were willing to move mountains or what have you to go get that big fish, it wasn't for you, Debo, and Justin Jefferson to be on the nine. Like, I just feel like that was another shot fired if the Niners were in on Justin Jefferson.
Well, I'm adding it to the list right now. I mean, if you're Aiyuk or you're Ayuk's camp, you're seeing the fact that they haven't forgiven your fines yet, or don't look like there's no indication that they will. You might feel like you've been a little bit lowballed and like the Niners are penny pinching. They drafted a receiver, your potential replacement in the first round. They gave contracts to McCaffrey along with Juwan Jennings. Trent Williams might want a deal. I think he also becomes perhaps a bigger priority. And there were rumors that you were sniffing around Justin Jefferson, which I have to imagine means that I wouldn't coming back.
Man.
All of that wrapped together. That's why I don't think just the contract is a reason to be up in arms, but all of those breadcrumbs together lead me to the watering hole, Goo. Shout out the old ship.
Yeah, boy.
that he can't be happy right now.
Man.
And he can't be happy with all of these things.
And I really do wonder if he's unhappy, how that affects the 49ers. Because they might really be feeling like you're really worth 24, 23. We're giving you 26 because we like you. But his unhappiness, how much is that really, affecting business per se? And Evan, one of the greatest, Roger Moore was the best James Bond ever. One of the best movies was For Your Eyes Only. And I'm married. I know about relationships. I've been in them, but pre-married.
More than me.
So you can cheat, and that's the worst offense you can do to your spouse. But if you even look at something the wrong way while you're with your spouse, it ain't cheating, but it's still symbolic of you were
trying.
No doubt. And I feel like that's the Justin Jefferson angle to this if they were really in on it.
I mean, I'll tell you what, Justin Jefferson is some incredible eye candy. I mean, I haven't been married or been in a relationship as long as you have, but that is eye candy. I don't know if I could walk past and just say, I don't think I'm going to be window shopping today.
Yeah,
now, I might have to go into the store and check that out.
But that would hurt my ego would be hit a bit if I'm Brandon. Like, really? And then you call them you'll never know. Were you really in on them? But there are reports that the Niners called.
That's true. Also, Roger Moore is the best James Bond.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Oh, wow.
The best hair. And this new dude that's balding.
Daniel Craig?
Oh, get him out of here.
He's got like 6 of them.
Give me Kevin Costner. He ain't James. Roger Moore is the best James. That dude would steal your girl.
Sean Connery.
He was bad, too.
Oh, R.I.P.
Yeah. I thought I was the black James Bond coming up. Him and Han Solo.
Well,
then Lando came out.
Not to go off on a tangent, but people have discussed whether or not the next James Bond needs to be a brother.
It was supposed to be Idris Elba, and it didn't happen.
No.
Yeah.
But put a rain check on that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's get out to Berkeley. Talk to Joel about this Brandon Aiyuk situation. Joel, what's going on? Welcome to the program, man. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, man, I just wanted to bring this up one more time. I think I said it before, but in a run-first offense, Brandon Aiyuk plays 2 positions. He is a threat first receiver. And I'm telling you, man, George Pickens might be a more dynamic pass catcher, but I wouldn't trade Brandon Aiyuk's cleats for George Pickens. He's not a Niner. Brandon Aiyuk is a Niner. He is a block first, happy to decleat their safety for you. Nothing gives him greater joy than knocking that dude completely out of the play and running right past him to knock the next dude out. That's what makes him more valuable than dudes like Pickens and dudes like Justin Jefferson. You know what? Justin Jefferson, wow, he can catch that ball. So what? We run half the time. Where's he at? Brandon Aiyuk is worth the money because he's worth it in the run game. He's a factor in the run game. And all of these other dudes they're comparing him to, maybe I'm on wrong, but all these other dudes they're comparing him to are nowhere near a factor in the run game. And we run the ball. That's why we pay Christian. So remember, you're not just replacing a pass catcher.
No, Hey, I feel everything you said, Evan, but if that were true, then 28 would be where they would start. You know what I mean? To get it done.
Well, and that's why I hate to say it, and I think it applies to a lot of major sports. It's you ain't getting paid to play defense.
Oh, man.
If you're at an elite offensive level. You know, I think there's a reason why Jordan Poole got a larger contract than Andrew Wiggins did. You know, it's the reason why people pay for offense. The same in baseball. You could be a Gold Glove shortstop, but if you hit 200, you're not going to be getting as much money as if you're an average shortstop and you hit 300.
You're right.
People, like, you need to score. You need playmakers on that side of the ball. And as much as I love Brandon Aiyuk, I mean, no disrespect, but we didn't talk about Larry Fitzgerald. Like, everybody talked about Larry Fitzgerald on the Cardinals and his blocking because of how great he was at it.
Right.
But it was also because he was a first-team All-Pro pass catcher. It was just another facet to his game.
You preaching now. You preaching. Like, that can't do. You can't be a great run blocker better than a catcher at receiver. I like, that's a facet to it, but you got Jerry Rice. He did that, but his claim to fame was, I'm going to catch it and I'm going to go by everybody, and I'm not going to take plays off and I'll block. But to that caller's point, Jay, he made great points, but it makes me scratch my head more. And the last thing about Jefferson, Evan, why would the Niners call, if they're predominantly run offense, they couldn't keep him fed. They couldn't keep that beast happy. That's not the Niner offense, or would it change?
It probably would change if you had Justin Jefferson.
And McCaffrey
which
may
by
be
the
like,
way,
you know what? Decrease my workload. I'm up a little bit. I'm okay.
Wouldn't be too mad about it. But also, okay, there's a reason why Justin Jefferson doesn't block. Because we need him to run routes. Right. We need him to catch the ball. We need somebody to throw it to. I think Shannon Sharp always used to talk about that because people would come down his road and still do for not, blocking as a tight end. Same with like Antonio Gates. Antonio Gates never blocked. Why?
And he was badass.
He's butt naked open 365 days a year. Why would I ask him to block? I think that's why people like George Kittle's a great blocker.
I'm about to get mad.
And people wonder, well, is it because he's a better blocker than pass catcher, or is it because we need to there's always that usage. The role could also be a hang up in this Brandon Aiyuk conversation.
Man, Evan, everything you're talking about and we're discussing is stressful. So I didn't think the Niners were going to be dealing with finances here in June, but I'll just say this. Whichever way it goes, if the Niners are serious about getting back and avenging that loss in the Super Bowl, somehow you get this worked out. But if you're going to sit here and look me in the eyes and tell me Ricky Pearsall's wide receiver 2 or close to it, and Brandon Aiyuk is in Pittsburgh or somewhere else, my goodness, the window to me, Evan, in regard to that Super Bowl, it inches a couple inches closer to being shut.
Yeah, and I think this is an important season, obviously, because there are some contracts that don't line up. You might have to move off of some guys at the end of last summer. I mean, heck, Eric Armstead was a big piece of that defensive line. He's no longer on the team anymore because they had to make contractual choices.
He said, no, I'm out.
And they freed up a lot of cap space, yes, but that also might be because they're looking a year from now, and Brock Purdy's somebody that they're going to have to pay a large amount of money to. I don't know about you, Goo, but this season, I know some people have talked about we got to figure out what Purdy is, without all these weapons before. I know Steiny's talked about it. He'll be back tomorrow, by the way. And we've felt, I guess, like the pulse of the fan base express their interest in seeing what Brock Purdy could be.
Yeah.
I don't want to find out this year. Until I have to find out how Brock Purdy can operate without all of his weapons, I don't want to see that. I'm sorry. I want to see him with all of his guys because I think that gives the 49ers the best chance to win.
No doubt, Evan. And as the kids say in the street, that's 100. And I believe that's what the great Hall of Famer quarterback of the Niners, Steve Young, was echoing a couple weeks ago when he told Willard and Dibbs, you had everything at your disposal offensively. We were comparing it, Bonte, to the 94 Niner offense. That offense that was in the regular season, Evan, never showed up at all to me throughout the playoffs. Nobody could tell me otherwise. But now that we're talking about what you just said, hey, can Evan step his game up without Guru or Steiny around? Who wants to find that out? But I never in a million years thought they were going to face that question before going into this year. So that's why everything is muddled. And I'm just like, the Rams have improved. I believe so. Seattle's going to be better. Arizona's got some traction. They got a new receiver. Murray's got a new toy. So, last year I was like, oh, Niners 14-3. Dude, they weren't. It's hard. And now without Brandon Aiyuk's services, possibly, I do wonder, Evan, where this thing is headed. And again, I hate patting myself on the back, Evan. From a Niner defensive standpoint, and I know we're not talking about the D, nobody could tell me the impact of not having Greenlaw. Hopefully it's not for the whole year. Larry was saying he thinks it might be, or why would you risk it? No biscuit. But Evan, just think about things changing. And that, sometimes your defense is your best offense. Well, offense is your best defense. No Aiyuk and no Greenlaw. That is definitely not the team that was in Vegas taking on the Chiefs.
No, and I think because of everything we're discussing, like the theme of this year has to be urgency. And compared to the Deebo Samuel contract and the Nick Bosa contract, I know they went on for longer, and they might have felt, I guess, publicly to be a little more at odds. Like I don't feel a lot of urgency from the 49ers with Brandon Aiyuk. Like I just don't. I don't think there's any urgency to get this deal done, unless he acquiesces to them. This reported offer of $26 million signals to me that the Niners are very comfortable just waiting until Brandon Aiyuk eventually gives in. I don't feel like the Niners have any reason right now, because of their first-round pick, because of the way that Brandon Aiyuk is used, because they got other guys that can step up and they might be able to figure things. I just don't think there's any urgency right now from the 49ers to get Brandon Aiyuk paid. And that, to me, from his standpoint, would feel like a little bit of a slight, because I was reportedly your number one offseason priority. John Lynch has talked extensively about how much he loves Aiyuk and how much he wants him here for the future. He wants him to be a 49er. I ain't feeling it.
Man.
I just ain't.
And you know what, Evan? I won't forget the day last week, last week before McCaffrey's deal got done. And the reason I bring this up is the word that you just used, urgency. Before you even brought it to my attention that McCaffrey has no more guaranteed money. By the time I sat in my seat, there was a new deal.
Snap the
like
fingers.
Domino's Pizza back in the day, 30 minutes or it's free. Like that thing was done.
4.
You know what I mean, Evan?
Yeah.
And now if I'm Aiyuk, again, I'm not trying to tell my boss or employer I'm more important than Evan, but I do got to say this doesn't seem fair when it was since draft night. I'm possibly here, I'm possibly not. And I'm going to ask you another quick question here about Aiyuk and Lynch here. But, Evan, I could honestly feel a guy saying, you know what? That kind of pissed me off that Evans' deal just came out of the middle of nowhere, and there was urgency galore on that. And you guys just sniffing mine, giving me the 26 if that's factual.
Well, you were the one that I thought put it perfectly right when the news came out. Like when it broke on Tuesday and you and FP were on air, I thought you hit the nail on the head, which was, did McCaffrey just jump the line?
And it wasn't his intent. You know what I mean? But the organization spoke volumes on what they thought and who they thought was more important.
And I don't think it was unfair. Like, it's not unfair for Christian McCaffrey to jump the line. He is, I think, if you look at all the positions in football, McCaffrey from number 1 to number 2, that's the widest gap of any position group in football. McCaffrey's the best running back in football, and then who's number 2? I'll wait.
Wow, yeah.
As opposed to defensive end, even quarterback. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in football, but I don't think the gap between him and whoever you have as the second best is as wide as Christian McCaffrey to the second best running back in football. So that means that it's not unfair for him to jump the line. But that also doesn't mean that Brandon Aiyuk can't take offense to that or can't wonder, maybe not take offense, but might not wonder, okay, well, if they're going to get that done, 2 days after the rumors are coming out about him being unhappy, well, this weekend, Jeremy Fowler of ESPN says that Trent Williams is perhaps unhappy, and there are whispers of him wanting a new contract. He's got 3 years left. Does he jump the line? Because if I'm Aiyuk, I might expect the 49ers to just deal with that right now. Because Trent Williams, I believe, is a bigger priority to an offensive line that has nobody else on it than to Brandon Aiyuk, whose wide receiver room just got bigger via the first-round pick of the draft.
No doubt. Evan, it's almost genius and expected now if I were, you talk about leverage, Trent Williams, to hell with my 3 years. If I pulled that move or play that move, then I'm unhappy. If I'm Brandon Aiyuk in his camp, that's bad news. If this little noise or whisper that he wants a new deal, like I would tell Brandon right now, hey, bud, I know, like I could see Trent getting a new deal before Brandon. And at that juncture, I would almost tell him, this is the one where you can't take personal, right? You are right. That state of the offensive line has been Trent line or bust. Without him protecting Brock Purdy's blind side, oh my God, Evan, that's leverage galore.
Well, and we had Emmanuel Acho come on this station during the season and say the MVP of the 49ers is Trent Williams.
Family.
No, I don't believe that he necessarily was.
But he said that.
Well, he wasn't saying Brandon Aiyuk was. Now, Brandon Aiyuk didn't miss games, but he also wasn't saying Deebo Samuel was. I mean, we saw Brock Purdy without his left tackle. We saw how Christian McCaffrey ran a little bit without his left tackle. There's a massive difference.
I'm going to say, before I want to ask you this quick question.
Talk to me.
I'm going Christmas night against the Ravens, the Niners, where it got ugly.
Yeah.
And I wasn't used to the Niners offense looking like that. And, they put up some numbers, but Evan, that thing was a TKO to me. Do you think Brandon Aiyuk scares opposing defensive? Like, do you think defensive coordinators are like, man, we got to go in there? Like, I'm torn because I really believe this dude's a baller. But Evan, there's got to be the Niners are saying they're saying something by not meeting this number early and letting this get what I believe is messy.
I'll say this.
Does he scare you?
The 49ers offense puts fear into the hearts of opposing DCs. Brandon Aiyuk is a part of the 49ers offense. But Brandon Aiyuk, the individual, does not put fear into the opposing heart of a defensive coordinator.
Justin Jefferson does.
Justin Jefferson does.
Cooper Kupp.
Tyreek Hill does.
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase can.
CeeDee Lamb.
When he's got his quarterback.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb.
Who's about to get some ducketeer. Him and Chase.
I think, and CeeDee Lamb, and maybe Aiyuk is waiting to see where CeeDee Lamb falls. And then he's going to ask for something closer to that. And I think the 49ers response is probably still the same, which is
26.
We're not budging. We're not moving.
Man, that would spell the end then.
And it is because of that. I mean, Christian McCaffrey puts fear into the hearts of opponents. Trent Williams puts fear into the heart of opponents. I don't know if Brock Purdy does yet, but he's moving in that direction. I don't know if Deebo Samuel does. I don't know if Brandon Aiyuk does. I don't know if Ricky Pearsall doesn't yet. But again, like that wide receiving core together, those weapons together, I don't think George Kittle puts fear into the hearts of opposing DCs. But together, the offense does. And that is, to me, the biggest piece of leverage that Aiyuk has to hold over the Niners. That if I'm not a part of your offense next year, you as a group don't put fear into the hearts of opposing DCs. With me, we do. Without me, we don't.
What if Kyle says, you know what, Brandon? We're ready to face that battle. We haven't won with you. And just look at what Kansas City did to our wideouts, which you were a part of. Like, I wonder if Kyle's kind of salivating at the bit, like, let me show you life goes on without you, 11.
Well, and then
that's why I think 26 is fair. It's easy for me to say, Evan. I'm like, man, I just hope Aiyuk is not thinking he's worth 30. Or 28.
Well, he might not think he's worth 30, but maybe he thinks he's worth the extra couple million. Yeah. Maybe he thinks he's worth Jalen Waddle, who right now is at 28. I think that's a fair ask for him. This is from the 510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line from Chris A. in Oakland. BA wouldn't strike fear in me if I was a DC. I'm worried about Christian McCaffrey, Purdy, Debo, then Kittle before I think about BA. I think it depends on the day. And that's part of why the offense is so dangerous, is because it could be Aiyuk's day. I mean, he had like a $150 against the Buccaneers. Yeah. That was his day. Christian McCaffrey's going to have 150 scrimmage yards. That's his day. Deebo Samuel had 3 touchdowns against Philadelphia. That's his day. But it's not Brandon Aiyuk's day for 17 weeks.
And that's the
difference. And that's why they're saying you're worth $26 million, I believe.
Good stuff.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Who has the ball in their court? Because that's also a quote we heard from another Bay Area athlete that I want to get into on the other side and continue this conversation about Brandon Aiyuk, where he is in regards to his contract negotiation with the San Francisco 49ers. I don't think they're close, and I don't think that they're going to be close for some time because neither side has a reason to budge. The 49ers have the leverage to me, and Brandon Aiyuk is trying to figure out where he fits. Where do you fall? Where do you fit? 888-957-9570. Go ahead, download the Odyssey app. Check it out on our YouTube and Twitch channel directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Plus, we're also an hour away from your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair. All coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these.
I just like the explosion of when it goes in my mouth. So what is that? That's the caffeine, right? What are you doing, scissor?
Pause.
Oh, man, I thought I was at work with. Oh my gosh!
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Evan in for Steiny. That was the unmistakable.
How do they find it?
Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Evan, I need some help, protection.
What do you mean? Well,
on this Roger Moore being the best James Bond ever.
See,
Some people got him listed at number 4. Carter comes in here like he's the softest of them all. He is it.
And if there was 5, he'd probably be number 5.
I am Octopussy. Did you watch that? That's one of the greatest Bond films ever.
Timothy Dalton better.
And he only got one crack. He was Calipari. He was one and done. And he's still
Pierce
better
Bronson. I'm okay with him. But the Craig guy, I just want to throw something at the. I get upset. Like, dude, you don't got the hair to be Bond.
Oh, yes, he does. Roger Moore is stuck in the most irrelevant time in the James Bond movie cycle.
All right, he's not 4. I said what I said.
1962 to, 2021 when the last one came out, No Time to Die. Every period of time in there, Roger Moore has occupied the least relevant. I'm sorry.
Oh, man. These youngsters.
Oh, for the 510. Sean Connery, number 1. Daniel Craig, number 2. Pierce Brosnan, number 3. Timothy Dalton, number 4. Roger Moore.
I'm really getting upset, E.
I know. Well, look, don't be that upset. Like you're not as mad as, I don't know, Brandon Aiyuk, right? I mean,
I'm not. I'm not, Evan.
Do you think he is mad?
I think he's offended, which equates to mad. And then the worst part is the sound you played not too long ago. TJ Houshmandzadeh saying, it's disheartening. For all the people in the back saying this is nothing, that's his friend. That's his spokesman, his mentor. He said it's disheartening. Now, I didn't like the animosity. If they were, hey, you know what, Evan? In your BA, we're going to give you 30. Ain't no animosity, right? That's what I didn't. He said there'll still be animosity. I'm like, with who? It's negotiations, right? And if it works out, we're all good.
No, but this is why, we kind of asked this question at the top of the show, where do you draw the line? And is it at a specific player? I think it could be at a specific position. I mean, we have discussed the fact that the 49ers this upcoming season, and I think it's necessary for them to remain at the same level offensively, but they're going to be spending close to $60 million.
Man.
Assuming Aiyuk gets what he wants in their wide receiver room. And for a run-first offense, that's a lot to sell me on. That's a lot to say, we're going to have 2 top-flight or 2 top-paid receivers, Deebo Samuel being the other one, and we're going to give you guys the ball a combined 120 times. And Christian McCaffrey is going to touch the ball, if you include the postseason like he did last year, close to 400 times. I mean, that's just an imbalance. And Christian McCaffrey, that's why when the contract came out, I think he's making $19 million a year. He got 20 of it guaranteed over the next 2.
Gotcha.
He's still underpaid.
Oh, no doubt.
We're talking about Brandon Aiyuk getting paid minimum, reportedly $26 million a year.
His first bag.
Christian McCaffrey is the most important player that's not a quarterback on offense. I mean, maybe Trent Williams, who apparently was another deal too, but Brandon Aiyuk is, in his own words, the 4th option in a run-first offense. It's hard for me as a fan, but also just as a non-biased viewer to look at the 49ers and say, you know what, you guys, just give them the extra 2. Like, give them the extra 4. It's not that much. Because Christian McCaffrey's making 19. And the 49ers might look at him and say also, too, I mean, Ricky Pearsall is not you yet, but he could be. Like, he might be. Brock Purdy, we believe, can make him into a guy, similar to you. So, $26 million, I think, is not what Brandon Aiyuk wants. But the 49ers are in a position now to just dig in and say, that's what you're going to get. You're either going to get 26 per, and you're not going to be at the Jalen Waddle level, or we can try and find, I don't know, maybe a different location for you.
I hope not. I want him to remain here with the Niners, Evan. I really mean that, but I feel like that's on the bingo card. And, when you talk about, and I had a Guru's gripes about how the NFL stabbed the running back position in the back with what's going on there and how now quarterbacks and wide receivers. It's been wide receiver 4th of July all off season with all these guys getting their bag, and there's two still studs out there in regard to CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase that is going to reset the market possibly. But with all that said, Evan, I think 26 is enough. But again, if IU wants to lead off Sports Center or NFL Network highlights, recapping the games, then I don't think this offense can give him that. I wonder if there's a part of him that wants out, Evan, and that's why they're standing by their number. But to that, when I hear TJ Houshmandzadeh say what he says, there's a lot of, to me, subliminally him saying he wants to remain here, man.
And this is what he said last week with Wilden Dibbs.
Amon-Ra, that's who I would compare him to. Amon-Ra St. Brown. If the Niners are willing to give him that type of contract, guaranteed. That just shows you they're not willing to give him that type of contract.
So, do you mean in August? do you mean in July? Or, Evan, that sounded definitive, like it ain't coming or it's not going to change.
I don't think Brandon Aiyuk is going to get $30 million.
Oh, okay, I'm with you.
I don't.
All right.
I mean,
hopefully he's not asking for the Steph Curry.
Well, $4 million might be not a large gap to some, but again, if we're talking about the two sides of the production, I mean, it's Devontae Smith and it's Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think he's closer to Devontae Smith, and actually, there were some people that over the weekend, felt like Devontae Smith might be better than Brandon Aiyuk. I don't think that's the case.
Oh, Evan, you know what I'll say about Devontae Smith? Would it be fair if I said he's done more? Even though he's been in the league longer than Brandon Aiyuk?
Brandon Aiyuk has gotten better every single year. Like Jalen Waddle has 3,000-yard years under his belt already.
Right. But he's in offense.
He technically has done more than Brandon Aiyuk has.
Thoroughbred. They throw the ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Brandon Aiyuk is entering and right now is in the middle of his prime. Like he's the best wide receiver on the Niners, and there's no doubt about that. I also do think our caller from a previous segment, bringing up the blocking aspect of things is very important in a Kyle Shanahan offense. You do have to be able to block as well as, of course, run routes and catch the ball. Brandon Aiyuk checks every single box for the 49ers, and keeping that stability and that cohesiveness on offense, I think, is important when you consider that this was the second best offense in the league in terms of putting up points behind Miami, who is just on steroids.
Yeah, right.
So,
until the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. Until the postseason. Yeah. I do want Brock Purdy to have his number one wide receiver there next year. So, right now, I just think it's interesting when we talk about whose court the ball is in. I feel like the ball is in the 49ers' court. I don't think that the ball was in their court with Nick Bosa or Deebo Samuel.
And maybe
they had as much, leverage to kind of just say, you know what, this is what we're giving you, and you kind of got to take it or leave it.
You know what? That was well said, and it feels like maybe they didn't like that feeling, Evan, and that's why I went down to the wire in regard to when those deals got done. But you got me thinking about draft night. So when the Niners announced Ricky Pearsall was going to be their pick,
Kevin Costner,
up at the podium after Lynch said, "Oh, Brandon sent me a fire emoji tweet." The more I think about it, I thought it was odd then, but Evan, back then Aiyuk knew what time it was. There's no way, even if he played, that's his teammate. That is a position that caught everybody by surprise. Do you think Aiyuk was playing like there was a message behind the fire pick text that went public because John in real time thought, oh yeah, my guy loves the pick. But you do that stuff when the guy that sent you the text is already paid and money's not going to be an issue. The more I think about that, I think Aiyuk, that meant WTF.
I don't think it meant WTF. I do think he did like the pick. I think there's...
You think so?
Well, they have a relationship, Aiyuk and Pearsall. So I think they know each other. They've worked out. They like each other.
I love you, Evan, but if I found out you might be my possible replacement, I love you off air, but I wouldn't be interviewing you like getting all excited about you possibly replacing me. And I'm just being human.
True. Yeah, no, I think that's a good point.
And for him to put fire pick and John taking it like, oh, Brandon likes it. I think you do that when you have security and you know you're going to be here. But there's somebody, I got to believe, in Aiyuk's camp that was like, what the F? Why would they draft a receiver? We're supposed to be good here.
I think at the time you also might have interpreted it as because they got past the area that we thought that Aiyuk might get dealt, whether it's to, I think Jacksonville and Pittsburgh were the two teams that were plausible. So once you get past that point, he probably felt like he was safe. Maybe he thought that pick was for Deebo Samuel, in a year, or if you moved off of Deebo. But something, you kind of got my mind racing now. I do wonder if, because Aiyuk, I think, has also handled this entire process in a more professional manner than, say, like Deebo Samuel. No, he hasn't requested a trade yet. I know he would. I don't know if he scrubbed his socials as publicly.
No, he had. The Niners.
He sent subliminals, but he hasn't just taken a flamethrower out and been as vocal, I think, as Deebo was. But that's also kind of why I guess I'm viewing this negotiation as more contentious than that one, because Deebo knew he had everything under the sun in regards to ammunition because he was coming off his best season.
He was everything.
He was the guy.
Carter said it. Dallas, Green Bay, the Rams, even though you lost that game to go to the Super Bowl, Deebo was everything.
Yeah, 2021 Deebo Samuel was the man. 2023 Brandon Aiyuk is a man. And that means that you can't just say, give me whatever I want.
So are you telling me, Evan, you could see a scenario to where, because, it could get to this juncture. Brandon Aiyuk, if the number is 26 and he says no, he shows up and plays a 17-game schedule, most likely plus the playoffs. So you add 2 or 3. You think he would risk that and just say no to 26 and then allowing the team to be able to use the franchise tag on him? Like, if I'm Brandon, I'm saying I'm not coming back.
He still has his 5th year, and then they could franchise tag him for the year after.
Gotcha. But
the way I read it is this.
I wouldn't show up.
Well, either Brandon Aiyuk is going to come into camp or the season with a new deal, or I don't think he's a 49er. I don't think he plays on the 5th year. I think he demands a trade. And I will say this. I'm not saying he will, but if Brandon Aiyuk demanded a trade from the 49ers, I would believe that wholeheartedly more than I believe Deebo Samuel's trade request 2 off seasons ago. I think that was just a negotiating tactic. If Brandon Aiyuk, because again of how well he's handled this entire thing, because he hasn't been public, and because of his general demeanor, I think Brandon Aiyuk is a pro's pro. I think he handles his business as well as anybody. But that's also kind of a reason why I think if he did demand a trade, it would be, you can't continue to take my kindness for weakness.
Man.
I'm not an extroverted diva wide receiver. That also means when I stand on something, I stand on it. And he hasn't requested a trade. I hope he doesn't. But I believe that if Brandon Aiyuk is not given whatever contract he feels like he deserves, or the Niners and him don't come to some sort of negotiation, they don't come to a contract agreement this offseason, I think Brandon Aiyuk is not on the team next year. I don't think he's playing on the 5th year.
You said I got you thinking. You got me thinking now.
I could be wrong.
You talked about and Carter brought it up, just how spectacular Deebo was in that run, that playoff run before his contract. And we actually were on these same microphones thinking to ourselves and saying out loud, does Deebo want to scale down, how they're using him? Because it was so Deebo-centric. It was like, he might be turned off by the way that they're using them, out of the backfield and the wear and tear. And that ended up not being the case, but he got his bag. And I say that to say, Evan, I don't think Brandon Aiyuk, his numbers are nothing to laugh at. But again, they're not in the same atmosphere as Justin Jefferson and the rest of the gang. So I say all that to say is I feel like when you talk about leverage, you're right. I don't think Brandon Aiyuk has the leverage on paper that Deebo had pre-McCaffrey when it was like, dude, I'm doing every damn thing and it's working.
Him or Bosa. Bosa was coming off DPOI. Deebo Samuel was coming off the year that he recreated the scat back position or whatever it was. First team All-Pro, scored like 16 touchdowns that year. It was unbelievable the last half of the season. And then they went out and they got McCaffrey. And I think Deebo Samuel's role has completely changed since then because McCaffrey in many ways is kind of a better version.
You know what? Just hearing you say that, I'm up here like, did you think they called for Justin Jefferson? They had Debo, and they got
did.
Christian.
I think they did call about Justin
Jefferson. And now
Jefferson.
the guy getting most of the touchdowns is McCaffrey. They saw something in him. It's working. But how dare I sit up there and act stuck? Or are you confused? Am I slow? Like, they're always trying to get better. And they did it when, they had Debo, saw an opportunity to get McCaffrey. Why wouldn't they do that with Justin if it was feasible?
Oh, of course. I mean, but you're also going to check in at the deadline to see, I don't know, if
give me somebody.
I'm just trying to think of a baseball equivalent right now. Like if let's say the Yankees take a turn for the worse, is Aaron Judge available at the deadline?
You call.
Or like the Atlanta Braves, who've been playing terrible since they lost Acuna and Strider.
Yeah.
Maybe you call in about Spencer Strider at the deadline because you want to try and acquire. Braves they're taking your call, but they're not getting past the second sentence. Right. I think it's the same for the Vikings. The Niners checked in, and I might take that as offensive. I'm Aiyuk, I might not. But I think that you make the call because Justin Jefferson could be available. You're just doing your due diligence. When people call about Brandon Aiyuk, I think there is a legitimate conversation. I don't think he was moved at the NFL draft because the compensation wasn't seen as good enough.
Wow.
Whereas if I call the Vikings on NFL draft night and I say, hey, Justin Jefferson, just want to check it. Nope. Click.
Night.
But if you call John Lynch, it's, well, what are you willing to give up for him?
And there we go.
That's the difference.
And do you think they've had calls like that with the Steelers and maybe nobody's met
sure.
Man.
I'm sure. Well, because you also as a GM, I think you want to gauge how people view your player publicly. And that could also inform you how much they're worth or how much they're willing to be paid. So maybe John Lynch and Parag Marat, everyone in the Niners front office has read the tea leaves of the conversation that they've had on the trade market is saying, well, actually, everybody sees you as a $26 million receiver. They don't see you like they see Jalen Waddle or like they see Amon-Ra St. Brown. So we can't pay you like that because we're not going to get more for you in a trade. Maybe there's part of that as well.
No doubt. And now everything's open for me. Now I'm going back to who tweets you have a head coach at Kyle Shanahan, you're under contract, you're the wide receiver for the 49ers, and you tweet another head coach, they say we look alike. Evan, now I can't even, that's hogwash. That was like, you know what? Come get me. And, I'll never be proven wrong, but now that I think about this whole saga, because that's what it is, and it's just basically getting started, Evan, the good part, because we're getting closer and closer by the day to a conclusion, something's going to have to give. I mean, how many times do we see that? Player A, sending a tweet to another head coach, they say we look alike, but he's really saying other things, man.
Oh, this is a little bit of a non sequitur, but did you see what that head coach got today?
No.
Mike Tomlin got a 3-year extension earlier today.
No, how much, E? This dude, man.
I don't think the money is out there yet. But
so he's going nowhere.
But the Steelers announced that they signed Mike Tomlin to a 3-year contract extension.
And you're sitting there with Russell, Pretty Boy, and Justin Fields.
Who
made it real quick, random.
What?
He made a comment I didn't like. He goes,
Fields or Russ?
Fields. He's number 2 going in, and he's got a chance to play.
I think so.
And he said to the media, he goes, I don't think I'm not going to be on the sideline the whole year. Like alluding to like Russ is either going to fail, get hurt. Y'all will see me out there. I didn't like that. I'm like, Young Buck, that wasn't cool to say, man, but whatever.
I don't think he's wrong. I don't think he's wrong.
To voice it, I thought was odd. Like, damn, you rooting for injury?
Well, you're not rooting for it, but
what I mean. Evan's hurt.
Just an unfortunate slip in the shower.
Separated shoulder. You'll be all right about 8 to 10 weeks.
Just like Evan, he broke his toe playing volleyball and he's out for 3 weeks.
I'm shocked.
Dude, it is disgusting.
What did the doc say?
Well, I haven't been to the doctor.
You going Clint East, Denzel in glory.
ICE, ice compression elevation.
No, you got to go see him though.
No, I don't. Why?
What if it gets infected?
Well, it's not going to get infected if it's broken.
Is it black? Or you can
purple, blue. Yeah.
Shout out to Lakers.
All over the.
Speaking of which, Dan Hurley used them. I bet Laker fans are. Spadoni didn't want Hurley.
Yes, he did. Imagine being able to turn down 6 years for $70 million. Say, you know what?
What are we doing?
Go ahead and keep it.
What are we
Such a
doing?
weak contract offer.
Hey.
Spadoni. I heard it was 8 for 100.
That's a weak offer. It's $100 million at the very least. That's a weak offer from a franchise that is the Los Angeles Lakers.
Wow.
That is weak sauce.
Or you know what? The rat on the table, Spadoni, Evan, and Carter.
Shout out
Did they
Echo.
really want J.J. Redick, so they lowballed your boy? So when they get Redick, it'll be like, we had to get somebody.
J.J. Redick, I say screw off. I wasn't even your first option.
Wow.
Why did I come back? What? No.
I mean, I wouldn't mind still being the head coach of the Lakers, but I think they wanted Dan Hurley. I mean, I think that's why you make an offer. So they've had 7 head coaches in 10 years.
Yeah, that's a whole hell of a lot.
They offered him 6 years. That's a pretty sizable commitment.
Back to UConn.
Yeah, meanwhile, Steve Kerr's got 2 years left on his deal.
And if you have Hulu, I'm talking to all three of you here and the listeners, I watched Clip last night, the Donald Sterling.
Okay.
I can't get off. I can't wait to get off and go finish it. It's incredible.
I can't get past the actors.
Lawrence Fishburne's Doc Rivers signed
That one is perfect. That one actually is spot
They
on.
were playing the Warriors, and they had a guy, he kind of looked like Steph with the goatee, and Draymond Green was casted. It's 1 a.m. I'm like, go to bed. I couldn't.
I did hear someone say that if the Lakers show is called Winning Time, the Clippers show should be called Losing Time.
That's a fool. Evan, I couldn't get enough of it, man.
No, it can't be a live recreation. Make it a documentary of Russell Westbrook.
Al Bundy is Donald Sterling. Oh, yes.
I cannot get on board with a reality television show about the Los Angeles Clippers.
Oh, boy. They depict Chris Paul not in a good way.
You don't think he liked it?
No, there's no way. And then Blake Griffin is talking about,
dude. Well, that's the issue.
Everybody can't stand Chris's voice, and
that's the biggest issue. I can't watch a show about basketball in which I don't believe that the players or the actors playing the players can actually play basketball. It'd be like,
now you're getting me mad. I never thought about that, but you might be onto something. But
it's my biggest issue with a lot of sports movies. Like, okay, God rest his soul, Chadwick Boseman played Jackie Robinson in 42.
It was
fantastic acting. The baseball scenes are terrible. The actual playing of baseball is not a good look for Chadwick Boseman.
I got to go back and review now. Oh, man, you just ruined the great film.
Shout out to the 707. They should have got Mock Rivers. I truly agree. And look, we're talking about bad looks today. I think the 49ers have positioned themselves in Brandon Aiyuk's eyes as having a bad look right now, offering him reportedly $26 million per year. There was also another member as we move towards the second half of the show on the Golden State Warriors that spoke on a podcast, and it came out today, and I thought he had some interesting comments. And his future in Golden State is a little bit murky. There's also been some reports about Klay Thompson, but we're talking about contracts, lowball offers, penny pinching, and just the idea of where you draw the line for your favorite players, for the players that are productive, for the players that might be over the hill, for the players that have been a part of the fabric of your organizations. Where do you draw the line with paying these guys? Evan Giddings in for Matt Simets with Daryl the Guru Johnson here on 95.7 The Game. We'll be back after this. That was all sponsored by Safeway.
Things are buzzing in Fremont. By choosing
hopefully having a fantastic summer.
You know what? Because it is coming to it, yeah.
Oh, it is.
Live it up, Tim. I want to give a shout out. City Boy hooked me up with this hat, La Creme, WNBA.
La Crema?
Yeah, La Crema. NBA and WNBA sponsor for wine.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
And then I went out to the block party and I met Barry from SFOG. That's where I got this dope shirt.
Night.
Yep. And his partners, Freddie and E. So I wish you guys were with me. You went to the A's game. You and Carter saw the walk-off. I was jelly.
Didn't see a lot before it. But yes, we did see the walk-off. Yeah, J.J. Bleday with first pitch of the ninth inning, bottom of the ninth. Just, it was one of those, like, and actually you threw this to me last night, which I thought was really interesting, is like,
I'm trying to remember.
Well, the walk-off home run is the best
and
walk-off.
There's nothing better.
Like, it's the best game winner.
And your boys are all waiting for you. You throw off the helmet after you turn third. The NBA game-winning shot or field goal, they come get you. But nothing like the baseball, E.
Yeah, penalty kicks are fun. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, if there's, walk-off touchdown, I don't know, field goal.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. Like, when the ball hits the bat and you hear that crack, and the player just looks at the crowd, drops his bat.
And you got to take a trot.
It wasn't a full crowd, but generally in a large stadium, with 30 to 40,000 screaming people, there's not much else like it.
Last thing, hashtag random. Our guy, Mason Miller, friend of the show.
Yeah.
Evan, I watched him save a couple games, and I feel like that heater hadn't been there, and the announcers they weren't baffled, but they were like, we're used to 102, 101, 103. Not that he wasn't throwing anything going on with Mason, because he saved him, but I felt like I was watching, he was throwing more off speed stuff.
Well, imagine feeling complacent. that you're only throwing 99 and 100.
There you go, Evan.
You're not touching 102. By the way, there's this guy, Ben Steck, I think.
Ben Steck. Not Affleck.
No. He pitches for the Los Angeles Angels. I also might be mispronouncing his name. But he's the hardest throwing pitcher in baseball. He's this righty that comes out of the pen. He got drafted last year out of Tennessee. He's made his way through the minors really fast. His average fastball is 101 miles per hour, or it's like 100.9. He's the hardest throwing pitcher in the game. And he's been getting turned around because he throws flat four seams.
Oh, okay.
Like, that just goes to show how great hitters are.
They are, Evan.
Like, his ERA is, I think, 5 right now.
You need to mix something in. They'll be ready for it. You keep throwing it.
Yeah, but we got some flamethrowers. Actually, Houston Astros coming into town tonight.
I can't wait.
6:40 first pitch after the Giants took 2 of 3 down in Texas.
No, Carlton Tucker's out. He on the IL.
Yes, he is.
He's their best player. One of them.
Well, he is. And Heliot Ramos right now is hitting about just as good as Kyle Tucker. At least has the last month.
Coming in, could he be Rookie of the Year? You're like, nah, Goo, there's a guy named Skeens in Pittsburgh.
Well, there's a lot of good pitchers, but you're right. Like, the position players are fantastic.
Man.
Yeah, Shota Imanaga in Chicago has been a revelation. Although those guys are a little bit older. Like, Yamamoto, I think, is 25. Imanaga is a bit older as well.
Would
Skeens
Ramos
is a fresh
still
guy.
qualify as a rookie because he came up last year?
Ben Joyce, sorry. Ben Joyce for the Angels.
Yeah,
I apologize.
good call.
Ben Steck.
Oh.
Santa Clara catcher.
Ramos would still qualify or because he played some last year, would he lose that? You know how the NBA does it. You play some games, you can't get Rookie of the Year.
I think in Major League Baseball, you have to play. You have a certain amount of at-bats or a certain amount of games that disqualify you. Because that's how, like, for example, that's how organizations will prevent players from getting an extra year.
No doubt about it.
You can push the arbitration down the line. Yeah. That's why some players don't start out with the team at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
So
130 at-bats or 50 innings pitched in the major leagues. If you exceed that, then that's the threshold for
you lose your rookie qualification. But I think that
he's locked in.
Yeah, I think that should also apply to football. Like, for example, Patrick Mahomes played 1 game his rookie season.
You got action.
He's not a rookie the next year.
That's weak.
Or in fact, I think even if you play at all, even if you don't play, you're still not a rookie.
Yeah.
Like Jordan Love, this would have been his first season that he's played at all, but he's not a rookie because he's been in the league.
Yeah.
I think he should be able to qualify.
Yeah, no doubt.
Just me. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow. Zero to Gilbert Johnson with you as always. Appreciate you holding it down last week, by the way. I know a lot of people appreciated it also.
Oh, we had fun, man. Anytime I'm in with you guys.
Yes, sir. Larry and FP, shout out to them. The one thing we haven't dug, I think, our teeth into yet, Goo. We've talked a lot about Aiyuk and maybe some of the contention in the contract negotiations between he and the 49ers. But the story that kind of I woke up to and caught my eye outside of Aiyuk was Trent Williams. And we touched on how that affects Aiyuk. But it is interesting that a player, number one, of Trent Williams' caliber, but of Trent Williams' age, and the possibility that he might retire in the near future, that's been circulating the last few off seasons. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN said that there are, quote, whispers that he wants a new deal, that he wants kind of what McCaffrey got, which was McCaffrey had 2 years left. None of it was guaranteed, but he wanted to be paid more and compensated more, and he got his deal. And now Trent Williams might have seen that and said, well, I'm the best tackle in the game. You just paid the best running back in the game. And I'll go a step further, that you paid the best running back at the game at the age in which running backs decline. And Trent Williams is at the top of his game.
About to be 36, July 19th.
Exactly. And his deal runs through the next 3 seasons, including this one. And he seems to want more money. Is that fair?
It is totally fair. And Evan, if I could say put this in the cap, which I can, if this is real, he will get a new deal fast, quick, and in a hurry. This is almost brilliant by Trent Williams. You look at the state of that offensive line. Your rookie quarterback, who is a year removed from wrecking his elbow, this is the most important position on the O-line. If he plays that card, that's one of those things that where, Evan, I know we talked the first 2 hours about Aiyuk and what it means to him. I would tell Brandon, are you really mad? Are you shocked? I mean, I expect Trent Williams to be like, you know what? I know I have 3 years left. Rip that bad boy off. This is the last bag I'm going to get. And let's talk. And how could the Niners play hardball at that juncture? Evan, let me help you out. They couldn't. They would be a slave to what Trent Williams and his representation wanted. He's like that name, what he does, okay, I could hear Steiny. Gooey ain't what he was at 25, but he's still a top 3 left tackle in the game right now. So, Evan, how could you even try to mess with that? Because if you got funky with him, and let's just say he said he wasn't going to report or what have you, even as crazy as that sounds, Evan, somebody would drive to his house with a blank check.
Oh, 100%. Well, and I could very easily make the case that he's better than he was at age 25. 10 years ago, he was not a first-team All-Pro in 3 consecutive seasons. This guy has been, in many ways, the biggest signing that Kyle Shanahan and this 49ers group has ever made in this era.
Yes.
Like, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan went out and traded for Jimmy Garoppolo. And then they went out and traded and then re-signed in 2021 to a record-setting deal at the time, the best left tackle in football.
Boy.
And this is a team that is predicated on running the ball. Trent Williams is your best offensive lineman. He's best and there's metrics to show that when they run left behind him, Christian McCaffrey is at his best, or whoever's been the running back for the San Francisco.
Run. You know what I mean? Don't be not now. You got a broken toe, but yeah. You know what I mean? Like, man, the impact.
But the interesting part about this is I do believe McCaffrey was underpaid. And I still think he's underpaid for how productive and impactful that he is. Trent Williams is right now the 4th highest paid tackle in football.
Oh, man.
So he could also easily feel like he's underpaid. Christian McCaffrey was still, even at $16 per year, the highest paid running back in football. And I think there was even a decent gap between him and Jonathan Taylor, or whoever was second. Right now, Penei Sewell is the number 1 highest paid tackle in the game. He just got cashed out by Detroit.
He's a bad dude.
Trent Williams can look around and say, dude, I'm better than that guy. I've been better than that guy. I will continue to be better than that guy for as long as I want to play football. The question about Trent Williams has never been his availability, his productivity. It's been, when does he decide to hang him up? When is he going to decide to retire? Well, if he wants to be paid, that indicates to me that he has no reason to retire anytime soon. That's good news for the 49ers, but that also means, Goo, that you're going to have to pay him.
Evan.
Like, you're going to have to ante up.
There's no doubt. That's 100. And I'm just sitting here like, okay, you said Fowler broke that news. I'm waiting for somebody here in the Bay to take it to the next level and kind of confirm that to where, Evan, I expect him to get paid, to say he wants to be higher, he wants to maybe even be the highest, like you said. There's nothing he could ask for to where I feel like the Niners could be, you know what, Trent, we can't, we got to pay Aiyuk, we can't pay you. Like, this is something. And then that would be two people, if Brandon was looking at it, cutting in line before him getting his money. If he even got it.
But it would be justifiable, right?
No doubt. I'm looking at Larry Tunsil, all these, Thomas, like this dude is badass. Evan?
Yeah, and what is it? Andrew Thomas, Larry Tunsil, and then, of course, Penei Sewell. We're all right now in front of Trent Williams, who's got 3 years left on his deal. And
rip that, Evan. Wow.
Well, rip it up. But, Goo, I could also say, well, can I pay you beyond 2026 when you're going to be 39 years old? Like, is that a good investment? Like, I want him to be paid. I think he should be. But it's kind of a tough dance. Like, I think that the 49ers in a couple of years might also be looking at Christian McCaffrey's deal and wondering why are we paying him that much money? I just think that they're in a similar boat because McCaffrey, who just turned 28 last week, happy birthday to him, is in the similar place that a lot of running backs are, where they tend to go downhill after. And Trent Williams has been defying age, but you never know when something bad could happen, how steep, how quickly he could fall off.
He knows this.
I just think it's really weird. Like,
do you think it's caught the team by surprise if this is real and they find out? Like, do you think they're blindsided? Great movie, but do you think they're blindsided if this is real and he says, you know what, I want to be the highest paid left tackle?
Well, it's ironic because that's what he protects, but yes, I would feel a little blindsided because at the time you gave him a 6-year, $100+ million deal. It was the highest ever for an offensive lineman, and justifiably.
He's lived up to it, if not more.
But he's only halfway through. Like, this will be year 4 this season, and he already wants more money because I think he saw McCaffrey get paid. Carter made a good comment during the break, which is like, McCaffrey opened up the floodgates. And that's why the question today is, where do you draw the line? Like, when do you stop paying or trying to pay everyone?
Well, it's not. What if I rebutted with this? It's not everyone. It's two of our best players, if not the two best players outside of Bosa. When we're talking about McCaffrey and Trent, I don't think anybody else has that gravitas to play this card. And as crazy as it sounds, 36 months left on a deal, and I feel like he could go in there right now, Evan, let them know what time it is, what he's trying to accomplish, and it would get done before week 1 against the Jets. We saw during that 3-game losing streak, and you talk about, and you painted the picture well, running behind the success McCaffrey and the Niners have running behind Trent Williams. Shocker. But Evan, Trent Williams was out of that game, and we saw the effect of where the Niners, everything looked discombobulated. So, again, this is going to sound crazy, but a guy at his age, still dominant, the most important position on the line, you got I won't call it the ghost because it has happened, but you got the contract situation with Purdy. All that is connected. How could you go into this season without the left tackle? If he played that card, you would have to just, how many people do you think outside Carter and us would be like, oh, the Niners just caved if Trent Williams said he wanted to re-up and he wanted it now?
Isn't it kind of funky, though, that Trent Williams has 3 years left on his deal and it feels like he's got more leverage than Brandon Aiyuk?
Well, it does.
Like, Brandon Ayuk's the one that it's his, quote unquote turn to be paid.
But is it, here we go, life is not fair, Evan.
Trent Williams waving his 6'7" arm like, look at me.
Yeah, no doubt. He's better and more important than Aiyuk. All the ingredients to where we don't know how much the Niners view or where Brandon ranks on those two things. Trent Williams, everybody knows. It's a must.
Oh, yeah, and he's paid like it.
So you know what I mean? Like, how do you finesse this? You got to give that man, Evan. I'm laughing. I'm not like, if he plays that card, you gotta give it to him.
You do, and it also could be similar to the McCaffrey situation where McCaffrey was still under contract, but there was no guaranteed dollars. So right now, Trent Williams doesn't have much guaranteed money left. Like, he was guaranteed at signing $40.5 million. Right now, that would put him as the fourth most guaranteed tackle behind, actually the fifth, because of Sewell, Thomas, Tunsil, and then Jordan Mailata in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Same thing for total guaranteed dollars. He's only got $45 million guaranteed of the 140 that he received at signing. So right now, he is playing for money. Part of it could just be Trent Williams, number one, being unhappy with being the fourth highest paid left tackle in the game. It also could be, okay, so the first 3 years of this deal, I have posted 3 first-team All-Pro seasons.
Damn.
I have not missed more than 3 games, and one of which last year was because you sat me in Week 17. Didn't matter anyways. Okay, so I at least need some guaranteed dollars.
It's coming.
I'm not don't ask me to play for this paycheck week to week. Like,
I've outperformed it.
I'm not the number one player in my position.
Yeah.
All these guys are getting guaranteed money. Andrew Thomas got 67 fully guaranteed. Tunsil 50 guaranteed. Like, I at least need you to pony up a little bit more.
Evan, it's coming. I really believe it's coming. It's not that Fowler report. That thing is about to get some base and some volume. I just don't see how Trent Williams could even, wake up or go to sleep knowing I'm fourth at my position and I'm still Billy Badass. And you talk about the 3 straight years of being all pro. I mean, man. And Evan, who would rip the Niners if we could? I don't even think this constitutes, if they did do something here, of caving.
Of caving into Williams.
Yeah. Like, this is, if you're trying to win a Super Bowl, you need this dude.
You do. I think you need him more than you need Brandon Aiyuk.
Oh, no, it's not, Evan, I'm not, it's not even close.
And I don't think there's a lot of people that would disagree with that. Okay. If you do, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow. Daryl the Guru Johnson with you as always. Let's get down to Santa Clara. Talk to our guy Mike. Wants to discuss Trent versus Aiyuk. What's up, Mike? You're on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Just kind of weighing in on what you guys are talking about. We're putting the Niners are in such a sticky situation. If Trent is wanting to get the additional, cash flow in there, it's going to look really bad, because I agree. Trent is much more important, because if you don't block Brock Purdy, Aiyuk's not going to even get the damn ball as it is. Man. So you obviously have to, you have to pay, you're arguably the best offensive lineman in the league. But at the same time, if you pay him and you've been working on trying to get Aiyuk signed, this is not a good situation. At this point, you're going to have to look at trading the guy at that point. So that's all I really got to say, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Think about trading Aiyuk, he was saying.
Yeah. Odd man out or bad timing,
And as much as in principle, I think the 415 is onto something from the Xfinity Mobile text line. I would have to disagree. He says, or she says, there's no way the 49ers are restructuring a 36-year-old Trent Williams. It's just fuel for the fire. The Niners have a grade for BA and valuation of that grade. They're not willing to exceed. I do think that you're right about them not willing to go past a certain number with Aiyuk. But we just saw them, and you pointed this out good. I think you're spot on. One day, there were reports about Christian McCaffrey being, quote, unhappy with his deal. 48 hours later, he gets 20 guaranteed.
It's coming here if this man plays this card, Trent Williams, Evan.
And this weekend, because Jeremy Fowler is working on the Sabbath, we hear the report about, quote, whispers inside the building that Trent Williams might want to rework his deal or might want a new contract because he doesn't feel like he's paid what he's producing. And I got to say, would you be shocked if Trent Williams gets guaranteed dollars added to his deal, or if they find a way to rework his contract in the next couple weeks after
Evan,
this?
No. And then what if I told you, and you answer if you can, what if I think the Niners probably saw this coming and they got some tuck money for Trent Williams? Like, what if their cage is not rattled and they kind of expected this? That's the only reason you're playing hardball with Aiyuk then.
I think you have to expect something like this if you pay McCaffrey, which we all discussed as being a necessity. Like you had to reward the guy. Then I do think you open up the floodgates to everyone wanting their money, to everyone wanting to get paid what they think that what they deserve.
But everybody,
and it's interesting because this team still has not won a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
yet.
But Evan, we're talking about Trent Williams, the trenches. We're talking about McCaffrey, the workhorse. everybody after that they don't have that gravity. They don't have the superhero moniker.
So where do you draw the line? At 888-957-9570, Christian McCaffrey wanted money, he gets paid. Trent Williams, reportedly, according to ESPN, is unhappy with where he's at in regards to his position being paid. Brandon Aiyuk, reports are out there that he's worth to the 49ers $26 million a year. He is probably not happy about that. Where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line with who you pay and who you don't? Is it the top 3 players? Is it just because Trent Williams is the top player at his position? How does it impact maybe future negotiations for the 49ers? Because they have a track record. One of the reasons I think everyone is so confident, Good, that they will pay Aiyuk is because they have a track record of rewarding their best players. But with how loaded this team is, do people see Brandon Aiyuk as one of those must-reward best players anymore? Because I think you're right. I think Trent is. Obviously, McCaffrey is. It does make me look at Aiyuk a bit differently.
And would it be fair to say right now, if we looked at the scoreboard, the team doesn't look at him like that either, Evan? I think right now we're getting our answer. Now, again, something could pop off in a month for Aiyuk, but this is when, dude, you still got host on our sister station, 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh, still holding out hope that they're going to get a receiver.
That's true.
And I forget was Pony. They did.
Filippone.
Yeah, help me out. And Chris Mueller, they were talking
Andrew
about.
Filippone.
Yeah, it might be. Thanks, Badoni. It might be Aiyuk.
It could be. Let's sneak Jonathan and St. Landry in before the break. 888-957-9570 is the number. Talking about Trent Williams. You want to keep him happy, Jonathan? What's going on?
Oh, yes. Good afternoon, fellas. How you doing?
Hey.
We need to do whatever we can to make sure that Mr. Williams stays in that number 1 spot.
Wow.
Again, I don't need to go over our history about hurt quarterbacks. And like you said, the man does his homework. The man doesn't miss his assignments. The man is there. He's putting in the work. And like I said, this is nothing against Aiyuk. It's kind of weird. Like, it's almost like we're comparing apples and oranges. Even though they're in the same fruit basket, we really do got to put it, as the reality is. Is Aiyuk the best in his position as Trent is the best in his position? And again, who do you put in a replacement for Trent Williams? And I don't want to say Aiyuk's replaceable, but think about that. I'm sure we could shoot out a couple off the hip, names real quick for a wide receiver replacement. I just don't see that for Trent Williams. Thank you, guys. I appreciate everything y'all do.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Man.
Some spot on points. I just think it comes back to this idea, unfairly or fairly, that there are players on the 49ers that can and have jumped the line. I mean, McCaffrey jumps into the front of the line when he says, I want guaranteed money. I want to rework my contract. Now, it also helped the 49ers because they can kick some of that down the road. Maybe there's some of that too with Williams. A mutual reworking that helps the Niners save some cap space, but also gets Trent Williams the money that he wants.
You know what, Evan? I can't argue a thing you said. All I think about is what my pops are saying he used to use. Just think about the years that this could jump off. Had it even been last year, he wouldn't have sharing his food. This is what Aiyuk, I think, is talking about. Trent would have, he had his money. It was in place. Same with C-Mac. It feels like the timing is just buzzard luck. It's just like the worst timing. And now all summer it's been about wide receiver you. Everybody all your peers getting paid left and right. And because you got 2 OGs still at the top of their game, that might cost you your bread and your tenure here. Like, that's bad timing and bad luck, E.
No, when everybody thought that the wide receiver market was going to allow Aiyuk to make more money. And right now he seems kind of stuck between both the market of wide receivers and the market of his own team. Because according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, Trent Williams, there are whispers that he wants to rework his deal, that he wants, it sounds like, guaranteed money the way that Christian McCaffrey wanted guaranteed money and got it. All right, what's coming up on the game? Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair. That's on the other side. Again, a 4-pack to the Alameda County Fair, all right here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. That was all presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Tune into You Don't. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
When I watch a halftime show, I want a show, not a snippet, not a blip on the radar.
Man.
I'm talking about the NBA Finals. It was like each person got 10 seconds to speak, and then they were throwing it around the horn, and before you know it, we're back to commercial.
That is, Evan, the executives, they better be tuning in. You catch us on the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app. They need to hear that something is off. Bob is doing a great job, but you're right. It just seems rushed. And then Stephen A., where the hell you at for the post game? I'll do the pregame and then the chair's empty, and I'm supposed to act like I didn't see you at the beginning? I don't get it.
Well, that's what frustrates me. Like you feel how you feel about the individuals. I like each and every individual that's on the set. I think Bob Myers is awesome. I like Mike Wilbon. Might be an unpopular opinion. I like Stephen A. Smith. I think Malik Andrews does a good job. Josh Hart's fine, or Chris Paul, whoever else they have the player in there. But it's too crammed. They have to basically fit 5 people's voices into 1 minute of a show. And it's like, did you oversell that much of the commercial spots? I don't want to see about, Neutrogena or what. I want to hear Bob Myers. I want to hear him when he has to break down the first half.
And you know what? I'll just add to that real quick here. When I watch Charles and Ernie, it doesn't feel that way. It feels like I'm at the table with them.
Yeah, I think, they have great chemistry, number one. There's less voices. I think there's more back and forth. I mean, they don't have the longest halftime show, but it's longer than, I don't know, it's longer than what ESPN was doing last night. That was one of the many reasons that I was a little bit during game 2 of the NBA Finals. It looks like the finals
ratings are that way too, Evan, through 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
shocked.
I just don't think it's that
compelling
of a series right now. Ironically, on the 2-year anniversary of Steph Curry going for 43 in the Garden, I was watching last night on the same floor that he helped the Warriors win a championship on, their 4th, and I was just left wondering, God, can we get anything in the same stratosphere as compelling as that?
Man, we were together, you, Steiny, and I, for that performance. Speaking of Steph, last thing, Evan, did you catch him in Sacramento at the open gym run? He surprised the kids and was playing open gym.
Oh, did he? That's
Sacramento,
pretty cool.
Man. You should have saw the comments. Oh, he needed to come down this street. It was better. But, dude, he was playing. I was like, why wasn't I there?
Well, that is cool. It doesn't publicize it. I mean, because it's all for the kids, Goo.
There you go.
It's all
but there were some grown kids there. There was some hype.
I would have been the biggest kid in the room.
I would have been chucking every Steph, look.
Would have tried to be. Yeah. He's definitely not a kid, but the biggest individual at the San Francisco 49ers, Trent Williams, was making news this weekend. A little bit in the shadow of, say, Steph Curry, but it's because allegedly there's whispers that he's going to want to rework his deal on the heels of Christian McCaffrey reworking his deal last week during minicamp. And that's what we're trying to get into, this idea of, where the line stops for the 49ers. They got people that they have to pay this offseason. They have paid people this offseason. And it just feels like the Brandon Aiyuk can keeps getting kicked, and understandably so, because Trent Williams is literally and figuratively the biggest piece outside of perhaps Brock Purdy on that offense.
But Evan, if the motto is win now, I don't know if Brandon Aiyuk fits that over Trent Williams and McCaffrey, which they've already exercised McCaffrey. He's got his new money. And if Trent Williams decides to do that, the impact, I wonder, will that affect Brandon Aiyuk's future? If it's win now, which everybody says it has been, Kyle, we heard Kittle, Trent Williams, everybody spoke on it. Debo, how can you even play around with Trent Williams, Evan? Like, that's why I'm just over here flabbergasted. I didn't come in thinking how I'm going to leave out. Like, Trent Williams with 3 years out of his deal has all the leverage in the effing world.
He does, and it's interesting that his leverage has shifted from the retirement to now. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know how you play hardball with Trent Williams, and he's got 3 years left. So it's one of the more interesting things that I feel like has leaked out from the 49ers, because the last couple of years it's just been about negotiating the players, right? Just getting their contracts, their extensions, making sure that Bosa doesn't play in his 5th year, Debo, all that good stuff. And now it's like, well, no, you're going to have to actually reorganize everything. And they're just constantly shifting their contracts around. This is from the 408.
What we got?
From one of our favorites, Lori in Phoenix on the Xfinity Mobile text line. I don't see how restructuring Trent would hurt. I'm assuming she's talking about Aiyuk. I used to negotiate, and I still think it's pretty early, and the Niners just want to make sure that they get the best number they can re-signing Aiyuk. That's literally what the office gets paid to do. You can't just throw away money unnecessarily. That also hurts you. But I do think it's interesting that the priority at the beginning of the offseason was, universally speaking, Brandon Aiyuk, and now it doesn't feel that way anymore.
And the reason, I don't want to speak for you, Evan, it doesn't feel that way to me is, to Lori's point, Lori, if it's good and you're in love, it can be done. And McCaffrey's deal was done. So the average bear can step back from the table and say, okay, and scratch her head and wonder, well, what's the difference with Aiyuk and McCaffrey?
The difference with Aiyuk and McCaffrey?
Is, I believe, importance. And if I'm in love, Evan, let's get it done. And that's what happened with McCaffrey. It feels like in the middle of the night. Aiyuk is more of a, and this is to Lori's point, Lori, he might be asking for more than they think he's worth. I could be wrong, and it's fine. It's happened before. But, Evan, it just has all the intangibles and ingredients of that.
It does, and I think that the 49ers have always kind of been penny pinchers. They just have gotten their deals done. Like, I think they are penny pinching Aiyuk to some extent. But am I going to tell you that Aiyuk is worth $30 million? Probably not. The thing with Trent that is interesting, because one of the factors of McCaffrey re-signing is they allowed... It created more cap space. Right. And this is what people are also texting in, which I do agree with, but I'll take it a step further. McCaffrey reworking his deal creates cap space for the future. Reworking Trent Williams' deal would create cap space for the future because, for example, this year's cap hit's 31.5, next year's 34, the year after that it's 38. That's a huge cap hit for any player.
Gotcha.
That cap relief would not be for Brandon Aiyuk. It would be for Brock Purdy.
There we go.
Which still screams to me that Aiyuk is not a priority right now for the San Francisco 49ers. He's a priority of getting him, back into the offense, and we want him around. We like him, but you said it, Goo. These actions this summer and these breadcrumbs that I'm reading tell me that they don't love him the way they love McCaffrey, Williams, even Purdy to some extent.
And Evan, you're not wrong, and I'm not related, and if I'm correct, nor are you, to Brandon Aiyuk. I think average fan, Evan, kid, I was about to call you Stoney, an average fan could kind of understand that.
I'll be back tomorrow.
It's the too short. Get in where you fit in. But I will say this, if I'm a Niner fan, and you want to really gauge, is Aiyuk tripping? Is he bothered? We played the TJ Husmanzada sound. He said it's disheartening. You could take that for whatever it's worth. But what about when I lay this on you, Evan? What if I told you I hate the fact that a number from the Niners was actually written on the napkin? If I thought everything was okay, I would kind of hope that component of this negotiation hadn't been reported. Now that we have a number and it's still quiet on the set, allegedly, I don't think that bodes well. I think a divorce could be imminent. You know what I mean?
Aiyuk and the Niners.
Yeah. When I hear the Niners, if this is their number, and it could be off and wrong, but when you hear that number and there's still no new news, or there's no, okay, let's do it, then I'm like, oh, that gap, even though we might think it's small, is big to Brandon Aiyuk. Somehow he's feeling disrespected, or he's not feeling loved, because that's what this is about.
I think it is, and it also is, look, I mean, Brandon Aiyuk is a great wide receiver on some days. Other days, he's not featured like a great wide receiver.
Bowl.
The Super Bowl or the playoffs. I don't think he's had an 80-yard game in the postseason.
Wow, Evan.
And they haven't needed him to in order to get to 2 Super Bowls. But if anything, if this is an arbitration hearing and I'm trying to, play down my client or the guy that I'm negotiating with, I'm going to say that, dude, you're a great wide receiver. We don't need you to go get $120 to win playoff games. So we can't pay you like you're a guy that needs to get 120 for us to win playoff games.
Evan, I want to rip my mic out. I'm hearing you, but now I'm starting to double back to Kyle Shanahan. Is the reason you're not winning the said big game is because you're not giving this dude or guys like him the opportunity to go for $120 or $130 on the biggest stage? Are you doing the defense a favor? Or I could be totally wrong. I'm not Jaworski, Evan, and he was locked up. But I think about the Packer game where he was pedestrian. So was he. Like, where was that Niner offense the whole playoffs? I don't think that's all Brandon Aiyuk every game, nor Debo. I'm not saying they were perfect and didn't make any mistakes, but I'm wondering, is this a Kyle problem to where you can't get those guys at that number you mentioned?
I think that's fair, but we're also not talking about Shanahan. I mean, Shanahan is under lock and key. Like, whether you like it or not, Kyle Shanahan is going to be the head coach of this team. He's going to be calling plays. Damn. And the guys in his offense are going to have to, shout out Too Short, get in where they fit in. Man. And Brandon Aiyuk has been really good. I mean, 1,300 yards, second team All-Pro. He's got it all. But again, they're levels. There's levels to it. You know, number one offensive option is Christian McCaffrey. He gets rewarded with a reworked deal. Who's your number one offensive line? And who can you least? I would say this for Trent Williams, and if there is a case to be made about him being the most valuable player, is because outside of him, who else is there?
Nobody.
Nobody. Yeah. Like, nobody's sliding over to the left tackle spot and giving you even close to the level of production that Trent Williams is.
That's leverage, right?
And it is. And that's why there isn't as much leverage with Aiyuk. And I do think, I still think that the Niners and he will come to terms. But it is closer to a coin flip than either Bosa or Samuel. Wow. And Bosa held out nearly to week one, and Deebo Samuel asked for a trade. That's why I do think that Aiyuk is in this really, I don't know, he's in a tough spot. He's between a rock and a hard place, which is the wide receiver market and the San Francisco 49ers market. And the San Francisco 49ers market right now is rewarding their best players, McCaffrey, perhaps in the near future, Trent Williams. That's one side of the market. The other side of the market is Justin Jefferson, $35 million, and then the low end Devontae Smith. Where do you fit in? And right now, his agent is probably tossing and turning all night because he's going one way to the front office, and they're saying, well, you're going to have to wait a little bit, and we're going to keep you at this number because we got a priority guys we got to pay. And then he's looking at the other side, at the wide receiver market, and saying, well, my guy's just as good as this guy. My guy's as good as that guy, but someone else might have kind of, it's right now, I just feel like Brandon Aiyuk is stuck. And I think he's still on the team next year, but he might not be happy about how much he's making on the team next year, or for the foreseeable future.
And that's no way to start a relationship. You know, if you got stuff festering because the negotiations was, not up to par. Evan, while you were talking, saying that, I just had this thought. So let's just say it's 26. That's going to look worse if both parties continue to play the waiting game and CD, what I deem CD's going to get, and Jamar Chase, they're going to get big bags. And that 26 is going to look worse when you look at the grand scheme of the market, because guys are going to fall down when these two gentlemen that I just mentioned, Evan, I think they're going to get buku money. Then we're talking about if Aiyuk is really into where does that 26 fall? It's going to continue to drop when those two guys renegotiate.
Well, and I think that's why we don't have an issue with the report leaking out that Trent Williams, in a whispering manner, might want to rework his deal or sign a new deal eventually, is because neither of us would put another player at his position above him.
He's underpaid right now.
Yeah, the reason we're going back and forth for the first couple hours about Aiyuk is because there's legitimately 5 or 6 guys that you could say are either in that category or above him. And that's what he's fighting against, where Trent Williams is able to jump the line, both, with his own team this offseason, but also literally jump the offensive tackle line, because he's not looking at Penei Sewell, Andrew Thomas, or I forget the third, Larry Tunsil, and saying, well, I wonder if I'm as good as that guy. I probably shouldn't be making more than that guy. It's like, no, I'm an 11-time Pro Bowler. I'm a first-team All-Pro the first 3 years of this 6-year mega deal that I signed. I have done everything that you have asked me except for retire. And do not force me to reconsider that moving forward.
Wow. And Evan, I'll say this. Guru, nobody wants to play fantasy football, but I'm doing it if I'm Brandon Aiyuk's brother. You just mentioned he was in an offense we think he's not the number one option, or he was second team all. Just think about that, all pro. I wonder if he has dreams or visions of what if I were a Kansas City Chief uniform and I had that guy throwing. I would look like Lynn Swann or the next coming to Jerry Rice, like that. People have thoughts like that.
You better be careful.
But I'll stay. There you go, Carter.
Simmer.
I'll stay in the red and gold.
Yeah.
But pay me, though. Pay me like I could put up those numbers.
And that's why I think Carter's point from earlier.
And I think the Niners are not going to do that. Like, Bud, we can replace you. You're good. We're not saying you're not, but we ain't going the extra mile to kind of feed. Evan, would I be wrong if I said his ego or pride on trying to break the bank from a public standpoint? Like when this is announced, Brandon Aiyuk got, you're not getting that, Brandon.
I don't think so. And maybe maybe he doesn't want it. Maybe he wants it to be over. I just think that what we're talking about right now is respect. Like for all these guys, we're talking about respect. We're talking about pride.
Rodney Dangerfield.
It's why McCaffrey wanted to rework his deal, because when you're the best player at your position and your deal is not guaranteed, that tells me that there's not a ton of respect there. Like
that should never happen.
No, exactly. And the fact that it flew under the radar for as long as it did is remarkable to me. Same with Trent Williams. We're not talking about me being top 3 or top 2. Like I'm number 4. You can't have this guy reset the market while I'm still playing in the NFL. Like he might be. His resume has him up there as one of the greatest left tackles of all time. Okay, so pay me like I'm one of the greatest tackles of all time.
Just give us a couple days. Something's coming. I'm for real, Evan.
72 hours or 48. Shout out Eddie Murphy. I don't know. I mean, no Trent Williams. This is from the 408 from the Xfinity Mobile text line. No Trent Williams. No Super Bowl appearances. No Offensive Player of the Year for Christian McCaffrey.
All facts, man. Evan, those are all facts. And that's why you keep going to the Fowler. I missed that over this weekend. Like, I'm waiting to come in tomorrow or the next day or the day after, Evan, to where this is legit. Like, why would Trent Williams do himself a disservice and continue to be, I'm okay with those guys getting, like, he knows he has his card to play.
He does. And look, I mean, I guess if you really wanted to be that guy, if you're the Niners, you could say, well, Trent, we actually did go to the Super Bowl without you. But you had Joe Staley. Like you had another staple at the left tackle position. So Trent Williams is an upgrade, but he's also the replacement. Like the Niners do not have a replacement for Trent Williams. I don't believe they have a replacement for Christian McCaffrey. They don't need one. You could make the case that they have a replacement for Brandon Aiyuk.
Wow.
And they drafted
no doubt. And your answer to this from the great point from the 925. They paid him like he's a number 1 O-lineman already. That doesn't change the fact he's trying to double back and get up, maybe get where he feels how much he's worth. And it's the same thing with McCaffrey.
Well, that's why, again, the question to me is where you draw the line. Because I thought that was in a way more eye-popping waking up than the Aiyuk number, because he's got 3 years left. Like, he wants to rework his deal after 3 years. You got 3 years left, buddy. Like, and he's right. The 925 is correct. They already paid him like he's the number 1 offensive lineman. And then the market changes.
Wow, man.
I mean, it's the reason why Brock Purdy is, I think, going to make more than $45 million a year.
But would you risk drawing the line with arguably your 2 best players? Like, I think what I'm getting nervous about from an Aiyuk standpoint, that's where the line may be drawn.
I mean, I'm not playing hardball. Shout out G-Baby with Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams. I'm playing hardball with Brandon Aiyuk.
And I think we may be watching that.
I just, look, right now, it's funny because the 49ers, again, they have not won a Super Bowl. It's not like we're talking about these guys like they're multi-time champs. And yet they want to be paid. These guys want to get their money, and I think it's because they're seeing everybody else grab their bag. Aiyuk is watching the rest of the wide receiver market get their bag.
Oh, my gosh, every day.
Trent Williams just saw Christian McCaffrey get his bag. And so now, he's 36 years old. He might be saying, I might not have too many opportunities.
And Evan, wouldn't you say the same thing?
Yes. I was as a player.
Yes, no doubt.
But if I'm in the front office, I'm like, dude, we can't keep just writing these checks.
That's another shot of vodka.
I can't keep signing these blank checks for you, man. And then I got to pay Purdy next year. You're going to have to pay Hufanga next year. You're going to have to pay. Like, there are places that you have to continue to go. And as much as the water well has been getting emptied and then refilled, and the whole idea of the cash flow being in lockstep, that cannot continue, I don't think.
Evan, you know what? Real quick here, I keep thinking of the Giants run, and they kept paying their guys, and I kept saying, was it for what you've done for me lately or in the past? I'm thinking of the Warriors, but you know the difference? Those contracts culminated in a chip. We were talking. You just said it. The Niners have not won. They've gotten close, and they should have won. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But Evan, you got these money problems without the bling. And that's why I think it stings a little more.
It does. It does. Before we get to the break, I do want to go to our contest. I'm sorry. We promised a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair. It is now time. Caller number 5. Hit the contest line, 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652. The contest line for your chance to win a 4-pack to the Alameda County Fair. We're taking caller number 5. We'll be doing this giveaway all week. Your chance to get to the Alameda County Fair. It's a 4-pack of tickets. Hit the contest line right now, 415-523-4652. It's a great event, and we'll be doing it at 12:30 for your opportunity to get out to the Alameda County Fair. So
now, dope. Covering it all, and you were at Golden Gate Fieldsy.
Yeah, but
I can't get that one back, man. Do we know what's going their property, right?
Probably. I mean, it's
the turf club.
It's waterfront. Carter was out there for the first time this weekend. I'm glad he got to witness it. Apparently,
Carter, did you win?
He was dressed like it was the Belmont Stakes.
Carter? What was your outfit, real quick? What was your swag?
Stripes.
I had the nice sun hat on.
Okay.
I had the sweater, a nice collared shirt on.
Mint julep.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was the vibe for sure.
That was the vibe.
It was. There was a lot of people out there on Saturday.
Man.
And Sunday. Probably more packed on Sunday. I was mad I couldn't grab any apparel, though. It was all sold out.
Well, I just, man, Evan, I used to, I don't want to say live at the Golden.
Play the ponies.
Yeah, no, I got friends that do it like it's sports gamble. It is, but you know what I mean? Like, they're betting, they go there.
Oh, yeah. Well, they go there to bet on those fields, but also the rest of the racetracks around the country.
No, that's incredible.
Yep. I mean, it's like people in Portsmouth Square who sit there and play checkers and chess all day for money. It's like those people, but at the horse track. Like, that's their dojo.
You a chess player? Of course you are.
Yeah, well. Yeah.
You smart enough to know chess.
I play chess, yeah.
How about you, Carter?
Big time. I actually have a nephew who's going to be a grandmaster in chess. He is
Bobby Fischer?
Yes, he is 8 years old and he can beat anybody in the world. I'm serious. He takes lessons and everything. It's
Come
crazy.
on.
This is random. Does he have a rating?
I don't think so yet, but he plays with top 10 in the world.
And you guys play with the clock, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Right. You usually play either 1 minute speed games or a 3-minute blitz chess. Yeah, that's usually the one. But on a tangent, we have a minute here. The only reason I ask is because you can measure yourself as like international master. There's IMs, there's GMs, and it all has to do with rating. So that's how I think a GM is now 2,500, in between 2,500 and 3,000. So you got to get to that level.
I ain't
before
on
you
that
can,
level at all.
No, that's like getting your PhD in aerodynamics or something like that. It's ridiculous. So
a youngster, Bobby Fischer.
Tell him to keep it up. Yeah. And we're going to keep it up on the other side, continuing to dig into this, I think, really fascinating rumor that leaked out over the weekend from Jeremy Fowler of ESPN about Trent Williams and the whispers that he will eventually seek a new deal from the 49ers. Number one, why? Number two, what does that mean for everyone else? What does it mean for Brandon Aiyuk? And then finally, where do you draw the line? When do you not decide to pay guys? When do you decide to just say, you know what, we'll either move you or we can't go above a certain number? And who do you make that decision for? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Gruber Johnson. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And that was also sponsored by Express Employment Professionals.
If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is your one connection for a summer job.
This is Cavan Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Sorry about that, Cavan.
Carter's
Didn't mean to cut you off there. Yes, he is.
I just hate he's taller than me.
See, now this actually pisses me off. How many days of my life do you think I walk around with people that are taller than me? Just about every single one of them.
Nah, there's
how many days are in a year?
But Evan, for me, it's like, 6'4", I wish I was 6'8", or his height, I'd be in the league. I really believe that.
Oh, my God. Is that the reason?
That was a Steiny laugh. I didn't like it.
I'm sorry.
But, dude, when you look up at somebody, it's not a good fit. Every time I got to look up.
You're telling me. It's not a great feeling to look up at everybody every single day and just say, hey, what's going on up there?
But, Carter, you're with me. You're a TFN. You know what that is?
What?
I don't.
Tall for nothing, because we both didn't make the league. Yeah.
I was going to say, what are they? NARPs.
TF, what's that?
Non-athletic regular people.
No, we're athletic. It just, yeah. Well, I threw my arm out.
Back in the day.
There you go.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. The last 2 weekends, I've hurt myself. I hurt my shoulder in the softball game.
That concerned me. I didn't tell you.
Well, it concerned me too. It was an eye-opening experience.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I broke my toe over the weekend playing volleyball in Golden Gate Park. Now, that
well, you
means
need a Band-Aid on it. That's why I'm telling you to go to Kaiser or whoever you go to.
I don't know how much a Band-Aid would really do anything.
Or a little cast. They'll put some on it.
A cast. I need some ice. I need a... God, I just need...
Norco?
I need to be more athletic. Like that
so
is...
you're in no pain?
A little bit of pain, but not enough pain to really head to, the
So we couldn't play full court. You couldn't play full court right now.
I could play full court, but I'd probably be moving like Luka Doncic. I'd just be slowly just up and down the court.
Are you more injured than Lucas?
I'm not more injured than Lucas.
No, speaking of which, your guys are Lucas played the game. Well, he didn't miss the game. No, that went a long way for me.
He was playing first base.
No, he was. He did some other stuff.
He was getting pitch ran for.
Shout out Christy.
In a softball game.
Christy was moving.
Saw Christy and Willard at the Bill Burr Show on Saturday.
I wish I was there.
There was a lot of fun. Yeah, saw him on the way in and on the way out. Our guy Ken Luttrell and his lovely wife, Lucas Alexander. Mark Grandy was there too. A lot of great jokes, and I laughed my ass off for like 90 minutes.
He's good, man.
He's incredibly funny. Incredibly funny. But off the top of the segment, we heard from our guy, Cavan Looney, and he was on the Draymond Green podcast recently. Latest episode. I think they were actually reacting to Game 2 of the NBA Finals. And, well, they were going down memory lane and talking about all the stories, and I just love Cavan Looney. Like, he is the most lovable guy on the Golden State Warriors.
There's no doubt about it. I think he's taken for granted.
More than Steph. Oh, for sure. Yeah. And one of the things that Draymond kind of obligatorily asked him about was his future with the Warriors. And I thought it related to our conversation that we've been having today about Aiyuk and then Williams. This idea of where you draw the line, who deserves the bag, who deserves the respect, the money, the power, all the rest. And you want to hear what Cavan Looney had to say?
I would love to.
Here it is.
What's next for you? Do you want to be with the Warriors? Do you see like it didn't finish great for me this year? Like what is it for you?
Well, the ball isn't in my court. I don't have full control over my destiny, so I kind of got to play the waiting game, control what I can control. Now, I've been here my whole career. I don't know nothing else. So, you always want to finish what you started and be somewhere for the whole career, but I'm been in this business long enough. I know that's not realistic. So I'm preparing myself for whatever. My family's out here. The Bay's been great to me. They treat me like family. I grew up here, so I haven't really thought about too far. I'm trying to see what they're going to do first before I really, push the envelope, see what I want to do.
Wow. Evan, can I just tell you what jumped out at me?
Absolutely.
And I love Dre on the mic. That was a real ass question. It didn't finish, and we all saw it, as well as Cavan like this year, but then also segueing into the future. But Cavan almost sounded like Brandon Aiyuk. I'm kind of a stretch, Evan. I don't have the control. It's not all up to me. And let's put the right on the table, brought to you by Atco, Evan. It's been a fantastic show. I've had a great time. The emergence of TJD, I do believe now makes Cavan Looney expendable. And what I love about Cavan Looney and what I think is killing the Dallas Mavericks, even though I'm not saying it would be a good fit there, but like the Los Angeles Clippers, they could use a Cavan. That sounded like a guy, and I got to be careful here, Evan, that was at peace, because it's not life or death, He's a champion with the possibility that, the Warriors could say, you know what? We got to move on.
They could. And Looney has $8 million left on his deal. Only 3 of it's guaranteed. It's partially. And the Warriors have to make a decision about that, I believe, before the beginning of free agency on July 1st. I personally don't think Cavan Looney is going to be a member of the Warriors next year.
Okay.
I think there's a couple places that could use him. In his hometown, Milwaukee, perhaps. A place like Washington. I think pairing him with Jordan Poole might bring the best back out of JP as someone who's, from his hometown, his big brother, so to speak. I think there's a lot of mentor, but also areas in which Cavan Looney could still be a productive player. But what I heard from that quote, the first thing that jumped out at me was, the ball's not in my court. And it had me racing back to all these contract negotiations that we've been discussing. I think the ball was in Christian McCaffrey's court. That's why he got a reworked deal.
Facts.
I think the ball is in Trent Williams' court if he wants it to be. I don't think the ball is in Brandon Aiyuk's court. I also think with Warriors, and Cavan's right, the ball's not in his court. He doesn't get to decide what his future is. The Warriors will make that choice for him. I do believe, however, that the ball is in Klay Thompson's court. That Klay will have the choice to remain a Warrior this upcoming season, or if he decides to chase the money elsewhere. I don't think Cavan Looney has the ball in his court. Klay Thompson does.
And there's no doubt about it. And, you said what the reality is. And, just hearing Cavan Looney talk about his family and what the Bays meant to him, and this is all he knows. Evan, I got to be honest. If I was him, you would want some type of control or, the ball, your hand on the ball so you could be able to kind of dictate what you want to do. But it's wait and see, and I'm with you. I just think the Warriors are at the crossroads. Shout out Bone Thugs and Harmony. But, Evan, I feel like him and Klay possibly might not be on the team moving forward. I don't want that to be the case, but Cavan Looney will always, to me, be the glue guy, kicking it back out to the Splash Brothers in their prime, after the prime, winning the chip in 2022. So, Evan, we'll see how it plays out. But, man, that would be not the big 3. You could say the big 4, but it would be the end of an era, and I don't want to see it happen. But when you talk about finances, how could Joe Lacob and company say exercise that $8 million, knowing just how in the red they are with everything else?
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Will be back tomorrow. Daryl the Guru Johnson with you as always. Who has the ball in their court? I think that's kind of the question that popped into my mind listening to Cavan Looney. He doesn't have the ball in his court. But with athletes right now in the Bay Area, both with the Niners and the Warriors, who has the ball in their court? I think Klay Thompson is the one that a lot of people are kind of wondering what he's going to do. I think that the Warriors have decisions to make on, obviously, Looney, but I think Gary Payton II is also a smaller one. I think that, I guess Chris Paul is one. He doesn't have the ball in his court, obviously. I don't think Andrew Wiggins necessarily has the ball in his court. So
good call, man.
Last offseason, I do think that Draymond Green had the ball in his court. And that's why he was able to get 4 years and $100 million. I don't think that Klay Thompson can command that level of money, but
he can go look for it.
Yes, he can. And I think that's probably the reason why I think he has leverage or something to go to Golden State with and say, hey, I know you only want to pay me like $20 million a year, but this team wants to give me 30 per.
Man.
You got to at least come to 25. Like that sort of negotiation. Unlike Brandon Aiyuk, who we've been talking about, I don't think the Niners have to budge off the report that they want to pay him $26 million a year. I don't think they have to move north whatsoever. I think that they're going to have to move to whatever Trent Williams, wants at this point.
In a Texas second. Just last thing about Aiyuk. Evan, could you see right now on this Monday, could you see a scenario to where Brandon Aiyuk would just come play it out? Like, as much as I'm scoffing at that and saying, Brandon, call me. Man, you better. Is there a part of you that allows, you know what, Goo, that could go down? But why would he risk it for the biscuit?
Well, because he would want to get paid. That would be the reason. I mean, there is a possibility that he does. I told you this earlier. I feel like there's more of a probability of him asking for a trade than playing the final year out on his fifth year.
You know what? And
I think either he gets his deal this summer or he's not a Niner. That's kind of how I see it.
You know how you chop our stuff up and put it on the social? If I could do that, I would do that. So you could see him asking for a trade, and he wants no part, or player A, being Brandon Aiyuk, in that same scenario, should not want to step on that field with everything to lose, as opposed to go ask for a trade to where you can get taken care of and maybe even get the number you were looking for. That's profound, E. Well, that probably is how it's lined up to be.
And it could be a similar situation to, say, Jonathan Kuminga, who has the final year left of his deal. Like, he's contract extension eligible. That means after next season, he would become, I think, a restricted free agent. But the Warriors probably are going to make the choice. You know, I think I think if the Warriors envision Kuminga as a big part of their future, they would be able to save themselves some money by getting out ahead of it and paying in this offseason.
Or the ball's in their court if they decide to trade him, though.
True, but maybe they're not sold. You know, I like the Niners should be far more sold on Brandon Aiyuk than the Warriors should be sold on Jonathan Kuminga.
No, done deal. Case closed, you would think.
Yeah, but it feels interesting that you would have a known commodity play out the final year of their deal. Like, basically a prove-it year. I know they're different sports, but
that's why I wouldn't want it for Brandon. Y'all want me to do what? Yeah, like, why are you slow dancing? You know what I bring to the table?
Yeah, well, he's got quick feet. That's what he's got. That's how he gets open. And he's also Brock Purdy's number one target. He's a part of that offense. I don't think he is the offense, but he's a big part of it, and why they're able to remain at such a high level. You know, I think, again, you know, with Cavan Looney talking about the ball not being in his court, I do think that that's somewhat of an emotional blow to kind of the mainstays of the older players.
Oh, no.
I think it signals, you know, a change of direction. And that's what everyone's been asking for this summer with the Warriors. It's not necessarily, I mean, they want to see him get better. They want to see him make a splash move or compete, but it's really just about going in a different direction, because it feels like they've been headed down this path now since they won the championship, and since 2 years ago when Steph Curry dropped 43 at the Garden. Shout out June 10th. So, I mean, I think that...
Wow, anniversary.
The anniversary of today. I mean, it was funny, you know, we're talking about watching that series together in Game 6.
I'll never forget it, man.
Incredible. But I was actually house sitting for Steiny the night of Game 4, because I remember watching...
Did the dog have the accident?
I watched that game with Rosie. Yeah, I watched that game with his dog.
I'll never forget it.
I forget where he was, but I was house sitting for him, and I was sitting there, you know, whatever, his lazy boy, watching Curry, just like, this dude. And that, to me, I know that you can't have those legendary performances every single finals, but when I was thinking about what in kind of just, I don't know, just drew me into that event, it was the build. Like, it was everything around the game, right? It wasn't just the game itself. His performance was historic, but there was the build of being down 2-1, the build of, you know, can Curry, you know, will this KD-less team back to a championship?
Is Draymond a problem? Remember, they did something with his time at the end of games.
They did. Is Klay Thompson, who's coming off his injuries and played half the season, is he still a guy who, by the way, if you go back and watch the game, Klay Thompson hit some big shots in the fourth quarter.
I might do that
Game
tonight,
4.
Evan.
He actually, with about 4.5 minutes left, hit a three from the top of the key that put them up 1 for good. So Klay Thompson hit a huge bevy of shots in that series. Andrew Wiggins, you know, looked like a beast in that game. I think he had 16 rebounds in Game 4. Jordan Poole had 12 off the bench. Like, that was a much different place than the Warriors are now. But again, I just was so, I mean, it is our team, but there's nothing captivating to me about these NBA finals the way that even before Game 4, that those finals had captivated me, just with all the storylines.
No, I appreciate the honesty, and I'm going to run this by you because I think we touched on it earlier. And I know you're one of the smartest youngsters I know. This may sound crazy, but coming from me to you, in my world, this means something. Evan, I'm being honest. Do you think when it comes down to presentation and not having Barkley, Kenny, Ernie to react to said game or even get you warmed and lathered for the game in the beginning has anything to do with it? Because last night, and the reason I bring this up to you, I realized I didn't like what was going on outside of Bob on the ABC production standpoint. I had to go to NBA Finals to get me some Shaq, and they had some other guys on there. And what you said was just hit me, and it's all basketball, but do you think there's any part or iota of it not being, as crazy as this sounds, on TV, it's kind of losing something?
Well, I don't think the ESPN product is as good as TNT, but remember, TNT never had the finals.
Never.
So there's different levels, and I think it's not in a great place right now. Number one, because you have a new broadcast crew. It takes time for the Brain Burke
I'm really
and Reddick.
hurt, and I love all three of them.
No, but it was funny. When I was watching the game last night, there was a moment in the second quarter where
Give it to me.
Someone made. Oh, it was towards the end of the half. Porzingis fouled a 3-point shooter at the end of the quarter.
I remember it.
Yeah, and JJ Redick immediately says he's complimentary to Josh Green, or that was a really intelligent play by Josh Green. In my mind,
oh my God,
I could hear Jeff Van Gundy just saying, "No, it wasn't. It was a stupid play by Porzingis." Like, that's the kind of back and forth chemistry riffraff that crew had. That this crew is never going to step on each other's toes to create. Like Doris Burke is very complimentary. She's kind of critical, but she's not going to be critical of her co-host.
I had not even thought of that rebuttal that would have been Van Gundy to kind of.
Because that was the first thing I thought. I was like, that wasn't a smart play. That was a stupid play. But see, you fouled a 3-point shooter at the end of a half. What are you doing?
See, and again, it's not radio. It's not theater of the mind when we're watching it on TV. But that's why they were so special. Doris, JJ, and Bream Wright, they're working. Van Gundy, Breen, and Jackson were at a bar doing the game, if that may. You know what I mean? And you can't just, that's quality, Evan. And that's a great example. And I didn't even think of it in real time when he said it. I was like, yeah, he's right. But that's how it would have went. That's would have been the sequence, and that's why I fell in love with it.
And I think that's the difference between the ESPN and like the TNT broadcasts you're saying. Like, they're not afraid to, go after each other or be playful or critical because they're all friends. And it feels like they're all friends. It feels like the people that I'm watching on TV now this year are coworkers.
Right.
They're not friends.
And the last
they could
thing,
be, I don't know.
I feel like Jason Tatum is in a vortex. He is Dak Prescott on a basketball court, one of his high leverage situations. I'll leave that there.
Well, he's won a couple playoff games.
Yeah, no doubt. So is Dak. You can watch Jason and been in the finals, and Dak's never done that. But my point is, you can watch a guy where it feels like you can see through their skin and read their mind where they're overwhelmed. I'm watching him just the things that he does so well. Now they're fumbles. He's tripping over himself, and now he's putting up some points. My point being, right now it's only 2 games, Evan. The Drew Holiday is the NBA Finals MVP, but guess what the streets and the production of this all is going to make happen? It's going to be Jaylen Brown, NBA Finals MVP. And I say that from a sexy standpoint. I'm watching everything last night, not even ABC related, but Evan, I know I'm veering off. Jaylen Brown is going to get it, even if it should go to Drew Holiday. You mark my word. Now, Drew could go for 40 the next 2 games. Is not close, but we'll know when it's said and done. And after these 2 games, Jaylen Brown has not been bad and had a great game, played some good defense, a good game. But it's going to be by default that Drew Holiday is just too vanilla to get the award. I hope I'm wrong.
Well, and this is kind of the larger point about comparing these finals to, again, 2 years ago today, Curry goes for 43 at the Garden. They win Game 4. They don't lose another game in that series. All-time historic performance. And watching the game last night, you're right. Their best player might be Drew Holiday, but Brown's going to get the MVP. That's kind of the point. The most intriguing part about the NBA Finals is who's going to get Finals MVP. Like, no, I'm sorry. Like, that just doesn't do it for me.
Man.
It's not about the game. It's about the accolades. It's about the awards. It's about the presentation. What about the game?
And I'm
watching the finals to see a thrilling game.
Yeah.
The games have not been thrilling. The games, in my opinion, have not been captivating whatsoever since the second round of the Western Conference semis.
Wow. Evan.
Since Denver and Minnesota knocked each other off the table, there has not been a series that I have been emotionally invested in whatsoever. And that includes the quote-unquote two best teams right now left standing.
Wow, Evan. And that's so funny. I'm on NBA TV and Shaq's up there with Grant Hill. And I forget the other guy's name, and I love him. I forget his name, but Shaq goes to Jaylen Brown. His first question is, they're trying to divide you. When I won my first chip, I wasn't the best player, but I was the most dominant. Talking about he basically said for the first time, Kobe was the best player, but I was the more dominant. And then Jaylen goes, and Shaq tried to ask him, "You get what I'm saying?" And Jaylen goes, "No."
Yeah.
And then he had to break it down. And he was like, "They tried to break me and Shaq up. They're trying to confuse you guys and pit you against each other." And I thought to myself, I got what Shaq was saying, but from a compelling standpoint, Evan, I think you hit the nail on the head. Going into game one, it was about Jason Tatum or Brown winning the finals. Like, Tatum could actually be an NBA champion for the first time, but if he didn't get NBA Finals MVP, it was a failure. And for your boy over here, Steiner, to be proud of me, I'm like, is that where we're at? That was the thing. Who's going to get NBA Finals MVP?
And I guess that's just not enticing enough for me to care about a series. I mean, it just isn't for me. Like, I felt like Boston was going to win this series, and I thought they were going to win pretty handily.
They got to win Wednesday.
Well, they literally have to win Wednesday. Otherwise, they're down 3-0, and no team's ever come from behind. So, it's a must-win on Wednesday. But again, like, I guess I'm not that's not appointment television for me. And from the 707 from the 669, you're right. The Warriors aren't in it, but that's not why I'm not interested. I'm not interested because there's nothing enthralling about these two teams to me. Like, Boston's the best team. Watch the game. Like,
it's like 2-on-5.
They're better.
It's really 1-on-5 right now because Kyrie he's been on lock. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like a few weeks ago when we were talking about the Giants and the Dodgers. Like, the Dodgers are a better team than the San Francisco Giants.
They're deeper. Yeah. Brad Stevens MVP.
I can't commit on Wednesday and be pissed off that the Giants didn't beat the Dodgers. Like, duh.
You're getting me mad now, but but you're real. Like, everybody, Helen Keller can see that Boston's deeper and better. It's 2-on-5 or 1-on-5 right now.
Yeah.
And I'm not mad at Gafford. No, they're a great story. They're not on Boston's level from a talent. And when you bring in that giant Dodger or Yankee, it's like, come on, Goo, are you really shocked? And maybe that's why I'm not having the greatest of time when it's over. Like, that was supposed to happen.
No,
but
and
Boston missed 30-something three-pointers. They were supposed to lose.
I just feeling, I don't know, a little bored after I was like in the third quarter, I was thinking about what I was going to watch after the game.
Wow.
I don't know. Maybe that's not what I should be saying as a sports fan, but.
Well, watch Clip tonight. Yeah, it's on Hulu. Yeah.
Watch Clip.
Yeah.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at the idea of a documentary series, a live action documentary series being about the Los Angeles Clippers. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow, along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. And we got our Too Short segment, Get In Where You Fit In, coming up on the other side. And a reminder that that's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
It's your boy Guru, and you know how much
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, one final Too Short segment. We got FB Santangelo and Mark Willard coming up for the crossover, and then, of course, from 2 to 6.
So no FP at Bill Burr.
Actually, I don't know. No, because FP, remember, he was saying he was up in Napa for that golf event.
Our guy, yep.
Yeah, where Steph was, Steph was in Sacramento, you said, showing up for the kids.
At the midnight run, but nobody knows the exact location. I look like, dudes are taller than me and Carter.
Well, do you feel like...
I would have been chucking him 10-day contract. He could have came back, told somebody.
Well, Jimmy Butler was in the Bay Area over the weekend, right?
Yeah, and what was that tweet with the...
He was in the Stanford area?
Yeah, did you see the tweet he put out with him standing behind Steph and Dre? They were playing each other, and he was in the background.
Wait, what?
He put it on his IG.
Oh, okay. I also saw he was down in L.A., but he was all across the West Coast.
Miss Brink, right? What's the young lady from the Sparks?
Cameron Brink.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like her.
Yep. What about Caitlin Clark? Go.
All right. I ordered the WNBA package, $34.99. I'm invested. I have to watch every Fever game and all the other exciting stars in the league, but I'm an Indiana Fever fan. $34.99. You heard it here. How do you leave her off the Olympic team? I don't get it. Others that were deserving, I get that. But for Gino Auriemma to say she doesn't have the speed and she's not strong enough for this league, I was like, he just went scorched earth. And he didn't say she'll get there. But, Evan, I just thought the WNBA I love it, and I've watched it. But I've never watched it now with the inception of Caitlin Clark. And all she represents is all the eyeballs that she earned when she was at Iowa. So why wouldn't they just want a 12 position? Why wouldn't they just put her on the team? Christian Laettner was on the U.S. men's team. I don't get that. So I don't want to make it Drake and Kendrick. Oh, everything Drake did, I'm a Drake fan. Everything Kendrick did. But aren't you going to risk losing viewership now that the eyeballs that love Caitlin's not on the team? Isn't that sales 101? Where you put her on there just so more people will be watching?
But that's not why someone makes a team. You know, if a player's not good enough, then...
What about Laettner then?
Well, that was different.
Tell me how.
Well, I'm pretty sure back in the day the rule was they took one college player.
And that was a rule.
And actually, people were pissed because they took Laettner over Shaq.
All right.
And Shaq was clearly, obviously, the best player.
So you got no problem with it? I'm bargaining. Like, I don't think they meant... I just was like...
A few years ago, I think Anthony Davis was on the Olympic team when he was a freshman at Kentucky, right?
I think that was the one that lost.
8 or 12. Yeah. It was after the one that they lost in 04. But I don't think that if you're not a top 12 player in your league, I can't justify putting you on the team that should represent the country. Wow. Even if it's just for eyes. And I honestly don't think Caitlin Clark would want to be just a charity case, essentially. You know, like
she said as much. She said, like, this, not a wake-up call, but yeah, she's in the lab now, Evan. No. And I hate sounding like the person I always criticize, but I just thought, man, they could have slapped her on there with, I guess, all for the wrong reasons. I'm yelling brand, but I would have liked to see her get that opportunity.
Yeah, I would too, and I think she'll have that opportunity hopefully in 2028, for the next Olympics. Let's sneak in a couple calls before we get to the end of this show, or before we get to, I should say, the crossover with FB and Mark Willard. Yeah, it's been flying, dude. TC's in Sacramento, wants to comment on the 49ers contract situations. TC, what's going on? You're on with Evan and Goo. How are you?
Hey, Evan and Goo, what's going on, man?
What's up, baby?
I ain't tapped in with the homies.
Yes,
what's
sir.
With it, bro?
All right.
Hey, Goo, hey, look, you already know where I'm coming at. So check it out, bro. I'm going to keep it real simple. So this contract situation, right, going on with the Niners is everybody wants to get paid, bro, because everybody's sitting writing on the wall, man. All the big dogs, everybody said, you know what, pay me, bro, because quiet as kept. I tried to tell y'all before, bro, Kyle has lost that locker room, bro, and he's losing it by the second, dog. And everybody's like, man, this dude keeps getting us there, bro, but he's not finna get us over the hump, big dog. So what we need to do right now is get our money, because we don't know if we're going to be out the door today or tomorrow. And teammates are feeling some type of way about that Armstead deal, bro. They're saying, man, this was one of our OGs. This dude, bro, if y'all did him like that, playing with his money, y'all can do us the same way. Also, Kyle, you keep getting us there, bro, but you keep being the reason why we're losing, bro. We don't like how you handle these quarterback situations. We don't handle how you're not taking, like, Players are starting to see that, dog. We talk about it all the time. Callers call in and talk about it all the time on this station, bro. But the players are finally starting to see that Kyle is not the guy, bro.
Let me just, before you hang up, Carter, before you let him go, let me just ask you this. I get you on he's the reason, and there's something to it, some validity, them not winning. But as far as the players turning on Kyle, we have no examples of that.
Goo, it's written on the wall. Listen, this is how I feel, Goo. It don't take a rocket science to see everybody want their money. Ain't nobody giving no discounts. Everybody can come out and say, oh, we love Kyle. But why everybody talking about, man, give me my money, bro. I want to get paid right now. I need it. Y'all playing with contracts. I don't know if I'm out of here. And then you got to look at it on the flip side. They're not forgetting about that Super Bowl, bro. Listen, we done been in 3 Bowl and lost up under this dude.
Well, I appreciate the call.
They're not feeling that.
Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you, TC.
I gave him a B+ on the rebuttal. I thought he was going to have nothing for me, but he used the contract. Me is, I don't know if I buy that, Evan, but that's how he felt. Everybody, like, how do we not, we just commended McCaffrey for not bringing the house down in regard to the money he could have got.
I think he's onto something with the writing on the wall.
That I thought of Debo.
Well, the writing on the wall to me is Brock Purdy. It's his contract. So everyone is saying, I got to get paid now because after Brock Purdy gets paid, nobody's getting a fat stack, or not as many people are getting paid because there's going to be less money to go around.
Now's the budget.
So I think it's less about Shanahan than it is about they see the writing on the wall, which is Brock Purdy's the franchise quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. And he's going to be here for a long time, which means if I want to get paid or maximize my earnings, I'm going to have to do it before he gets his bag. And I think that's why Aiyuk is trying to do this now. I think that's why Christian McCaffrey wants to do it now. I think it's why Trent Williams probably wants to do it now, because you need the 49ers to think about you before Brock Purdy as opposed to after, because everything just fits around the quarterback if indeed that is your franchise player. And I think the 49ers believe he's their franchise player.
And you know what? I just thought of Seattle Russell Wilson after he got paid. You know, he went to the Super Bowls when he was on the rookie. After he got paid, it was dried up. And, then the Legion of Boom was the Legion of Doom. They couldn't pay everybody, Evan. Yeah. So you got me thinking if Purdy does get this big bag, they're going to be on a budget.
And I don't think anybody's going to hold it against him. Like, I think one reason...
You kind of want a Super Bowl victory before you get to that juncture.
Well, but there's also a lot of quarterbacks that have been paid. Joe Burrow makes $50 million.
He's the second time trying to
Prescott,
get paid.
Yeah. I mean, Justin Herbert gets paid a big bag. I think.
You like that?
Kirk Cousins got
That's amazing.
$60 million, and they took a quarterback inexplicably.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts also got his bag. Lamar Jackson hasn't won a Super Bowl. He got his bag.
That
Josh
offense
Allen
is going to be 95% Hurts-centric. What are they talking? What is Kellen Moore doing in Philly? Dude,
same thing he was trying to do in LA and Dallas.
What are you talking about? We'll see it.
We're going to find out. Yeah, we are going to find out. We're also going to find out from FP Santangelo on the other side for the crossover, just what is going on. I know he's got some hot Giants takes he wants to get off his chest. Of course, he was in with you last week, so look forward to catch up with FP on air. That's what's coming up on the other side. Evan Ginnings in for Matt Steinmetz. We'll be back tomorrow with Daryl the Guru Johnson right here on 95.7 Game. Keep it locked and loaded for the crossover. Coming up next, all sponsored by Robert Half.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, did you know it's tick season? Lyme disease is transmitted through the bite of infected ticks. Visit Atco Pest Control's website today to learn more and take control at atcopestcontrol.com. This is the crossover. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. We'll be back tomorrow. Gerald the Guru Johnson and FP Santangelo. What's up, man?
What's up, boys? We have a good weekend. How's everybody feeling today?
Well, it looks like you got a little bit of sun up there in wine country.
I did a little wine country, little Tahoe, little Sonoma to watch
Look at my guy.
the NASCAR thing.
I see it go around once, and I'm good.
Sonoma is not.
Was there one right turn?
Dude, no. It's more of a Formula One track, Sonoma Raceway. So it's like uphill, downhill, turns. But like, they don't need to have a NASCAR race there because there's one damn road that gets in and one damn road that goes out. It was like 3 hours of traffic to get in, and then I watched like 10 laps, and there was yellows. And it's just like once you feel it and hear it, and they come by like 3 times.
I'm with you, FP.
Bye. Yeah. I literally left after 20 laps.
There you go.
How many laps are there?
I think 117 or something.
Man. Oh my gosh, dude! I was at Golden Gate Fields over the weekend, and they do furlongs, but it's basically like one lap. Like a full lap is a mile. That's it. Yeah. So you just get one sprint and you're done.
Last weekend, he was there. Last weekend of Golden Gate Fields.
That's
being
awesome.
able to do that, he was there.
I mean, not that it's closing, that you were there.
No, yeah, there's a lot of people there. Carter showed up for Sunday. It's been open since 1941. Also looks like it's been open since 1941.
Speaking of horse racing, my boy won the Belmont on Sunday or Saturday.
Jason Worth?
Yeah.
That's right. He's the owner of the,
That's my guy. I mean, we were texting all weekend. I got emotional, dude. Like I didn't think horse racing would get me that emotional, but like I shed a tear when I saw him screaming and yelling and hugging and he said it's like as good as winning the World Series. And
wow.
Oh man, it was cool.
Were you with him?
No. He's dabbling in horse racing, and then they're like, "Do you know J-Dub's got a horse in the Kentucky Derby?" I'm like, "Come on, stop!" So I text him, like, "It's been a wild ride, dude. I don't even know what I'm doing. Like, we're in the Derby and this and that, and he had a tough ride. Dornick had a tough ride in the Derby. Couldn't find a lane, got blocked off, and you could tell there was a lot of horse left. And then to win the Belmont this weekend, and to see that whole thing, and to go nuts, like as I'm watching." And then to see the video of him after, we're efforting him on the show today. He's been cricket so far.
He's coming around the outside.
We text. He's probably getting swamped with like requests, but like we talked all weekend and drinking beers. Sean Kelly, who's a former major league reliever, is his best friend, and they were together. The wives were hugging. The kids were going nuts. And you know, when you're with a team for a decade, and I was with him for 7 years, the whole entirety of his contract with the Nationals, we became really close.
Wow, that's dope.
So it's cool, like to see his wife and his kids. And everybody, I didn't think horse racing would evoke any emotion in me, but to see your boy win, it was super cool, man.
I will say, Jason Worth is probably one of the most recognizable figures, just because he's still got the beard, the long hair. Like,
and how tall is he? Damn.
Well, he's pretty big, I think.
Yeah, well,
he can go stealth too. Get ready for the bloopies.
Like ZZ Top or what?
I was in a bar in Philadelphia, of all places, with him. And we were having a drink after on an off day in Philadelphia, and he had ponytail, man bun, like reading glasses.
Hater blocker.
On. So I'm talking to this person in the bar. Let's just say she's a very attractive person.
Yeah.
And are you a Phillies fan? Yeah. Who's your favorite player? Jason Worth. I'm like, really? I'm like, well, that's him right there standing behind me. And she's like, that's not Jason Worth. For 45 minutes, did not believe it was Jason Worth.
Come on.
Went over and talked to him, and he said, I just do tickets for the Nationals. I'm a ticket salesman for the Nationals. Never believed it. Like, there's her idol.
He's 6'5". I had him at 6'8".
He's 6'5".
Yeah.
Every bit of 6'5".
Yeah, he's Samson.
Never believed it was him. Walked away from her favorite player without even, like, well, she met him, but she didn't know.
She met him, but she didn't know. Well, that was like, so, I mean, he wasn't as famous at the time, but when I was in high school is when Curry came to the Bay, right? So he was out at Emeryville Bay Street with a group of people. You know, it just looks like a normal, it looks like a high schooler.
Yeah, no doubt.
So me and my buddies are walking out of one of the movies. He's coming in for one of the late night showings with his whole group. And one of my friends goes, yo, that's Steph Curry. And I look over, and I see him. I'm like, I would have never guessed. Like, I just walked by Steph Curry.
Wow.
I had no clue that this was the guy.
Had it been LeBron, you'd have been like, what does he play?
Or just or most NBA players, because they're like 6'7".
Yeah.
But Curry's the babyface assassin.
Good show. Good asked for a selfie. He did.
No, that was work related. He was going to work. I was going to work.
Well, no. Curry asked you for the picture, right?
No,
aren't you that guy on 95.7?
No, he said, y'all working today? I said, yeah. And then he was like, I said, stop by, yada, yada, yada.
Pick though, Goo. You know.
No, I said, and it was about to be over. I said, the kids will kill me, my kids, if I don't get one. He was like, all right, let's get one. So I brought out the phone. One of the worst, my nose. It was one of the worst pictures I've ever taken in my life.
Oh, no.
It's just Tracy Morgan, but it's Steph. Like, oh, my God. I can't delete it, FP.
Isn't that the worst when you have like one shot to get a picture with somebody?
FP,
one shot.
I study it at night like, dude, you are ugly. You used to be nice. I just like, it was a bad one, but Steph's there.
Dude.
Giants 2 out of 3.
Yeah. Is that, wait, before we get there.
Yeah, go ahead. Question.
ADD me is like, the hamster wheel is spinning right now.
One place at a time.
Is the selfie the new autograph? Does anybody want autographs anymore? Is like,
probably
it's an Aussie, right? If you get a picture with somebody famous, do you need their autograph anymore?
No, you're right. I like that. Right? Yeah. If you don't got the picture, it didn't happen. Yeah. It's almost like that.
If we were raffling off a Steph Curry selfie instead of the jersey.
Oh my gosh!
I'm holding it in my hand.
Dude, no doubt. FP, that's a great call.
Like,
I
Steph
agree
will
with
take
you.
a picture with you.
I think that's funny though, because like an autograph you can sell, like it's worth more money, but everybody would rather. I think most people would rather have the picture,
right? Because
like,
it's proof that
evidence.
It's proof. You can get somebody's autograph, but somebody give you that. You can buy it at an auction.
Yeah.
But if you get it, that's proof that you met whomever.
That picture, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so like if somebody walks up, because like you sign autographs. Like if someone walks you for an autograph, would you almost suggest to them, hey, why don't we just take a picture? Like.
The only time I've done that, and it's a creepy scenario, is where people are videoing you across the bar.
Oh.
And I would just like wave them over, like, come on, man, let's take a picture. Like, that's for freaking me out.
I love
like,
that.
They're holding up their phone videoing you, like having a beer or something. I'd much rather
like so-and-so's at the bar.
This how
come over and say hi.
I'll take a picture with everybody always. Yeah. Like, I'm a man of the people, man of the streets.
I love that. FP. Hey, it's Steiny and you are famous, Evan, but the other day, last week we were doing the show, I'm like, you know what? We're preparing for the show. I'm really doing the show with a former athlete, a famous. He still has the where you do the happy birthdays from the celebs. He was
cameos?
doing that. I'm like,
cameo.
damn, man, that's dope.
Yeah,
you just say happy birthday and you're out.
It's free money, dude. Like I never turned down free money.
Like, how much are people paying for Kid Rock to say happy birthday to my great aunt?
Like, you can find me on Cameo.
Mean it. Right.
If you need Father's Day wishes from the ballpark, you can find me on Cameo for $35.
That's all for Evan.
I can wish you and yours a happy Father's Day.
Although I will say some of them are hilarious when the person either mispronounces the name or like messes it up, because that, like, as a you're watching from the side, like, oh, like a happy birthday, and then the person just completely butchers the whole thing. I will say sometimes those are kind of funny. Maybe not for the person who's actually like asking for the cameo.
Yeah.
Dude, I've gotten them back before where like you said my wife's name wrong.
Oh,
and I'm like, no, because it's one of those spellings where it can go either way and you're guessing. And you can redo.
But you didn't do it on purpose.
No, you redo them.
Take 6.
Take 6.
Yeah.
No, but all right, final thing.
I didn't take my Adderall today.
Well, but I'm curious though, because if you have an actual experience, like a conversation with somebody famous, but you didn't get an autograph or grab a picture. Like, for example, my dad got seated next to Stan Musial at this like dinner event, and they ended up talking for like 45 minutes. Yeah, that is a big drop, but not for me.
That's a big one.
Papa Giddings. So he's sitting next to Stan the man, and he just talks to him, about life or baseball, whatever, but for like 45 minutes, but he never asked for an autograph and he doesn't have a picture. I feel like that's more valuable, and you can tell that story again and again, but you don't technically have evidence that it happened.
So hopefully Pops is not on IG, because it wouldn't have happened.
Oh, no, he isn't.
But if he had that selfie FP, you just slap that bad boy.
But I would much rather talk to Musial for 45 minutes than have an autograph.
And then it gets weird at the end if you're like, hey, can I cement this thing with a selfie?
I acted like a real person, a guy. Yeah.
I don't know. I like that story better than taking a selfie with someone. Because like those are memories forever, and you could sit there and it's more intimate.
It's my selfie.
It's more intimate though. You can take a selfie with somebody.
With Steph,
somebody famous for 2 seconds, or you can have a deep conversation for a half hour with no evidence, and that's more intimate, I think. In
that was old school. Yeah, no
that's how it used to be.
That's how it used to be.
Man, it's just a normal thing. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Joe Lagubra Johnson, FB Santangelo, and now for those watching on YouTube, you saw.
Let's see if he's breathing heavy.
Let's start the show.
Kruger.
Give him a minute.
little later.
You got to catch his breath too. There he is. Marky Mark.
So you missed me, Willard. I'll start for you while you get the breath.
Hi there.
I said Caitlin Clark should be on the Olympic team for the lay. And my boy Tone he thinks he's a PD. I can't believe you. I just slap her on there. More eyeballs will watch your sport. That's all.
Dude, I don't know enough about that to even comment.
Well, she's popular.
Well, I know she's popular.
Yeah, then that's it.
But as far as like ability goes, and
she's not ready.
Is that it?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah, he ripped me. He's so sick.
That's the case.
No, my question is that it? She's obviously she's the eyeball drawer, but this isn't the WNBA, it's the Olympics.
You need a towel.
Oh. It's getting
you're
warm out
right.
there. It's getting warm out there.
I appreciate you rushing in, man.
Yeah, you ain't out of breath.
But I'm not out of breath. I didn't run. I power walked.
Attaboy.
The five head's got a little sweat on it.
Thank you, brother.
Her eyes would be on the Olympics too.
She's glistening right now.
Sales 101, Willard.
6 now.
Her fan base is almost bigger than the WNBA. I hate to say it.
You're old enough to remember Dan and Dave. Do you remember that? You remember that ad campaign?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, for those who don't know what I'm talking about.
Evan has no idea.
I think this was was it a Reebok ad?
Yes, it was. Okay. Tremendous knowledge.
So Dan and Dave was this whole thing leading up to the Summer Olympics, and they were both like triathletes.
Yes, there you go.
It was track and field.
They were good-looking dudes too. They were good-looking dudes.
They were expected to be the deal. Like they were gold medal contenders in track and field for Team USA. So Reebok grabbed them and was like, "We're going to do the whole thing," and they built an ad campaign around following them to the Olympics.
There you go.
Well, something happened on the way to the Olympics. One of them didn't qualify.
Yeah.
Whoops. Guess what? You're out.
Boy.
You're out. That's the Olympics.
Was it Dan or Dave?
I think it was Dave. I think it was. That's a good question. That's a good question. That's a good. No, but and I know that basketball teams come together differently, but this is one of those things where none of us can disagree with your concept that our eyeballs are going to go there more if she's there.
Yeah. But
the Olympics have a qualification process for most sports. You have to make it. You know what I mean? Like Team USA, whoops, we didn't make the World Cup. Sorry, you don't get to go because it'd be good for ratings. So that's where my head went, which is for the first time in the history of anything named federation or committee.
So this was the one time they did not hate on her.
Somebody actually made a decision that wasn't about money.
All right.
So just
I'm
an
okay with that.
Update for everybody just riveted by this in their cars right now. Dan did not qualify for the American Olympic team by missing the pole vault during the American trials in New Orleans. Here's where it gets good. This resulted in Reebok modifying the television spot featuring Dan cheering for Dave.
He didn't die.
Still Dan.
Come on, Dave, you can do it.
Dan, where is he? He's in the stands, but he's here.
Come on, you can make this jump. Do the triple jump.
Well, maybe we can have Caitlin Clark cheering on the Olympic team. I don't know.
So, this is one of those, and I know this is terrible for sports radio, but I completely see both sides. And it just depends on where you want to come from on this. Like, if we're just thinking corporate dollars, of course she should have been on the team.
All right.
But if we're thinking about the Olympics in a different way, which the concept is supposed to be about fairness and qualification, and by the way, I've seen a lot of athletes' points that this is good for Caitlin. This is good for Caitlin.
She said as much.
Yeah.
She's going to go to the lab.
This has gotten, well, not just that. This is too much too soon.
So I took it as a form of hate, but it's not.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
She's not physical enough?
Yeah, there you go.
She's not physical?
No, there was just like any Team USA, there's a practicing and qualifying and tryouts. She wasn't there.
Yeah,
she wasn't even at them.
Yeah.
She wasn't even there.
I mean, I just feel like it's like an all-star team. Like if you're not one of the 12 best players, you're not going to be on the team. I mean, I don't know. It could be from an eyes perspective. It could be qualifying, but I mean, maybe I'm wrong, and I haven't watched the WNBA for that long, but from what people describe, like she's not one of the best players yet.
She's not ready.
So she shouldn't be on the team.
Which means had she made it, count to 3, 2, 1 before the one who got knocked out so that Caitlin can go says something to a reporter.
Okay.
And now we're on CNN and Fox News again tonight with the Caitlin Clark controversy because she made the team over someone who was more deserving.
But I'll say this to that, Willard. She is the leader in the clubhouse for Rookie of the Year. So if you wanted to take and have somebody get experience, a youngster that still has some room to grow, just look at Gino RM, what he said about her. I didn't like that at all.
That was a little hot.
But yeah, that was a little hot. A little the hater rate too. But I say that to say maybe they could have just slapped her on the team from that vantage point from the experience.
They could do something with Caitlin and Caitlin. Because Caitlin was the greatest athlete ever in the Olympics.
Look at that piece.
There you go. You could do Caitlin and Caitlin.
I think Nike might have a problem with Reebok doing something with Caitlin Clark. But other than that,
Caitlin Jenner, and then there you go.
You're burying the lead.
Caitlin.
You want to talk about being on Fox
What
News?
happened Saturday? Saturday night, Evan told us you guys saw some comedy.
It was fantastic.
Was it funnier than you thought?
That's my
or
guy.
was it what you expected?
It was exactly what I expected.
I wish I was there.
But it met the expectations.
That's it.
And the best part was, so many of us here at Odyssey were going to be there, and the only one who I didn't even know was going to be there was Evan.
Right.
And I ran into him everywhere we went because it's hard. You have to lock your phone into the case when you go in.
Oh, is it? You didn't tell me that either.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I didn't have an issue, but then Christy brought it, and you did too, the point of what if my child calls me?
Like, we have kids.
I didn't think about that whatsoever.
How did that go?
Well, fine.
Oh, they're don't come in if you need to worry about the kids.
They're like, you have
there's an
people,
emergency.
There's people up at the top where you can go unlock your phone, but you would have to know that I'm like, how do I know that I need to unlock my phone? So it's almost like you got to text your kids on the way in, like, just keep ringing the phone constantly if somebody breaks their leg. So
some random will be like, your phone's going
right,
on.
so the pocket is just ringing ad nauseum to the point where you're like, I better go unlock this.
Fruity Pebbles there.
Yeah, exactly. That's the
thing that frustrated me, though, was they also took my Fitbit. So, I can't use it to do anything except for track steps and monitor if I'm having a heart attack or not. But that could have been the way to know what you're receiving from your family is you just see on your Apple Watch or Fitbit, oh, here's a message, kid ABC, house is burning down, I got to go.
Because you can't record it, stand up on the Fitbit.
We talked about this on Friday, and I had a good buddy text me and goes, time to invest in an Apple Watch. And then I got there, and I'm like, it wouldn't work.
They took the Apple Watch.
They take that too. You cannot have communication
like you're
devices.
going to the White House.
Seriously.
I thought Dave Chappelle and those guys were playing that up about the kid. They're serious.
Was there any new bits? Did he have any new ones?
Oh, I hadn't seen any of the stuff.
Really?
I watch a lot of his stuff.
I watch all of it. He's my favorite.
Yeah, you'd have loved it, dude.
Easily my number one.
You'd have loved it. I know you had a great weekend anyway, but you'd have...
He's got... I don't want to get fired if I say my favorite one from him.
It was better than his last two specials. Yeah.
How long did he go?
He went a good hour and a half.
That's all you need.
Hour and a half.
Wow, man.
And it was unique, which he made fun of right out of the gate. He made fun of his agent for accepting this deal because you're at the Greek Theater, and by the time it was a quote-unquote 6:30 show, didn't really start till 7, but he was out at 7:30. You're outdoors, and the sun is
so you guys were outside.
Firing. It's like absolutely beautiful night. You could see the city from the Greek Theater
come
lawn.
on.
It was gorgeous, but he's sitting here going, I'm not used to doing comedy where I can see all of your faces. You can see mine.
Yeah.
But this is uncomfortable. And then he just started ripping everybody who was right in front of him, which was hysterical, but it was different. It is. Comedy
I didn't know it was outside.
in the sun is different, but he handled it great.
Yeah. He was incredible.
He was awesome.
Yeah, it was everything.
And Pete, you knew he was in town or no?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
That's your guy.
I can't wait to listen to his podcast today. He usually like in my mind, that's like a comedian's version of a post game presser because he'll talk about on his podcast his performances if they went well. He usually shouts out the openers, who by the way was also fantastic. Was a local guy from Berkeley.
I was just going to ask, did they have any openers?
Just one though.
Just one. And then, but then he'll come on his podcast and talk about everything that went well or went wrong. So today, I can't wait to get off the show, go listen because that's his post game presser.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah, basically, you're listening to somebody who's actually going to say something at the podium as opposed to, whatever we heard from after Game 2 of the finals last night.
That's how Draymond handles his podcast, too, so I'm hearing.
He had Looney on there.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Evan, you going to tell them, before we got out of air, the first question I asked you about Ramos?
Elliot Ramos?
Yeah.
Is
he an all-star?
No, I said, could he be rookie of the year?
He could. Heck
of course he is. Yeah. You can say hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
You can just say bleep yeah.
Because we thought of the pictures, but I was like, no, somebody with the bat. If he could, he's locked in.
We know
it could change.
Could be an all-star.
Could be an all-star.
He sure could.
He could be their all-star.
I mean,
could be.
He's had enough.
Wow. He's up there with Chappie with homers.
Well, it's like he missed a lot of time, but he's also had enough at-bats to where, we talked about this on Friday, and this was before he had a great series in Texas. He was already one of the top 5 in WAR in National League outfielders, the whole league. Top 5. And he missed the first 2 months of the year.
Apparently, that's
incredible.
You guys probably know this, so I'm preaching to the choir, but, apparently he's really grown up.
Yeah.
Like off the field, dad, husband.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Really got his priorities set in line. And
so he focused.
He's super focused.
He looks locked in.
And what's his average with the BABIP? I don't want to butcher it.
Okay, so
here we go.
So when I was thinking about ways to sell Elliot Ramos today, I was like, okay, there's doing this. Gu was asking about Rookie of the Year, All-Star, all the rest. I was like, okay, so you look at his numbers right now. Over the last 28 games that he's been up since March 9th, he's hitting better than Freddie Freeman, Rafael Devers, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Mm-hmm. So he's in that category of bat. So then I'm wondering, okay, well, what are his measurables and not? What's a reason if I had to swing the other way? Well, it's the fact that batting average on balls in play is right now 450.
That's going to come back.
Which is number 1 in baseball by a wide margin. There's nobody else.
Balls in play.
Batting average on balls in play.
A lot of luck involved in
exactly.
that.
So it's not necessarily that he's hitting 330. Like, that's not a false statement. But also, I would just, when he was like, he's going to win Rookie of the Year, I would dial it back a little bit.
But what if we did Wade Boggs like that? What if guys can really hit like that?
No, but you'll notice, like Elliot Ramos has had a lot of ground balls that went up the middle. How long until the shortstop just moves there?
It happened this
You know what I
weekend.
mean? Like, you know what the most impressive stat is that we would have never seen previously with a rookie? He started 24 games in a row.
That's true.
We would have never seen that. Yeah. Forget rookie. We would have never seen that with Gabe Kapler.
No. 24 games in a row.
Nobody started 24 games in a row.
Platoon, Charlie Sheen.
But that's what the confidence, the calm, the relaxation that comes with not having to look if I'm getting pinch hit for, if I'm in the lineup, or I'm getting sent back down. There's no metric for that.
Yeah. You want him batting leadoff or third?
I don't care.
You don't care.
I just want him in there.
It's one of those two, though, isn't it?
He's playing a decent center field, too. He's getting better jumps than
I like either
Matos.
or, Willard. Normally, I'm a lineup guy. 1 or 3, I'm good. And if the power is really in abundance, we'll move you down to 3. But dude needs to be one of your first 3.
3 is a different beast, man.
Yeah.
And get ready for the bloop. I hit there. I hit there for 2 weeks.
Wow.
And it was a different
Which team?
Montreal.
Okay.
When I was absolutely on fire.
When you were dialed in.
Look at it.
Why not 3 weeks?
I don't know. I was into an all-star break, and I was hitting 320, and I was second in the league and on base percentage behind Barry Bonds. I was locked in.
Yeah.
So Felipe put me third for 2 weeks, and you get everybody's exploding stuff.
Oh.
It's different. Lead off, just we don't want this little pest to get on. And then you move 2 slots down, it's like, oh, here's a 2-0 slider that I used to see in a 1-2 count.
Wow.
And that's not a get-me-over curveball. It's a nasty curveball in a 3-1 count. And you're getting 3-2 off speed. And you're getting everybody's best bolt because by nature, the third hitter is supposed to be the best hitter in the lineup. Now I think it might be the 2 hitter.
Yeah.
But back in the old days, it was the 3-hole hitter. So I got whomever's A stuff.
Wow.
Every at-bat. Runners on, it was another level. With nobody on 2 outs, it was like, whoa.
Just walk him.
This is like, like, it's like when you're surfing the 4-foot wave and then here comes like a 7-foot wave and it knocks you on your ass. That was the difference between leading off and hitting third. So we just talk about these numbers, right? Oh, hit him first, hit him third, hit him 7th. When I hit 7th for my rookie year, I had 6 guys in front of me to watch and to learn. And by the time I got up hitting 7th, I had a really damn good game plan, regardless of what the scouting report was, because on that day, that pitcher might have had something different than the scouting report going on. When you lead off your first man in, you're like the wedge breaker. You're just seeing pitches. You're kind of on your heels. When you're hitting in the middle of the order in a position to drive in runs, you get everybody's A stuff. So while we just say, well, where do you want him to hit? And then to take it a step further, When lineups have rhythm and you know they're going to pitch me some way because Mark's hitting behind me and Guru's hitting behind Mark and Evan's hitting behind Guru, and we have this continuity and this rhythm, I know how I'm getting pitched because of how they're going to pitch to you and what they're thinking about when Barry Bonds is on deck or Jeff Kent's on deck. Like so when we're just plugging guys in and making lineups out of nowhere because the spreadsheet says this, and I get that, right? That my swing plane is conducive to getting hits off this guy because of his tilt and his fastball, and it just lines up, so we're going to hit him here. There's so much more that goes into like where you hit in the order. In continuity, just like I say in coaching, just like I say with front office, just like I say with lineups, there's so much. It's just easier when you have a rhythm and like, here's our lineup and we're going with it against righties, and here's our lineup, we're going with it against lefties.
Well, that's been the most impressive part to me.
There should be one person doing the lineup.
I agree.
The manager?
Yeah.
There's a lot more than that.
And he's not.
You're paying.
He's got input.
You're paying the analytic department who knows their stuff a lot of money to put yourself in a position to win, and the Dodgers have 1,000 people or whatever it is, and not that many. I'm exaggerating. The Yankees have 1 million people, and you put all of the numbers in, and it's supposed to.
When did that change?
Well, what if that analytic department did this 10-ton test going into a particular game that suddenly said Freddie Freeman should bat 6th? What the hell would they do?
But it would never happen.
I don't think it would happen.
Fire your manager before you put him in a spot.
They'd be like, something's wrong with the computer.
Right?
Like, that's too low.
We got hacked by the Giants.
There's got to be some lefty that's got ownage on him. There has to be. Some lefties got ownage on him, and the computers would be like, bat him 7th tonight.
Yeah, but my contention
is but they won't.
But if you bat Freddie Freeman 7th because of that, which would never happen, that affects Mookie, that affects Shohei, that affects everybody else. There's a ripple effect to that. Because now I don't have him hitting behind me. He was my security blanket. I know how I'm getting pitched because he's sitting behind me. He's sitting in front of me. And so you put some stiff behind me now or some stiff in front of me now, and I'm getting pitched different because it just changes the whole function.
It felt like Texas had no scouting report on Ramos all weekend. I really felt like they don't know how to pitch. They have no intel.
Yeah. I mean, which is hard to believe with Bruce Bochy as the manager, right? But, yeah.
Well, we got our 1 and our 2 hitter coming up from 2 to 6 on 95.7 The Game. FP Santangelo in for Dan Dibley with Mark Willard. Thank you, Goo. Stein will be back tomorrow. Talk to you next time.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Get in here, FP. Thank you for covering me there for a few minutes. I appreciate that. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you too. What do we got? What are we doing? Let's talk.
Well, let's definitely talk. I had a good friend who is a big-time Giants fan. He texted me something over the weekend, and he goes, "Why are articles like this written?"
Oh, no.
Yeah. And you know how sometimes when there's multiple texts, but you only see the most recent one?
Yeah.
Like that's the one that comes up on your notification. So it says, "Why are things like this written?" And I'm like, well, what a tease.
Yeah.
What was written? So I go in there, and there's an article by Fansided, which in other words, and this is not a shot, because at the bottom of the barrel, this is all any of us are. But if it's on fansided.com, that largely just means there's a person with a computer. It doesn't mean it's somebody who's like dialed in the locker room and knows this, that, or the other. But the article was essentially titled, "How to Make the Yankees Unbeatable." And it was proposing a trade. And it was to use 2 or 3 hot shot Yankee prospects to acquire Matt Chapman from the San Francisco Giants. And I completely got why my buddy sent me the article, because even though the Giants sit there, as we are right now, 2 games under 500, they're also tied for the 3rd wild card spot in the National League. And all he had to do was say, "Why are these written?" And I knew exactly what he meant. Look, it's not the Dodgers and the Yankees and then 28 teams who are the Washington Generals. We're not here to make the Dodgers and Yankees good. That's not why the rest of which Dodger and Yankee fans, they act that way. The rest of you are here just to support us when we need something. And so for me, it became this view on everything. It's the way the whole country views the Giants. It's the way the Giants view themselves. It's the way us fans view the Giants right now. Are we in this spot where we're struggling to even see the value in trying or contending? Or do we just want to? I know some Giants fans that agree with that. Be real. They're not good. Sell at the deadline. Grandy, are you still on that? You still want to sell at the deadline?
They're not good.
But at least you said if, like we're still waiting for that answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
They shouldn't be opposed to thinking about selling. I agree. But you cross that bridge when you come to it.
Exactly.
And there's 4 teams over 500 right now in the National League. 4 teams.
4.
The Dodgers, Phillies, Brewers, Braves.
Yep.
4 teams.
Yep.
The rest is just kind of meh.
Right.
So that's why you play this last 2 months out. Get to the trade deadline, see where you're at. But like, if this is the way it is at the trade deadline,
what do you do?
Talk about a traffic jam.
Nobody's going to trade anyone.
Or everyone's going to trade everyone. I don't know. Yeah. We're in it. Let's go. We're not in it. I don't know what we are. Let's just stay where we're at. I don't know. We got to catch the Dodgers. Are we going to catch the Dodgers? Probably not going to catch the Dodgers. Are we as good as the Braves? I don't know. There's room for 2 other teams, right?
That's the word. I mean,
in the playoffs.
You're looking at this right now.
3? No, 2.
Yeah, 2. 2 more. Correct. No, you had it. But I mean, like you say, there's only 4 with a winning record, and I could respond with, well, and there's only 2 who are out of it. There's only 2 teams that are definitely like they're not going. That's the Rockies and the Marlins. Everybody else is within 3 games of that last wild card.
Yeah,
spot.
but have you seen the Marlins assistant GM's thirst traps? So I don't know if the Marlins are out of it. I'm not giving up on that.
Dude. I go to, for those of you who don't know who he's talking about, I go to Gabe Kapler's Instagram.
He's so stubborn.
I like last week, there was so much content on there that I texted the guys and go, when do the Marlins come to town? I want him in studio.
I think so
badly.
too. Like, I'm not trying to like
so badly
rip on him. It's just like it's cringy, dude.
He's
like,
just a crazy person, though.
It's cringy, and that's all I'm gonna say. Like, is he a good looking dude? Yeah, I get it. But there's this video of him to this song. Like, it's a hit song right now, and he's getting dressed in a black suit. And like the girls are going nuts. Like, what did you say? Of course. If you read the comments, it's like I didn't hear a word you said. But then there's this guy, and he's got a blue check. His name is Mike Kurland.
Oh, if he's got a blue check, then let's listen close.
He put the Marlins suck, but don't worry, the assistant GM has time to do whatever the F this is.
Well, that wasn't just a comment. I saw that guy like tweet that out. He tweeted that out. He's like, whatever the hell, that's like a... And it's a completely fair, it's a fair statement. But see,
anyways,
yeah, no one needs to be triggered by it anymore. He's now working for the Marlins, and it's funny. It's weird.
I'm sure he's doing well.
I think he's doing just fine.
He is not in last place. Whatever. Lord. I don't know what place he's in.
I don't know what game he's playing, but he's in first place.
And he probably has a pretty good roster. Not the Marlins roster, but his roster's
once a ball player,
probably pretty good.
Always a ball player, and you know damn well what I mean by that.
If you go in the comments, go down that rabbit hole, they're hilarious.
I've done it before.
This guy won 107 games. I mean, it just goes like...
It's just like National League Manager of the Year.
Let me make it perfectly clear. Like, he was the nicest, like, when we had the meetings and, you know... And when people talk about him, it's he's a little different, and that's like the worst you get. It's not like he was a jerk in any way, shape, or form. He's super smart, super handsome, got a great voice. Like I'd have him on I've had him on, and like his voice is great. I'm like,
We've all had him on.
I wish I had your voice, bro. Like maybe some other things. Like, yeah, I mean, not bad. Right. But like when you do the thirst trappy thing, you set yourself up, bro. Like you're setting yourself up.
Do you want to know what the wildest thing is actually about Gabe Kapler? That guy managed in Philly. No one. There was no chance. What did it last? 2 years? There was. That's the over. I'm surprised they didn't fire him in 52 games.
Such a blue-collar, hard-nosed.
That fan base and this stuff, and I don't know if it's gone up since then or whatever. I do remember, like, he had a website talking about vegan food or something. There was something going on. It was a fitness thing. And Philadelphia don't do that with their manager of the baseball team. So what's funny to me is then you leave Philly and you go to what I find to be the most accepting city on earth. The most accepting city on earth, or at least that's the reputation we've had for a long time.
100%.
Okay? And he found a way to make us, you just said it, we're like, that's kind of cringy.
Kind of cringy. Not jealous.
If San Francisco thinks you're cringeworthy, good God, where are you normal? Is there a place on earth where you're normal?
The boss likes to keep it PG, but like you should see some of the things that I see on my run on the Embarcadero every day.
You're like, if that's normal here, how did Gabe Kapler get kicked out?
This guy had a sock on the other day, and that was it.
That was it?
That was it.
At least he had that.
Yeah.
Did he have it in the right spot, or did he have it on his arm?
No.
Okay.
It was in the right
spot. Well, good. It's a well-placed sock.
Like a little tiny sock, but it was in the right place.
It was a no-show sock? That's unfortunate for him. Anyway, we're off track, which is fine. I have no problem being off track.
Yeah, but this is fun.
Yeah.
Getting off track is fun.
That's the whole goal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I get why my buddy was offended by the article. And I think that there are now Grandy says, okay, if the Giants are not good in a month, then be sellers. Well, of course. I hear it now.
No.
Kruger tweeted it last week.
I mean, everybody's got their opinions. They're entitled to them. I get it.
That's fine, but it's coming from and this is the point I made about play the kids. This was my whole thing. I don't mind if you say play the kids. It was all about your tone. If it's, dude, play the kids, that says to me, you're just excited about these kids.
This is fun.
Right. Here's the other tone. Play the kids. That means you're defeatist, you've given up, you think this group is stupid, let's move on. And I'm like, wait, every time on June 10th, I'm going to be like, I'm sorry, I don't get it. I just don't get it.
I was part of an organization that won a World Series and then 2 years later had a fire sale at the trade deadline. And we had to come on TV in the open, and you develop relationships with these guys. Sure. And when you win, the relationship gets closer, and it was a funeral. And I was supposed to sell it like, they're moving in the right direction. And Trey Turner's gone, and Juan Soto's gone, and Max Scherzer's gone, and all these guys are gone, and you're supposed to sit there and be the voice of the team and be happy about it. And I wasn't. That's why I'm here talking to you today. Yeah. But like, so there's a reason that if it's done in a way that makes your team better at the trade deadline, good. Like, but like just to sell.
Yeah.
I think teams sell because they can't afford or they don't want to pay guys. But if you're flirting with a wild card, that's where the temptation comes in because there's two teams, and if you get Cobb back and you get all these guys back. And all of a sudden,
that's it.
You're locked in you're playing well end of August into September, the last 2 weeks of the season. You can win a World Series as a wild card. The Diamondbacks got there last year.
Correct.
I have a ring on a team that won the World Series as a wild card. So don't poo-poo the wild card thing, ever.
The Giants have won a World Series off of a wild card.
1 or 2? Was it 12?
It was just 1, right?
Oh, yeah.
It was the Brandon Crawford Grand Slam
in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yes. So don't have your nose in the air like wild card.
Yeah.
Maybe the Niners, yes. And the Warriors with a play-in game, yes.
See, I think
baseball's different.
There's a Warriors comp though.
With the selling or
the fact that the two what you're saying is there is a path if you just get out of your negativity. There's a path that suggests there's a decent chance the Giants have like an amazing pitching staff in the second half of the year. There's a path that sits here right now. 2 years ago, with 2 months to go in the season, Warrior fans were like, they're not winning this year. They're all hurt. Right, but there was a path to have them all healthy in the playoffs. It happened, and they won a ring. That's the way I look at it. FP's here. We're sponsored by Safeway. We got great stuff on the Giants. We got great stuff on the 49ers. The Trent Williams thing is hot. Let's talk about all of it. We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Glad you're with us today. FP in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing digital deals for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I'll tell you what, this was one of the most perfect ways to end this sunny, glorious day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan. You know what I'm saying? It was pretty cool.
On 95.7 The Game.
Except for it's kind of a Dan day because he's not here. It's FP, everybody. So let's do this. 888-957-9570. I almost got.
What do you mean?
During the break there. Well, Twitter has become, and I love when people do this, Twitter's become an awful place. It always was. But it is definitely getting worse. Do you have this same thing happen to you on Twitter when you open it up? The first one or two things at the top are always, like I get this one that's called like morbid knowledge.
No.
And it's just videos. And I don't know if they're AI because who has all these videos? But it's videos of like tragic, famous situations where people died. And I'm like, this is all, like, my God, you're making this even more depressing.
What about Nature is Amazing? You get that one?
I do. I get that one. I have trouble believing any of them, though. Nature is Amazing will give you, like, animals doing unbelievable things. And I'm like, that's my issue, Luke. Like, I don't trust any of this. Is any of it real?
Well, also, then there's like humans without context. They're all bots.
Right.
And it all happened when Elon took over. Mm-hmm. And you also notice that, multiple days apart, they'll just share the same video that the other account shared a couple days ago.
Right. And then there's that Colin Rugg guy.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And he'll share it and then write something about it.
See the bull video?
I did see the bull video.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's what I mean. We're all seeing the same crap, and I don't even know if it's real.
Maybe it says a lot about me, but I think you know where I'm going with this. I see people doing a lot of terrible things to each other, but it's like I have to block it because I get the porn bots on
there. Well, no, those come in the mentions.
Yeah, in the mentions.
You're like...
And then I get terrified, like, great show today, blah, blah, blah. And then they're just like, you could click on this for pictures of me.
Exactly.
I'm like, well, where'd that come from?
I'm like, Vamos Ramos. And she's like, nudes in profile.
Yeah.
You better be careful. What are we
doing? I like block them as quick as I can. I block and block.
I get scared about blocking because if you click the wrong button,
you can retweet it?
Well, or it's just going to be like, okay, let's feed this person likes this. So let's just feed him nothing but that. You know what I mean? You can't say that stuff out loud. You say it out loud around your phone, and you get nothing but for the next 2 weeks.
Well, guess what? We just said it out loud, and our phones are sitting right here,
right next to me.
Can we go back to me throwing out, hey, that bull video? That was wild. For those people who don't know, this was a video on Twitter that came out, I don't know, today, yesterday, of a bull at like a small rodeo in the state of Oregon, and it gets loose. It gets out, and it's running through the concourse, and then it flips someone over. It attacks multiple different people. That is nightmare fuel right there.
Is it real?
Great question.
I don't know.
Looks real to me.
Yeah, but in the age of AI, I trust nothing. Nothing.
Fair. Totally fair.
I trust nothing.
Especially not Colin Rugg.
And especially not Buster Olney. He's come on this show many times. But boy, don't go to his Twitter feed right now because actually another trade just got announced by Buster Olney. You ready for this one? You'll love this one, FP.
Is this real or hacked?
It's totally hacked. The New York Mets are finalizing a deal that will send Francisco Lindor to the Oakland Athletics. Sources tell ESPN.
Ooh, that guy would be a good Giant. He would look really good in a Giants uniform.
He would look great in a Giants uniform.
Who would you trade for him?
Everybody.
Yeah, same.
I mean, like, how about... you know what I would do right now for somebody who would pick up the ball at shortstop? I don't even care if he can hit like Francisco Lindor. You pick up the ball when somebody hits a grounder to shortstop, the ball go in your glove, you're hired.
Would one guy like Lindor change your outlook on things?
Potentially.
I mean, he's so good.
He's so good.
But he's just New York. That whole thing in New York never fit. They had this sign to the fans that was kind of a middle finger, but it was their secret sign, and they had that going, and then that got discovered, and just the whole embracing of the New York. He like in Cleveland, he was a different player, and the Big Apple will change you. Like how you go about things. It can make you bitter. It can make you sour.
I wonder. And I bet about that, you say the Big Apple, but what about specifically that organization?
That organization.
Because you're sending me stuff over the weekend that the Yankees are doing, and it's like, God, yeah, I get it.
If you get a minute when you get home, because you're probably driving now, if you're listening to this, just Google the Yankees clubhouse and the things they've done.
Dude.
They have the Pinstripe Cafe.
I mean...
They have all these cryogenic labs and
all I can say,
unbelievable.
You sent me an Instagram video that would essentially say, this is the best way I could describe it. the greatest weekend getaway spa you've ever been to ain't got nothing on this.
Their clubhouse is insane. And Hal Steinbrenner said, they told me these things would help, and apparently it is. They're what are they?
Nobody's getting hurt right now. Nobody's getting hurt.
Nobody's getting hurt. Juan Soto's got the bad wing. They're 46 and 21, 25 over.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron Judge destroyed a slider last night. And I can't get enough of that guy, dude.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I'm watching Yankees and Dodgers. You're like, dude, I can't turn this off.
I couldn't turn it off. I know the finals were on, and we got a show today, the NBA. Just the finals is not capturing. The Mavericks quit last night. There was 30 seconds left. They didn't call a timeout. They let Boston dribble out like it was a Tuesday mid-season game. Like I said, NBA Finals, take a foul.
I don't know why someone won't someone just say this out loud. I will. The NBA playoffs this year
sucked
out loud. Like they were great. As soon as Denver and Minnesota were done playing, the supposedly the best 2 rounds, conference finals and NBA finals, awful. Just awful content. It's terrible, not just because one team keeps winning all the games, but it's like you said, and like teams are giving up, teams are not playing the way, living up to expectations, and the vibe that I get when I look at this, if you go, okay, Wolves, Mavericks, Pacers, Celtics, add it all together, guess what I see?
I don't know.
Nobody who can carry Steph and LeBron's weight.
Right.
Period. That's it. Don't give me Luka is this, that, or the other. No, he's not. He's not. He's not that watchable. He's, in fact, annoying to most people because of the way he plays.
Slow.
He's 25. He looks 40.
Slow.
They've completely come up lame in this series so far. The Celtics don't even know who their best player is. So they look like the Pistons of 04, where they're just like, we got a bunch of good players. It's like, okay, you're playing great basketball, but this is the NBA. You've got to have box office. You've got to have a person who's like, man, look at that person walk into the room. The last 2 series in the NBA Finals, do you know who everyone's watching walk into the room? Stephen A. Smith. That's who the walk-up is for these games. Look at that suit. Like, my God. The NBA right now is screaming to me, and I know this will sound weird because I didn't think of it really till last night. They are screaming, we need a star. We need a star. Steph and LeBron have aged out. The Warriors and Lakers are not good enough right now. My God, we need a star. And we thought we had one, and everybody's failing.
Dude, I'm watching Sunday Night Baseball. Obviously a vested interest because that's my sport.
Mm-hmm.
But the NBA Finals is the NBA Finals. Like, my rule is playoffs always supersede a regular season game, no matter what sport. So if it's a baseball playoffs in October and it's a preseason football game or an early season, I'm watching playoffs in October. If it's the playoffs in football, I'm watching that. Playoffs in basketball, finals, always finals.
Sure.
Or a major in golf. Like, those are the things you gravitate towards. And if it's 2 teams like this, I know it's the Celtics, great stuff. Kyrie, they're riding Kyrie. And then, the Celtics made them engage in defense, and they never play defense, so now they retired on offense, and the Celtics defense looked even better because they had to play defense. It was, I don't know. I mean, I watched, but I was back and forth, but I was more Yankees-Dodgers. It's classic.
Brother, I was doing the national show last night with Ephraim, and he is a hit the thing, Lucas, I know. He obviously, former NFL player.
Too late.
No, it's okay.
Delay game, Lucas, 5 yards.
Grandy left, so it's not really on Luke. It's on Grandy. Right. I did it on purpose. Every time whenever I see Grandy leave, I'm like, okay, it's time to do something that sounds fancy. Anyway, so I'm doing the national show last night with Ephraim, who is a former NFL player, but at heart, he's a hooper. Like, loves basketball. And when there's a big playoff game on Sunday at 5 o'clock, and during the playoffs there usually is, we sit there and kind of turn our show into a watch party, and we watch the game together. I couldn't get this guy's attention last night because he's locked in on Mookie Betts at bats.
See?
Locked in, and he is next to giving up on baseball, but he was locked in to the point where I was almost bothered, not by the fact that he was like, you paying attention to the wrong game or whatever, but I was bothered again by this idea of, like, you sent me something that was a anonymous players poll on a bunch of questions.
Yeah.
And one of them was the Dodgers spending good for baseball? And almost all the players said yes.
Absolutely.
And I'm like, well, yeah, to you, it's great if you're a player. When anybody is spending a lot of money, I think a better question for those players is what the Dodgers did this offseason good for fans? Not good for you. Is it good for fans that I know it's fancy when these two teams play, but if let's say there are 8 players in baseball you really want to watch and 6 of them play for 2 teams, is that good for the nation of baseball fans? It's a fair question.
Well, it's a fair question, but you just said basketball is waiting for its next star.
Yep.
The star power last night in your viewing options was on Yankees-Dodgers. You got Mookie, you got Shohei, you got Judge. Stanton. I mean, whomever. Like, the star power was in baseball last night, not in the NBA.
100%.
And I'm sure there's people that could make the argument, like, come on, FP, like, you know, it's the finals and there's some stars in that. But, like,
no, you're right.
If the star power, what you're talking about, was LeBron and Steph on last night in the finals or whomever, like big stars like Bird, Magic, Jordan, Isaiah back in the day, there's no way you're watching Sunday Night Baseball, no matter who's playing.
100%. But
the 27 Yankees, maybe.
The biggest stars on TV last night were Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge.
And that's why I watched.
Yep.
And that's why that's where my viewership went last night.
Okay. So, I mean, we know where that also goes. Like, those two teams have both come to town just within the last 3 weeks. Both times, it's led to just about every radio host in this country screaming. I say in this city, not in this country, because it triggers us. It feels a certain way. It feels like the Giants and other teams are second-class citizens. We're just here to be the next thing eaten up by the Yankees and Dodgers. They've got all the stars. The ballpark turns into the rooting for the wrong team. All of those things. So that's all I'm saying.
But when's the last time the Yankees won a World Series? When's the last time the Dodgers won a World Series? And I don't count 2020.
Don't count 2020.
I don't count.
The answer to both is well before the Giants won 3.
Would you rather be badass during the regular season, have star power, go down the corner 3rd and king, and look at all your stars and not win a World Series? Or would you rather scrap and claw and fight, figure something out like they did 10, 12, and 14 and win one and have a parade?
That's what I'd rather do. I mean,
I would too, but maybe we're in the minority when we think like that, because I think most Giants fans want Mookie Betts and Shohei Ohtani and Juan Soto and Aaron Judge.
I bet
that they can go to the regular season games and be entertained. When to me, it's all about October.
Well, who wouldn't want those players on their team? The answer would be no one.
But they haven't won.
Right, but I don't think that their presence equals not winning. It's just gone that way. Ohtani was not on a good team. I couldn't name one pitcher on his team except for him in his entire time with the Angels. You know what I mean? Like, those two teams are both playing very well right now with all of those players. And so who wouldn't want those players? But if you're asking, like, if, let's say, the Yankees and Giants played in a mythical World Series, the Yankees have Judge and Soto, but the Giants won the series in 6, and at the end of it, ask yourself, which team do you wish you were rooting for? The Giants.
Right.
Of course. But see, the problem with that is fans right now are sitting here going, well, that doesn't feel believable or within reach right now either. I think you could sell this any fan base on, yeah, we don't have stars, but we're really good. The problem is the Giants don't look like that. They don't have stars, and they're not really good. I'm 32 and 34.
Yeah, I mean, a long way to go, and I'm with you. But there's an entertainment industry aspect of it, and then there's just a winning at the end of the season aspect of it. I know you're running the show, and I want to get into winning today, since we're kind of we're scratching the surface. No, maybe when we got a lot of time and winning.
Yeah, there's plenty of time, but
I had
take it wherever you want to go. Always.
Well, here's the thing. Like, when's this segment end? I don't know the clock here. Like, I don't.
We got 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes.
You never start a story with 2 strikes and 2 outs. Like, on a broadcast.
That's fine.
I learned that the hard way my first year. Like, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Hey, well, this happened to me once. And, like, there's a ground ball to short. And, like, we'll continue the story after the break. And you never get back to it.
Launch into analysis as the quarterback's dropping back.
Yeah.
Like, releasing the ball. You're like, let me tell you a story. This happened one time. Anyway, 10 minutes.
Well, yeah,
it's a great
talked about
tease.
it.
We're gonna have a commercial in 10 minutes.
Okay, good. I'll tease it. I'll tease it a little bit.
Beautiful.
So in the handoff thingy that you were tardy for today, and you can that you missed, but you had a family first.
I had a great reason.
Family first, always.
Little kid did a great job on his.
What was it again?
His school performance, end of the year school performance. Yeah, it was called Gold Dust or Bust.
What was his part? Gold miner?
Well, yeah,
gold in them
our heels. Dressed up in like checkered shirts and jeans, and they were singing about the gold rush.
Sourdough Sam?
1849.
Sourdough Sam making
a lot of like fist pumping, like downward fist bump, like yar, like that. A lot of that going on. They did great.
What was oh man, and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the guy that threw the pickaxe up in the air. I'm drawing a blank.
Whatever.
Anyway, so ADD moment. No, but it struck me like to the core this weekend, and I didn't think I would get emotional about this, but I talked about it that my friend won the Belmont this weekend. And Jason Worth got into horse racing, and I knew he was dabbling, and all of a sudden somebody told me on one of the road trips that he had a horse in the Kentucky Derby. I'm like, doesn't surprise me. Whatever this guy does, he wins. Won the World Series in 2008, turned a perennial loser in D.C. into a perennial winner by himself, came in and said, like, the food we're having here is terrible, and the travel's terrible. These hotels suck. And everyone's like, dude, you just signed a $170 million contract, and you're complaining about everything all the time. Everything he complained about, he knew what it took to win, and he was right. Like, we can't have this guy as our manager. We can't. Like, he kind of ran with Rizzo. He kind of ran the show. But it was perceived as like, what are you doing? So long story short is somebody tells me about the Derby, and I watched Dornick, his horse, had a tough ride, never had a seam coming around. He had a lot of horse left. He was just blocked off. Had a rough ride. But still, like, even just to be in the Kentucky Derby, they bought a horse for like $30,000 and they're in the Derby. So the Belmont's this weekend. I'm like, okay, check it out. See what J-Dub's horse is doing. And it wins.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm watching the video of him, and just to see him get that emotional, like when he won the 2008 World Series, and just to be happy for him, it was an emotional moment for me. Like, I was holding back tears when I saw this, because this guy, we became real close over his whole contract in DC. Like, you're not supposed to get close with the players. You're supposed to separate yourself, media this, but we would go out and drink and have beers and talk about life all the time.
Good for you.
And he knew that I had his back on the air, that if I did call him out, it was because he deserved it. And I was fair to him when a lot of broadcasters aren't fair to players. So he let me in his little inner circle. And we became friends. We still text to this day, and we've been texting all weekend. But to see him do something that wild, there's Dornick right there as we talk on ESPN, on PTI.
Mm-hmm.
To do something that random and that wild and to win got me like thinking deep about what it takes to win. And what it takes to win in life, in corporations, in sports, in whatever you do. What makes a winner? What constitutes a winner? We throw that term around so loosely all the time. Like, what is a winner? He's a winner. He's a winner. She's a winner. She's a winner. What does that mean? But to see a guy that won a World Series in baseball, have all the money in the world, retire, and then say, I'm going to try this horse racing thing, and then win, one of the legs of the Triple Crown, it got me thinking, like, he's a winner. And my text message to him was simple. I said, winners win, congratulations. And that's it. And that one text that I sent to him got me thinking all weekend, like it was in my head, like a hamster wheel. And I talked about this last week on the show, that I miss winning. I miss competing. Sometimes it's misdirected, like in an argument somewhere that doesn't deserve to happen, or a show with somebody, or in my personal life, because I miss competing. I miss looking the pitcher in the eye. I miss winning. I miss losing, if that makes any sense. And that crappy feeling when you lose. And so I've tinkered with getting back into coaching because I miss competing. I miss winning. But to see one of your friends try something random and to win, it got me thinking, like, what is a winner? Like, what does it take to be a winning person, or with CEO, a boss, an athlete?
Well, what'd you come up with?
There's certain intangibles that they have that other people don't. And I think it's something you're born with.
Okay.
It's something about the energy that you have, and your desire and your drive and your passion for what you're doing, that nothing's going to get in your way. And sometimes you sacrifice a lot of things that should be important to you because you're so focused, and you're so the people. I was at a function this weekend with a lot of successful people, and we were kind of having this conversation. It's hard to be successful in life and be a winner without without sacrificing.
100%. I mean, who I think of in sports, the greatest, the ones who we call the greatest winners of all time. Think about some of the things we know that were going on around them. Tiger Woods, Tom Brady, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. You can see what they sacrificed.
All those names,
can see things that crumbled around them in their personal life in many cases.
Exactly. And so not that that's cool or great, but there's something that separates the winner, and I'm not going to say from the loser. Because it's not about winning and losing. It's just about the people that win and are super, super the 1%ers and successful in anything they touch. And it's just having this desire and this drive that nothing is going to get in your way. And if you're going to go with those examples, and all those names you just said crossed my mind this weekend while I'm laying there in bed thinking about this, they all have a dark side.
Mm-hmm.
Like a dark side. Where I'm beating you no matter what. And I'm winning everywhere I go.
Yeah, and then once they win, they have to win again.
Tiger Woods was winning on the golf course, and he goes, guess what? If I'm in the bar, I'm going home I'm winning. And it's all, and it's not right. It's not how life should be. But there's something that just separates people. They refuse to lose, and they're going to find a way to beat your ass however they can. And there's people that would like to win, and it would be cool to win, and winning is fun. But there's people who are going to beat you, and they're going to win. And those are the only reason I've gotten to where I've gotten in life is because of that. I refuse to lose.
Okay.
And Art Howard pulled me aside one day and he said, "You're a winner. Don't worry about life after baseball. You're going to be fine because you're a winner." And so when I see guys like a Jason Worth who won a World Series and turned a losing franchise into a winner, and I've played with a bunch of guys like this, and I see some guys like this in my everyday life, whether they're CEOs, whether they're on-air personnel, whoever they are, there's just something that separates them, whether it's the twinkle in their eye, whether it's their passion, whether it's the electricity or the energy around them. There's something different about those people that if we could bottle it and sell it, we'd be billionaires.
So are the Giants missing any of those people?
Well, I think every team is missing those people. There's only, these people don't grow on trees.
Do the Giants have any of these people?
Yeah, they're third baseman for sure.
Okay.
For sure, they're third baseman and their manager. He hasn't won a World Series yet. But and their catcher. I mean, there's
Bruce Bochy hadn't won a World Series yet when he got here either.
Logan's got that vibe.
Yep, I agree with
that. But here's the thing: if there's only a sprinkle, these guys are like unicorns, right? And these girls, I mean, in women's sports and in society, like CEOs, whatever. And I was around some very successful women this weekend that run things, but they had that too. That you could just see it when you meet them. But then, since they're unicorns, Mark, like, do they bring people with them? And that's another thing that separates the great from the good. Do you make people better? Do you, when you're doing a random show with some random person, do you make him better? When you get some random call up from AAA, do you make him better? If you're a coach and you're Bill Walsh, do you make this guy better? Do you make him better, or just, you know what I mean? Am I making sense? I'm going
absolutely.
too long.
No, you're not going too long at all. No, I mean, we got plenty of time to say that we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. No, I'd actually love to dive into this further with how it equates to the Giants, how it equates to the 49ers.
The Warriors.
And how it equates to the Warriors, who have won and now have some of those same people, but can they still win? All of that. So, look, I think we're at a time where the tightening of the screws and the questions about where the Giants are in their arc, like it's now. This feels like an incredibly pivotal time. So, yeah, let's keep chatting it out. 888-957-9570. This is the number. FP is in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Shop premium protein at Whole Foods Market. Get 50% off no antibiotics.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
You know, I think what you're saying and what I'm saying are linked. I really do. And for those of you just joining us, we'll completely reboot what exactly we're saying. I have become uncomfortable with where the discussion sits surrounding Giants baseball. There's way too much acceptance of one of two thoughts. Either, well, I mean, come on, we're not going to beat the Dodgers. That's a bunch of silliness. Not going to beat the Dodgers. Or it's almost a proactivity toward giving up, which is, I mean, just play the kids. These guys aren't any good. So let's move on. And then you're here talking about the Jason Worth story and how it relates to whether it's baseball or life. Winners win. And people who have that mentality. That's what I miss about Giants baseball. One of the reasons I'm actually comfortable with 49er football right now, many aren't. You know, I heard actually on my way in today, the same caller who called in 2 weeks ago and we turned it into an entire show. I think his name is TC. He continues to pound this drum that you're an idiot if you don't think that the whole locker room has turned on Kyle Shanahan, which is the funniest crap I've ever heard in my life. That locker room plays their butt off for Kyle Shanahan, and the fact that people are asking for money has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that the Niners lost a football game in February. It has to do with leverage and the NFL and that they've got a lot of good players and contracts that are due soon. Like, it has to do with nothing else. Absolutely nothing else. But anyway, I'm so comfortable with the 49ers right now because I see that and I smell that. I smell desperation to win. They haven't done it yet all the way to the end. They have done it at a very high level. They haven't won the last game. But I feel that desperation, that absolute, like, we accept nothing less kind of a mentality. The Warriors are in a different state. They've already been to the top of the mountain so many times, and they're trying to hang on to something. Can they? We all know that story. The Giants, sometimes it feels like we're just kind of meandering through the summer. And, you know, we've got to plan, get some ideas. I'm going to just try somebody named Trent over at first base for a little while. It's just like, where's that? Where, you know, we tried and, you know, gave him a big offer and, you know, we were in it. That is starting to not feel good. It feels like both the team and the fans are sitting here in this sort of meandering phase of nothingness, this middle ground that's not like, it's not rebuilding and it's not desperation to win all at the same time.
No, and I think you're onto something there. And
okay.
I cannot disagree with what you're saying. And maybe when you have a new coaching staff and a new regime, and one person does it one way and the staff does it the other way, that there is that learning period. Well, you know, Farhan and Bob Melvin have been together before, but not like in this capacity where I'm number one and you're number one. And what are we doing and how are we doing this? You remember last week I said about Eric Miller and I wasn't a fan of him being an opener?
Yes.
Because he throws 100 and I would rather have that guy for late innings and just start whomever and bring him in. Well, that happened. And I don't know how that happened.
Won a baseball game.
But that happened and they won a baseball game 3-1. So, I can see what you're saying. Was there ever any meandering with Brian Sabian? Was there any?
He's not a meanderer.
Well, I don't know that Farhan is or isn't, but there's getting S done, and there's all the names that we've talked about. The guys that have it, like that, if you could bottle it and sell it. They don't care if they're your friends. They don't care about what public perception is. They don't care what anybody thinks about them. They just want to beat your ass. And they just want to be standing at the top of the mountain when it's all said and done, however they get there. And they're not trying to make friends along the way. Like the Last Dance with Michael Jordan, like he said some things in that literally gave me chicken skin and it got me choked up. And I'm like, that's what it's about, man.
Yeah.
And I wish we had that sound. There was one thing he said toward the end, something about when it's all said and done. Maybe I wasn't the greatest, but whatever. But I won, and I found a way to win. And just like this tangent I'm on right now, this wild goose chase that I'm talking about, like winners, like that whole thing with Jordan and the stories I told you and Dibs the other day about being behind the scenes with Joe Torre and I knew immediately from day one why they won. It was like I got an inside hall pass, like a credential to be in Yankees camp as a non-roster invitee, and I was just eavesdropping on why.
You went to Yankees fantasy camp, and then you almost made the team.
But like to hear him have that speech about like, we don't care who gets the credit, and we have a boss that's going to do whatever he can to help us. But anything but a championship here is a failure. Well, he told the team anything but a championship is a failure. And then he said the boss doesn't like to lose to the Rays in spring training.
Oh.
So we have to beat Tampa in spring training.
So those games matter too. So we got 168 games this year.
Yes. That was well known.
Well, I guess my question would be, when have the Giants in this era swaggered into a room? I don't mean when have they gotten aggressive, because I would argue that this last offseason, even though target A, target B didn't happen, that was an aggressive offseason. They waited too long to do it, in my opinion. Is that their fault? Is it Scott Boris's fault? I don't really know. But like the fact that it's June 10th and will probably be July 1st before Blake Snell wins a baseball game for the Giants, that's a huge epic fail. That stinks. That's not the way that was supposed to go.
Montgomery sucks too, though.
Yep. Yeah. The whole thing stinks. The whole concept was totally misguided, and I don't know whose fault it is. Is that Scott Boris's fault? The Giants' fault? The Diamondbacks' fault? The Cubs' fault? Everybody's fault. How would you answer that? Everybody waiting until whatever it was, April 1st to sign.
It's the player's fault. Well, the biggest misconception is that you work for the agent.
Okay,
the
fine.
agent works for you. But and I don't care who the agent is. And I see these kids all the time that they just don't know that.
Yeah,
they feel like I'm working for Scott Boris.
You listen to your agent, though.
Scott Boris works for you, dude.
Right, but you listen to his advice. That's why you hire him.
Yeah, but you got to surround yourself with people that can supersede that advice and say, I don't like what he's saying right here, and you should go play, and you've always played, and you need to go, and what's an extra $2 or $3 million when you could just go play and be a part of a championship organization? Like, get your ass out there and play.
I don't disagree with you, but how do you look Scott Boris in the eye in the offseason when you're expecting a huge, huge contract, and you're going to look at Scott and be like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about? I mean, like, he's the guy. He's the guy. He's the guy who's done this.
Yeah, but like, maybe I'm the wrong guy to ask because I'd rather be on the field with my teammates.
I agree with you.
Nothing could make me less happy or more miserable than sitting at home. Keep holding out. No, I just want to be in Scottsdale. I just want to be in the clubhouse. I just want to be on the field.
I think they've learned their lesson. I don't think they would do it again. At least one of them fired him. You know, I don't think they would make that same decision again. But my point in asking that is not like I've seen the Giants at least attempt to get aggressive, but when have they swaggered into the room? When the Warriors signed Kevin Durant, that's somebody who's like, I'm not bleeping around. We're winning. We're winning now. Damn it.
Who said that, though?
49.
Who are you talking about?
Whoever acquired him.
Who though?
Which I guess it was all of them. In that particular case, it's the Hamptons 5. It's people who flew out there to get him. That's my point. Like, Iguodala was like, I'm getting on a plane to go get my replacement. Let's go. The 49ers acquired Christian McCaffrey. We're not bleeping around. And it hasn't even led to a title yet. But it definitely has led to we're not bleeping around. That's what I want to see the Giants do before the end of July. Show me what you're working with. Go get someone. Go, like, that's what the fan base is not, in my opinion, FP, the fan base is not waiting for that jersey we can go buy. You can go buy any jersey you want. And if the team wins, that the jersey that right now seems like a nothing will become a something. Any of these guys could become a fan favorite. Hunter Pence did, and it's because he came and they won. But like, when are you going to go do something that is just a blaring message to everyone that says we're not messing around? We're not here to show that we're smart. We're here to win. Period. We're not here to have good BABIP. We're here to win.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're talking to an old school guy, so I get what you're saying 100%. So what would do it for you? Like trade deadline, we're trading Matos and Kyle, whose dad's coming on today with us?
I would rather not trade either of those names, but I would
just saying it might take that kind of swagger into the room to do something like that.
Maybe. I'd rather trade a Carson Whisenhunt than a Kyle Harrison. No matter what anybody says is, quote, coming. Oh, he's coming. Well, maybe. Maybe not. I mean, we've been told that Luciano is coming for 4 years. And then he showed up and he kicked balls all over the infield.
I'm big on parades over prospects.
Thank you. So, you know what I mean?
Because prospects are just that, Mark. You just don't know.
Right.
And if you're going to give me something in somebody that I do know for something I don't know, in whatever I'm doing, I'm going to take what I do know. So if you got a guy with track record, back of his baseball card, he has resume, he's won a championship, he fits into our clubhouse against somebody that I think might be pretty good, I'm going for that guy. I'm going all in.
See, I think Harrison already is I know what he is. I think he needs to get better. I think he will. He'll develop more, but he's already shown that he can get big leaguers out. He's already shown that he can win games in the bigs. There's more to go, for sure. I'd be much more hesitant to give him up than one of these other pitchers in the minor leagues that are supposed to be great.
Yeah, but that swagger you're talking about.
Yeah. Look, nothing's off the table.
That swagger you're talking about has to have the stones to say, I'm going to trade a guy like that for whomever. Not like, oh, no.
Nothing's, I take nothing off the table. Isn't that what you're talking about when you brought up the story of Jason Worth and you're talking about winners win? Isn't that kind of what you're getting at?
Yep. You got to have that look, that edge, and that's something that other people don't have, and you can't teach it. There's people that would love to win, there's people that like to win, and there's people that know how to beat your ass. There's a difference. I'd love to win. Winning's fun. The plane rides are fun. The locker room is fun. Winning is fun. But there's guys that want to beat you and beat your will to win and like rip your heart out and show it to you while it's still beaten. Those are the guys I want in my clubhouse.
I also think that you look at the way sports teams are run by certain people. It seems to me there's sort of two things. Like there's the Yankees who decide that if anybody's good, then it's their birthright to have him. But that's because they're run with that kind of mentality. Like we refuse. We're not losing. We're not doing that. Then there's the Dallas Cowboys who are like, they wouldn't admit this, but they're more interested in getting people talking than they are in actually ripping your heart out and winning. They like Trey Lance, to me, was a great example of Jerry just wants to be in the news. He wants to be in the news. You acquired a third-string quarterback, but is the biggest name third-string quarterback in the league. Jerry wants to get people talking. That's why he's comfortable all the time with the offseason of, do we pay this guy? Do we pay? Look at all the people. Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, everybody. It's all about, like, the 49ers have a lot of contractual stuff going on. There's really only one where it's become a thing. That's Brandon Aiyuk. McCaffrey did it completely under the radar. We'll get to Trent Williams in a little bit. But, like, the Cowboys just want you to talk about them. I'd argue that the Giants could use a little bit of both. Do something that's aggressive, that sends a message that you don't even need to say. You know, like when McCaffrey gets acquired, the 49ers didn't need to come out and explain it. Well, here's what we think. Everything's real good against left-handers. You didn't need to tell us. You're like, we got Christian McCaffrey. Thanks. Enjoy the game. The Giants need to do something like that. It both gets people talking and is just a clear, like, dude,
Wasn't Blake Snell that win for you, though? Because I know I was fired up about that. It hasn't panned out the way I would imagine they'd want to and the Giants fans would want to so far. I mean, Blake Snell could win you a game in the World Series. Who knows where this thing goes? I'm not saying it's going to go there, but you never know.
Yeah. There was a little bit of that, yes.
And with Chapman?
I love Matt Chapman. again, aggressive offseason. I don't think you sign Matt Chapman and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, you ain't messing around. He's not like that kind of a player. Plus, they signed both of them to one-year deals. You know what I mean? Like, the 49ers get McCaffrey. He's got 3 or 4 years left on a deal. They've already extended him for more. They're like, no. No, like crazy aggression. We are here every year. We are not going anywhere. That's all. I think that's what people are asking for. Nobody in baseball demands a winner, a World Series appearance, or even a playoff appearance every year. I think it's a mentality is what it feels like they're missing right now.
The swagger, the walk into a room with a swagger.
Don't you think?
I'm getting you. I've told stories about Sabian, and I talk about Brian a lot because he was very integral in my career, integral in my broadcasting career too. There was some sort of first pitch luncheon where he was giving a speech, and he goes, and FP Santangelo right there in the front row, hire him. He's going to be good at broadcasting, like in front of everybody in the Bay Area. So Sabes he's near and dear to my heart. And he's the one that apparently climbed the fence at Candlestick Park because it was public and they didn't have keys to call my parents to sign me.
I love that story.
So yeah, it's a good story. Like whatever. So, but like he came up to me and he had that and he put his finger right in my chest when I was hitting $150 and said, "Look, we don't make mistakes." And he walked away. Like, we signed you. We know you can play. We don't make mistakes. So there's a different way to go about it now, though, Mark. Like, I think that there's different ways to get to where you're going. And the way that's right now is the way that Giants fans aren't used to. So I think there's a lot of headbutting going on between the fan base and the upstairs part, which I understand. But I'm wondering what would satisfy you as a Giants fan at the trade deadline. Like, what would be what we're talking about here?
Go for it.
But what though? That's like saying I want a winner. Like, there's so many different dynamics to a winning person.
All in on right now.
But how? Where? Like, would you be willing to give up Chris's kid, Kyle Harrison? Would you be willing to give up Luis Matos, who was NL Player of the Week?
0 people are off the table. I don't know who. Like, when you say that, it's like, well, for who? Give me a name.
Lindor, Alonso. Like,
Alonso.
There's a lot of.
I'm torn on Pete Alonso.
And they need a shortstop. They do.
Yeah.
Vladdy or Bo Bichette.
I'd give up a lot.
Was that in my ear or on the air?
That was on the air.
All right. Damn, I wanted to take that like it was mine. Vladdy or Bo Bichette?
Yes. That's a yes. And I'd give up a lot.
Yeah. For both of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
But Lamont Wade Jr. was having an all-star season until he blew out.
Yep.
So, yeah, I know what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. But it's just a different way of going about it. That I think there are some adjustment periods that we're all kind of seeing happen right in front of us with a new coaching staff, a front office, and hopefully those things mesh in a way that's conducive to. But that's going on everywhere in baseball. That's not exclusive to just the Giants. There's a lot of math and a lot of old school, like when the salt water hits the fresh water, and you see like the muddiness and the murkiness going on right now. And there's that give and take's been going on for a good like 7, 8, maybe longer years so far.
There's that was the question that was in my mind when Luis Matos got sent down. I know there's all the things on its face, which is, hey, like you told us last week that you heard he was crushed. I know people questioned whether or not this would nail his confidence. And then the simplistic kind of thing of, well, come on. Like, we would rather watch Matos struggle than Slater because at least it feels like there's development going on. But my question immediately was, are the front office and the field on the same page? That was my question immediately because Bob Melvin said out loud, Luis Matos with Jung-Hoo Lee out, he's got runway. He's our center fielder now. 2 weeks later, he was in the minors. I'm like, that's not the way it works. You don't say it into a microphone and then go back on that 2 weeks later. It made me feel like they were not on the same page.
Front office and coaching staff doesn't have to be on the same page. They just can't. They can't be polar opposites. They can't hate each other. Or it happens what happened in San Diego last year.
Right.
You can disagree,
but that's interesting.
Like, wait, what are you talking about? I'm not starting that guy. I'm not leading this guy off. Like, well, the computer says, this is saying you could have that disagreement because the front office and the coaching staff We're on the same page the last 2 or 3 years for the Giants. The exact same page.
Well, there was
all the time on the same page.
There was only one page.
I don't think that's ever good in any line of work.
I agree with you.
You got to have give and take and constructive conversations. And if it gets heated, it gets heated. So what? That's the way it should be. I don't think you have to be on the same page ever.
Okay.
With your boss.
All right. No, you don't have to be in complete alignment. I don't even know if that's what that means, though, by being on the same page, because you also have to, I would argue, not contradict one another. Why was Luis Matos crushed? I would guess Luis Matos was crushed not because you guys are ball players, you know. If you don't play well, you could get sent down when you're 22 years old. That's not news. The reason it surprised him so much, I felt, was because he felt he wasn't going to get sent down, which means someone told him, you're not going to get sent down. He felt that way. He felt like he had more room than he did. That tells me and this has been the Giants' problem for the last 2 to 3 years. There are players who are being told one thing and then shown another. Hey, Sean Manaea, you're a starter. Just kidding. Hey, Ross Stripling, you're a starter. Just kidding. Hey, Conforto, you're an everyday guy. Just kidding. You're a platooner. That you know what I mean? Jock Peterson wasn't mad because they told him, dude, you're not facing lefties.
Maybe he told them that. I mean, if you want to get specific.
Right.
Maybe he said, I'm not facing lefties.
Maybe.
Just maybe that's how that went. But
just maybe.
just to clear things up a little bit. But no, I get it. But none of those things are happening anymore. Like I told you in the handoff thingy, Elliot Ramos has started 24 games in a row. You don't see all the platooning and the pinch hitting and the line changes. There's been a shift in philosophy. Now, is it totally the manager and no more Farhan? I think Farhan still has a big say in a lot of things. And I think there's a constructive give and take and what goes on daily, if I'm guessing. I don't know facts. You hear things. But I think that's healthy. It did not work with Gabe and Farhan just agreeing on everything. If we sat here and agreed on a show every single day, Monday through Friday, nobody listened.
No, as long as it's still healthy, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not fabricated.
You are looking at a manager right now who last year, and I think he was largely in the right, but last year, that became toxic with his general manager, Bob Melvin and A.J. Preller. That became toxic. That's why he's on the Giants now.
And this is not my opinion, but talking to former general managers, the one thing that can't happen is that. You just can't have, I hate you and you hate me and you're the GM or the president and I'm the manager. But we can disagree. Like Ned Colletti used to tell stories on air about him and Brian Sabia just having knockdown, drag out, screw you, all kinds of expletive-laden fights after games about moves and players and what should go on. And next day, they go for a walk and talk it out. And it would be constructive.
We're sponsored by Meineke Car Care Centers also. Remember last week when we qualified 15 listeners for a chance to win the Steph Curry signed jersey? Remember that? Mm-hmm. We kept talking about it. Remember that? Well, guess what? Somebody won. We got our winner. We want to say congratulations to Nico, who qualified with us on Thursday. Nico wins the signed Steph Curry jersey. Thank you to everyone who participated. Congrats to those of you who won even smaller prizes, and thank you to the Warriors for all of those great prizes. Have you heard what Jeremy Fowler said about contractual situations going on right now with the 49ers? This goes well beyond Aiyuk and Christian McCaffrey. We've got that for you coming up next. FP's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Brought to you by Meineke.
Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
MLB Network is up on one of our screens, and we've decided that you are the star of the current show. They were just doing one of those trivia grids. Y'all ever played these before? Where you'll get like 3 teams across the top and 3 teams across the side. Looks kind of like a Super Bowl pool.
It's an MLB grid.
Yeah,
Immaculate grid.
Immaculate grid, right? And so there's 2 teams, and where they meet, you have to put in a player who has played for both of those teams. And on the top side, one of the teams was the A's. And on the left side, one of the teams was the Giants. And we're all like, I know somebody who's played for both of those teams.
Look at this is the real one today.
What is it?
Baseball grid number 435.
Yeah, the Giants and A's in it.
It's got Nationals played 1 game at third base. So, but that counts for Expos too.
Oh, got it.
So I'm 0.02%.
So you put yourself in? Wait, the Nationals and who? What was the other team?
It's just he played 1 game at third base.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Just played 1 game at third base.
Yeah.
This is a different game. I don't know what that game is.
I don't know what that game is.
It's called Immaculate Grid.
Yeah.
It's the same game, Luke. They just add in like everybody plays qualifiers.
It got more
complex.
I see.
So instead of one team, it's a clue.
It's a clue.
Or a stat or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for educating him, Grandy.
Yeah.
That's nice of you.
I'll do it off air next time.
Did you say no? You can do it on air.
Yeah,
you can
that's
always
good.
correct Luke on air, just not me or Dibs or FP.
You can correct me.
Yeah. Did you say you had a Giants lineup?
Yes, we do.
Who's hitting where?
Wisely is leading off and playing shortstop. Elliot Ramos is back in center, batting 2. Patrick Bailey catching and batting 3rd. Conforto cleanup, he's in left. Soler is DHing, batting 5th. Yastrzemski in right, batting 6th. Then Estrada at 2nd. Trenton Brooks playing 1st, batting 8th. And Casey Schmidt playing the hot corner. Chappie off today again.
Yeah, he got a little ding there in Texas on Saturday. That's not great. That's not great.
Yeah,
But,
he's your best player. Is he? I think he is.
It feels like Elliot Ramos is right now. I get what you're saying.
When Elliot Ramos starts making Brooks Robinson plays at third base on a nightly basis, then he will be your best player.
Elliot Ramos has been playing some pretty good center field and an OPS over 900.
I know.
So, and didn't you say earlier today that now you hit your best hitter second? Did you say that?
Yeah.
And where's Ramos hitting tonight?
Second.
Vamos Ramos. Okay?
I like how he wears his. You talk about swagger. I love how he wears his uniform. I love the pants that look like Bermuda shorts.
Before we do all the football stuff, and by the way, yeah, Kyle Harrison's throwing in this game, and his dad's going to join us in 90 minutes. FP will ask if he'd like to be traded. But the Ramos thing is fascinating to me. We were throwing this around on Friday. I would love to know what you think. It feels to me like whatever was going on with Casey Schmidt for 2 weeks last year and whatever was going on for 2 weeks with Matos this year has not sort of been transferred to Ramos. In other words, the hype machine went for Casey, and then everyone went, oh, never mind. He swings at everything.
Everything.
And then the Matos thing, the hype train got going, and then everyone went, oh, he's struggling. And then everyone got really ticked because he got sent down. Meantime, Ramos has had a huge uptick, but I'd argue even before that was playing really well. Now, this is much more sustained than anything we saw with Matos or Schmidt. He has, in a month plus, become their best player. Where's the hype train? Why can't this be our big, hot shot, homegrown outfielder?
I mean, it is.
But does it feel like, am I missing something?
No, but this is how it goes. There's times when this is your number 1 prospect. He comes up. He does okay, has a decent career. And there's some guy that's your 10th prospect or whatever that comes up and, oh, this is a guy. Juan Soto was just a pretty big prospect, but he wasn't the number 1 guy.
Yeah, but Ramos, people forget this. Prior to Luciano, Ramos was the big prospect. And then they bordered on giving up on him. This is a first-round draft pick. 7 years ago.
Yeah.
But he's a first-round draft pick.
Everybody progresses at their own pace for whatever reason.
Bobby Evans said to us, we drafted him because we thought he could be an all-star.
Well.
Said that to us last week.
He got a chance this year. Bobby didn't say win.
Exactly.
I've seen guys get it when they're 30, 29,
brother,
31.
I'm really excited about him. I'm really excited about him.
Well, when he starts walking 4 times and he's commanding the strike zone like that,
yes,
he gets a little bat flip when he walks. Like there's swagger there.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Where's the train? I want to get on the train.
Would you trade him?
No.
I'm telling you, you want somebody big. That's what it's going to take. And the kid pitching tonight.
Really?
Yeah, his dad didn't want to hear this, but that's true.
Well, sure. That would fetch you the most. I don't think you need to do that at the deadline anymore. People aren't giving those guys up at the deadline anymore.
No.
You're not giving people up who are in your lineup that night batting second. You're giving up people who are on the farm. You could have the big names on the farm. You can't have our two-hole.
I think Giants fans would freak out if they traded Luis Matos.
You keep bringing up Lindor.
Bo Bichette. I like Lindor because he's a switch hitter.
Go there.
I like the switch hitting.
Would you trade Matos for Bo Bichette?
Yeah.
So would I.
Yeah. I would. It takes cojones to do that, but you got to.
I mean,
it depends, dude. You cross this bridge, like they're talking about it right now. They have all the scenarios, right? It's June.
Sure.
But you pull the trigger on all these rumors. You're sending out feelers, text messages right now. Hey, what about this? What about that? Is this guy on the table? I know this sounds stupid, but is this guy on the table? And then you pull the trigger on it based on where you are in July. And a lot can happen between now and July with health, with performance, with standings, with wins and losses. And then you have to decide, are we this or are we that? Are we putting our chips in the middle? Are we going for this thing? They're 8 games back of the Dodgers, right? Is that what I saw today? That's not crazy. That's not the worst thing in the world.
They are 8.5 games back.
8.5. Yes. I saw 8 yesterday.
And the Padres are 8.
But it's still not like they're 20 games back
fine.
right now.
They're fine. They're tied for the 3rd wild card. They're a half game back in the 2nd wild card.
You're 5 back of the Dodgers on July 30th. What do you do?
Let's go.
I think if you're 8 back, you do that. I don't think that's the craziest thing in the world.
You know who the Giants... Are you a war guy? And I don't mean that in a political sense.
No, I like peace. I make love, not war.
Perfect. What about baseball war?
I don't care.
You don't care?
I should.
Do you think...
I do. I'm a broadcaster.
No. Do you think it's an accurate reflection of what someone's doing?
It depends whose it is, and I can't keep up with all the stuff they throw in the cruncher. It's like there's Baseball Reference, there's Fangraphs, there's 18 different wars that some prioritize different things than others. So like war to me is different based on if it's F war, if it's Baseball Reference. There's other ones too that I don't know, but they put all these things into a pot. And some prioritize getting on the field and actually posting, which I think is great. Some prioritize defense, which I think is great. And some are just strictly offense. Yeah. And I don't know which one is which, and I don't care.
Well, I pull it up now because it is fascinating, I think, and leads to one of my questions about why there's not a bigger hype train going on right now about Elliot Ramos. The team leader in WAR is Matt Chapman, 2.6. Elliot Ramos is number 2. He has already passed Lamont Wade in terms of his supposed effect, his overall, the wins above replacement. Elliott's at 2.1. He's done that in 29 games. Chapman at 64. So in less than half as many games, he has now become number 2. He has already passed Wade. He's already passed Bailey. We said that Wade was having an all-star year. His OPS is 896. Ramos is 938. Like, this guy has not been good. He's been great. Great. Like, legitimately great now for 30 games.
Yeah.
For 30 games. Not 10. 30 games.
It's a chicken or egg, though, thing. Like, he's been great because he's playing. Well, I guarantee if Austin Slater was sitting here off the record, he would say, I could do that if I played every day.
No, he couldn't.
That's what he would tell you.
938 against righties and lefties? He can't hit right-handers. He's never been able to hit right-handers. He's an all-star against lefties.
Has he been given a chance to hit right-handers on a consistent basis?
We could look up his career.
Argument.
Yeah. I mean, career-wise, I don't think he's earned that chance. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think if you let him play and he stayed healthy, which has been the big bugaboo with him.
He's
got talent off the charts.
He's been a good player. He's been a good player. I have hated the slander that he's taken because of 36 bad at-bats this year and because of people's excitement about the young guys. I get it. but it's been kind of silly. Everybody's just like, DFA him. He stinks. He's been on the team for 7 years. And this is his first, like none of the years. They've either been okay or really good every year.
But the Matos thing and the Slater thing has nothing to do with Austin Slater, my take on it. I wish Luis Matos wouldn't have got sent down. I just think when you show confidence in a kid and you want to develop championship players that know how to succeed in championship scenarios and are winning players, that they have to be able to fight through adversity. And they have to learn from that. And championship innings, 7, 8, and 9. Like if you want a guy that knows how to get a big hit in 7, 8, or 9, you can't pinch hit for him in 7, 8, or 9 consistently. If you want a championship player that has a slump for 2 weeks, he has to be able to fight through that slump for 2 weeks to come out on the other side to be a winning player and a championship player. So if you're just worried about winning today and there's pressure on winning the game today, and you're not looking at prospects and what a 22, 23, 24-year-old kid in the mindset, and that there's human beings inside that uniform, it just depends on what you're looking for. But if you're looking for, did Will Clark struggle when he came up? Yeah. Did Robbie Thompson struggle when they came up? Yeah. Did Bryce Harper struggle when he came up? Yeah. But they got to fight through it, and they had people believe in him. And when you believe in somebody and you show confidence in somebody and you say, hey, I believe in you, then you get championship style players. Then you get winners. But if every time you struggle, you go back to the minor leagues, and every time you have a little bit of difficulty, you go backwards, then you're not developing that player that you want to hit in the bottom of the ninth in Game 7 of the World Series.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I just think, and this is going to sound a little bit cruel, but I think that him getting set down was kind of Casey Schmidt and Marco Luciano's fault. Like that's
a numbers game.
Well, there's such a hole at shortstop, they couldn't send down any of the people who potentially could maybe play an inning at shortstop. So it's like, Wisely, you stay. At the time, Tyler Fitzgerald, you stay. Casey Schmidt, you stay. We're going to keep all of you because we need people who can potentially play shortstop on a nightly basis until Nick Ahmed gets back.
So Nick comes back, Matos comes up?
My fantasy is yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And by the way, I took blame for getting on you the other day on air.
You got on me?
Remember when I came on for the final pitch or whatever the hell we call it, and you said the first question was about Austin Slater, and I said the Giants just had 2 of their greatest comebacks ever. They came back last night in New York, and your first question's about, you were right, about Austin Slater. And I was like, what? Tongue in cheek, but I had to get on you a little bit.
Yep.
But you're right.
Yeah, I walked out. I went home that night. I go, it was the right question. Damn it! I knew it was the right question.
It was.
No, I get it.
Well, maybe just not lead with that, okay? When you have 2 epic, historic comebacks back-to-back nights.
I'm going to ask the question that I think people are thinking about. I think people are thinking about this. Let's talk it out a little bit.
Let's talk it out.
Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, on 49er contracts. First of all, everyone's thinking about the Aiyuk one. Here's what he said about that.
Brandon Aiyuk's the big one. We know what the wide receiver market is now. It's looking at probably $30 million and above. And Aiyuk's considered a top 10 receiver now at this point by most in the league. Both sides have had negotiations, but it hasn't really graduated to something where it's going to get done and it's intensified. So they got the next 6 weeks over the summer before training camp to try to get it done, or he might not show up based on him not showing up to minicamp as a precedent.
Okay, so there's one which I don't think there's anything earth-shattering that we didn't largely already know. The Aiyuk thing, to me, it's June 10th. The 49ers are not motivated right now to meet Aiyuk's demands. I have every expectation that thing goes into August. But here's the new stuff, and here's what we want to run by you. Fowler said this, suddenly we got a new name. Aiyuk, McCaffrey, we know Purdy is next year, and then Fowler whips this out.
You see Trent Williams there, a left tackle, so he's got 3 years left on his contract, but there are whispers around some in the industry that he might want a new deal eventually. He's got the 3 years left. He's due $22 million in cash, but he is the best left tackle in the game still, 35 years old, so that could be a bit of an issue, but playing at a high level, 49ers might have to address that eventually.
Okay. Trent Williams, 35, 3 years left on his deal, and now that's a whisper that the 49ers need to do something about that? I thought he was contemplating retirement a year and a half ago. Now with 3 years left on his deal, he wants something new or at least restructured.
Best lineman in the game.
He is.
Might be their best player. Hey, if I'm going to limp around, not remember names when I'm 55, and not be able to, you better pay me, damn it. If I'm going to be in a wheelchair when I'm 65 because my knees are shot and I can't remember my kids' names,
we laugh.
Pay me.
I mean, I get
pay me so they don't have to do this.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't blame them a bit.
I mean,
let's go.
That's literally what Ephraim's line, same position as Trent Williams. His line always was, because he's got 2 boys and they're good athletes. Yeah. He says, I always tell them, I played football, so you don't have to.
You want Brock Purdy to stay alive? Pay him. Well, I'll pay him whatever. Maybe more than anybody we've talked about.
Fowler threw this in too. Hold on. Don't stop there.
George Kittle. So this is not a pressing need, but I was told that, this is a player who might need a new contract eventually, or even this offseason, because he's got 2 years left, had he not had the core muscle surgery. So he is technically coming back from an injury, but he was the only tight end in the league with a 1,000-yard season. Still a big part of what they do, so they might have to pay him. A lot of major decisions coming.
Okay.
Pay them all. Pay them all, and then maybe one of them will punch their teammates in training camp.
Oh, you had to go there.
Had to.
You did.
Well, it sounds like things are changing a little bit.
with which team?
I don't know. Maybe we're getting a little diva-y down there in Santa Clara. But they all want the piece of the pot, and they should. They're the best team in football.
What's your read on that? No, let's talk about that. The reaction to the fact that it sounds like everybody suddenly wants to get paid.
Right, because they know they're good.
Okay.
And they know they're going to win it all soon. And they want their piece of it.
Do they?
Well, if you have a good season, you want to be rewarded for it.
Sure.
Dusty Baker told me that he won a World Series and he went back the next year because he deserved to get paid for winning a World Series. You think I'm just going to retire after I win a World Series? No, I'm going to get paid for winning the World Series, which makes sense.
Yeah, but they didn't win the Super Bowl.
I know. In my mind, they did.
Well, I mean,
I put that all. I've did a lot of therapy for that game.
No, me too. But I don't know. I still feel like
really good.
There are a lot of people in the Bay Area I still talk to. They're almost like they're just, people are not over it yet. I get it, but like when you look at this situation, I think what you said just kind of it bears repeating, because I actually don't think there's a huge difference between them winning that last game and losing that last game. There's nobody that's under the impression that they're, quote, not good enough.
You mean financially there's no difference between, like, how they should be rewarded with contracts financially?
No, meaning like, because I don't really look at it as a reward. I don't, like that's a thank you contract. I think you try to avoid that whenever possible.
Dangerous.
They're very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
I mean,
you can paint yourself into a corner no matter what sport it is by thank you contracts, because you get emotional. You win it all. You share feelings and emotions that you never have before. Families, front office, coaching staff. You're on the same plane. You're all traveling together. They bring them all in the locker room. You pour champagne down the crack of everybody's ass. And then all of a sudden, you're having like these feelings, and people get rewarded for the emotional contracts for winning. There's nothing like a parade. You get those rings, everybody's crying. You want that team and you want that feeling to be forever. And how do you make it forever? If you're president or an owner, you reward these guys with contracts. Then they get old, and you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah, it's usually a terrible idea.
It's usually a terrible idea.
And front offices, I think, need to be very guarded. And the good ones are the ones, and by the way, the Niners, if you go back to the first time when they were really, really great, and they were winners, and they won Super Bowls and all that, like this was what I think they did really well. Think of how many in the history of that organization, how many unemotional decisions took place.
Right.
This team told Joe Montana to hit the road when he was still good.
Well, I think Farhan's calling on that one about Luis Matos.
Right? I mean, this team allowed Jerry Rice and Ronnie Lott and Roger Craig to all wear different uniforms, usually the Raiders. But they all wore different uniforms.
Well, you're right. And you should reward people for winning a championship, but you can't do it where you paint yourself into a corner.
Well, and do you reward people for coming close to a championship?
Because you want to have another one and they're in their prime? Absolutely.
Well, that's what they did with Christian.
Another one. But you want to get to the top of the mountain, I should say.
You did that with Christian. You know, when I hear these two comments, it has set everybody, oh God, now Trent Williams needs a deal too. George Kittle needs a deal. If you listen closely to what he said, he's not talking about this offseason for either of them. He openly says about Kittle next offseason. Trent Williams, there are whispers that something might need to happen at some point. He still has 3 years left on a deal. At most, what Trent is saying is the same thing Christian said, which is, so I'm kind of awesome. Might be nice if you tacked a couple bucks on or guaranteed this. And the Niners can do that. That doesn't actually cost that much money. The Christian thing opened up more money for the 49ers.
I'm seeing Buster Only's tweeting right now that Jake Moody wants an extension. And he wants to get paid.
Buster Olney's Twitter has been hacked. And just within the last few hours, the Phillies traded for Luis Robert. Shohei Ohtani has been banned from baseball for life and is facing life in prison. And Francisco Lindor was traded to the A's. All of that has happened since we started the show. So that's exciting.
And then there's another tweet on Buster's thing. It says, do you want me to keep doing this, yes or no? So whoever hacked the account is like, but I thought if you click on it, then you might get hacked. So I didn't click on it.
I think they got it back.
Did they?
I'm on there now, and I'm not seeing any tweets within the last 20 hours or so. I'm not seeing anything in the last 20 hours. So I think they deleted them and they got hold of it again.
Wait,
which actually really bothers me. It really bothers me that if you're a celeb, like Twitter can show up in an hour and fix your feed. Matt Steinmetz's feed died and never was reborn again.
He doesn't have 1 million followers.
Yeah, and
you don't like it, get some followers.
Yeah, you end up in the whole help column on Twitter.
Did you see this
and
one?
you get an email a week later that's like, too bad.
You see this one?
You scrub.
The season is canceled due to COVID at 5:12 p.m. Eastern today on Buster's account.
Perfect.
Shohei Ohtani banned for life. He's in prison. I Hate the Mets is on there.
I Hate the Mets. Yes, those are all on there.
Somebody from Philadelphia.
Perfect.
And then whoever did it is showing no shame.
Dude,
is that illegal? Can you go to jail for this?
For hacking a Twitter? Yeah. I mean,
what's
jail.
the penalty?
I don't know.
Is it just like frowned upon? Or is it like, is it a crime?
I think Elon Musk asks you who you're voting for and then goes from there.
I want to know what the crime is for hacking someone's social media platform.
It's way funnier to do what we used to do. People used to like radio hosts. You'd have someone who's on their Twitter feed, on the work computer, and they'd accidentally leave it open and end their show and roll out. And if it was kind of a rule at our station, if you walked in and sat down and someone else's Twitter feed was still open, open season.
Oh no!
Off you go. Open season.
You remember back when they had cameras and you had to take them to get developed at like Walgreens to film?
Yes.
Yeah, and you took somebody's camera and did things and then they would get surprised when they developed their pictures.
See?
That just sounded so old. The kids behind the glass are like, cameras? You had to get pictures developed?
Remember those little like houses that were in parking lots and you could drive up and get the camera developed? A little photo mat?
Yeah.
Anyway, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Kyle Harrison's pops, Chris, is going to join us in just about an hour. We can get a little further into this 49er situation coming up next. 888-957-9570. FP in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here.
FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
We were just having an off-air conversation about texting, and it's actually a favorite subject of mine because I think that you can sense it with certain people. There are texting rules. And you said you were in a conversation one of the first times you ever texted, and someone's like, "How do we end this?"
Yeah, one of my best friends. We were texting when you had the numbers and I don't know. You had to hit 1 3 times.
Yeah,
for
like
the letter C.
It took a half hour to send a text. Yeah.
And then if you press 1 once, it was A. And then you did that. And then we were going back and forth. And then he texted me, "How do we stop?" I was like, "I don't know."
That's the beauty of the emoji. That's how you now stop a text conversation. You either like the text, thumbs up, or you send an emoji. I always look at that as that's the person's way of telling me they're done with this conversation.
I get pissed if I'm texting somebody that I really care about and I just get a heart or a thumbs up back. There better be a comment at least, because what does it take, 3 seconds to be like LOL or that was funny or see you later?
I can tell you that my girl, the lovely Christy, is doing a victory lap right now if she's listening. Yeah, she's literally told me it's a rule. She's like, if you ever thumb up one of my texts
or heart it and that's it with no bubble comes up after.
We're not going on a date that night.
That's rude.
Like she doesn't even like it when people do, you know how people do THX? She's like, will you just write thanks, you loser? Like, there's just 3 more letters.
That would cost you 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, but back in the old days, that was like an extra 6 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, if you're going to text back a heart or a thumbs up or without a comment, I think, come on, nobody's that busy.
Can I have 2 new, fresh baseball conversations with you?
Let's go.
First one.
I don't know if you're going to get what you want from me, but let's go.
First one you won't like.
All right, bring it.
I now think that all baseball broadcasters should be British.
No, dude, you're talking to... See, we're supposed to disagree every once in a while. You have a British accent. I can't say it. British accent. It's hot.
Did you hear...
Guys or girls.
Did you hear the end of the London game? The double play off the bat of Nick Castellanos?
No.
So the bases are loaded. The Phillies are charging toward the Mets. They're down by 1. There's only 1 out. The bases are loaded. It's 6-5. And Castellanos is at the ditch. It's dramatic. And the Mets, as you know, they blow every lead. They did it against the Giants, too. They love to blow a lead, and they're all the way across the pond blowing a lead. And then Castellanos hits a little dribbler out in front of the plate. And the catcher grabs it, touches home plate, throws to first, and the ball game is over. The difference is it was done with a British accent. Listen to this on British TV via TNT. Darren Fletcher, the Castellanos double play to end the game.
Smith against Castellanos. Wants to take his time, and who can blame him in the circumstances? He must be feeling so much pressure out there. Not the closer by any stretch of the imagination. That's Edwin Diaz. It's a closer by committee. He's the man today with the pressure on his shoulders. And Castellanos' bat explodes, and they're going to get the runner at home. They're going to get the double play to win the game. What an end! The shattered bat. The runner out at home plate, and the ball fired into the glove of the first baseman, Pete Alonso, and the New York Mets somehow withstand the Phillies rally, and they win Game 2 in London 6-5, 17 hits. What drama, what a game, what a finish.
What an absolutely brilliant ball. I swear to God I'm listening to soccer, but it's baseball.
A deep drive to left field by Castellanos.
That went over
and
the
I'm
head.
deeply sorry for what I said.
That went over the head of some, but that was very funny.
It's bad.
Castellanos' name is never going to be the same. But anyway, I've never heard that and have it not be soccer. That sounds like soccer to me. But it was baseball.
Is it Peter Moylan does a lot of the Braves stuff, I want to say, and he's from Australia, and he's a color analyst for the Braves on occasion.
Okay.
And he has the Australian accent on their broadcast, and I dig it. Yeah, yes. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of London.
So you're out. And we're replacing you with a British accent.
Xavi is the hitting coach for the Mets, and he on his Instagram this weekend, he brought his son to London. And he was like, "This is great. This is great. They had a blast.
Good
little father-son action in Sunderland.
Great city
in London. It's one of my favorite places on the planet. And I love the accent. I love it.
How can you not?
I just love it. It adds a point to the scale. Believe it or not, it does. It adds a point to the scale.
I have a good high school buddy who grew up just outside of London, and he came over here in probably, I don't know, somewhere in the middle school-ish sort of phase, like right before we were on our way into high school.
Yeah.
He did well.
Do you think
he did very well?
Once you're an empty nester, that you and I could go do a radio show in London, and we'd be the two Americans, because they like our accent there.
Which is so odd to me.
I know. Just go there and do a radio show.
So elegant, and we sound so just like, duh.
I know. We butcher the English language, and the way they say it is so beautiful. The verbiage, the words, the accent, the cadence, the tone. And when you do this for a living, like, those things are big. I mean, you notice those things more than most.
Like where you park your car in your house, my buddy would call that the garage.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's so much cooler than garage.
That's how you're supposed to say it. Yeah.
Garage.
It's the English language.
We hung up.
You guys started this whole
thing.
The
basketball hoop is right outside the garage.
Yes.
I'm like, that's way better.
That's so cool.
Okay, here's the other one.
All right.
Dude, where's the analytics thing going? I really feel like there's something under the blankets right now. I feel like there's an internal battle, and it's starting to swing back the other way. If you went back 3-4 years ago, even more, one of the reasons I think the Giants hired Farhan Zaidi is because they were one of the last teams to really give in and go all in on analytics and a department built around all of that, like so many teams have. They've turned what used to be the interview room into the analytics department in so many stadiums around America, right? So that happened 6, 7, 8 years ago. And everybody was all in for a little while. And we're going to have 8 infielders all over standing at second base and nobody else on the diamond. And you're going to tell us fans why that's smart. And that would happen, and you just had no choice but to be like, okay, let me see what happens here. The pushback started to happen. I mean, all along, there were people who didn't like it, but I feel like the pushback is starting to win battles. The changing of the rules was the first one. That was the first one, the first real clue. Get your 2 infielders on the left, 2 infielders on the right, stop screwing around. But now, even more so behind the scenes, I feel the push of like, wait a minute. I think I even heard you say the other day on the air, it's not cool to strike out anymore. It actually got to be 3 years ago. It was like, it's cool. Don't ground into a double play. If you're going to make it out, just swing and miss. And now we're starting to feel it go back the other direction. And so I want to know who's going to win. Who's going to win this fight that's going on under the covers in baseball?
Well, baseball's cyclical. Who knows? I mean, right now it's getting back to baseball, meaning you're rewarded for a hard hit ground ball because there's holes. The stolen base is back in vogue because the 2 disengagements, the bases are pizza boxes and you're closer. Guys are wearing oven mitts and you're even closer with like a 5-foot-long oven mitt on your head first slide. But like base running is being emphasized. Being down in Scottsdale this year, talking to other ball clubs, that they're getting back to emphasizing the fundamentals of baseball. That said, if you just totally poo-poo analytics, you're going to get left in the dust.
Sure.
You got no chance of winning.
No, I get that.
So there's value in it. But it's cool for me to see like teams bunting guys over every now and then. The stolen base, going first to third, base running, emphasis on base running, scoring from first base, team speed. The Diamondbacks with their athleticism last year get all the way to the World Series. So now it's getting back and it's reverting back to, we had the era with the Cardinals in the 80s on AstroTurf that could run and steal bases. And those teams were a pain in the ass. They pitched, they played defense, they stole bases. They hit and run. The hit and run, you see hit and runs. There's a hit and run. You're hitting behind runners. There's offensive execution that's being emphasis. Leadoff doubles are not being stranded with 3 strikeouts. But in players' defenses, they'll always chase the money. And if there's 3 guys on the right side of the infield and I'm a left-handed hitter, why would I practice hitting the ball on the ground ever? I got to get it in the air. So you want me to ground out into 4 infielders on the right side with 2 strikes? No, I'm going to swing out of my ass and hopefully hit a home run with 2 strikes. So guys, 4 years, groove their swings to hitting fly balls. And I think it's hard to ask a major leaguer that's done one thing for however. Now you got to get on top. Now hit a line drive. Now low line drives are being rewarded again. But it's getting back to the baseball that I think we all fell in love with. Like a suicide squeeze and Billy ball with the A's back. I used to go nuts watching Billy Martin manage the A's because he was nuts. Squeezes, hitting runs, stealing everywhere. Ricky Henderson. That was exciting baseball. To me, the most exciting brand of baseball is not seeing how far you can hit it. It's watching great plays on defense and guys running the bases intelligently and aggressely.
Boach,
I love that brand of baseball.
Boach in the first inning yesterday ran the Little League play. Where I wonder how many of you caught it, right? Keaton Winn got into all kinds of trouble, but then he got a couple strikeouts, so it's bases loaded and there's 2 outs. And then Guy rockets a base hit up the middle. It's 2-0. It's 1st and 3rd with 2 out. The runner at first takes off and steals. Bailey throws down to second. The runner at third takes off for home. He's safe. That's what you do in Little League.
Yeah.
Anybody who's been to any Little League game knows the catcher doesn't even, if it's 1st and 3rd, it's 2nd and 3rd. Doesn't matter. Just leave. Just go. No one's throwing down anymore. And it happened in the big leagues. And it worked.
Yeah, and the runner at third, you go on release. Sometimes you pump fake. Sometimes you have a play where the shortstop's prerogative is to read it. He's supposed to come up and meet it and come back home. When you got a guy that throws like Patrick Bailey, I guarantee you Bob Melvin was saying it's early. Just throw through. We'll get him. And that's all done on PitchCom now. They come out in front of home plate and they
what
don't go through a series.
What does that even mean? I bet there's so many people who are like, what does that mean? It's done on PitchCom.
You just press a button and it says throwing through. Eating it. Pick off at first. There's so many buttons on there that there's a pick off button at first. If you press it, it says pick off at first. And Lamont Wade Jr. can hear it.
Who's pressing buttons?
The catcher. He's getting the sign from the bench and he presses a button that says back pick at first. Or we're throwing through on a steal. Or here's the bunt defense. Here's the 1st and 3rd bunt defense.
So he's got an earpiece.
Yeah.
And prior to the pitch, it's telling him that if the runner from first takes off, you're throwing through.
He just presses a button and the middle infielders hear it because they got the headband on that you can hear things in their hats. So it's all PitchCom.
Who's pressing the button?
Patrick Bailey, the catcher. Getting a sign from the bench real quick, flash sign, and then he presses a button. Instead of coming out and going timeout and putting both arms to the side and then going through a series of signs in front of home plate to tell you where the ball is going, just press a button now.
Okay, but who's making the decision in the dugout?
Bob, the manager.
But is Bob actually making the decision, or is there something that's
Bob's
automated?
No, it's not coming from Farhan. It's Bob. It's the manager.
Right.
If he wants to throw through or eat it.
If he wants to throw through.
What bunt he's putting on.
But
that back pick might come from Bailey.
But that's not coming from analytics? It's just coming from Bob's brain?
Yeah. Yeah, he just a little flash sign. Okay. And then if Bailey sees a guy with a big lead, he can just alert Lamont Wade Jr., where we used to have to throw dirt and pick at our belt and make eye contact. So yeah, all that. It's supposed to speed things up.
It has.
Yeah. Yeah, they can do all kinds of things with that PitchCom. And trust me, there will be the next cheating scandal in Major League Baseball will be somebody intercepting the signal of another team on the PitchCom. Come on. People are listening to our show on the radio. You don't think you can't pirate somebody's PitchCom? You don't have nerds upstairs that can figure out that if we turn to this frequency, we could get every pitch on the Astros PitchCom and really get them back.
I don't buy that that's not already happening.
Maybe it is.
If I say, let's run a test. Run a test.
I've done this. I've said one night with my buddies, I could go for some fried rice right now. It just sounds good. And I go onto TikTok 5 minutes later, and the first thing on TikTok is how to make fried rice.
Okay. I am interested in purchasing blue jeans tonight.
Now everybody in their car is getting this, by the way. Get ads for blue jeans, everybody in traffic.
I am interested in purchasing blue jeans tonight.
Tight ones. Super tight blue jeans that I can barely get them on.
I don't want to be able to breathe in these blue jeans. Let's see what happens. You going on Instagram? That's what happens to me. I go on Instagram. It doesn't happen that quick, does it? Or does it?
Sometimes it does.
That would be wild if I open this thing up and it's the first thing is blue jeans.
The TikTok thing happened to me about a year ago.
Some hair products. We got some hats.
It's more if you buy something and you purchase something. Like if I purchase a pair of shoes on my Instagram, I get all kinds. You can turn those off, by the way.
I know you can.
I kind of like them because I'm a shopaholic.
I always get all the little things, the car dealios that are the magnets to put your phone like on the dashboard, like sticks to your dash so that the phone can just display so that you're not picking it up and using it while you're driving around. I always get those.
Well, you're going to be about to get more because you just said it.
I know. Thank you very much.
That's going to be the. Does that happen in the NFL? I always wonder. Because there's so much communication going on.
Yeah, the quarterback.
But like intercepting them.
Oh, intercepting them?
Like there's some guy up there that's like MIT and you hired him and he's up there like with the headphones on and like World War II with and he's like he's intercepting
at this
the
level,
Japanese codes of the fleet moving in the Pacific toward Midway.
I don't know if it's just 2024, but I sort of just assume stuff. I don't trust anything
either.
When it comes to big business.
I don't
There are people I trust. You could argue on my personal life, I trust way too much.
Same.
But when it comes to big business, I trust nothing. Absolutely nothing. I just assume the nefarious is taking place.
I guess if you did intercept the pitch comm, how quickly could you get it to have value?
Or are you going to intercept the interceptor and then you're going to throw them off by telling them you're doing something you're not doing?
If you agree on fastball away, say you did the fastball away. Like how do you get that to your hitter in real time to where it's going to benefit him?
Like the Astros are in town. let's talk about this for a second.
Oh yeah, it's topical.
The Astros are in town. It strikes me as maybe the funniest thing ever. This is the biggest quote unquote cheating scandal in the modern game that we've uncovered, right?
Uncovered is the key word.
Uncovered, right. So which means that there's 1,000 that we didn't uncover. But at the end of it all, this very, very high-tech operation that was able to set up unbelievable cameras so that you could steal what was about to happen next from the Dodgers eventually arrived at somebody in a hallway going like this. That's the high-tech way that they did it.
Or the one that they reported.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've heard rumors about buzzers inside people's jerseys for years.
I believe it all.
Rumors. I don't know if they're true.
Listen, this is the one thing that, and Dodger fan wants to fight me every time I do this. If the Astros were the only team cheating, it wouldn't have taken 7 games.
The reason why, and I criticized them openly on air, and I got in trouble for it in the spring training game.
Why are you getting trouble for criticizing cheaters?
Because their apologies weren't sincere. And that they were red apologies, but then doing further research is that there was money at stake that if they said anything wrong in their apology, that then they could have forfeited their salaries.
Contracts.
And I learned further that a lot of those guys thought that there was other teams doing worse things than them and they were just wearing it for baseball. So you're going to single us out when we know this team, this guy, this guy, this guy. You don't think like baseball players talk?
Do you make an assumption when somebody gets a DUI that it's the first time they ever drank?
No.
I mean,
that'd be terrible.
Right?
Either way, it's terrible.
Oh, it's terrible. But you know what I'm getting at.
That's why Ubers were invented.
There's no question that the Astros were not, quote unquote, acting alone or that this was the first time it ever happened. That's a crazy idea.
No,
don't. Those things still.
They're fun. That's a party.
Have you done that?
Oh, about 6 or 7 times. I have it on my phone.
What's it do?
You can't be in a hurry, number one, but like you can say, but
you can't be like Waymo starts meeting.
It's got a great sound system. It's like a party in there, and there's nobody's driving, and it's a trip. Anyway, sorry.
No, go there.
No,
those things terrify me.
Anyways, it's the reason the Astros, their apologies, in my opinion, were less than sincere is because they knew a lot more was going on. And I'm a conspiracy theorist. Let me just preface it that I know how things are reported and what really happens in sports is never even close to what's going on. And I think they wore it for the league. You know, I was in the steroid era. I'm in the Mitchell Report team photo. And like knowing what I know and how many people did it and what was reported, it's never even close.
No.
They just give you enough. A little morsel. And then so it'll go away. I guarantee you there were other teams with buzzers everywhere in parts that you probably wouldn't imagine buzzers would be.
Am I outing you if I say that, this is how you feel about Shohei Ohtani? I know you do. I do too. I don't feel like we have the whole story. That'd be ludicrous if we have the whole story.
Boy, if it's on that scale where the feds made it go away.
The feds, this guy's going to jail for 33 years. Everybody Shohei hung out with is all gambling with some totally illegal bookmaker. And Shohei's like, first I've heard of it. What?
I know. I'm saying.
That's absurd. That's absurd. And look at all of us in America. We're like, okay. Oh, what another one, 480 feet. Did you see that? Like, come on. I trust. No, it won't.
It won't. They made this go away.
It won't. Of course it won't.
It's like JFK assassination in a way.
It's like everything. It's like
make it go away.
Tell me that you don't know of some things that went away.
I do.
I know you do. I don't even know what they are.
I could write a book and make a lot of money, but then I'd never be able to set foot in a big league ballpark again.
That'd be the end of that.
Bye. And I cherish that more than money.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a fascinating True Hollywood story that comes out about the Golden State Warriors and their 4 rings and what happened behind the scenes.
Oh, now what do you mean?
With Draymond today coming out with all that stuff about Jordan Poole, and
we can play some of that coming up next.
Yeah.
Actually, no, but so what do you mean? What do you think the story's going to be?
I just think it's when we don't. The reason the Warriors are so pissed that got out is because things don't get out. Like if you have an organization that wins, it's because whatever happens here stays here, and we are a family, and our personal business does not leak out ever. And when that leaked out, whatever you think about it, which I thought it was, everyone says, well, that happens. Not like that.
No, not
but the fact that we knew about it, that might be a bigger story or as big as the punch itself, and like what happened after it, and the dynamics and the team dynamic. And the chemistry, if you will, for lack of a better word, in the locker room after that.
They couldn't win a road game.
Yeah, I know.
And it's obvious why they couldn't win a road game.
Because that's when you're together the most.
Exactly.
You can't just go hide in your palatial mansion after the game. You have to actually get on a bus, get in a car, get in an Uber, be in the hotel, be on the plane. You're together. And if it's weird, that's when it gets real weird.
Turns out it was real weird.
Real weird. Well, I think we all knew, but we didn't know, but we thought we knew because of how they were playing based on how they played in the past. And as Warrior fans, we're smart. We know what a championship brand of basketball is. And when it's selfless, like what you're seeing the Celtics do right now, drive, kick back out, and then they do the perimeter tic-tac-toe around the three-point land until the last pass, someone's wide open, and it's selfless. We didn't see any of that.
No, we saw people walking off the court in the middle of the game. We saw Steph Curry throwing mouthpieces.
Yeah.
Like, all the clues were there. Klay Thompson's been ticked for 2 years. Until the Athletic podcast last week, nobody could really figure out why. I did a whole show 3 months ago where I'm like, why are you so mad? He's like, you know what I mean?
Because you know what it feels like, what it looks like, what it tastes like, what it smells like when you win a championship, and you know when it doesn't.
Well, right, but as a fan, I also know and can smell and can feel when Warrior basketball looks like it's working. They became famous for playing with joy. And I'm like watching the game earlier this year, and I'm like, this is not it. Why are you so mad?
And last year, too.
That's what I mean. It was both years.
But okay, so we as fans see that. Imagine living it. And that's your career and that's your life. And you know what it takes to win a ring. And you've won 4 of them. And you saw the dynamic in the locker room and on the bus and on the plane and in the club, everywhere. And you know that this ain't it. That when you win at a young age, you're always comparing it to that. When you win 4, now the expectation is so high. But in my experiences, I've seen people have more trouble dealing with success than failure.
All right, so check this out, because some of you might be like, what did Draymond say in his podcast about Cavan Looney, about Jordan Poole, about how it was the year after the title? For real. We'll play it for you next. We're sponsored by Fremont Bank. It's Fremont Bank's 60th anniversary block party, Saturday, June 15. Music, food trucks, beer garden, games, and a raffle with 60 prizes in honor of Fremont Bank's 60 years and the grand opening of their new flagship branch on Fremont Boulevard in Fremont. Also, Chris Harrison, Kyle's dad, joins us in a half hour. FP's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Shop fruit finds at Whole Foods Market. Get 2 16-ounce containers of
97.7 The Game.
All right. FP is in for dibs. Chris Harrison, Kyle's dad, is going to join us in about a half hour. Kyle throws tonight.
Kyle pitches tonight.
Great.
If Kyle throws tonight, he's going to lose.
I know. No, that's a great comment.
Okay.
That's an educated comment right there. My bad. Kyle pitches tonight.
If Kyle throws, which he does on occasion, because he's got that kind of makeup and that mentality, which you love and you can't teach, he gets hit hard. When he pitches, he doesn't. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just looking at this and I'm like, ooh, people aren't going to like, you're not going to like this. And you know what? I don't think I'm betraying any confidences. Our group, okay? Grandy, Luke, Dibs, when you're here, we're always on a show thread together. And I know a lot of guys in that group, a lot of people outside of that group. When it comes to sports talk radio, sports media, Bay Area sports, there's a handful of people or more who are just like, I'm just sick of Draymond. Sick of Draymond Green. Can't do this anymore. And before I play any of this for you, here's what my overall take on all of this is. Draymond Green, to me, sounds retired. I've never seen someone do what he's doing when they're still playing. He is everywhere, every day. He is all over social media. He is all over TNT. He is doing all the things that players do when they're essentially done playing. They start to soften their relationship with the media and the public. They start to say yes to every single thing that's out there because they're building their post-playing brand. Add in a podcast and a guy who is willing to just say it. He is talking about everyone. Let's get into a fight with Rasheed Wallace over who would win 04 Pistons versus the 16 Warriors. We're getting into this argument. We're going on Shaq's pod, and new comments get released every day. Let's go after Stephen A. Smith. Take a pause, take a week off. Now let's go after Skip Bayless. He is everywhere, every day, and that says to me, like, you don't care as much about playing anymore. That's what it feels like to me.
If he cared as much about playing anymore, he wouldn't do the things he does to get suspended.
It's another fair point. That's another fair point.
Because if I'm all about my team and winning and my teammates, which he used to be, maybe still is to some extent, and people tell you to reel it in, the whole thing is I can't control myself. That's an excuse. You can. If your priorities are that about my teammates and winning, then when you want to go after an official, you catch yourself. And maybe, and when some guy smacks you and you have that reputation and if I smack him back that I'm going to get suspended indefinitely, then you don't. And so when your priorities are set, and we're getting back to the thread we had earlier about winners win, Draymond was exactly what I'm talking about early in his career.
Yep.
A guy that's going to find a way to beat you, and he's a winner, and we can't win without him because he's going to find a way to piss you off, to beat you, scrap, claw, fight, whatever it takes to win. And then when you get that, and you're satisfied, and you have everything, and you have the house, and you have the money, and you have the rings, and where's your motivation come from? Well, maybe your motivation, maybe something other than winning is fueling him now. Maybe the attention that he's getting for his podcast and getting thrown out of games, even though he would never admit it, and the attention he's garnering from that, any publicity is good publicity for your post-playing career, is taking priorities. So while he was the very definition of a winning player, it's not about the stats. I don't care how many points I score, but I'm helping us win. I'm going to D up somebody. I'm going to get rebounds. I'm going to make passes. I'm going to make us a better team. I'm going to get in your ass in practice. I'm going to take rookies under my wing. I'm going to show them what it's like to play Golden State Warriors basketball. And then when your priorities shift because you have everything and you're satisfied, it seems like it's shifted for him. Like I don't dislike the guy, but in my opinion, if your priorities are winning another ring, then you wouldn't do things conducive to you missing any days whatsoever and not being there for your guys.
That's totally fair. It's totally fair.
That doesn't mean I hate him or like, oh, Draymond, I'm sick of Draymond. It's just like, if your priorities are where they're supposed to be, those things should not happen.
Consistently. You made a joke about an hour ago that like it was going to be a, E-channel true Hollywood story about the Warriors Sunday.
It might be.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is Draymond's already telling it.
He is. He's lifting the curtain back before it's time to lift the curtain back.
He's telling it 3 months after telling stories about him and Steph saying, we ain't done. We ain't done. Well, if you're not done, you're not allowed to write the book yet. But Draymond is writing the book. This is the next page or the next chapter in the book where Draymond now admits how his behavior changed in the wake of him punching Jordan Poole. And I've tried to say this for a while. There must have been 1,000 other things going on there that we don't know about before and after the punch. You don't just punch someone because you're like, I didn't like what you said right there. You're not going to do. There was a dynamic at play, obviously, especially with the way they've all talked about it after the fact and what the team chose. But this, boy, if you didn't like Draymond before, wait till you hear this. On the Draymond Green show, Draymond admitting that he would consistently show up late to practices because of the vibe.
I was so embarrassed to be around our team last year when JP was still on the team that I came to everything. Like, I was probably late last season 20 times. And I just paid a fine because I was so embarrassed to like show my face in a time where it's like before everything started, that's when everybody like shooting the shit and like all the conversation. I was so embarrassed to show my face during those times that I would time everything up. Like if we're on the road, I time it up to like the minute I need to get there. And if the elevator took a little bit longer than it was supposed to, I'd be late. Or if I'm leaving my crib, which is like 7 to 8 minutes away from the facility, I time it up to the minute of where I need to arrive. And if the red light right there in front of the Giants Stadium, Oracle Park, if the red light caught me, I'd be 2-3 minutes late. Like, And so one of Steve's rules this year was like, Draymond, don't be late. And I'm never a late guy. I was never late in my career, but last year I couldn't show my face like before. Like it was terrible. And so I was happy to be back on time this year.
Okay. So by the way, you hear someone in the background kind of going, yeah, okay, that's Cavan Looney. Has Cavan Looney on the podcast. And we'll have some comments from him in a little bit as well.
What's your take right there by what he said?
I know what Draymond thinks he's trying to say. He thinks he's trying to say he was embarrassed by his own behavior and the uncomfortable situation that he helped create. There's no way in hell, and this is often the problem with Draymond, there's no way in hell that that's the way it's going to land. Draymond is someone who will repeatedly make the mistake, and then in his mind, it is immediately forgiven and okay once he comes out publicly and says, my bad, I messed that up. And that's why he gets so upset, Stephen A. or anyone at this station or whatever, when he hears them be critical of what he just did. It's like, no. I can mess up and then I'll apologize for it, and then that's it. It's over. You can't be critical of me for it. I mean, look at the way he handled Jordan Poole. I apologized to his parents. I apologized to him. But he never really forgave me. And then the second he was traded, Jordan Poole, this guy, he started taking shots at him.
So what'd you take from that? What's your knee jerk when you hear that for the first time? I'd love to hear from people listening too.
That Draymond Green has a hard time with how his commentary lands.
I went way deeper.
Go deeper.
I went way deeper.
Go deeper.
That they didn't work it out, obviously, and that you're not man enough to face the guy you punched, so you're going to be late to everything, and then you're going to think it's cute that you were late. Like if you really thought you were sorry and you guys had a talk and that was it and you squashed it, you wouldn't have to run from it. If you're late because you feel awkward and you're embarrassed, then you knew you were wrong, you didn't address it, and you're not man enough to address it. Like if I punch you and we don't work it out, yeah, I'm going to be late. I don't want to see you because I know I was wrong and we didn't hash it out, and I'm not man enough to like look you in the eye. Like, if you're going to run from that all season long and be late on purpose because of something you did, like, that speaks volumes to me. Like, that's way more than he's joking about it, and he's basically saying I was wrong without saying I was wrong.
No, and he's also talking to the guy who, by the way, Steve Kerr said is our moral compass, Cavan Looney. Speaking of which, take a listen. There's more. Here's Draymond talking to Cavan Looney about how it used to be at one point taking Looney and Poole under his wing.
For me, I've tried to teach and instill everything I know into this man right here because I felt like that was my duty. Take a young guy under your wing. It is the best feeling. By the way, it was the same thing for me with Jordan Poole. When I took JP under my wing and to see him have success was the best thing for me. One of the worst feelings I've ever had as an NBA basketball player was seeing him get a contract and knowing that I f***ed it off and I couldn't celebrate his contract with him. I think he had like a party or something with his people in San Francisco or something, and like to not be able to go celebrate that with him. And I f***ed it off like I did. I ain't going to sit here and act like I didn't. I f***ed it off. I take it on the chin. It is what it is. I don't hide from my ups, just like I don't hide from my wins. When I talk to y'all about the wins I have, and I tell you, don't let us win another championship, and then I tell you about it, I'm the same way with my losses. And I messed that one up, but it hurts.
See, that's what I'm getting at. You can hear the same thing repeatedly with Draymond, and I don't know how this affects Warrior basketball necessarily, other than that year they couldn't win a road game. And it's incredibly obvious why.
If you feel awkward around any teammate for the whole year that you have to be late to things because of that teammate, whatever happened between those teammates, that's not conducive to having chemistry or success.
Correct.
And if you go on every outlet and you have podcasts and you're going on Shaq's and you have your own, and then you get mad about people reacting to what you say, then don't go on podcasts and say it. If you get mad on people that have a job to do and have an opinion, if you get mad at them for reacting to you getting suspended and how you got suspended, then don't get suspended. It's that simple to me. But when you keep putting yourself out there for criticism and then you get mad about the criticism, then don't do those things. Like if you're playing bad baseball, play better. If you're getting suspended, don't get suspended. If you're worried about what people say based on what you say on every outlet, then don't say it. It's pretty simple. Mm-hmm. It's a very simple. And back in the day when they were winning the rings, none of this happened.
Well,
to this extent.
I think the unfortunate part for Draymond, and I'm someone who's still like, I get why the organization, I don't think they're perfect with it, but I get why they do what they do. I watch sports teams do this every year. They make exceptions for behavior because they think it helps them win. And I'm someone who still thinks that man right there helps the Warriors win basketball games. That's how I feel. The issue with this right here is when he keeps saying, I own it, I messed it up, I own it. I'll admit it here in front of a microphone. That was on me, I bleeped it up, I messed up, I own it. But you don't, Draymond. You don't own it because you only own it if it's you talking. That's the one thing that I would, and I'd say this to his face, I really would. It's just a suggestion, be honest with you, nothing else. If you really owned it, you wouldn't be so triggered when someone else had something to say about it too. You can't be the only one that's allowed to talk about it. That's not your job. Your job is in a public space. You make the amount of money you do because there are people who are interested in your job. There are a lot of people who make millions of dollars who have a job that nobody cares about and we don't know them. They're in corporations and they're up on the top floor. Don't meet them, don't care what they do. Glad you make 5, 10, 15 million a year. Good for you. A lot of them live right here in the Bay Area. Probably listening to us right now. But Draymond, you make your millions because there are people out there who care about your actions and what you do. And when you mess up and then you go, I own it, but then you immediately like, but you're not allowed to talk about it. You can't have an opinion on it, only me. I said I own it, so it's over now. That's a one-way conversation. You don't get to do that.
That's not owning it.
You do, exactly.
That's not the definition of owning it.
Owning it means accepting everything that comes with it.
It's called accountability.
There you go.
And I would disagree. I would push back a little bit. They've made exceptions for Draymond because he helps them win. They've made exceptions for Draymond, and most teams do this because they don't want the story to get bigger if they discipline. The story becomes bigger and it has more life and it has more run if you react to it as an organization. So I would argue that the Warriors and organizations that don't act on things just want to go away. Whether that's right or wrong, in today's media cycle with social media and all the exposure, that if you're going to react to things as an organization and we're going to do this because he did that, then it becomes a bigger story. And I don't think they want to escalate things. So they're just like, yeah, he's going to be suspended. He'll come back. Whatever. He did. He did his time, so to speak. But like truly owning something and truly owning a mistake, in my opinion, I could be way off here. I'm not a psychologist, is like being accountable for it. Like, what could I have done better? Even if accountability isn't blame, and I think that's a big misnomer with people. Like if you get in a car accident and somebody runs a red light and broadsides you, your accountability is you decide to drive that day. You could have taken an Uber, you could have walked, you could have taken a bus, you could have rode your bike, but you decided to drive. Your accountability is I made a decision to drive. So like being accountable for mistakes in life doesn't mean you were wrong. It's not blame.
Correct.
It's just that there's a certain accountability that comes from making mistakes. And once you realize that, I'm getting deep, but it makes it easier to move through the mistake.
You should want it.
You should want it because now it's behind you.
Well,
and that's that.
I'd also argue that if there's not an accountability factor to whatever's going on, it means that nobody cares. Nobody cares. Did you hear the thing that Matt Kemp said recently?
No.
He was
yes.
When he talked about playing with the Padres, and he hated it because there was no accountability. It's like I could hit 150 and nobody cared. Nobody was sitting at my locker going, what's going on? It was just like, just hit 150. See you tomorrow.
Did I text you this, my answer to that?
No.
I said, if you're a professional athlete and you need the media to keep you accountable, then you're not worth.
Okay. Fair. But
Matt Kemp has more talent on his pinky finger than I'll ever have.
But
what a wonderful baseball player.
That's a totally fair comment.
But if you're blaming the media for keeping you accountable, then whoa.
I don't know that he was blaming. I think he was saying that he would rather play in an environment that holds people accountable.
Well, hold yourself accountable.
That's
not
fine.
Some beat writer.
That's fine. I don't know that he did. I don't know that he didn't. Yeah, you may be completely right. But my point is accountability comes along with care. Like, if there's no accountability, if there's nobody criticizing your action, nobody cares. Nobody cares. If you're in a relationship, okay, Father's Day's this weekend. Okay? If nobody gets you anything, how does that feel?
Uh-oh.
How does it feel? Are you listening, kids?
I don't know. I'm texting my son to go to the ball game on Sunday right now. I got to text him on Father's Day.
I always feel that way. Like, if nobody's holding you accountable, if nobody's willing to say, hey, I didn't like that, let's do this differently. And if you can't listen to that person and then go, okay, I want to get back, then the indifference. It's total indifference, which is like the worst thing in the world, especially in sports. Indifference is the worst thing in the world.
I mean, hindsight being 20/20, but I think the way you handle that thing, and I don't know that he handled it this way, and I could be wrong. I mean, I was doing radio when this happened, is you come out and say, I totally messed up. Like, what I did was absolutely unacceptable. I apologize to Jordan Poole and his family. That should have never happened. I lost my cool, and I was absolutely wrong.
I think he did that. He did that. He did. He came out and said...
Like that? Or was it
I would not word for word, but he apologized to Jordan Poole's family. The problem is the apology gets robbed, where every month that goes by, you start to soften your apology and up your attack. And by the time Jordan Poole got traded, Draymond started to sound like he was blaming Jordan.
Wait, I'm getting them mixed up because the one I remember, and maybe we have the sound, the one I remember is there was a lot of alluding to the fact that he had his reasons for why he did it. And not just completely owning it.
That was way later.
Okay.
Like in the moment when he first spoke after it.
Okay.
Yeah. I apologized to his family. I do remember that, right? He apologized to Jordan Poole's family.
You don't have to apologize to my family ever. Apologize to me.
Yeah, right?
My family had nothing to do with it other than having me.
If somebody broke my jaw and apologized to my mom,
yeah,
what the hell's my mom got to do with this? I'm the one who can't talk.
Maybe that's just him feeling like that's what he needed to do. And you can't criticize apologies, but I don't know. Just apologize to me.
Let's hear from Austin in San Jose. Kyle Harrison's dad, Chris, can be on here in about 10 minutes. Hey, Austin, what's going on? Yo, Willard and FP.
Mark, my buddy. I'm calling up because I can't agree with you. Come on, man. We don't have a show.
If you were going to agree with me, I'd hang up on you right now.
Hey, and listen, the psychoanalysis of my guy Draymond is amazing to me. I mean, listen, the guy is, first of all, he's an entertainer. He plays basketball. He's got a podcast. He's telling you guys what's going on. He's telling you guys what he thinks. He's being transparent. You don't have to like what he's saying, but he's telling you what's going on. He's even giving you some background to what he thought, what he admitted that he did wrong. I mean, I'm not sure what you guys want from the guy. And then FP sort of going deeper, and the guy is not a man, and all this. What are we doing here?
You're hiding from a teammate. I've never hidden from a teammate all year. You were hiding from a teammate that you punched? You're late on purpose?
Why is he hiding? Why is the interpretation that he's hiding from anybody? I don't think he's hiding.
Because he was embarrassed about what he did. He said it. He said his quote. He's embarrassed about what he did, so I was late to everything.
Said he wouldn't show up.
Oh, so now we're on the radio saying that Draymond was hiding from his teammate. I mean,
he was avoiding a teammate.
You don't really actually believe that.
He was avoiding a teammate and being late to team functions because he didn't want to run into him.
Austin, is that not what you heard him say?
This is not high school, dude. You're a grown man. This is professional sports.
And by the way, just because he's being transparent, and you just said you don't have to like what he said, you're right, and we don't, and that's all we're saying. That's all. Like
conclusion. But you're drawing conclusions, Mark. That's all I'm saying. You're drawing conclusions.
If you're out there on every platform saying everything you want to say and you're airing it out, then it's for us to comment on it. If you don't want us to comment on it, then don't say it.
Well, why are you going to the conclusion that he's somehow ducking his teammate?
He just said he was. He was late to things because he didn't want to see his teammate. Listen to it again, dude.
Austin, we got a boogie.
He was late to things because he didn't want to run into Jordan Poole. What do you call that?
Yeah, that's avoidance.
That's not how it goes in professional sports, dude. Sorry.
That's avoidance. It just flat out is. I agree with you completely on that. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Kyle Harrison's dad, Chris, is going to join us here in about 5 minutes. And then his son is going to, he's going to pitch for the Giants later on tonight.
He's going to pitch.
Not going to throw.
He's going to pitch the hell out of it tonight.
He's going to pitch. FP's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs. Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals. And as always, earn 4.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Kyle Harrison pitches tonight. His dad talks to us in about 10 minutes or so, actually. We're gonna get Chris on here. Before his dad comes on, the dynamic of Kyle Harrison I find a little bit interesting because for some reason we've set him aside when we do the whole play the kids thing. I think sometimes we forget about the ones who are already here, which I think is at the core of my Elliot Ramos point. Where's the hype train? Have we decided that he's just here now, so that makes him not exciting? Kyle Harrison, he's already here, so he's not exciting. Patrick Bailey, he's already here, so he's not exciting. That's actually what I'm getting at with the play the kids thing that sometimes bothers me. I do think there's an element of fans just want something new. And it feels very like, almost Caitlin Clark-ish. Here's what I mean by that.
I'm following, I think.
Right? The WNBA establishment, I'm not saying you're wrong if you love Caitlin Clark. The boss been running around here with a damn sweatshirt on. If you love Caitlin Clark, awesome. I do too. But the WNBA establishment is a little upset because they're like, oh, now you're here and you only like her. What about what all of us have been doing? Now, that's a whole separate conversation, but let's transfer that to the Giants, which is to say, are you only excited about the kids because it's like opening a new pack of baseball cards or because it's like opening up a Christmas present? You don't know what's inside the wrapping paper. That I don't know aspect of all of this is what you're actually addicted to. Not having a player come up and be good, because the Giants farm system is producing some players. I'm not saying enough for my taste, but they are starting to produce some players. And some of them are up succeeding. And once they're here, are you just bored with them, even though they're here doing what you want them to do?
So if I'm following right, you want Caitlin Clark to play for the Giants.
Correct. Thank you for following me.
I got it. And I think she'd be a great shortstop. No, I don't know if I agree with you there. I think Giants fans would tell you that they like the kids and they like Kyle Harrison and Patrick Bailey and Elliot Ramos. And it's not that they want a new shiny toy. They just want a damn winner. They want a winner. I mean, we liked all the other guys when the Matt Cain and Tim Lincecum and Buster Posey. And are these guys those guys? Time only tell. We didn't know about those guys when they first got called up. So in my opinion, I think Giants fans just want a winning team. They just want to win again. And they're comparing everything to 10, 12, and 14, which justifiably so. Maybe 2021 too, to some extent, with 107 wins. But that was lightning in a bottle, and everything just went your way that year. And you just have those years where you get that ball of momentum, and it just keeps going and going and going. And you won the National League West. And I think Giants fans just want to win. I don't think they want somebody new to be excited about. And some would tell you they probably want a big name, but I think if you threw a bunch of guys out there that were beating the Dodgers right now and they were 8 games up, they just want to win.
Okay, right. I understand all that, and even we just had a text come in 650. It's because the vets suck, Mark. Jesus. Yeah. See, do you see what someone just heard? You went right to the vets. Nothing in anything I said was about vets. Nothing. I asked you, why are you not more excited about Elliot Ramos?
Who's not excited about Elliot Ramos?
There's no way that this sounds and feels like it did when Casey Schmidt came up last year for 2 weeks, lit the world on fire. People were losing it. Oh, my God. Casey Schmidt, we finally got a guy.
I think the cynical Giants fan would tell you that Elliot Ramos is 2 bad weeks away from going back to Sacramento, and maybe you feel like if you wrap your arms around somebody that's young and new, that they might not be here very long.
Okay, that's fair.
That you're putting your heart out there, and you're going on a bunch of dates with this person, and you're falling in love with this person, and this person's going to leave you.
Okay, same. That's how I feel about the Juan Soto stakes next offseason.
Juan ain't going nowhere,
right?
Dude.
I don't even want to hear it.
Just look at the video. Google the video of the Yankees clubhouse. Juan ain't going anywhere.
I don't even want to hear it. I don't even want the Giants to go after him. Leave it. You're not going to get him. I don't want to go down that road. So while I hear what you just said, let me counter with this. Elliot Ramos has already been doing what you wanted Schmidt and Matos to keep doing. He's already been doing it for more than twice as long as what they did. So why wouldn't you jump in with both feet and go, well, this one looks a little bit more believable?
Because of what I just said?
Yeah, but those guys didn't do this.
Schmidt did.
No, he didn't.
For a minute.
For a minute. That's my point. This has now been
started swinging.
Right. This has now been 5 minutes.
He had an open relationship at the plate. He was swinging.
Ramos is not going anywhere.
I hope you're right.
Ramos is not going anywhere.
I think a lot of Giants fans are like me. I hope you're right.
And I would say if you combined, and I know this is going to make you mad, but I got the numbers to back it up. If you combine Schmidt's good 2 weeks and Matos' good week and a half, they don't equal together what Ramos has already done. They don't. He's been here for 30 games. That's not 2 weeks.
Well, you're seeing things besides the obvious that he's commanding the strike zone.
Yes.
And he's taking his walks. He's swinging at strikes. He's not swinging at balls. He does have a lot of swing and miss in him, but that's with any guy in this day and age.
It's 5 to 6 weeks, and the OPS is over 900.
Yeah.
Come on. Put the jerseys in the cart. Let's go. This is your dude. This is the guy you've been waiting for. He's here.
Yeah,
exactly.
But I would love to hear from Giants fans that are thinking the same thing. That is he a bad couple of weeks away from going back to Sacramento?
Maybe. I don't you know what I mean? Like
if we stuck with our prospects, I can't say we. I'm not in the uniform. That was terrible. If the Giants stuck with their prospects, and if they got called up and stayed. Some deserve to go back because their performance was just like, I can't play you. But like if we knew they were staying, I think Giants fans would fall in love with these guys a little bit more. But they've had this, maybe this is a personal thing. Like the Expos fans back in the day had trouble falling in love with the players because every time they did, we were a farm system for the rest of the big leagues. And you fall in love with Pedro Martinez, he's a Red Sox. You fall in love with Larry Walker, he's a Rocky. You fall in love with Marquise Grissom, he's a Brave. You fall in love with Moises Alou, he's a Cub. And then you have trouble falling in love with these players because you know they're leaving. And maybe Giants fans would tell you, and I don't want to speak for an entire fan base. I can't. And I would never tell fans how to feel, but maybe just being devil's advocate to your point is the reason you're not feeling this huge groundswell of support for Elliot Ramos is maybe Giants fans think there's a shuttle to Sacramento and that he's a couple of weeks away from going back.
Then why'd you get excited about Matos? Do you know what I mean? Like that, and that surprised everybody when he got sent down.
And maybe that's why that right there, that close of a comparison is why you're not feeling from Elliot Ramos. Let's see what kind of an ovation he gets at the ballpark tonight. He's done most of his damage on the road this year. He had a nice homestand last time.
It's a Monday night against the Astros. It's not an ovation type of a night.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Sorry to say, it's not going to be a pulsating crowd tonight. Like this fan base has had warm weather, the Yankees, the Phillies, and the Dodgers in town within the last few weeks. Yeah. Here come the Astros. All right.
Well, that's the schedule.
That's the ovation fault for Elliot Ramos.
That's the schedule maker's fault.
It's a hell of a homestand. Here come the Astros and Angels. Whee!
I mean, I just like baseball, however it happens. The Astros are 30 and 36.
I mean, the reason you should be excited, you said this to me off air about an hour and a half ago.
Uh-oh.
The Giants should, it's time to make a move. I don't mean a trade.
Their June schedule is conducive to success.
They should win a lot of baseball games starting right now.
They got, let me get here, the Astros, the Angels, the Cubs, the Cardinals, the Cubs, and then the Dodgers.
And then the Dodgers at the very end.
You should win some of those series, if not all of them.
You have one team with a winning record this month.
There's only 4 teams with a winning record in your whole league.
Exactly, but you're also playing teams from the other league right now.
Offense is down in baseball. People don't want this. They want to see balls flying over fences. They want to see teams win 6-4 and 8-6, and I don't know why. You're about to ask me. I don't know why.
Yeah, you do. What are you hearing?
Maybe
Did they do something with the balls again?
Don't know.
And why? Why would you do that?
I don't know. Everybody throws 100. That's the first
not
thing.
it. Yeah, but then the ball should be going further. Where are all the home runs?
I don't know.
I bet this guy is thrilled that all the home runs are gone.
Who's that?
His son pitches in the big leagues. His name's Chris Harrison. Kyle's dad joining us right now on 95.7 The Game. FP is in for Dibs. Hey, Chris, how you doing tonight?
Hey, good, Mark. Hey, FP, how are you guys?
Oh, we're doing great. I say this tongue in cheek. Have you had a conversation with your son about how the ball's not flying out of the yard anymore? Is he thrilled about it?
We want to make our guys hit it out of the yard, man. That's what we're looking forward to. But no, man, he's working on just going deeper into the games. We worked a lot about he's a fly ball pitcher, so just trying to make sure he gets outs efficiently and, going long into the game, try to go 6-7 innings, which, he's a strikeout pitcher. So it's definitely a different mindset and thought process on how he attacks hitters. So I think you're seeing him kind of adjust to the league and kind of using a different pitch repertoire and going after guys, but yet being efficient as he can.
So I say this all the time, Chris, publicly, and I'm going to say it to you. I think the same things that makes your son awesome and why I love him so much, the starter with the closer's mentality that he just goes right after guys. Do you think at times it gets him in a little bit of trouble where as he evolves as a major league pitcher and we watch him start to rely on like softer and bigger situations and off speed more and maybe pitching more than, do you think, I guess this is a long-winded question. Do you think sometimes what makes him good makes him struggle at a little bit?
I do. It's like effectively wild. You guys have heard about that. It's like, those arm side misses, on the left side into a lefty, outside on a righty. That's hard to hit, right? And it's also very uncomfortable. And that's what makes him pretty effective. I think what's been interesting as he tries to pound the zone and try to get more strikes without walking guys, you're also seeing him, get hit a little bit more. And it's okay if it goes right at guys, but you saw the last game, it kind of went in between, short and third, the 6-hole and 4-hole. So like, if it goes right at guys, it's great, right? If it's not, then it's like, I'll
say because you can't say it as his dad. He got no help last time.
He got no help from the damn defense.
We were even diving for balls and knocking them away from outfielders, and it was the worst game of the year. And and your son had little to do with it. So we turned the page to tonight.
Stuff, that's kind of crazy though, right? Like his stuff was really good that night, and you guys know the story. Like a third of the time, you don't have it. At the other third, it's okay, and the other third, it's like you're on, right? It was one of those games where everything was rolling. So it was just a shame that those ground balls were just not getting outs on. But that's baseball, right? You guys know how challenging it is. But I think going back to it, I think he's learning. He's 22. He's learning, what works, and I think he's just adapting. Every pitch, every inning, every game now. On how to get outs and how to be as efficient as possible. And that's what I think we're seeing in front of us. So it's a continual journey to refine his craft and be the best version of himself so that he, doesn't walk guys, gets the strikeouts, but still also has efficient innings, getting the ground balls, getting the pop-ups without, damage with, guys on and home runs. A lot of times it's, solo home runs, which are great. It's just one bad pitch. So I think what you guys are seeing is just a continual learning of how to be efficient out there, still use your stuff and use what makes you great, and then still making the batters and hitters uncomfortable up there because you can miss a little, and some of that's intentional. So I don't know, guys. A little long-winded, but I think you guys get it.
He's making some hitters uncomfortable.
Bryce Harper. I think the Bryce Harper incident was just kind of a really neat cat and mouse game of two highly competitive guys going at it. And, Kyle wasn't going to give in to Bryce. I mean, Bryce was frustrated. Kyle got him, on 2 strikeouts prior, and they're competing up there, and Kyle went in on him. He didn't like it and said, hey, throw it in the middle. And Kyle's like, I'm not going to make it comfortable for you and give you a pitch right down the middle so you can hit it out and score runs on us. And I'm going to make it a little more uncomfortable. And, eventually got the ground ball. But I love that. He's just learning and developing and trying to be his best out there and competing, but doing it in a professional manner. And I thought that was a great way for everyone to kind of see his true mentality out there.
I'd like to dig into that maybe even a little bit more. Chris Harrison, Kyle Harrison's dad, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Chris, I think you said it right there at the end. A lot of Giants fans looked at that, and it spoke to them in terms of maybe getting to know Kyle's mental makeup a little bit more. What would you say that experience says to us about his mental makeup?
I think it just shows you how mature he is, for a 22-year-old. He's always had that mental maturity. He's able to slow the game down. But inside, he looks like a little kid up there, right? You see that face. But he's like an assassin that just wants to compete and win. But I think it's a great blend of having it all and then still having the mindset and maturity not to get rattled. You see how many tough situations he has to pitch out of this year alone. He just stays calm, and it's like one pitch at a time, no matter what happens. Defense behind him or a home run, gets hit. It's like, all right, let's go. Next pitch. I can't worry about what just happened. I got to focus on the task at hand and getting guys out. And that's his mentality. And I hope you guys kind of saw that in that whole interaction, because sometimes it's hard to see the personality of these players, when they're on the hill, but there's glimpses, in their body of work throughout the year that you guys are seeing as he's growing and learning and, pitching at the big league level.
What's his biggest challenge as a pitcher in the major leagues?
I think just every hitter's so good. And it's like you can't take a pitch off. What's hurt him kind of in the last couple of starts has been the back of the lineup, right? Not the front end of the lineup. And part of that is because I think he's so intense on that first part of the lineup and the stars, right, that you're facing, that where he gets to the back of the lineup, he takes a little bit off potentially. And you can see that those guys can do damage just as much as, the 1, 3, 4 hitter. So I think it's just every pitch and every inning is so intense at the big league level that you really can't take a pitch off. I think that's the biggest surprise for him.
What's your biggest challenge as a dad watching him pitch?
Oh, I try to enjoy it, but I want success, right? And I want him, what I'm looking for is just continual development and for us to have an efficient game, give a quality start, have good stuff, and do his best that he can out there. So, I'm rooting for him and wish him the best. And then after every outing, we talked a little bit, after, a couple days, just kind of download a little bit, but I let the pitching coaches do all that stuff, but just kind of, mentally keep him positive and reinforce that, hey, it's a continual journey and you're learning, every game and every inning. So
Chris Harrison, Kyle Harrison's dad, with us here, 95.7 The Game. Chris, it was after that game in Arizona that we were referencing that Bob Melvin just lost it and really unloaded a bit. And I wonder how Kyle reacted to that and just the general experience he's having playing for Bob Melvin.
Yeah, I think, it needed to be said, right? Everyone knows it was a crappy game. And you're going to have those in a long season. But, sometimes you need to hear the leader say it as well. It's just, you need to get fired up. And that's what I love about Melvin is he lets the guys play. He constructs the lineup. He gives you the best chance to win, but he'll also call you on it. If you have a great performance, he'll let you know. If you don't, he'll let you know as well. And I just love the candid feedback that he provides these players so that they know that, he's got their back and he expects, high performance from this team. So they needed that. And look how they responded after.
Well, no doubt about it. And I wonder also just sort of how that has evolved through time. It feels like, and I'm not certainly getting into the whole relationship directly with Gabe versus the relationship with Bob, but because Kyle was up last year, it feels like a little bit of a different brand of baseball is being accepted, maybe something that's a little bit more of a throwback. And I wonder what Kyle and the guys think of that.
I think they all love it. Guys know that they're going to, for the most part, know they're going to be in the lineup every day and play. And then also, guys going up on the mound knowing that they're going to try to put in as many innings as they can, try to be as efficient as possible, help the bullpen, and try to win these games, right? And that's baseball, man. Just go grind and do your best. And I think we all love that old school baseball mixed in with, of course, analytics and being smart with the lineup and how you're going to pitch against guys and looking at scouting reports. But I just love the whole, old school mindset of go out there, give it your best, have the best at bat you can, pitch the best you can, and go as far as you can and play every day to win. So I think that goes a long way, and why these players like playing for them. I think this season's been tough with all the injuries. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, you look at all of the injuries we have, we'd be a total different situation right now. So the positive thing is if you look at the second half, Melvin does a great job in the second half, but we got a lot of guys, in the starting rotation coming back, bullpen, and then also on the field. So I just think there's so much more ahead of this team. We just got to keep grinding and keep winning games, and we got support coming. But the injury bugs have been definitely made it tough this year, as you guys know.
Chris, how does Kyle use analytics?
He looks at the scouting reports. He looks at the computer after he pitches after each inning. I think he kind of does his own analysis. And then I think he just kind of does a lot of it on the mound after every pitch, looking at, what the batter's feet are doing, their movement, what they're chasing. And so I think it's a combination of a lot of different things. Analytics, scouting reports, but then also your knowledge, feel, and then, how is that batter actually, approaching you in that at bat, even down to the game time in each pitch, which is crazy. But the ability to be able to do that, but not just relying on one piece of data.
So I got the Astros lineup here, and let's go over it. Altuve leading off. We're not throwing him strikes because he's swinging, so we don't need to throw Altuve strikes. So high fastballs, he'll swing at all of them, just higher than high. Bregman, he's hitting 237, whatever. We're going to drill Alvarez because he's a big lefty, and that's what Kyle does. So Alvarez is getting one in the back tonight. Pena,
high too.
Pena's hitting 300. The first four hitters, just avoid those guys. And then we got Myers, Dubon, Abreu, McCormick, Caratini. So just be careful with the guys at the top, and we're good tonight, right? Keep it simple.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about that today, and he's just like, I'm just going to go throw today, man. I'm going at him. And keeping it simple, but also just going at even their best hitters, man. So I'm like, all right, let's go. So I just love his mindset. He's not afraid of any hitter and his approach, and he's just going to, go after him. And he's going to be smart, of course, with those four, but he's going to, see what they're offering and go attack them the best he can.
How often do you talk to him, Chris?
Probably every other day. Just, checking in with each other and, whether it's like personal stuff with his house and, baseball, just anything, life. We just, we talk at least every other day. So quite often.
And how often, or how quickly after a game? Will you talk to him after the game tonight?
Yeah. A lot of times, or he'll text me, hey, stuff was good. And, just threw one change up that he shouldn't have left it in the middle, and it's like, yeah, no worries, man. Go get the spread and go chill out. And then, we'll talk the next day or something. But, again, a lot of it is, we've been doing it our whole life together, and I got another son playing college ball and summer ball this summer, so I'm super busy with him too. But we just talk ball a little bit, but I try just to talk about other things too in life, and just mindset and stuff like that. So yeah, we're super close.
Your other son's at St. Mary's, right?
He is. Yep.
And what's his name again?
His name's Bear.
Bear.
His real name's Connor, but we've called him Bear since he's like 5 years old.
And it's stuck. So, how'd that come about? How'd you name it? Where'd the Bear nickname come from?
My buddy was watching him at Kyle's games because he's 3.5 years younger, and Bear would be behind the dugout, just taking a ball and doing grounders. You just throw it off the dugout for hours at a time, just doing grounders and pop ups, and then he'd be dirty, sweating all over, and then jumping in the garbage can trying to find candy bars, and then climbing trees. So he goes, that dude's such a bear, man. And it just stuck. And so everyone just calls him Bear. It's just kind of his name. But yeah, he had a great season at St. Mary's, started as a freshman, hit 320, 8 bombs, and actually got invited to go to the Cape this summer, so he's excited about that. He's playing with a local team. He's headed to LA tomorrow morning to play with a local team until he goes to the Cape July 11th. So super excited for him to experience that type of baseball as a just outgoing freshman, his first year of summer ball in college. So he's doing good, man, and grinding and trying to be his best and try to play this crazy game.
Well, my parents named me after OJ, so I got that going for me.
Exactly. So stick with Bear.
Stick with Bear. I like Bear. That's a good one.
Chris, thanks for coming on. Good luck with tonight.
Yeah. Awesome, guys. Go Giants, and thanks for all your support, guys. Talk soon.
Absolutely. There he goes. Chris Harrison, Kyle Harrison's dad, with us on Willard and Dibs, FPN for Dibs on 95.7 The Game. I love sort of just gathering from him, like, yeah, the game ends, and I'm like, yeah, dude, go get some food. As somebody, I think we talked about this last week, like with a 10-year-old who plays baseball, I'm trying to do more of that. Like when the game's happening, when the game's over, not like, hey, in your second at bat, your shoulder's opening up a little bit. No, dude. Here's a snack. Let's go home.
Yeah, the car on the way home is not the place to coach.
No,
ever. Let it die down. Circle back the next day.
This is my phrase that I like to use, because he'll hop in the car and start without any question. Like did you see this? Did you see that? Like, I hit the ball over the third baseman's head, whatever. And I, as quick as possible, I want to get to this statement. Buddy, I just love watching you play.
That's good.
That's it.
It's great.
That's all I want to say.
And except for today, maybe baseball's not your game.
Except for today.
Maybe we should start studying harder.
Stepping out of the box.
Yeah.
Get your foot out of the bucket. But no, I try to limit that stuff. Because it's,
you really need to study, because baseball's not your thing. That's what you should say.
How's your jump shot, buddy?
And you're not very good looking.
Because you look like me. Yeah, exactly.
You got nothing going for you.
I'll try that next season. His season's over, but I'll just be like, gosh, not only does your game look awful, so do you.
So do you.
So do you. So anyway, what's your thought on
Happy Father's Day?
Yeah, exactly. Happy Father's Day.
That's my thought on
what's Kyle need to do next?
Pitch.
Well, what does that mean?
Tell people the change up and hitting counts, the slider when you're not expecting it, the stealing the slider for a strike, the bouncing the slider, the being consistent on top of the slider where it has the bite. Sometimes it rolls in there. And when you're 0-2, not to be macho. Like sometimes when he's 0-2, he goes right after a guy with 94 down the middle because he thinks, which you love that mentality. But like once he starts to evolve more and he's not 22 years old thinking I'm going to blow everybody away, he's going to be even better than he is now. And right now he's pretty damn good.
Yep.
He got so much upside. It's going to be fun to watch this evolution. It really is. He's great.
That's I guess that's my mission today. I want Play the Kids to involve him too. Patrick Bailey, Elliot Ramos, Kyle Harrison.
And what I'm saying about Kyle,
they're part of the kids too.
It's pretty much every 22-year-old pitcher that ever had a decent fastball.
Yeah, they just try to huck the ball by you.
Yeah,
and his fastball, it jumps.
It jumps, but it gets him in trouble too.
I know.
So do big league hitters' bats jump too. So he'll blow two by guys, and sometimes we set traps. And we're late on a fastball, and then we look for the fastball, and we're not late on it anymore.
Yeah, his ERA in the last 3 games is 6.5.
That's fine. It's fine. It's all part of the learning curve.
Well, it's also because half the balls that got kicked over at shortstop weren't called errors.
Ooh. Yeah, that was just, we're not bringing that game up. That was as ugly as they get.
So the left side of the infield, which started out the year as Chapman and Ahmed, tonight is
pretty good, though.
Schmidt and Wisely.
That's fine. Casey can pick it.
I know he can.
Wisely.
I'm not
that's
trying
not
to
too
come
much
to
of a drop off.
Casey is a tremendous glove.
That's not that bad.
He wasn't last week.
Well, he's not a shortstop. You just can't throw somebody at shortstop. He's third baseman.
He played a lot of shortstop though.
That's not an easy position.
I'm not saying it's easy FP, but this is the big leagues. He could pick up a grounder.
Yeah.
Pick up a grounder, dude.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It is funny to me sometimes we do
Brett Wisely not covering second on a bunt to me was the biggest mistake in that game.
I agree.
That last game we're talking about.
Do you have to leave? You have to leave.
I got to go. I got to go to the ballpark.
Go to the ballpark.
I'm scootering in the ballpark, everybody. If you see a guy on a scooter going down, what is it, third? I can't go down third, can I? I got to figure out a way to the ballpark from here. Whatever.
Yeah, just,
All right.
Just go over there and turn left.
I got to go to
You know where to go. Okay, go.
All right, I'll see you. Thanks.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I can't believe that went that quick.
That did go quick.
Yeah, I'll see you, dude.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Drive safe, please. Watch out for the freaking Waymos out there.
Drive to win, baby.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you.
All right, there goes FP. And he'll be back tomorrow. So, Grandy, you want to hang out a little bit? And Luke, I don't want to I don't want you to feel unwelcome. You could talk too.
What's up?
Hi.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Grandy.
What's up?
All right. What's going on? 888-957-9570. That is the number. And as we do get a little bit closer to Giants baseball, listen, maybe this is just sort of a gut vibe, but I want to explore what it is about Elliot Ramos and Kyle Harrison and Patrick Bailey that doesn't seem to fully, and I get that people are noticing and maybe there's a little bit of excitement, but there's also something missing in terms of the vibe that got created 3 weeks ago by Luis Matos, that got created a year ago by Casey Schmidt, and I don't know, man. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. You been able to put your finger on anything?
No, you're kind of in the middle ground where you're seeing like exciting things and you get a feeling like, oh, like this guy could be a Giant for a while, but you're not at a point where you feel like they're going to necessarily be the reason that you're winning playoff series right now. Like I'm convinced that Patrick Bailey is going to be the catcher for a decade if he wants to be. Kyle Harrison's had a couple of bumpy starts recently, but I think he's shown enough that he's going to be a starter in this league and on this team for a really long time. I believe more in Elliot Ramos than you talk about this a lot than what Casey Schmidt did last year or the week of Luis Matos earlier. Like it's easier to believe in that, and you have some pieces, but then a lot of what you did in the offseason hasn't worked out.
Right?
Are you ever going to get anything from Jorge Soler
yet? Well, by the way,
is Blake Snell going to ever complete 5 innings? Now he's hurt again. Like you have some positive developments, but honestly, maybe it's been from a part of the roster that you weren't really expecting them to come from, and then everywhere else has kind of been a little bit of a disappointment.
If you really, really want to get into what I think Giants fans should point to as disappointing, like Blake Snell's hurt twice. I know that he didn't pitch well when he did pitch, at least prior to the first injury, but I'm not one of those people, and I know sometimes I feel like I'm a little bit on an island on this, but when it comes to disappointing things that happen in sports, I don't get too triggered by injuries. I don't he can't stay healthy. Well, he can. He didn't this time around, but that doesn't take him out of anything that may happen next. Like I keep saying, the scenario is very much there and potentially laid out for the second half of this season to be completely different and pretty interesting, especially with the pitching staff. But if you want to really point down and zero in on something that to me has been disappointingly bad, it's Jorge Soler. That one gets me because that's a 3-year deal, by the way. That's also it's not just this year. That is supposed to be your 30-homer-a-year DH this year and next year and the year after that. And it's June 10th. He's got 7 home runs. He has driven in 18 runs. That's it. He's driven in 18 runs. Elliot Ramos has driven in more, and he's only played 29 games.
Luis Matos drove that many in like a 3-game span.
In a weekend. And yes, true story. Luis Matos has driven in more runs this year than Jorge Soler.
And how many games has Luis Matos played?
21.
Yeah. Soler's played 53.
53. Yeah. He has been terrible with runners on base. And FP was saying something earlier in the show about the difference when you're batting third or the difference when there are runners in scoring position, about the way pitchers pitch you, because they know it's like you can't, if you've got an out pitch as a pitcher, it's like Kyle Harrison's fastball. If you've got an out pitch, sure, you're like, I'm gonna rely on that. You can't do it for 3-4 batters in a row. They're gonna size it up. They're gonna dial it up. So guys are trying to get you out with their C+ stuff and their B- stuff, because then when there's runners on base, now we're gonna go to our A stuff. And what you can see to me with Jorge Soler is whenever they're giving him their A stuff, he can't hit it. He can't hit it. He fishes for it every time. And that's why he's got 7 home runs, but almost all of them are solo shots because he hits their C+ stuff. And when they throw their A-level stuff at him, he is lost right now.
Yeah, you get him up in a big spot, and as a Giants fan, there's just very little confidence that he's going to be able to get it done. I mean, that's kind of what this team has been missing is in those clutch spots. I mean, for a long part of the season, it was that way. And then Matos had some, and Ramos has had some of late, and Chapman had that road trip where he was hitting the ball over the fence, and Bailey's grand slam against the Mets in New York. They've had more of them, but again, it's come from spots where maybe you weren't quite expecting. You were expecting it from Chapman, and you were expecting it from Soler and Conforto, who wasn't this offseason acquisition, but kind of felt that way because he was hurt for so much of last year and wasn't hitting that well. It's ultimately interesting that the Giants, you could feel maybe more confident about where they are now than when the season began, potentially because of the youngsters. But then you kind of hold on to the hope, like, all right, what if the offseason turns out to be, actually kind of positive? Because then you're looking at what could be a really good baseball team. But on the other hand, right now, I mean, you talk about the pitching staff and how it could be good when Robbie Ray is back and Alex Cobb is back and Blake Snell is back. But right now, they've got like 2.5 pitchers right now.
That's right. Well, they got 3. Give them 3. There's nothing wrong. You got Harrison, Hicks, and Webb.
Yeah, but Hicks is at a point where he can barely even go through 4 innings now. Lately.
Yeah.
And he's approaching his innings total for his career high in the past. Like,
I'm not as scared of that as others. Like, I feel like some people feel like that's a wall. Like when he reaches it, it's like, that's it. I mean, he trained and convinced the Giants and worked all offseason to be ready to go further than he ever has before. And I think he will.
So you think he stays in the rotation if all other starters get healthy? If you have Webb and Harrison and Snell and Cobb and Ray, who gets pushed out of the rotation?
We'll see. Whoever's not pitching well. But the chances of all 6 of them humming at the same time and being healthy seem pretty unlikely.
The Alex Cobb thing is a little bit troublesome,
actually. The Cobb thing is very wobbly. That feels incredibly wobbly. And he's already He's 35, 36 years old. They said, he got to the point where he was like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be able to be back this year. This is my last try. And then some drug, whatever the hell it was called, with all the syllables, and then poof, now he says he feels good. And so there's optimism, but is that going to last throughout the second half of the year? Robbie Ray's coming off of a UCL. There are so many question marks. I feel like even those 6 guys, they're going to need more.
Sounds like Robbie Ray's only maybe a month away, right around the All-Star break.
Robbie's pitching. I think he's in the process of just building up arm strength.
The fact that Robbie Ray's going to beat Alex Cobb back, I think, is a huge red flag. I did not expect that coming into the year.
Is that 100% sure?
It feels that way.
Yeah.
I thought Cobb would be back after a month.
No, I thought he was pitching in April, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, Willard and Dibbs, FP is in, and now he's out. So it's just Willard and friends. Named Mark Grandy and Lucas Alexander. And you, 888-957-9570. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibbs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. And while you're there, make sure you check out our other shows as well and subscribe to The Morning Roast and Steiny and Goo as well. I think there's some more to say about this overall contractual 49ers situation. We will do that coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
Dan Dibley here, so happy, not only with my lot in
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
2 years ago tonight. Anybody remember that one? 2 years ago tonight, an experience I will never forget. Not just because Steph Curry had 43 points in the city of Boston in Game 4, one that it felt like the Warriors absolutely had to have, and they did, and then they never lost another game that year. But I've told the story on air before. This is the game where the Warriors opened up the arena for fans to come watch a road game inside Chase Center. And I took my sons down to Chase Center, and we watched this game on the big screen, all the screens, with other Warriors fans. And it was an incredibly fun and unique experience. And I think it's also something that should be brought up tonight. And I don't know if you guys feel this way. And by the way, FP is on his way down to the stadium, so hanging with Grandy and Lucas right now. But right now, when I'm watching the end of these playoffs, it's a perfect time to think back to that performance, because it might be, and it's been 2 years, it might be the last time in the NBA where one of the true ratings drivers of the league had a memorable moment in the conference finals or later. I don't know that it's happened since. Nikola Jokic certainly became a thing last year, obviously, and he won the championship. But Jokic does not have the same relationship with NBA fans and viewers like a Steph, like a LeBron, and even others, like a Giannis, maybe even like an Embiid. That suddenly, to me, that's what I feel like these NBA playoffs are missing. And that's not a homer take. It's just something that, you can see. Certain people resonate on the television and others don't. And others are more consistent. Jason Tatum, and I've got the numbers to back this up, Jason Tatum, when he gets into the playoffs and he gets into these games, shrinks. He is a lesser player. Statistically proven. And he is well on his way to not even winning finals MVP if his team finishes this thing off. I don't find that to be a criticism, but a lot of people will suddenly make it one on Jason Tatum. Jaylen Brown, Drew Holiday, these guys are really good players. And so are Luka and Kyrie, but they are not NBA ratings drivers. And then the other thing that stands out about this is, have you noticed that this year in the NBA, every time we decide, okay, let's build a new narrative, every time we decide somebody's on their way to win the title, they don't win another game again. It's incredible. It's incredible. Maybe they get one. When Denver rallied back against Minnesota, Jokic, best player in the world, what are you going to do? Well, you're going to lose Game 7 on your own floor with a 15-point lead in the second half. Okay, that means Ant is the man in the next big thing. And he likes to talk about Michael Jordan when he talks.
Well, that was even after they had already crowned Ant and then took the crown away from him, and now they gave it back to him.
The Timberwolves are going to win the title, and the Mavs were like, no, you're not. And what did we do? We went, Luka and Kyrie are the best backcourt in the history of the game. Scene. Gone. Gonna lose. We got to stop. It's been Boston all along. And the reason it hasn't been Boston is because of what I was just saying. Because Steph 2 years ago tonight was the last time an individual really grabbed the consciousness of America in the NBA. Boston doesn't have anyone who will do it.
I was thinking maybe Jimmy Butler in the Eastern Finals last year.
Okay.
When they upset Boston.
Good performance.
But that was not on the same level.
No.
Obviously.
No, and it didn't lead to, right, they got to the finals.
Crazy story because they were in the play-in.
Totally.
But yeah, not on the same level.
That's a good thing to bring up in the conversation.
LeBron also had in game 4 of the Western Conference Finals last year. He had 40 in what was the most impressive sweep loss ever. If you listen to Brian Windhorst, remember that?
See, I have a hard time with that. Like, oh, that was so memorable. Like, we didn't even win the game, let alone any game, but that was amazing. Steph's 43 2 years ago tonight would not have resonated if they had lost.
Go down 3-1 and then lose game 5 at home and the series is over.
Yeah, it's probably not going to do it for us. Anyway, I think the NBA's got a little bit of a budding problem that they don't even realize right now. It feels kind of fine. It's on the down low. It's not a huge deal, but you can feel it. We're at another one of those moments where the NBA world starts to look for their next guy. And so we're trying that shoe on a bunch of different people here the last 4 weeks. So far, it hadn't fit any of them.
Yeah. I think as far as the finals are concerned, too, I know this is something that you've said about baseball, and I think it fits. I 100% agree with you. Mookie Betts on the Dodgers. It's like, he's a great player, and it's impossible to hate, except that he's on the Dodgers. What the hell were the Boston Red Sox doing trading him away for Alex Verdugo and a couple other nobodies? What were the Milwaukee Bucks doing thinking, let's move on from Drew Holiday to get Damian Lillard? Drew Holiday on the Celtics, what he did yesterday in Game 2, my goodness.
He was best player on the floor last night.
He was incredible.
He was best player on the floor, both ends. He was absolutely tremendous. And yes, the Milwaukee Bucks have become the kid in high school who's dating somebody new every 2 weeks. They've changed every single pair of pants they've had the last 2 years. Right? Drew Holiday becomes Dame Lillard. This coach becomes that coach, becomes Doc Rivers, becomes we just bow out of the playoffs too early every year. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to move to, at some point, does that make Giannis want to bail out? I mentioned the Niner thing before we get out of here. And by the way, what are you doing at 6, Grandy? What do you got?
We're going to hear the Morning Roast, Bonte and Shasky, talk about Klay's future. You know the sound that you guys were going to do on Friday, the Warriors Plus Minus podcast. Maybe Klay's a little upset with the organization. They talked about that in his future. So that's going to lead off in 10 minutes.
Sounds good. Yeah. You want to check that out with Grandy here. Best of coming up here in just about 7 minutes. I wanted to say this real quick about the 49ers, and hopefully my ears are not just buzzing because of a very, very vocal minority. I'd say actually I run the risk of that here. That's probable, but it's still I hear it. I hear it. This idea that 49er players are all lining up for contracts for one of two reasons. Either it's because they lost the Super Bowl, so they've all split apart at the seams, and it's every man for himself, or because it says something about distrust between them and the organization. I'm hearing this. You hear it in different, it's sort of pitched in different forms. The idea of, even Shasky this morning was like, are all of these guys asking for this money if they had won that game? And I'm like, yeah. Nothing gets in the way of this. Nothing. Here's what I mean by that. Especially a football player. When a football player gets a call from his agent and his agent says, we might be in position to have a conversation with the team, then you do. Period. I don't care if you won your last game. I don't care if you lost all of your games. I don't care if you play for the 49ers or the Cowboys, or if you play for the Tennessee Titans or the Jacksonville Jaguars. Every football player I've ever known has the exact same mentality. Our contracts are not guaranteed. My legs could be absolutely blown to smithereens on the next play. I am very unlikely to be feeling well when I turn 70. So every dollar that I can get all the time, every day, do not play another down until that is in ink, period. And that's all the Niners are doing. This is a product of one thing, and all of us have agreed on it all year long. The 49ers have a bunch of good players. That's it. That's it. They simply have people who have leverage because a bunch of their players are good. That's it. It's got nothing to do with relationships with Kyle Shanahan. It's got nothing to do with who won or lost their last game. They just have a bunch of good players. I really do. It's a simplistic point, but I do think it's that simple. They had a bunch of people on their team who are really good. And when you're really good and you do play what is considered over your contract, you got to make that phone call. That's all Christian McCaffrey did. He's not going anywhere. He's not mad. Christian McCaffrey, the smile hasn't been wiped off of his face since he arrived. Are you kidding? He's been in Carolina the rest of his career. The Stanford kid on the Niners, somebody thinks he's like mad at the organization. He's thrilled and said so the second he signed this thing. You've got to get while the getting is good, period. End of story. And I think that's all that's happening. I also think the Niners are chilling, by the way. I think the Niners are completely chilling. I don't think any of this stuff worries them at all.
Really quick, we got to go in a minute, but when I heard the McCaffrey stuff and the Aiyuk stuff, the big one today was Trent Williams may want a new deal. My first thought was, I'm kind of happy because it means he wants to play for a few more years. He's not going to be doing this for just one more year, I would imagine.
Although he's got 3 more years on his deal. So maybe it doesn't mean that. Maybe he just wants a little bit more guaranteed.
He could have very well just retired with 2 more years on his contract, though.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think this means he at least wants to play for a couple more years.
Dude, he's the best player.
Better than nothing.
He's the best left